This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Mechas are a man's romance. Just like the caliber and range of a cannon, it is the truth. On the field, giant mechas standing 20 meters tall stood in the middle of the field, wielding giant swords, fiercely engaging each other. The clash of blades sent forth dazzling sparks, stirring the blood of the surrounding spectators. They raised their cheering sticks high, cheering for the mechas they believed were the strongest. Only the third arena was filled with boos. Be careful, be careful. Those in the stands, get out of the way. She can't stop again. Bang. As the crowd dispersed, the bright red mecha crashed heavily into the stands. Debris flew everywhere, and the people around frowned, many pointing and commenting at the red mecha. Her again? Is this model so bad? Over 300 meters away, it couldn't even break in time. How did this piece of junk even make it through the production line? Who knows? But it doesn't matter. Today is her last match. She has only two options: fight the Zerg to the death on the battlefield, or be sent back to the production line. Let's just send it back to the production line. Something like this is useless on the battlefield, and it'll cost her a pilot. Who said she'd get a pilot? For this kind of junk, she can just wield cluster explosives and die with the Zerg. Pilot training is free. A flash of red light, and a man was separated from the mech. He stood atop the red mech, spat at it, then turned and jumped off, heading out of the arena. If One Way drove a mech like this a second time, he'd die. The bright red mech lay alone in the stands, enduring the crowd's glares and insults. She lay motionless, deaf to everything around her. She couldn't remember how many times this had happened. The blue sky was beautiful, the air mingled with the fragrance of wildflowers. And the number 82 lubricant was truly delicious. But she didn't intend to experience any of this any longer. She had already been in this world for 5 years. According to the rules of Mecha Island, Mecha girls who hadn't been contracted within 5 years would either serve as cannon fodder in the battlefield or be recycled, ending their lives completely. There was actually no fundamental difference between the two. At least for her, both meant the utter annihilation of her, known as lightning. She would rather choose the latter. At least it would save Mecha Island a considerable amount of transportation fees. The game was over, just like her life as a mecha girl. The crowd slowly dispersed, their enthusiasm for insulting a piece of trash not as high as one might have imagined. Staring blankly at the blue sky, she felt for the first time in her life that the blue sky was truly beautiful. A sweet, refreshing scent wafted up, the scent of lubricant number 82. A young man, holding a test tube, leaned over her enormous face and brought it to her lips. Want a drink? If you agree to a contract with me, I'll give it to you. Sully stared at the mech in front of her, wiping away the saliva that threatened to flow. He carefully read her detailed information. Class A mech, lightning. Speed, 90. Acceleration, 101. Maneuverability, 70. Stability, 60. Defense, 80. Braking, 30. This was the first time Sully had seen a mech with such poor braking performance. A braking rating of 30, in this kind of competition environment, would be infinitely close to 0. With such poor maneuverability, you still want to brake? This behemoth, standing 20 meters tall and weighing 80 tons, was a massive behemoth. Its immense inertia was enough to shatter the alloy-clad stands. Her acceleration, exceeding 100 kilometers per hour, was originally her strength, but her braking force, at 30 kilometers per hour, became her greatest weakness. In the confined space, her maneuverability was completely limited. The slightest acceleration risked losing control. But it didn't matter. If others couldn't drive, he could. My stats aren't great. I advise you to find a new mecha contract. Lightning stared blankly at the sky, letting herself collapse in the ruins of the stands. The club staff were no longer willing to even perform the necessary duties. No one came to retrieve her. Perhaps being rebuilt was her destiny. A red light rose, and the massive mecha slowly shrank, transforming into a woman about 1.78 meters tall with burgundy hair. A red leotard enveloped her, her slender curves even more striking under the tights. She wore high heels, and her red leather jacket was torn in many places, revealing her white flesh, which glowed faintly. Lightning turned his head, and looked down at Sully beside him. His eyes were filled with eagerness and longing. She was slightly startled. This same look had once been in her eyes. Fresh off leaving the mechanical island, she was filled with passion for everything outside. Until she stepped into the arena, repeatedly crashing her driver into the stands. I don't care. I know your braking is poor, but that's not the problem. All you lack is a qualified pilot. Sully stared at her stunning figure, his mind racing. He was already 20 years old, having traveled to this world 20 years ago, and had just received his pilot's license. As a former ace pilot, his current situation, filled with skill but no mech girl, was incredibly frustrating. Looking at Lightning before him, he was filled with excitement. Sully knew that if he missed Lightning, who knows when the next opportunity would come. Mech girls were expensive, far beyond the reach of a student at the Mecha Academy like him. Lightning, due to her difficult-to-control attributes, had been repeatedly discounted by her club in an attempt to sell her at a lower price. But her flaws were fatal. No one wanted to spend money on a mech girl of little use. At least in the arena, she would only lose control time and again. Her best performance was only 3 minutes on the field, 2.5 of which were spent warming up and waiting for the launch. Hence, her value plummeted from an initial 30 million to 200,000. Truly a bargain. This price was a blatant insult to the mech girls themselves. Furthermore, Lightning was an A-rank mech girl. You know, the market price of an A-rank mecha girl is at least 25 million. But even if it dropped to 200,000, Sully still couldn't afford it. Until today, the mecha girl destined to be scrapped and recycled would have a chance to bid for herself after the final match. If he could impress the mecha girl before him, he could use the savings he had accumulated over 10 years to buy her. His savings were modest, only 160,000. This was something he had painstakingly saved over the years, scrimping and saving, repairing mechas for others, and doing odd jobs. It was all he had. For years, he had lived on meager living in the academy, living a life of freeloading. Spending money was his biggest pain. He longed for the chance to snag a good value mecha. He knew the odds were slim with only 160,000. But given the opportunity, he had to try. He gazed eagerly at Lightning before him. She was about the same height as him, and in her high heels, he could only gaze up at her smooth, white chin. I met many pilots, all of them once so confident. But once they piloted once, they never tried again. Lightning chuckled self-deprecatingly, raising a hand to tuck the red hair that fell from her ear. She looked at Sully before her, and saw that the eagerness in his eyes hadn't been extinguished by her words. Give it a try. No matter what, it won't hurt to give it a try. Sully's eagerness, and his words, stirred Lightning's heart. Give it a try? She looked at the young man before her, her lips curling slightly. She had never imagined that, after everyone had forsaken her, there would still be someone looking at her with such eagerness. Although she wasn't a qualified mecha, just a defective one. Sully's eyes were filled with the desire to become a pilot. Lightning lowered her head, and looked into the man's eyes before her. The intense heat made her heart tremble slightly. Then, give it a try. If it's just a test drive, then there's no need for a contract. Everyone's dream should be respected. Even if one is about to be retrained, being able to help someone realize their dream before retraining might be a good outcome. She leaped from the stands, and while still in midair, she shouted, Lightning R5, deploy. A sci-fi red mecha suddenly appeared at the edge of the field. Its immense weight shook the entire field. She knelt on one knee, and the armor on her chest slowly opened, revealing a cockpit. She stretched out her hands, and placed them in front of Sully. Sully wiped her hands excitedly on her body, and jumped directly into Lightning's hands. The cockpit slowly closed, and a flash of light suddenly appeared in the enclosed space. The dense armor before him suddenly seemed to become transparent, reflecting everything outside into Sully's vision. Lightning's voluptuous, well-proportioned body lay half-crouched before him, a high-tech, fully enveloping helmet perched on her slender waist. Sully slowly lifted the helmet and placed it on his head. Chapter 2. 20 years. 20 years after being reborn in this world of mecha girls, he sat in the cockpit of one for the first time. Only after sitting in did he realize how Spartan the Academy's cockpit was. The cockpit was lined entirely with red leather. The texture resembled Lightning's tight leather jacket. 5 rows of buttons on the left console also glowed red. To the right, a joystick with a red handle. Under his feet, for pedals on each side shone with a cool metallic hue. Looking at Lightning, who lay half-lying before him as if riding a motorcycle, Sully swallowed and sat in the cockpit. The cockpit was incredibly comfortable, as warm as a young woman's embrace. Glancing at Lightning before him, they were only a fist's length apart. It was the first time he had ever been so close to someone of the opposite sex, and he couldn't help but shift his body awkwardly. Lightning shuddered slightly beneath him, and he remembered that the mecha was connected to the mecha girl's 5 senses. This texture was much softer than the hard rubber used in the academy. Just for this cushioning, he was confident he could drive the Lightning into a head-on confrontation with the stands. No wonder the pilot, who just disembarked, was unscathed. It was clear that lightning had enhanced the cockpit's protection to a certain extent. His previous world also had mechas. They were hardcore war machines, built purely for killing. They only had basic AI, and their functionality was nowhere near the same level as this world's mecha girls. Yet, he had driven that unwieldy beast for 20 years. Until, during an interstellar battle, it was abandoned in the vast sea of stars. The two mechas had different control modes, but as an ace pilot, he was already accustomed to switching between them frequently. Getting familiar with the operating system took him only a few minutes. Moreover, he had practiced operating many of the older mechas of this era in the Academy's simulators. The only thing that made him feel a little awkward was the cockpit of this world. To start and control the mecha, he could only reach the control panel by being in close contact with the mecha, as he was doing now. It must be said that the designers of this mecha island were quite capable. Feeling her warmth, Su Li's face flushed uncontrollably. Fortunately, his helmet shielded it from view. The helmet began to synchronize with the outside world. He raised his hand to flip the controller, and the panel and joystick slid into reach. Feeling a slight tremor, he slowly closed his eyes. The roar of the engine was far less deafening than outside. In his mind, his own system was quietly monitoring the current mecha status. A-class Mecha Girl Lightning R5 detected. Current Mecha Girl status is abnormal. Left leg armor suspension abnormality, waist and abdomen power module damaged, right forearm weapon system damaged, main power module energy circuit abnormality, power output reduced to 80%. Su Li felt rather uneasy. Lightning herself wasn't in good condition. It was obvious that many of these injuries were old ones. It's likely she hasn't been maintained since leaving the factory. The power circuit abnormality meant only 80% power output. Even so, the previous pilot had piloted Lightning directly into the stands. Such shoddy technology, in his world, wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. He could clearly see that the damage to Lightning's right arm's weapon system was caused by the collision. You must be in pain. Lightning froze at Su Li's sudden question. She had been with many pilots, but no one had ever asked her if she felt any pain. Your condition is very poor. After testing the aircraft, you can come with me to the school for a routine inspection and maintenance. Now, relax and leave everything to me. Lightning didn't reply. She simply focused her mind, ready to intervene at any moment. She knew her situation best. From the factory to now, she had been through no fewer than 10 pilots, all veterans of the club, but none of them could handle her. And what about the student before her, who hadn't even graduated yet? He was the first person to care about her. No matter what, she wanted to help him fulfill his dream of becoming a pilot. But she hoped he wouldn't lose his ambition because of her difficulty in controlling the aircraft. Before she could finish her thought, Su Li stomped his foot on the controls in the cockpit. He didn't even give her time to react. His left hand vanished into a shadow, and commands were fed directly to her control core via the keyboard. With a flick of his right hand on the joystick, streams of searing air erupted from the giant red mech's front thrusters. The entire crimson figure instantly stood upright, its body tilting backward and retreating rapidly. No, too fast. Lightning only had time to issue a warning before the barrage of commands washed over her. She had never received such a barrage of commands before. Her mind swirling, she subconsciously let go of control of the mech. The red mecha's thrusters erupted continuously, instantly straightening its tilted fuselage. The mecha itself suddenly turned sharply and sped towards the center of the field. The 101's acceleration was clearly impressive. In just 3 seconds, the mecha had already reached a speed of 180 kilometers per hour. Su Li watched the rapidly changing scenery outside the cabin, a wave of admiration welling up in his heart. The mecha girls of this world were indeed far more advanced than the giants of the past. The speed at which they received commands alone was over 3 times faster, with virtually no delay. He felt a surge of ecstasy. For a seasoned pilot, a good mecha was absolutely crucial. It was even more important than the pilot himself. Remember, in his previous life, he spent most of his salary on his mecha, even living on steamed buns for years just to get a module. Lightning's eyes widened in shock, her mind still lingering on the initial swerve. She had never imagined such a smooth, seamless movement could occur to her. By the time she came to her senses, her speed had already increased. A flicker of panic shot through Lightning's heart. She had never experienced such speed before. The stands in front of her were getting closer and closer. At her current speed, she would collide head-on with them in less than 3 seconds. She could clearly feel Su Li trembling slightly with excitement behind her. No! This couldn't happen. She subconsciously retracted her energy, abandoning her own protection. She cast a shield of energy around Su Li. She closed her eyes resignedly, bracing herself for the violent impact. Su Li stared at the approaching stands outside, his fingers dancing wildly once more. He ignored Lightning's presumption. It didn't matter. Strong confidence led him to press the control pedal again. Low braking? Who says you need to use brakes when driving a mech? The crimson mech transformed into a flash of red lightning. As it neared the stands, it suddenly swerved sideways, its thrusters erupting in blue flames. Air gushed out, and the thrusters beneath its feet also began to generate power. Like a figure skater, she supported herself on one leg and completed a turn in a squat position. She raced along the edge of the stands, carrying a red wind. The heavy sword she carried behind her swept across the edge, sending a trail of sparks flying. The expected collision didn't occur. Lightning opened her eyes in confusion, only to find that her speed hadn't slowed down. Instead, it was accelerating under Su Li's control. For the first time in her life, she felt such a fierce wind. It turned out that she wasn't a defective product. It turned out she could also zip around the arena like the wind. No! In Su Li's hands, she had already surpassed the wind. The red mech whipped out the great sword from its back. The blade rubbed against the ground, creating brilliant sparks. The thrusters on her feet fired several times in less than a second, and as her body spun, the greatsword swung with inertia. She swung the greatsword in her hand, spinning around the arena like a top. A spark of light slipped from the corner of her eye. In 5 years, this was the first time she had drawn her greatsword in the arena. Chapter 3. Come on! Move! You can go even faster. Su Li gripped the joystick tightly, watching the rapidly rotating scenery on the screen, his peripheral vision scanning the series of numerical values on the screen. Warning, this mech's waste sensor component is damaged. Host, please cease current operations. Otherwise, in 3 seconds, the mech's waste power unit will suffer a certain degree of damage. The system's announcement paused Su Li's movements, but he quickly adjusted. His left hand began inputting commands again, while his right hand manipulated the handlebars, fine-tuning the mech's center of gravity. The red mech in the arena suddenly rose, leaping high in a spin. Its heavy sword swung overhead, slashing down fiercely towards the ground. A loud rumble echoed throughout the arena. The entire ground trembled at the powerful blow. In the cockpit, Su Li removed his helmet. In his sight, Lightning remained in the position of a motorcycle rider, her delicate body trembling slightly as she half slumped over. Her entire earlobes were flushed with excitement. Su Li looked at her in confusion, reaching out to touch her earlobe. She shuddered subconsciously, letting out a whimper. The sudden cry made Su Li's face flush. Wanting to check on the situation, he hurriedly deactivated the overhead safety pressure device and manually opened the cockpit hatch. With the sound of the pressure column releasing air pressure, the cockpit hatch slowly opened. He wanted to let the Lightning carry him out directly. But seeing her slightly trembling body, he sympathetically opened the hatch himself and jumped out. The roar of the mecha dissipated in the arena, replaced by the heavy breathing of a red-haired queen. She slumped to the ground, her hazy eyes filled with mist. The grass playfully threaded through her fingers. Bean-sized tears rolled down, hitting the blades and shattering them. Sobs, whether of joy or sorrow, rose in volume. Su Li stood before her, unsure how to comfort her. He could only reach out and gently pat her shoulder. Lightning raised his face and hugged Su Li's waist. The immense force made Su Li question his life. He felt as if a hydraulic clamp had clamped around his waist. Never mind struggling, the force was enough to snap his waist in an instant. And the force only grew stronger. Frightened, he slapped Lightning's arm. Lightning then realized what he had done and gave an embarrassed smile. Her tearful expression made Su Li's heart clench. He fished a finger-thick test tube from his pocket and waved it in front of her face. Would you like some? Lightning raised her face, her tear marks gleaming brightly in the afterglow of the setting sun. She trembled as she reached out her hand, trying to catch the lubricant before her. But as she neared it, she stopped. A pilot like him deserved a better mecha. Su Li frowned slightly as he looked at the Lightning R5 before him. She looked like a queen, so why was her temper so twisted? In his previous life, he'd been too busy researching mechas to bother studying women. So, is a mecha girl a mecha, or a woman? He ripped the seal off the test tube, reached out and grasped Lightning's face, and poured the lubricant into it. Bright red lips held the test tube, tears streaking her slightly raised face. Lightning's face was still flushed. Just 2 sips of lubricant made her fully aware of Su Li's financial resources. Without even a moment to savor it, the substance slid down her throat and into the rotating mechanism. I don't care. Once you had it, you're mine. Tell me. After the closing match, how much are you going to offer? I'll tell you the truth, I'm just a poor student with very little money. Suli finished speaking, feeling a little uneasy. She turned her head awkwardly to the side, not daring to look at Lightning. A few drops of lubricant rolled down her lips, dripping onto her breasts, slowly spreading. Lightning trembled as she stroked her chest. After a moment, she spoke slowly. No need. This lubricant is my final offer. Suli turned around in surprise, only to find that he had already held his mechanical core in his hands. You really want to contract me? Without payment? Lightning nodded gently, and held the mechanical core in front of Suli. He suppressed his ecstasy, bit his finger, and dripped blood onto the mechanical core. The core absorbed the blood, its pale blue hue gradually turning a bright red. Excellent. Lightning, thank you for your approval. Don't worry, I'll never abandon you. He scratched his head, then turned and pulled out 2 more identical test tubes from his waist pouch, handing them to Lightning. He was being a bit stingy. If he'd known he could sign a contract with lubricant, he would have taken 2 large buckets from the academy. Lightning, ? Since when did lubricant number 82 need to be packaged in test tubes? Was this owner playing a trick on her? Watching Suli dancing with joy, she reached out to support her waist, took the test tube from his hand, removed the cork, and stuffed both tubes into her mouth. As the dosage increased, she finally tasted the flavor of lubricant number 82. She stared at Suli with her starry eyes wide, the pressure she long endured from the stares and insults of others vanishing in an instant. It didn't matter. Even if he found a better pilot in the future, as long as he didn't abandon her, she would stay by his side forever. But how did this seemingly young master acquire such exceptional piloting skills? Had he been practicing since he was in the womb? A strange feeling in her waist brought another blush to her face. With such impressive skills, could she really be his pilot? After just a few minutes, her waist gave out. If the battle lasts a little longer, get ready. I can't wait even a moment longer. She supported herself with one hand on the ground, the other on her waist, and struggled to her feet. Master, do you still mean to do the maintenance and repairs you mentioned? Suli was about to pat his chest to assure himself, when he felt a sharp pain in his waist, and instinctively doubled over. This was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he had been embraced by a mecha. This old waist will probably take a while to heal. Don't worry. Go back, let me rest my waist. Lightning blushed, and despite the pain, she raised her hand to help Suli, who was holding her waist. Under the setting sun, a man and a woman supported each other, each holding their own waist, as they walked step by step out of the arena. Chapter 4. This is a mecha girl? You actually contracted a mecha girl? In the academy hangar, a pink-haired girl clutched her waist, her eyes wide as she looked up and down at Lightning, her gaze filled with disbelief. She glared at Suli, who was clutching his waist, her fingers piercing his forehead. If your Zhang Chomping can contract you, why can't I? Are you lying to establish a persona, or do you have something on someone? Otherwise, how could a pervert like you actually contract a mecha girl? Jiandun, you have to be responsible for what you say. How am I a pervert? Suli stood in front of Lightning, his face flushing at the girl's accusations. In all honesty, he just smelled some motor oil. How could he be labeled a pervert for no apparent reason? As a pilot, what's wrong with smelling the oil? Lightning, don't listen to her nonsense. I'm not a pervert. Ha! Shield 03 snorted disdainfully, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. You're not a pervert? Go ask the academy. Among the over 100 pilots, which one doesn't pay utmost attention when you ask them to tune and maintain a plane? You're slandering me. If you really think I'm a pervert, there's no need to ask me to tune the plane. Stop asking me to tune it every day, and then badmouthing me behind my back. You? What do you mean by I? Was I wrong? Suli glared at the girl before him. Her breasts weren't big, but her temper was quite a bit. She was truly a pervert. Not only that, she was also extremely stingy. He tuned her plane 3 times, and he didn't even know what her cockpit looked like, let alone fly it. Sister, tell me the truth. Does he have any leverage over you? Don't hesitate to tell me. If he threatens you, I'll report him. Lightning looked at the somewhat aggressive shield before her and instinctively grabbed Suli, pulling him behind her. No! I don't have any leverage over the pilot. On the contrary, I'm grateful that he signed a contract with me. So, please be careful with your words and actions, and don't insult my pilot. Pilot? You said he's your pilot? He only got his license less than a week ago. You must have been scammed. The pink-haired shield looked at Lightning before her, his eyes widening in shock. And sister, I'm thinking about you. You must not know what kind of person he is. I'm telling you, he's a pervert who touches mech girls. I'm just touching your exterior armor. How can I repair and debug it without touching it? Do you think I'm a god? Sully poked her head out from behind Lightning. Standing over 1.8 meters tall in high heels, she exuded a sense of security. Are you touching me properly? Your eyes are shining. Just wait, I won't argue with you here, wait until I go get someone. She stamped her foot and stormed out. Before she left, she turned back and glared at Sully. Sully watched her walk away, then curled his lips and walked to the end of the hangar. Before, he didn't have a mecha girl, so he worked hard to pay for other people's mecha girl maintenance and commissioning. But now that he had his own mecha girl, those other girls kept their distance. He could still commission the mecha, but it would cost him extra money. The hangar was filled with all sorts of discarded parts. Barrels of various fuels were stacked in the corners. A rack several dozen meters tall stood in the center, empty save for a dozen robotic arms, gleaming with metallic luster. Sully walked over to the computer and tapped a few times on the keyboard. With a creaking sound, the massive robotic arm slowly unfolded, ready to receive the mecha. He raised his chin at Lightning and walked into a separate compartment in the hangar, changing into his grease-stained work clothes. When he emerged, Lightning had already unfolded and was standing on the maintenance rack. Sully, enduring the pain in his waist, donned a waist brace. Then he walked over to the computer, operated the robotic arm, and entered commands, beginning routine maintenance on Lightning. The sharp red armor reflected streaks of fluorescence under the light, a single glance captivating. He grabbed a large wrench and approached Lightning, unable to resist reaching out to touch it. The cold armor seemed to warm at that moment. Perhaps because of the contract, touching the outer armor felt like touching a part of his own body. Without even a minute inspection, he could intuitively sense the problem with the mech. Combined with his own system, he could even sense the position of every screw. So that's how it is, he muttered to himself, the entire mech structure and parameters instantly appearing in his mind. Aside from the mech's own consciousness, which he couldn't decipher, the entire mech was instantly disassembled into its component parts before his eyes, and then reassembled in his mind. He had initially been unsure of the extent of the damage to the waste sensor assembly, and considered removing it for complete debugging. However, with the system and his intuition working together, he immediately pinpointed the problem. This saved him at least half a day. Lightning silently observed her pilot, assuming the debugging and maintenance work he mentioned was handled by a dedicated logistics team. Unexpectedly, Sully was the only person alive in the entire hangar. What kind of freak was her pilot? How could he even debug and repair a mecha? Excellent piloting skills, superb reflexes. The maneuvers he performed while piloting her were things she had never seen, let alone heard of. And now, he was groping inch by inch at her outer armor, tapping it with his fingers from time to time, even lying on top to listen. Watching him groping around her, she felt for a moment as if she had been stripped naked, unable to hide any secrets. Was it an illusion? She sighed softly at the obsession in Sully's eyes. No wonder the other mech girls thought he was a pervert. With his current state, they were already showing restraint by not beating him to the point of being unable to care for himself. What kind of good person would caress a mech with green eyes while hugging it? Even the external armor is part of the mech girl, naturally connected to her senses. It felt like Sully rubbing his own legs through his leather pants with a lecherous look. In the cockpit, Lightning, half lying in a crouch, blushed ever more. Sully leaned over the mech's inner thigh and immediately caught a whiff of something mingled with rust. He frowned, raised the microcomputer on his arm, and manipulated the mechanical arm to open the oil drain port. Lightning gritted his teeth, afraid he let out a groan. The red mech, while Sully wasn't paying attention, clutched the racks on either side with both hands. Lightning, who never had his oil changed, was starting to lose his composure. Nanchung Honda Arena. Several managers gathered in the arena, looking at the dents in the ground made by the heavy sword, looking at each other in bewilderment. What does the surveillance say? Was this slash made by the heavy sword? No surveillance. The surveillance equipment was undergoing routine maintenance this evening, so they didn't capture which mech it was. Today, I remember, was Lightning R5's final match. Did she occupy the venue for the afternoon? Is this even possible? The men looked at each other, shaking their heads in unison. Such a powerful slash could only be performed by an S-class mech. Could it be possible that an S-class mecha had appeared in a small place like Nanchung? Doesn't that mean there must be an S-class pilot too? As for Lightning's accomplishment, no one present considered the possibility. Let's report this to the boss. If an S-class pilot truly appears, we'll have our bonus for this month. The group nodded excitedly, and one person, eager for their share of the bonus, contacted the boss. At the edge of the field, a black-haired girl stood before the gap created by the lightning strike, carefully examining the grass before her. She became mesmerized, standing still and imitating the scene in her imagination. After repeated attempts, within just 3 to 5 minutes, she had perfectly replicated lightning's movements of rising and spinning. The girl's eyes shone brightly. What kind of technology is this? How could a simple rise allow for so many changes? Could such piloting skills truly belong to those S-class pilots who excel in major arenas? No, she had a hunch. Even an S-class pilot couldn't pull off such a maneuver. With a hint of curiosity, she followed the lightning-fast trajectory, her excitement growing as she advanced. Unlike the usual mecha's parallel propulsion, the mecha piloted by this mysterious pilot actually moved with alternating legs. Isn't this just like how humans move? Could a behemoth like a mecha do this? How did he do it? Wouldn't his center of gravity be unstable? What kind of mecha girl was his? And what kind of core was she equipped with? How much computing power would be needed to achieve this? The black-haired girl bit her lip. I really want to unfold, especially after seeing such traces. She wanted to unfold herself and try it herself. Chapter 5. Lightning, having been neglected for a long time, looked like a car accident scene. All sorts of engine oil and gear oil. As soon as the drain port was opened, the waste oil splattered everywhere like a showerhead, sending sticky grease everywhere. Even a sheet-sized cloth couldn't cover it. In the end, he could only stand there, letting the oil splatter all over his body. Lightning shivered in the cockpit, her face the same shade of red as her leather jacket. I'm sorry. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's hum. Huddled in the cockpit, she didn't know who to address. Thankfully, the remaining work could be done with a robotic arm. After Sully set up the program, he quickly ran to the cubicle to shower. The engine oil used by the robot is generally corrosive. If it remains on the body for a long time, it will cause some damage to his skin. After rinsing it 3 times with a special neutralizing solution, he changed into a new set of work clothes and began to bend over the workbench, inspecting the equipment he had just removed from lightning. Several cleaning robots spun their chassis, wielding neutralizer spray guns, dripping and cleaning the surrounding oil in the hangar. It was clear they were in a bad mood after being forced to work overtime. They could only interrupt Sully's work with a drip-drip sound, seeking revenge. But Sully didn't even look up. He placed the parts in the maintenance bay and hunched over the high-powered electronic scope, fine-tuning the sensor parameters. What a waste! What a waste! It was such a high-performance device, yet it was left in the dust. It was truly unbearable. He truly couldn't understand it. The mecha technology in this world was so advanced, yet the pilot's operating skills were so poor that they looked like they were taught by a Chinese language teacher. If it were a physical education teacher, their skills would probably be much higher. He had conducted the most basic experiments while piloting the lightning today. The mecha girls here were much more powerful than in his original world. It made no sense that he could control a mecha and punch there. Here, he could only synchronize her legs and move them straight and forward. In the major competition shown on TV, the pilots controlled their mechas using the braking system. It's not that this control method is wrong. It's just that most of them seemed quite standard, with nothing particularly eye-catching. The mecha girls' high computing power was fully demonstrated, but the role of the pilots was infinitely reduced. Isn't this a joke? What's the point of pilots then? This kind of operation, this kind of pilot, is a blasphemy to mecha girls. In many low-level competitions, mecha girls can't even open their legs, and can only run forward with their legs parallel. How could a good mech girl be unable to open? Unable to move her legs? Before he entered the mech academy and encountered mech girls, he assumed such operation was due to a fatal flaw in the mech girls themselves. But as he got to know them better, he realized it wasn't the mech girls who were flawed. It was the pilots here who had lost their minds. The war with the Zerg remained stagnant, likely due to the large number of mech girls fighting on the front lines. These useless things, if deployed on the battlefield, would likely be a drag. Master? The sound of lightning echoed from the hangar. Halfway through her routine maintenance, she finally recovered, her face flushed as she watched Sully adjust parts through the screen. In her eyes, he was now a godlike being. Since he was a god, adjusting parts and such wouldn't be a big deal. What's wrong? Do you feel anything strange? No, I feel much better. I feel relaxed all over. Sully glanced at the partially removed exterior armor and nodded in agreement. Relaxed, of course. He almost finished taking off his clothes, so how could he not? Outside the hangar, a commotion erupted. Jian Dun's voice was the first to be heard. It went without saying that they were bringing a bunch of other girls to pick a fight. Su Li frowned and straightened up from his workbench. Sure enough, within a dozen seconds, 7 or 8 mecha girls stormed in. The Pinkahog was like a vanguard, leading the way through the hangar door. Pervert Su? Get out of here! Su Li left his workbench, his brow furrowed. He simply didn't have the time to deal with these other mecha girls. Just adjusting the various modules of the lightning alone would take a whole day and night. For him, experiencing mechas for the first time, not being able to operate one for a whole day and a night was like killing him. What on earth are you doing? This hangar was assigned to me by the Academy. No one may enter without my permission. If you wish to debug the mecha, please make an appointment in advance and prepare double the usual payment. If you don't want to debug the mecha, then turn right. I'm busy right now. I don't have time for you. Jian Dun paused as he entered, his face sullen. As she entered, she saw the unfolded lightning on the shelf. The massive R5 on her chest armor caught Jian Dun's eye. A glint flashed in her eyes, and the questioning expression on her face froze, her gaze shifting as she looked at Su Li. Lightning R5. She knew the senior. One who had been defeated repeatedly since leaving the factory, a joke in the arena, a failure in the eyes of the pilots. For a moment, she was stunned. Mixed emotions filled her. She didn't know whether to be thankful that this senior had finally contracted a pilot, saving her from having to go back to the training camp, or to lament her final choice. She didn't understand why, at the last moment of her retraining, she had chosen to contract when she clearly no longer needed to stand in the arena. What's wrong? Why are you standing at the door instead of going in? The voices of several mech girls came from behind. Jian Dun lowered her head, her pink aloof hair drooping. She held out her hand to block the small door to the hangar, speaking as if to Su Li but also to the others. Huh? I don't need you to do the debugging for me. You're just a pervert, acting like you're so important. Without you, the Academy has plenty of maintenance teams. I don't need your skills. She slammed the hangar door shut. A group of mech girls, all close to her, surrounded her, staring at her in bewilderment. She come all this way, only to say a word? They had their weapons in hand, just waiting to destroy the hangar if a disagreement arose. That's it? Well, what else? We could have beaten him up. But didn't you say that one of the mech girls was tricked? Shouldn't we go in and explain things to that mech girl? Jian Dun was stunned by this, then smiled bitterly. She waved at the girls around her, her tone resigned. Forget it, everyone has their own aspirations. Let's go to the paint shop at the East Gate. The owner said they had a lot of new paint jobs recently. Let's go check out the merchandise first. The mecha girls looked quizzical, wanting to say something, but seeing the strange expression on Jian Dun's face, they swallowed their words. Let's go! A pile of broken brooms and mops lay at the hangar door. The mecha girls, in groups of 3 or 4, linked arms and headed towards the paint shop at the Academy's East Gate. Chapter 6. Su Li returned to the workbench and continued adjusting the module parameters. Besides being able to see through the mecha girl, his system also allowed him to adjust her own attributes based on the existing ones. He looked at the module in front of him, frowning in thought. A 0.100 km per hour acceleration should be a basic attribute only possessed by S-class mecha girls. It was her poor braking that lowered her overall rating. But was it really necessary to increase braking performance? He raised an eyebrow and thought, if he could divide the 30% braking performance into 15% and add it to stability, then the Lightning would have no shortcomings other than braking. Besides, isn't it just a lack of brakes? The thrusters aren't just for show. With enough hand speed, he could stop whenever he wanted. If the relevant components weren't removable, he would have wanted to remove the entire brake module. That way, the entire mecha would be at least 300 kilograms lighter, and its maneuverability would be at least 2 points higher. It was just a pity that he could adjust the original functional parts, but he couldn't remove them. Otherwise, I'd be happy to receive a pair of silver bracelets, and the communal dining experience would last for 30 years. With a defense rating of 80 and a stability rating of 75, Lightning is a perfect example of an S-class mecha girl, regardless of braking. Having made up his mind, he immediately began operating the mecha. During this time, he returned to the mecha twice, dismantling all the relevant components and adjusting them one by one. Master, did you really just get your pilot's license? Lightning observed Su Li's back and forth and interrupted his thoughts. He nodded, manipulating the robotic arm to place a collection of accessories, half the size of a cabinet, on the side of the workbench. A hint of confusion crossed Lightning's face. Why? With your skills, getting a pilot's license shouldn't be difficult. It wasn't difficult, but I didn't have much time. I spent most of my time in the hangar, debugging and maintaining the Academy's mecha girls. Oh! No wonder the master is so skilled. It seems he touches her quite often. Sully raised an eyebrow. Although he couldn't see Lightning's face, he sensed a hidden meaning in her words. She should just ask about the license. What does it have to do with the other mecha girls? But he did touch them quite often, that's all. He kept his mouth shut, not replying, feigning a busy demeanor, but his eyes kept glancing at the mecha. That was his mecha. He dreamed of it for 20 years before finally getting his own. The thought of the snug-fitting seat in the cockpit instantly made his waist and back pains subside. If he could sit in it for a long time, he'd be willing to stay there for 10 years. Compared to the old, rigid cab of his previous life, Lightning's cockpit felt like a luxurious private room. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but touch the module parts in his hand. He touched his own robot's waist. At least he wouldn't get beaten. By the time he finished the odd jobs and installed her module, it was already past 3 in the morning. Though he was used to staying up late, he still felt a little overwhelmed. Steam gushed from the old electric kettle. He picked up the kettle and added water to his instant noodles, then slumped over on the tool-strewing workbench and rubbed his eyes. At the charging station not far away, 5 cleaning robots had already begun charging and hibernating. The entire hangar was empty, devoid of any sign of life. He scrolled through the virtual electronic screen in front of him, and before the instant noodles were ready, he collapsed onto the workbench and fell asleep. The hangar was completely silent. Lightning unfurled, transforming into a human form. He grabbed a clean cloth from the shelf, wrapped himself in it, and tiptoed to the front. The rich aroma of the instant noodles stopped her in her tracks. "It's okay, I'm just having a bite." She leaned forward, picked up the soaked noodles, and slurped them with her fork. Her cheeks bulged visibly as she chewed, looking up and down at the sleeping Sully. Up close, his eyelashes were long, trembling slightly with his breathing. His eyes were narrow and wide when open. She swallowed the noodles in her mouth and deftly picked up another forkful. In just a moment, the whole bucket of noodles was gone, not even a drop of soup left. Lightning's face flushed slightly as she found another bucket and started brewing again before sitting down next to Sully. After a moment's thought, she stood up and brewed another bucket for herself. "It doesn't matter. I didn't even charge him for the contract. Just a few buckets of instant noodles, no big deal," she thought, and wrinkled her nose again. She darted around to see several large oil drums stacked in a corner. She picked up the bowl Sully used for his meals, trotted over to the drums, and, holding the drum in one hand, poured the entire drum full. She brought her red lips to the drums, slurping the remaining oil into her mouth before screwing the lid back on. She carried the bowl to the workbench. She tied her bright red hair back and leaned over the workbench, taking a mouthful of instant noodles and a sip of lubricant. She then grabbed Sully's terminal and started scrolling through videos. She ate bucket after bucket of instant noodles and drank jar after jar of lubricant. Only when her belly bulged slightly did she burp on her back. She had completely forgotten her beginning, only thinking about eating a bite. Sully woke up just as the glaring sun shone down on his face. He squinted, trying to block the sun with his hands, but found a furry red head resting on his arm, numbing half his body. The fair skin was a bit dazzling. He gathered himself, suddenly remembering that he must have fallen asleep at the workbench yesterday. But who was the woman beside him? He stared at the bright red hair in a daze, and it took him a long while to react. The delicate body was wrapped in a few pieces of clean cloth. The fullness of her breasts pressed together, revealing a very deep cleavage. He quickly turned his head away. He couldn't understand why she was in his bed. Even more puzzled was why she was naked. Sunlight streamed in through the high ventilation windows, casting a shadow on her radiant, pale skin. Sully struggled to free his numb arm, then pushed the white leg off him. He then took up his blanket and tucked her in, leaving only her head exposed. A strong scent of lubricant wafted over him. He lowered his head to sniff his arm, then quickly averted his nose with a look of disgust. This mechanic girl, drooling in her sleep? Could mechanic girls suffer from indigestion? He pushed open the cubicle door and saw a dozen instant noodle containers stacked on the workbench. Chapter 7. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to leave it out. I just ate too much last night. I just forgot." Lightning's face formed a stark contrast to her pale body. "It's okay. I only ate a dozen buckets of instant noodles. If you like it, I'll order 10 more today. Don't worry. I can still afford it." Sully tried to appear calmer, then reached out and shook the oil drum in the corner. The drum, which normally wouldn't budge with all his might, actually tilted with a slight push. He quickly opened the lid, measured the oil level with a dipstick, and gasped. It turned out she hadn't just eaten too much, she drunk too much too. In just one night, half a drum was gone. A drum costs 80,000, and the money he had was only enough to keep her fed for 4 days. Perhaps he could take back his words? He really couldn't afford it. Looking at her face, blushing almost as red as her hair, he couldn't bring himself to accuse her. Does the number 82 lubricant contain alcohol? So, Lightning, how about we go compete? Although Lightning might have concerns about the arena, he believed she could overcome the challenges of food and clothing. Trust me, it's no problem. Complete all the maintenance and debug the modules today. You can try it out at the training ground later. If you're bored, keep an eye on the latest competitions in Nanchang. Lightning looked at Su Li and nodded quickly. As long as she wasn't faced with evidence of her guilt, she would be happy to compete without even debugging, let alone searching for competition information. Su Li watched her sit in the corner, clutching the turmo. Unconvinced, he shook the oil drum again. The half-drum barrel of oil sloshed around inside, once again straining against his fragile wallet. Yes! This half-drum barrel of oil could be used to cover Jiandun and her sisters. A few liters each, no problem. He finally had a solution, and breathed a sigh of relief. He told Lightning to reopen, and began adjusting other parts of her body. Master, I checked. There are 12 major tournaments scheduled for the coming week. 6 of them are at the Nanchang City Arena. The other 6 are at. Pick the ones with the highest prize money. Lightning was stunned, then suddenly felt that her master was quite pragmatic. That was a good point. She glanced guiltily at the oil drum in the corner, and continued browsing the tournament information. The City Arena tournament is jointly organized by several of Nanchang's larger clubs. The first place prize is 100,000 yuan. But we might not. How much? Su Li looked up from his workbench, his eyes wide. 100,000. Hiss. He gasped. He worked so hard debugging his mech, only to earn a few thousand. And yet, someone else could win 100,000 in a single competition. That's 100,000. Converted into lubricant, it'd be enough for his mech girl to drink for 3 days. Okay, looking at it that way, it wasn't much. Are there many competitions like this? I mean around 100,000. Quite a lot. It's just that many competitions have entry restrictions. Some require an invitation, others require specific qualifications. Su Li's face fell upon hearing this. What the hell are you talking about? Lightning rolled his eyes. I like to say something, but you're so quick-witted. Did you even give me a chance to speak? Find one, even if it's not very formal. Focus on making money quickly. We're not after fame, just making a living quietly and buying you food and supplies. Lightning's eyes lit up at the words. He browsed much faster. Once Su Li got busy, it was another day of sleepless nights. It wasn't until sunset that he finally finished his debugging and returned all the mecha parts to their original positions. After giving her a wash, the two of them had a quick bite and quickly headed for the academy's training ground. The campus training ground wasn't large, about a third the size of the municipal arena. It was a flat, unobstructed space. Unlike arenas, which often have simulated terrain, the campus training ground emphasized simplicity. In his free time, he would often come to the training ground to watch others train with their mechas. Since he didn't have a mech, he could only take mech maintenance as an elective, and only then did he take odd jobs to save some money. But now that he had Lightning, he could sign up to change his major. There were many people like him throughout the academy, most of whom only changed their majors after acquiring their own mechs. Just like Jianduan's owner, that skinny guy. You're here? But this time it's not just a look, is it? Jiandun told me you finally have your own mech girl. Let's try it out later. Speaking of the devil, the skinny guy came over to Su Li and placed a hand on his shoulder. His gaze flicked past Lightning, and he let out a soft huh? And sat up straight. Lightning, as usual, wore a bright red, tight-fitting leather jacket, her curves sculpted and captivating. However, her expression held a cold, distant air, making it difficult to approach her. This beautiful woman looks familiar. Yes. Yes. Zhang Chongping scratched his head with one hand and slapped his forehead. I remember. Lightning R5. The 5th generation mecha girl from Mechanical Island. I remember when it first came out, its stats exceeded 100, stunning everyone. But it's just that her strengths are extremely prominent, right? Su Li glanced at Zhang Chongping, his hand hidden in his blind spot, quietly pinching a spot on his thigh. His face showed an expression of someone who had to think things over before speaking. Zhang Chongping swallowed, gave Lightning a thumbs up, and smiled kindly. He turned to look at Su Li, his eyes filled with regret. He lowered his voice and whispered, "Are you crazy? She can certainly accelerate past 100 kilometers per hour, but she barely brakes. Do you understand what no brakes means? Are you implying my lack of professional skills? Don't forget who tuned your aviator." Suddenly, a clear, eager voice, tinged with hostility, rang out beside Su Li's ear. "Don't you want your hand anymore?" Jianduan's appearance caused Su Li to loosen his grip on Zhang Chumping's thigh. Zhang Chumping breathed a sigh of relief and grabbed Jianduan's small hand. "It's okay, Su Li, I'm just kidding. By the way, you have an aviator now. Do you need me to practice with you? You can change your major now, but there's still the driving test. If you don't pass, you can't change. And you better hurry. You only get 2 chances to change majors each year, and this year only has 1 left." Him? Forget it. He'd be fine as a logistics support guy. With his skills, he could easily find a club and stay for 2 or 3 years. Jiandun squinted his eyes, sizing up Su Li for a moment before turning his gaze away in disdain. "What do you mean? What's wrong with my skills? What do you mean by staying for 2 or 3 years, and still being able to stay for 2 or 3 years? Nonsense. 2 or 3 years is overestimating you. He could be arrested for molesting a mecha girl in a year. How perverted are you? Don't you have any idea? You? Zhang Chomping saw the 2 men about to start arguing and quickly intervened, stretching his arms to separate them. "Stop it. We're all family. Give me some face and stop arguing. There's no one down there. So, Su Li, do you want to try and get out there?" Before Su Li could react, Jiandun snorted incoherently. "Humph. How dare he? I wonder how he managed to trick a mecha girl with his sweet talk. What if he gets out there, and people see his true skills and run away?" Lightning stood behind Su Li with a cold expression. He glanced at Jiandun indifferently and said softly, "My master and I signed a core contract. I would never abandon my master." "Core contract?" Zhang Chomping and Jiandun stared at Su Li in disbelief, their faces filled with shock. Chapter 8. In this world, there are 3 types of contracts for mecha girls. One is a long-term contract signed between the club and the mecha girl. Ownership of the mecha girl does not belong to the pilot, but only to the pilot, who has certain rights. This is the contract Lightning had signed before. The second is a standard contract signed with the pilot, which has flexible terms and is reversible. The last type is the core contract. A mecha girl can only sign a core contract once in her lifetime. Once abandoned by her pilot, she is forced to return to the training pool, with no other options. Zhang Chomping looked at Jiandun with a sour look. The contract between her and him was a standard contract. Although the contract was long-term, Jiandun could unilaterally terminate it at any time. While standard contracts are the norm in the world, any man would be tempted by a core contract. Moreover, there was a living example before him. "What are you looking at? Do you believe I'll terminate the contract?" Su Li's expression of watching the fun and not wanting to make a fuss made the pink-haired Jiandun even more furious. Zhang Chomping stammered a few words, and then fell silent. Jiandun, in turn, gave Su Li a pinky thumbs up. "Go! Get down there. I'll give you 3 moves." Su Li smiled calmly, and glanced at Lightning beside him. She was staring at him with watery eyes, her initial aloofness gone. She looked more like a darling wife eager to prove herself. "Master, am I really capable of this?" Su Li raised his hand, and touched her red head, patting his chest firmly. "Don't worry. Leave the on-field stuff to me." Lightning saw his confident expression and, recalling the events of the arena, calmed her turbulent thoughts and followed Su Li to the training ground. In the stands, a black-haired girl leaned against an intricately shaped paper umbrella, her 2 white sock feet resting on the edge, swaying intermittently. She nibbled on her lollipop and gazed at Lightning on the field, a faint glint in her eyes. Is the pilot in front of Lightning her contracted pilot? She tilted her head, staring at Su Li for a moment, and whispered, "He looks like he's of average build, with strong knuckles and well-proportioned muscles. He looks like a promising pilot. I just don't know why he contracted Lightning. Do you think Lightning is the kind of mech who fears being retrained?" The woman behind her, dressed in a black suit, stood still silent, as if she hadn't heard the girl's words. In the field, the shield had already been deployed. Her muscular appearance was completely at odds with her usual pink-haired, Lolita look. A height of over 10 meters was on the short side for a mech, but for a defensive mech, such a stature was quite advantageous. The low center of gravity ensured greater stability, and combined with the massive shield in hand, it was more than enough to withstand a massive insect swarm. As usual, her head was covered in a vibrant pink paint job. Atop her helmet, a long pink tassel fluttered in the wind, adding a touch of disharmony to the otherwise awe-inspiring Mecha girl's aura. Holding the massive shield, barely a head shorter than her, she unfolded it before stepping back, grabbing it and slamming it heavily onto the ground. Su Li, who hadn't yet boarded the Mecha, felt the ground shake. He quickly adjusted his balance, and finally found his balance. He turned to glare at the giggling shield, then grabbed the hand Lightning offered and leaped into the cockpit. Tripping him up? What a childish act. He kept saying he'd give him 3 moves, but he's already giving himself a blinding blow before the match even started. He slid directly into the driver's seat and donned his helmet. Their vision began to sync, their nerves connected. He could feel Lightning trembling slightly with excitement in front of him. He gently patted Lightning's waist twice and flipped the mech's control switch with his left hand. The roar of the engines began to escalate, and the huge red mech straightened its massive body from the field. She looked down at Jiandun, who was several meters shorter than her, and extended her palm to give her a thumbs-down gesture. In the stands, the girl stopped her wobbling legs and gazed intently at the field. A smile played on her lips, and her eyes shone brightly. Wow, the smell of fire is quite strong. In the field, Su Li's fingers danced across the keyboard. With a pull of the joystick, Lightning rushed forward at a rapid speed. Jiandun had said nice things, giving them 3 moves. But she was a defensive mech, lacking offensive means to begin with. The idea of letting them move was a joke. She wanted them to move, using their best defense. Underneath that pink fur was a shell full of brains. They say big breasts mean no brains, and Strong Shield was a living example. Her breasts were all brains. It's him. In the stands, the girl leaned forward involuntarily, half her body resting on the railing. Her breasts, bulging against each other, seemed to burst. The figure of Lightning, speeding across the field, caught her eye, sending a wave of heat through her body. The expansive, unrestrained movement was truly captivating. Closer, the training ground was not large, and the distance between the 2 mechas vanished in an instant under Lightning's terrifying acceleration and speed. The massive red mecha reached out and grasped the hilt of its sword as it moved forward. Its swift body slid to the right just as the 2 mechas were about to collide. Using its immense inertia, she effortlessly swung the great sword, wielding it with the agility of a feather, striking down with force. Yes, rather than drawing her own sword, it felt more like her massive blade was being swung. Jiandun, prepared to withstand a head-on attack, was caught off guard by Lightning's erratic movements. Her face paled, and in panic, she twisted her body, using the small shield on her back to meet Lightning's incoming blow. A grinding sound echoed, and dazzling sparks flew. Feeling the immense force, Jiandun cried out in pain, her face turning pale. Was this still the same Lightning R5 that only knew how to go straight in the arena? Jiandun's mind flashed back to her ghostly figure. How did she manage to change direction so suddenly at such close range? Didn't she need to worry about her stability? No. Lightning had never done anything like this in previous matches. She always went straight, then crashed straight into her opponent or the stands. There was no way she could have turned. At most, she just deflected and crashed into the platform. How on earth did she do that? Zhang Chumping's panicked voice echoed from the cockpit. Shut up. Focus. Her chaotic thoughts flashed through her mind, and she subconsciously searched for Lightning's figure. But all she saw was the stands or the edge of the field. In her mind, Lightning would never be able to complete the turn. The stands would inevitably be her final destination. Lightning's strike didn't quite land, and Su Li instantly seized the reaction force from the friction. With a few gentle swings of the joystick, Lightning, with only 15% braking force remaining, smoothly completed the turn. The heavy sword that had struck the ground, inertia, swung back and pierced the raised corner of the round shield behind the sturdy shield. The entire movement looked like the heavy sword had struck the ground, rebounded, and lodged itself in the gap. Lightning's face flushed. In less than 10 seconds, she once again experienced the exhilarating pleasure of Su Li's exquisite control. The machine he had fine-tuned was smoother than ever, speeding across the field like a dance. She seemed like a red elf, swift as the wind, her body so light and agile that it seemed almost intangible. The transition between movement and stillness was a naked display of skill, causing her to bite her lower lip tightly, her whole body trembling with excitement. A red figure stood behind Jiandun, deliberately thrusting the heavy sword forward twice to prevent Jiandun from noticing. The strange sensation on her back instantly made the pink hair on Jiandun's head stand up. She had no doubt that if she dared to move at this moment, the great sword would only need to push forward slightly to pierce her body. Cold sweat streamed down her cheeks, and Zhang Chongping felt a chill down his back as well. He swallowed and looked down. His palms were wet with sweat, and his hair stood on end. People react most vividly when faced with fear. Impossible. A scream echoed from the training ground. Jiandun could accept failure. But she could not accept an inexplicable failure. From beginning to end, she had no idea how the lightning had circled behind her. In the stands, the black-haired girl trembled with excitement. The railing before her was already warped by her grip. As the curve of her lips widened, it creaked and groaned, clearly unable to withstand the young woman's ravages. I found you. A dangerous glint flashed in her eyes, and she bit her lower lip tightly. Hangying, do you see? I want him to be my pilot. He's mine. Only mine. The woman in black behind her raised her eyes, and for the first time, her voice held a hint of uncertainty. Miss, is it possible that this strike was just a coincidence? No. You don't understand. There are no coincidences in this world. Just like how he and I met, wasn't it because of that one step I took? In the training ground, Jiandun glared fiercely at lightning before him, clenching the giant shield tightly. She was filled with resentment. She slammed the shield to the ground and roared at lightning. Come again. Chapter 9. In the cockpit, Suli looked at the flushed lightning in front of him with some concern. Although the system indicated that the mecha girl herself was normal, seeing her appearance still made him a little worried. Lightning, can you still hold on? Lightning blinked, looked at the sturdy shield outside, and nodded with a dazed look. Don't worry, Master. I can do it. That's good. Since there's no problem, let's play with this unyielding child together. Lightning nodded heavily at this. Master said play, so it's play. If the child doesn't behave, he deserves a spanking. Relax. Leave everything to me. The red lightning began its assault again. From the beginning, Suli particularly enjoyed lightning's acceleration. The feeling of being pushed back was truly addictive for anyone who yearned for speed. Faster. Faster. Lightning, your speed needs improvement. Don't hold back. Just trust me, and give yourself to me completely. Lightning nodded emphatically, completely releasing control of the mech and focusing on providing Suli with various numerical parameters. Her speed suddenly increased noticeably. The distance that the shield had deliberately created only bought her a second. She huddled behind the tower shield, her eyes fixed on the red figure before her. Left? Or right? With total concentration, she held the shield tightly, forcing her gaze to follow the figure. Too fast. She was even faster than before. The blue light from the thruster shone, and she clearly saw lightning suddenly tilt to the left. She immediately moved, adjusting the angle of the tower shield and pushing forward with full power. Shield strike. The expected collision never occurred. The red figure fainted, then appeared behind her. The shield tried to adjust, but it was too late. The red mech lowered its center of gravity, thrusters blasting to absorb some of the impact. With a twist, it again used its own inertia to complete its rotation. The heavy sword struck the round shield with a resounding gong. The round shield was behind the shield, so the sound was muffled. She was struck by such immense force that the entire mech nearly lost its footing and stumbled forward. But as her body rose uncontrollably, the great sword once again plunged between the shield and her body. The same position again. Jiandun was furious and anxious. Twice. She hadn't even seen how lightning did it. Was she really the lightning of the legends? For a moment, she even felt like the whole world had deceived her. Yes. The whole world was a liar. How could a mecha girl with a breaking rating of only 30 perform such a quick stop and turn? Impossible. It was simply impossible. The lightning before her wasn't even a lightning R5. She was an S-class mecha in the guise of a lightning R5. A new model she had never seen before. Otherwise, how could she, one of the few A-class mecha girls in the academy, be in such a state of disarray? Are you alright? From the cockpit, her pilot's frantic voice echoed. She wasn't alright. She was terribly alright. The defense she was so proud of hadn't worked as it should. This thick armor, and the round shield on her back, hadn't worked as it should. That round shield had once been her pride, yet twice it had been ignored and exploited by her opponent, who easily sent the sword flying right before her. If this were a battlefield, she would have died twice. Did you see how she circumvented? For the first time since leaving the factory, she felt powerless. Even as an S-rank mecha girl, she always been confident she could hold her own against them with just her defense. But now, lightning had easily trampled her pride on the ground. Solid Shield, having calmed down a bit, turned around and looked at the red figure who slowly carried the great sword back to his back. That familiar structure, there was only one in the world. Lightning R5. Is it because of that perverted logistics guy? How could it be? Wasn't he only good at adjusting mechas? Solid shield separated Zhang Chongping and immediately unfurled her own deployment. The shock and resentment within her washed over her, making her feel incredibly overwhelmed. Bean-sized tears rolled down, and her pinkahog drooped. She rubbed her eyes, her voice tearful, and said nothing as she turned and ran out of the training ground. Zhang Chongping scratched his head awkwardly, nodded at Lightning, and also ran out. Lightning and Su Li watched them disappear in silence. Do you think I went too far? After all, she is still young. Will it leave her with some psychological scars? Su Li touched Lightning's waist, speaking uncertainly. Lightning's delicate body trembled slightly, and she shook her head with a firm gaze. Master, you're overthinking it. It's best to spank children early. If you delay, they'll rebel. Su Li was shocked by this. You're right. I didn't have children in my previous life, so I don't understand child-related matters. I have to say, you machine girls know so much. You even have a wealth of parenting tips. Lightning blushed. For the first time in her life, she felt that reading more miscellaneous books was actually beneficial. At least the master praised her for it. I'll read more often. Set a small goal for myself. Finish A Woman in 7 Men tonight. But what the hell is a previous life? Does the master mean that he lived once? She gasped. She hadn't had time to read the time travel stories yet. Or perhaps, she should read the rebirth stories. 2 figures dressed in black slowly approached the training ground. The smaller figure wore a black Lolita dress and held an equally black paper umbrella. The taller one wore a well-ironed black suit and oversized black sunglasses. Her ponytail stood up high, giving her a very capable look. The 2 stopped at Lightning's feet. The girl in the Lolita dress slowly extended her delicate, fair hand toward Lightning, her red lips slightly parted in a look of superior arrogance. Now, I take in my own step. Come! My knight, I allow you to abandon that piece of trash, kneel before me, and pledge your loyalty. Lightning, what are we having for dinner tonight? There's food in the mess hall, shall we go? I'm all for you, master. Also, can I have some lubricant tonight? Not much, just a whole jar will do. Su Li thought for a moment, and nodded emphatically. Yes, but we got a deal. We can only have 1 jar at a time until we get the prize money. Otherwise, we won't have enough to eat before we earn the money. Oh, and I haven't experienced dissociation yet. Can you dissociate me? Lightning nodded, instantly enveloping Su Li with her mind, and sending him out of the cockpit. The gentle evening breeze brought a hint of warmth. Su Li took a deep breath of the training ground air before noticing the 2 people who had suddenly appeared before him. Lightning stood prettily behind Su Li, looking at them with a questioning look. Hey you, Hong Ying, Lightning looked at the 2 men standing there. For some reason, she immediately sensed ill intentions. She instinctively tugged at Su Li's arm and asked, What's going on? Hey Yu's brows furrowed, and she looked up at Lightning's hand gripping Su Li's arm, as if it were trash. You piece of trash is unworthy of speaking to me. My knight, I already taken a crucial step towards you. Therefore, you must show me the same sincerity. Su Li, ? She glanced at Lightning, who stood beside her, with a look of deep disdain, as if a single glance had tainted her vision. Throw away this piece of trash, sign a contract with me, and pledge your loyalty. I will grant you honor, as appropriate. Chapter 10. Su Li frowned. The Lolita dress, embroidered with gold thread and trimmed with vintage lace, exuded a sense of luxury. The sharp black nails on her slender fingers shone with depth. The arrogant girl before him was filled with condescension. Although he didn't know her status, the look she gave him, as if she were an ant, subconsciously repelled him. Not to mention that she began by mocking Lightning. He could feel Lightning's hand tremble subconsciously after the word trash uttered. He had repeatedly helped Lightning regain his confidence, not to be discouraged. He grasped Lightning's slightly cold hand, and gently stroked it twice. Then he looked up at Hong Ying, who was standing behind the girl. Is this your Chinibu? If he can't speak, take him home and teach him a lesson. And he's even giving him honor as he pleases? The right thing for this little brat is to go home and make a mess of his own piss. Those who constantly think about others clearly lack the discipline of society. Hey, you watched him gently caress Lightning's hand, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. She raised an eyebrow and looked up at Su Li before her. Are you serious? I, hey you, am an S-rank mecha girl. I'm afraid you never seen one before. Kneel before me. I'll make an exception and allow you to pledge your allegiance to me. You must know that ordinary people are unworthy of my favor. As she spoke, she extended her left hand toward Su Li once again. Hong Ying stepped forward and respectfully handed Suli a business card. He took it and examined it. The 4 golden characters aka industrial on the black and golden boss card gleamed brightly in the setting sun. Ha! Suli felt like he was about to laugh out loud. He knew that Aka Industry was a pillar industry in Nanchang City, boasting the largest mecha module production line in the province. It was a well-regarded enterprise in the province, with 23 affiliated module shops in Nanchang City alone. He hadn't imagined that the girl before him, boasting a grand prize of 2.58 million, was actually a mecha girl affiliated with Aka Industry. So what? Just because she was a mecha girl from Aka Industry, could he throw lightning? Why did she think he signed a contract with her just because he threw lightning? Because of her round face? Or her large breasts? Hey, you tilted her chin, observing Su Li's expression quietly, waiting for him to bow down to her and offer his dignity. She had seen countless self-righteous pilots. But in the end, without exception, they all succumbed to this business card. There were no exceptions. Su Li didn't glance at the girl again. He had already checked her attributes the moment he saw her. Hey UX 70. S-Class Mecha. Speed 80. Acceleration 90. Mobility 100. Stability 80. Defense 80. Braking 79. These attributes are highly sought after by most pilots. Besides its high maneuverability, its relatively average stats prove it has no weaknesses. A mecha like this, if released to the market, would undoubtedly be highly sought after. However, in Su Li's eyes, it simply lacks weaknesses. He even took a moment to glance at Hong Ying standing behind her. S-Class Mecha, Hong Ying D3. Speed 90. Acceleration 90. Mobility 101. Stability 60. Defense 65. Braking 70. Honestly, Hong Ying's panel appeals to Su Li more than Heiyu's. A warrior with high attack and agility, even if she has some shortcomings, her skills are more than enough to make up for them. As for the new baby-like mecha, they could just go wherever they wanted. Their well-balanced attributes held no appeal to him. Psycho! He ignored Heiyu's outstretched hand, returned the business card to Hong Ying, and, pulling lightning around them, walked towards the cafeteria. These 2 men, not even knowing each other, grabbed another mecha and started cursing, even trying to force a contract on him. And they even claimed to be attracted to him? There were plenty of people in the world who were attracted to him. What? He didn't even want to give up. Each of them was talking to themselves, truly thinking they were such big shots. So what about an S-rank mecha? So what about Aka Industry? If he couldn't afford to offend her, could he avoid her? Besides, a mere S-rank mecha. He believed that as long as he played a few matches with lightning, the top mechas would be within his reach. While higher attributes meant higher levels of control, a mecha wasn't the mecha of his previous life. A mecha with its own mind, no matter how high its rank, would be useless if it didn't mesh with his personality. Given Heiyu's arrogant and contemptuous personality, who would he really obey on the battlefield? There are many mecha girls in this world, and he wanted to keep his life and explore more. Swoosh! A sound that shouldn't have occurred on the training ground suddenly rang out. Su Li instinctively pulled lightning and crouched down. A long sword was stuck not far away, blocking the 2 people's path. Su Li's scalp instantly tingled. She drew her sword at the first sign of disagreement. And right behind her, he turned around in disbelief, only to see the girl already fully deployed. The black mecha was sharp and angular, giving off an oppressive feeling. The man and his armor were less than 5 meters apart. At this distance, Su Li had to look up to see her full form. The sword stuck in the ground was a stark warning. Take another step forward, and you'll see. Su Li looked coldly at the girl before him, anger boiling in his chest. What had he done? Just because of a few words, or just because she ignored him, she stuck her sword into the ground and threatened him. Su Li had been pointed at swords many times in his past life. But those people were all dead now. How dare she? A mecha girl, freely deploying and threatening humans with mecha weapons? Was it Aka Industry that gave her the confidence? He was almost laughing with anger. A mere so-called corporation, in this world, was considered a powerful force? Even powerful forces should have some sense of propriety, right? Article 2 of the first edition of the Mecha Girl Code. Mecha girls must not arbitrarily harm or intimidate humans. Perhaps, laws and regulations were nothing to her. Su Li narrowed his eyes, and walked straight to the side of the giant sword. He was tiny, barely taller than the sword. His eyes grew red as he roared at the black mech. Come on! Hit! Hit here! Didn't you ask me to try? Now I'm trying. A flicker of panic crossed the girl's eyes. She had never seen such a terrifying look. It was as if she wasn't facing a naive school pilot, but a murderer on the battlefield. She shuddered subconsciously, feeling somewhat bewildered. Gazing at those gradually crimson eyes, she felt her legs tremble slightly. Those crimson eyes seemed to hold a boundless sea of blood. Was he trying to kill her? Hong Ying immediately sensed Su Li's murderous intent, her eyes glaring as she dodged and shielded the mech. What's so great about that? You dare to challenge me? A fierce young woman's voice rang out from behind Hong Ying. Losing her momentum, she screamed like a chick. Let's bet our lives. Hong Ying will be my pilot. Let's have a duel. If I win, you throw that piece of trash away and follow me. From now on, your life is mine. What if I win? Su Li stood up straight and calmly met the mech's gaze. His eyes, however, grew redder. If you win, I'll spare that piece of trash beside you. I won't target her anymore. Su Li laughed out loud. This was the third time she had called Lightning trash, a piece of good-for-nothing. He turned around, gently grasped Lightning's trembling arms, and whispered, "Are you okay?" Lightning nodded hesitantly. She buried her head in her chest, as if that way she could mute the piercing screams. Su Li raised his hand to rub Lightning's head, then gently licked his lips. The taste of blood wafted over him. It turned out he had bitten his lip without realizing it. Looking at the red-haired Lightning huddled before him, he felt an inexplicable pang of distress. Don't worry. Leave it to me later. I'll teach her a lesson. Believe me, I never piloted a mech as good as yours. You're no loser. With me as your pilot, you're destined to shine brightly before everyone. He gently stroked her cheek and wiped away her tears. Behind her, the black-haired girl had already finished deploying. The black mech shone brightly, its sharp shoulder pads seeming to pierce the heavens. Chapter 11. In the cockpit, Su Li had never been so serious as he was today. Even in the duel with Jiandun, he had only tried his hand at it, more playful than anything else. But facing Heiyu's provocation forced him to get serious. He had never fought an S-rank mecha girl before. Looking at the silent Lightning before him, he suddenly realized that the hurt caused by others' words to her was far greater than he had imagined. He reached out and gently stroked her head, her red hair smooth and smooth. Lightning glanced back, her eyes slightly red. Su Li felt a pang of nervousness, almost afraid to meet Lightning's gaze. Go! He put on his helmet and started the mecha. Lightning turned back, a hint of determination in her eyes. She stared intently at the flamboyant black mecha before her, gritting her teeth and bracing herself to the utmost. He had finally found hope in the depths of his gloom. How could she surrender her hopes with just one sentence? Whether she was useless or not was beyond Heiyu's control. Until Su Li found a mecha truly suited to him, at least for now, he remained in his own cockpit. He was her pilot, her master. Let's go, Lightning. Give our sword-loving kid a lesson. He flipped a series of knobs, his right hand gripping the joystick. Before them, the black mecha had already drawn its sword and was speeding towards them. Her armor was incredibly streamlined, giving her great advantage in breaking through wind resistance. Her own hardness attributes weren't rated for it, but her armor helped her achieve it. 160 kilometers per hour, engaging in 2 seconds. Su Li wasn't surprised by the opponent's lack of martial ethics. He watched the black light rushing forward slowly, his eyes flickering slightly. He realized the movement they were employing was exactly what he always used. He had only used this movement twice before, once at the municipal arena, and once just now. She had learned it at the municipal arena, following the traces left behind. This gave him a new appreciation for the mecha girl's learning ability. Were all mecha girls like this, or was she an exception? He didn't dwell on it. Operational techniques weren't something you could just learn. They seemed simple, but beginners often misinterpreted the movements. Faced with the speeding black mecha, he didn't even make any extra moves. Master! Here they come! Lightning couldn't help but feel anxious. Seeing the black light approaching, she instinctively made a dodging move, but Su Li's slap on her but abruptly interrupted her. He stepped on his feet, tilting his right joystick slightly forward. The mech remained stationary, and with a simple tilt, it dodged the sharp sword. Lacking a powerful initial velocity, he simply tilted the mech slightly, like a human. The simpler the operation, the more it challenges the pilot's micromanagement skills. Su Li's brain was now overloaded, his hands on the keyboard, repeatedly revising the commands, striving for maximum precision. Lightning watched the giant sword graze her face, her heart in her throat. She could even clearly sense the blast of air carried by the sword's edge. Miss, he dodged. Hong Ying's eyes widened, unable to believe what he saw. As if he had seen through their tactics, he suddenly changed his style. In the stands, The lightning he controlled had focused on speed and agility. Therefore, Heiyu's initial tactic was to use speed for close combat. Lightning's vaunted acceleration was completely useless at a distance of over 200 meters. If she closed in quickly, lightning, with its poor braking ability, would have difficulty turning on the spot using inertia. The choice of tactics was flawless. Heiyu had learned the moves perfectly. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so confident as to demonstrate them in front of Su Li. But the next moment, she realized that her shortcomings were far more profound. Even if she had learned the moves, they still wouldn't be the key to victory. Facing Heiyu's force braking and turning to swing his sword, Lightning extended his right foot. It landed right between Heiyu's legs. She applied the brakes with her front foot, and just as she lifted her back foot, she tripped over Lightning's leg. The entire mech tilted, and under the immense momentum, she flew forward, crashing into the stands behind Lightning. There was a loud bang, and the ground shook a few times. Caught off guard, Hongying didn't even have time to react. Her sole role in the cockpit was to disarm Heiyu and start the mech. Heiyu didn't let her interfere with the actual controls. Even if she did, it would be useless. In Heiyu's cockpit, the coldness on Hongying's face melted, and for the first time ever, she showed some expression. She was in a state of panic, her heart pounding as if it was about to burst from her throat. It's over. Knowing her young lady's temperament well, she suddenly regretted not stopping her impulsive behavior. If it weren't for that sword strike, perhaps everything could have been turned around. She subconsciously felt that things might be getting serious. Lightning watched Heiyu rushing towards her, watched her thrust her sword, watched the deflected blades whistling with the wind. But she simply sidestepped under her master's control and extended her legs. Watching Heiyu fly and crash into the stands, for a moment, she suddenly realized she looked a lot like her former self. At least, the way she crouched on the platform was similar. Her master might be a bit mean. She wrote down this tripping trick in her notebook when she got home, so she wouldn't forget it on her data terminal one day. Ah! I'm going to kill you! Heiyu, in the stands, rose awkwardly, brandishing his sword and slashing down at Su Li. Lightning sidestepped again, his one-handed sword brushing against his armor as it slashed into the ground. Su Li used his hands and feet, pedaling to control the movement of his upper and lower limbs. He grabbed Heiyu's arm with one hand and threw him over his shoulder with a backheel throw. The training ground was filled with dust. The violent jolt threw Hongying straight out of the cockpit, slamming her hard against the handle of the control console. The red figure slowly approached Heiyu, picked up the great sword from the ground, raised it high, and plunged it straight into the ground less than 5 centimeters from Heiyu's face, until the hilt was broken. At this moment, only a sliver of the sun's afterglow remained on the training ground. The red figure, against the crimson sky, shone faintly golden. Heiyu stared at the golden mecha under the crimson light, her teeth nearly gnashing. She couldn't accept this outcome. Her defeat was even more disastrous than that of the shield. How could she, an S-rank mecha girl, be defeated by an A-rank piece of trash? Master. Master, thank you. Lightning had so much to say, but the words were on the tip of her tongue, unable to come out. She had witnessed firsthand how swift Su Li's hand was. Despite the simplicity of the movement, she could receive 6 commands to correct the mecha in under 2 seconds. If her processing power hadn't been good, her brain would have been fuming by now. Even so, she felt dazed, as if she were in a dream. Such operations didn't just exist in anime, they existed in reality too. Lightning subconsciously took control of her body and began to simulate. But as soon as she took a step, her entire body lurched, as if her footing had lost its footing. Terrified, Su Li quickly took control and pulled her body back together. Slow down. I made some minor adjustments to your attributes. Stability has improved, but braking has worsened accordingly. Forget today, any later, and the cafeteria's spare ribs will be gone. Tomorrow, we'll go to the training ground together so you can get used to it. Yes. Lightning nodded emphatically. Su Li glanced at the distant training ground gate and quickly controlled Lightning to run towards it. Behind him, Heiyu slowly sat up straight. She stared blankly at the golden and red figure and rose from the ground. The greatsword remained stuck in the ground beside her, but she felt as if it had pierced her heart. She removed the massive howitzer grenade launcher from her back. With a faintly maniacal smile on her lips, she pointed the gun at the retreating figure and pulled the trigger. Miss, please. Hongying instinctively tried to seize control. But it was too late. She could only watch helplessly as the grenade, trailing white smoke, streaked across the sky. Chapter 12. A chilling feeling washed over him, a nagging instinct Su Li had cultivated on the battlefield. He instantly caught the faint whistling of a grenade, and a shrill lock-on alarm rang out in the cockpit. Amidst a flash of red light, the crimson mech spun on the spot, instantly grasping the great sword on its back. The broadsword flew out of his hand, hurling itself towards the grenade. Bang! A resounding bang echoed through the training ground. The greatsword flew back, stabbing fiercely into the ground. The hilt still trembled, and before it could fully come to a stop, it was grasped by a speeding figure. The bright red mech burst through the grenade's smoke and rushed out, dragging its sword across the ground with one hand, sending sparks of fire flying in its wake. In just 3 seconds, it had completed the maneuver from the gate to the stands. No, you can't do this. The black mech, overwhelmed by his aura, tumbled to the ground, its spent grenade launcher falling to the side. She crawled backwards, using her hands and knees, for just a few steps before reaching the stands. Before she could adjust and dodge to the side, the giant sword was there. Sully was no good. Never. Repeated threats to his life, even from the highest echelons of heaven, would not do that. Being locked in a grenade's path made cold sweat run down his back. For the first time in 20 years, he faced a life-or-death crisis in this world. His remaining sanity forced him to swing the giant sword away from the cockpit. The giant sword slashed down, sending the black mecha's head, ablaze with colorful lights, soaring high into the air before tumbling to the ground. Sully stepped on the skull, the tip of his sword pointed diagonally towards the black feather cockpit. What are you doing? Stop! Who is using weapons of mass destruction in the training ground? At the edge of the training ground, ground maintenance personnel, alerted to the explosion, rushed in and surrounded the two mechs. They dared to use mech-specific weapons of mass destruction without permission in the Academy's training grounds. This was no ordinary accident. At the very least, it was murder. At the most, it was the mech girl's attempt to defy Federation law. It was challenging the mech girl code of conduct established by the mech island. It was openly provoking conflict between humans and mech girls, undermining their collaborative relationship. This warrants a court-martial. The crowd in the field grew larger and larger. The explosion attracted not only the field instructors, but also many students. Normally, the training grounds would be deserted at this time of day, but even now, the crowd seemed to be gathering. Many people who entered the training ground gasped at the sight before them. They didn't see the crater left by the massive weapon explosion, but they did see the head under the red mech's feet. A golden logo fluttered across the chest of a black mech sprawled on the edge of the stands. Many people recognized that logo. The venue erupted in a commotion. What a vengeance! Their head was chopped off. While this kind of damage wasn't fatal to the mech girl, the psychological trauma of being beaten like that must be immense. Furthermore, the mech's senses were closely tied to its human form. With the external mech decapitated, the one inside was likely in no better shape. Stop it! Stop it! Who are your teachers? Contact them now. Otherwise, we'll call the joint inspection team. Sully ignored the pleas of the others. Even at this point, they were still trying to smooth things over, calling for a teacher? Unauthorized use of weapons of mass destruction. Is that something a teacher can solve? Didn't you just see the logo on the opposing mech and come here to try to make yourself familiar? What? Are you still counting on Aka Industrial to give you a discount? Manipulating the red lightning, he crouched low, speaking word by word. One with a giant sword, the other with a mech-specific howitzer. I don't have that kind of temper. Aka Industrial owes me an explanation for this. If you have the guts, ban me completely. If you can't, no Aka Industrial mech in the arena will ever leave with its head intact. He straightened up and pointed his sword at the surrounding surveillance equipment. I reserve the right to appeal. I think both the Human Council and the Mechanical Island will be curious about how a crappy S-rank mecha girl bypassed operational procedures and gained direct authorization to use weapons and attack humans. Aka Industry? I know who to give the necessary materials to. Heiyu stepped forward coldly and stomped heavily on Heiyu's cockpit. Heiyu, huh? What do you think of your old rival Sanch and Heavy Industry? In Heiyu's cockpit, the black-haired girl curled up into a ball, trembling with fear. She didn't answer Sully's question. Right now, she couldn't even open her mouth. For a moment, she clearly felt the sword thrusting towards the cockpit. The intense pain in her neck was bearable. But as soon as she closed her eyes, she could see the sword piercing straight at her. It was as if the sword had already pierced her heart. Hong struggled to her feet and crawled to Heiyu's side. She had barely approached, before his skin touched hers, when she instinctively shuddered. Hong looked down and saw a pool of pale green liquid slowly flowing from beneath Heiyu. She actually leaked it out of shock. Hong mind was already a tangle of confusion at Sully's question, and she had no idea how to respond. Heiyu was too reckless. The greatsword alone was enough to get her into trouble. She hadn't even realized it, unleashing a battlefield weapon on the training ground. How could she be fighting a duel? This was a repeated attempt to kill someone. Now she still had the chance to curl up in the cockpit and leak, thanks to his generosity. The mecha's exterior screen began to shatter beneath Lightning's feet. The tiny fragments crackled and fell uncontrollably. Hongying suddenly realized that the other party might not be as magnanimous as she had imagined. A wry smile flashed across her face. Anyone in such a situation would probably be too lenient. Heiyu was now completely consumed by fear and self-doubt. As the external screen shattered with a crisp sound, her entire body trembled. At this moment, she no longer considered Suli her destined knight. She could no longer utter insults. Suli called Zhang Chongping and asked him to go to the monitoring room and make a copy of all the footage. Then he called the inspection team. The people outside were just shouting. No one actually called. No problem, he called. In the Lightning's cockpit, Suli removed his helmet, the crimson in his eyes slowly fading. He didn't rush to unfurl Lightning. He simply remained planted on Heiyu motionless. He ignored the group outside, who couldn't even stand straight, their eyes fixed on Aka Industrial. In just 3 minutes, a dozen sounds of piercing the air merged and rapidly approached. A blue and white mecha hovered in midair, appearing above the training ground. The black muzzle of its gun pointed at the two mechas on the ground, slowly descending. Chapter 13. Suli was destined to miss the spare ribs in this small cafeteria. But surprisingly, the food in the inspection team cafeteria was equally delicious. Lightning's face was puffy, and the plates in front of her were piled high. But she didn't look out of place at all. Because in the entire cafeteria, all the mech girls had plates piled high in front of them. Instead, the single plate in front of Suli stood out. His gaze wandered over the mech girls in the restaurant. They all wore blue and white uniforms and berets, looking exceptionally capable. The system scanned silently, and a stream of data quietly entered his mind. These mech girls in the inspection team had autonomous piloting privileges, so they didn't have pilots. They were a field force directly under the mechanical island. Each one had access to unlock Class 2 weapons, urban combat equipment, excluding weapons of mass destruction. Under special circumstances, the captain could remove access to Class 2 weapons, primarily for combat and capture of mech girls. "Is the food to your liking?" A somewhat cold voice sounded beside him. He turned and saw a bulging chest beneath a white uniform. A button struggled against it, ready to run away at any moment. Sharp Sword 038, the supervising officer in charge of your case. The woman with long black hair smiled at Suli and extended her hand. Suli shook her hand and nodded. Her hand was round and large, and looked and felt very good. "If you like it, you can eat more. Just use my card. Your case has been cleared. Aka Industrial will send a representative to discuss compensation with you. When everything is over, come back for my signature and file the case closure certificate." "So then, are we like that? There's nothing to be said about this anymore?" Lightning's mouth was full of food, and her words were barely articulate. But it was clear she was trying. Sharp Sword 038 nodded and sat down next to Lightning. Her long black hair fell to her shoulders, and she lightly rested her chin on her hand, tilting her head to look at Lightning. "Is there enough to eat? We also have lubricant here. It might not be as good as yours, but it's a team-only supply. Let me tell you, not even ordinary mecha girls have tried it." "Really? Then I'll go get some." Lightning's eyes flashed with surprise. She picked up 038's card and ran to the vending window. "Sorry to have cost you money." Suli scratched his head a little sheepishly and gave 038 an apologetic smile. 038 waved his hand nonchalantly, then suddenly turned and looked at Suli. With a sly smile in her eyes, she whispered, "Have you ever flown a pilot for the inspectorate?" Suli was stunned, then shook his head in astonishment. "Then remember this. I'll treat you to dinner today, you owe me one. If you have a chance, come to our inspectorate training grounds. All the sisters in our third squad are waiting for you." She raised an eyebrow and glanced off to the side, with an ambiguous expression. Suli followed her gaze, and saw a dozen little heads popping out from the corner at the end of the corridor, all peering in their direction. "I'm not kidding. We already seen the original video of you piloting Lightning. As you know, the inspectorate doesn't have a pilot. So, this is a rather unwelcome request. If you can find time to teach us, we in the inspectorate will cover your Lightning's meals." She turned to glance at Lightning, who was still waiting in line to buy something, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. What a lucky girl. With such poor braking, she actually found a pilot capable of handling her. Was it fate that hadn't given up on her, Or was it simply destiny? She turned around and looked at Suli before her. She had reviewed all the information on him. From birth to present, there was nothing unusual that could explain his current driving skills. Could it be that he was truly gifted? Did he fall into a cave during a childhood outing, something undocumented? She had watched the video evidence no less than 5 times. As a spectator, watching Lightning's various actions in the video made her blood boil, nearly thrashing the engine. Let alone letting Suli take the wheel. Thinking of it, she couldn't help but squeeze her legs under the table. After get off work, she might be able to make a copy, and then go back to the dorm and redo it 5 times. How about it? If you agree, I can arrange an official position for you within the team. With this ID, Aka Industry will have to consider carefully what they want to do. They're responsible for this incident. However, the situation with Heiyu's Mecha is somewhat special. While it can't be directly recycled, getting her out would require a significant price. 038 winked at Suli. Don't be so easily satisfied, on your part. Suli nodded in understanding. Okay, what you're saying is fine. I'll come over once a week for an afternoon. Is that okay with you? Upon hearing this, 038 nearly jumped in surprise. She lowered her crossed legs, slumped over the table, and scooted closer to Suli. Twice a week is okay. You know, the Mecha girls have big appetites. So there's no need to set a limit. You can bring Lightning over for dinner, and give us a few minutes of instruction. Suli frowned, pondering, then slowly shook his head. I'm afraid not. How about this? Twice during the weekdays, and one random afternoon on the weekend. He hadn't finished his words, when he felt his hand being gripped by a hydraulic clamp, violently shaking it up and down. Though it was only a few times, he felt as if every bone in his body was about to break apart. Okay. Then it's a deal. 038 smiled, and gestured towards the back of the hallway. Cheers erupted from the other side, and a dozen Mecha girls rushed over, surrounding Suli. Instructor Su, when is our first class? Do we need numbers? The team leader is number 1, and I'm number 2. Is that okay? Instructor Su, I'm number 3. What do you mean you're number 2, and she's number 3? Everyone except the team leader drew lots fairly. Suli was only aware of the chattering of the girls around him, and he couldn't quite hear what they were saying. The only thing he could feel was the buttons on their chests. They look round, but why do they prick my face? What are you doing? What are you doing? Hurry. Let me go! Outside the crowd, Lightning was bouncing around with lubricant in her hand, but she couldn't squeeze in. Her face was puffy, and she suddenly felt something slipping away from her, leaving a sense of emptiness within her. That's it, Master. What are you doing? Chapter 14. Suli was completely dazed upon exiting the inspection team's office building. Lightning tugged at Suli's arm with a hint of resentment, her cheeks puffed slightly, as she walked forward angrily. They had only been together a few days, but she had already lost her initial aloofness. She would often act like a little girl in front of Suli, a slight incongruity with her aloof demeanor and appearance. Suli let Lightning pull him forward. He felt utterly ashamed. An ace pilot. Even the Mecha didn't faint, but she fainted from breast milk. If this were to be made public, wouldn't it be a laughingstock? Lightning, thank you. He thanked Lightning sincerely. If she hadn't desperately pulled him out, he would have fainted from suffocation. Lightning? ? Nothing. Thank you for trusting me at the training ground today. Master skills are superior. I barely helped. Lightning shook her red head, and the initial frustration vanished. Thinking back to today at the training ground, chasing after an S-rank Mecha girl and beating her up, even severing her head with a single sword strike, she felt like she was dreaming. She had only been with Suli for a few days, and she already had so many dreams. She was truly afraid of waking up suddenly, and realizing it was all just a fantasy. Master, could I really have accomplished all those operations today? She turned and stood at the corner of the street, looking at Suli with a hint of confusion in her eyes. A gentle breeze rustled her hair. Suli sensed her restlessness and rubbed her head vigorously before saying to him seriously, "Don't worry. As long as you review it a few more times, you'll find that you can actually do better." Lightning nodded at this, grasping Suli's restless hand and cradling it in her arms for the first time. His hand was warm, bringing peace of mind. Master, will Aka Industry really let this go? How is that possible? I don't know the true origins of that Chunibyu, but to have saved Aka Industry after suffering such a heavy loss, they must be someone powerful. They won't do anything overtly though. What they might do behind the scenes is hard to say. Then, wouldn't that put you in real danger? Suli glanced sideways at his arm, mired in the wound, and suddenly felt that he was in real danger. Nothing? They're just playing some tricks, like keeping us from the competition. Lightning blinked her eyes upon hearing this. Then, I finally understand why Master agreed to those mech girls from the inspection team. Master, don't worry. I'll eat less while we're together. Once we're at the inspection team, I'll eat as much as I can, and try to eat one meal for 3 days. Don't worry, Master, I won't overwork you. Suli was speechless. The feeling of being looked down upon by his own mech girls was truly a delicate one. But he couldn't just sit there and wait for the money to run out. But if Aka Industry really used tricks to ban him from the competition, how else could he earn food for his mech girls in the inspection team? 038 watched the video of Lightning's attack frame by frame. Every time she watched it, she couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The small terminal screen played the video over and over again, and a dozen heads huddled together, their faces flushed. Captain, are Lightning stats really that good? Then why hasn't she played a proper match in the past 5 years? 038 shook his head. The Lightning's data shows breaking performance as a major flaw. Didn't you see? Suli was making adjustments through a series of commands while piloting her. The complexity of his operations makes one wonder if he's even human. He's not human. If our mecha core is overclocked, it can handle over a dozen commands simultaneously. But that leaves us with no spare capacity to process other information. Action, reaction, his entire operation isn't difficult to replicate, but the challenge is taking into account all the factors involved. Just thinking about it makes me think the core is overclocking. How fast can his hands be? With the frequent command adjustments in the video, he'd have to make at least 3 changes in 2 seconds. Wouldn't his hands cramp? 3 times in 2 seconds? Are you kidding? Twice a second is more like that. Oh my god. Throwing a sword to hit a grenade. I could watch this scene for a year. 038 covered his head. For the first time, he felt that these girls under his command were incredibly annoying. Don't you have your own terminals? What's the point of huddling together like that? Go away, go and look after yourselves. She covered her terminal, turned, and walked out. Inside the room, the group of android girls gathered again, chattering and discussing something. In the makeshift cell, Hei-Yu huddled in a corner, still trembling uncontrollably. Honging sat beside her, even her breathing was whispered. Completely terrified, Hei-Yu couldn't tolerate even the slightest noise around her. She was like a frightened bird, screaming and leaking fluid at the slightest noise. Honging couldn't even get close, couldn't touch her. In the end, she could only remain quietly by her side. Outside the cell, 038's gaze held a hint of coldness. Looking at Hei-Yu before her, she suddenly recalled the sword strike in the video. Perhaps she should report this. With Su Li's skills, he could easily be protected by higher-ups. But then, the sisters in their third squad would have to compete with the entire bureau. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt a little guilty. Forget it. Suppress it. Use all her authority to suppress this matter for at least a week. At the very least, let everyone in the third squad experience Su Li's driving skills. Determined, 038 cast one last glance at the terrified Hei-Yu, and before leaving, deliberately struck the bars with the baton at her waist. Dang! Hei-Yu shuddered again in the cell and screamed. Honging instinctively wanted to hug her, but before she could even stretch her hand out, Hei-Yu kicked and shoved her aside. Her clothes were disheveled, her entire body wet and stained with antifreeze. Her hair was a mess, and her delicate makeup was smudged. She looked nothing like her usual ladylike self. She looked worse than a street beggar. Honging had no choice but to curl up in another corner of the cell, watching Hei-Yu freak out. Alas! Some people just can't let go. Do they think money means they can do whatever they want? They really think any idiot can become a mecha girl? That's right, they're going crazy just because their head is chopped off. With that kind of mentality, they'd be better off just going back to the furnace. Don't. You're different. You can go back to the furnace if you want, but others can't. Some have spent a fortune, and can't bear to part with it. Ha! If I were like that, I'd destroy my core. Not human, not mecha girl. What a wretch. If there were more of them, we have nothing to do but deal with these disputes all day. 2 mecha girls passed by the cell door, looking at them with disdain. Unable to contain herself any longer, Honging threw herself at the cell door, clutching the bars tightly, her face etched with rage. What do you know? What do you understand? She's a human. She's my eldest daughter. She's not a mecha girl. You clearly know nothing, nothing at all, so how can you be so careless and talk without any hesitation? The patrolman outside paused, turned back to the hysterical Honging, and said flatly, Why? Because mecha girls and humans are allies. Any action intended to divide us will not be tolerated. Are the principles of your brain fed to dogs? Hong Ying paused, then slowly slumped to the ground. But hey you, she's really just a human. Chapter 15. In the hangar, Su Li was sweating profusely. In front of him stood 2 shoeboxes, each containing 16 steel balls, rapidly maneuvering within them. He used his 10 fingers to manipulate the balls, preventing them from hitting the bottom of the boxes. The rapidly moving balls bounced back and forth within the boxes. But every time they fell, a finger cleverly intercepted them and launched them back out. His arms were red, like branding irons. Veins popped out from his hands. Lightning, standing by, said nothing, staring intently at the steel balls maneuvering back and forth within the boxes. Their speed didn't increase, as Su Li was constantly adjusting their velocity and angle. Even so, the 32 steel balls were no longer visible to the naked eye. All that could be heard was the clacking sound of the balls hitting the tops of the shoeboxes. She finally understood the source of Su Li's hand speed. Without using core computing, she could only control 3 or 4 of these steel balls simultaneously. Su Li, on the other hand, had 16 in each hand. Lightning nervously glanced at the shoebox, then back at Su Li, fearing his eyes would split open in a disagreement. How on earth did he do it? Was each side of his brain controlling a hand? Lightning frowned as she simulated this in her mind, only to find that after a short while, she crashed, and a puff of smoke rose from her head. Su Li persisted in this practice every day, not seeking breakthroughs, but simply to maintain her ace pilot status. Warm water. Lightning regained consciousness, and quickly moved the bucket over. Su Li stood up and, amid the clattering sound of the steel balls, doused his arms in the bucket. He breathed a sigh of relief. Master, you're truly amazing. Really? You're amazing too. In less than 2 days, you already mastered low-speed turns on your own. How's that? Any insights? Lightning tilted her head, happily accepting Su Li's praise. Master, when I was practicing, I felt like my braking was getting worse. I don't know if it was an illusion. I felt like my stability had improved. That's why I adapted so quickly. It's not an illusion. I manually modified your attributes during the tuning process. Su Li pulled his arm out of the bucket and began to relax. Intense training, if not relaxed promptly, can lead to muscle stiffness. Any slackness, and this stiffness can lead to uncontrollable disasters on the battlefield. Master, are you saying? You can adjust the inherent attributes of the Mecha girl? Lightning's eyes widened, and realizing what she had said, she instinctively covered her mouth. After a moment, she lowered her voice and whispered, Is this the legendary, inherent skill of a Super S-class pilot? Super S? Su Li raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he heard of a Super S-class pilot above S-class. Isn't it you? I heard from other pilot girls that Super S-class pilots have special skills. They're just their own trump cards though, so no one usually knows what they are. Master, you? Tell me quietly, are you a Super S-class pilot? Super S? I'm a shrew. He rolled his eyes, and pulled his crumpled pilot license from the gap in the sofa. Lightning quickly took it with both hands, bowed reverently, and then slowly opened it. A huge sea nearly blinded her. Master, this is a shady deal. You're such a superstar. And they only gave you a C-class license. Shoo. Su Li gestured to her for silence, then lowered his voice as well. Is it possible that all newly issued pilot licenses are C-class? Lightning blinked, a look of sudden realization on his face. That's right. Master, then upgrade quickly. Don't panic. Keep a low profile. Lightning slapped Su Li's thigh hard, causing him to hunch back like a shrimp. I know. Master, isn't this the legendary playing the pig to eat the tiger? I read about it in books. You might as well slap me to death. And then eat me. He rubbed his thigh furiously, and just from that, his leg went numb. At least physically, he could no longer feel his thigh. Read less of those idle books. No, sorry, Master. I didn't mean to. Realizing his mistake, Lightning instinctively reached out to rub it, but Su Li quickly jumped away, clutching her leg. It was already numb, and if she rubbed off another layer of skin, he'd be in the hospital. Why would he drive a plain girl anymore? Let her drive him. Go make some eggs. When you can run 5 kilometers holding an egg, never come near me again. Lightning pouted, glumly pulling 2 eggs from the small refrigerator. Holding them in his hands, he obediently began running laps around the hangar. Old Su, are you there? I already come in if you were there. Zhang Chumping's voice came from outside, and within 2 seconds, he had pushed the door open. So, is there any special meaning to your previous question? Suli was furious when Zhang Chongping pushed the door open without waiting for a reply. Living in the hangar was free, but it also had its drawbacks. Anyone could come as they pleased, and there was no privacy for most of the day. You're still fuming over these details when disaster strikes. I heard today that the academy seems to be taking action against you. The dean's gang is colluding with the people at the training ground and says they want to expel you. Suli listened, unconcerned, and continued rubbing his thigh. Did you hear me? This is a big deal. If they really expel you for this, those bastards have absolutely no moral composure. I haven't heard of Aka Industry putting pressure on the college. It seems more like a bunch of people trying to curry favor. Expel me, if I want. What else can this crappy school teach me? If I didn't have a hangar where I could make some money, who would want to stay here? You're awesome, you're so arrogant. Your dad beat you right up. I'm really looking for trouble, aren't I? Our maintenance professor, Mecha professor, and dean of studies just got into a fight. Both groups are defending you. I just don't know what the outcome will be. But anyway, this is how you are in my eyes. He gave Suli a thumbs up, then dug into his pocket and pulled out an invitation. Here, the professor asked me to pass it on. There's a city-level competition at the municipal arena this weekend. He said he secretly intercepted this invitation from a senior student. Take it, and make sure you excel in the competition. Suli reached out to take it, his mind racing to Professor Zhang's wrinkled face. He knew he eventually switched to mecha piloting, but he still reserved the resources for himself at the crucial moment. He surveyed the hangar, crammed with materials. Everything here was obtained for him with old Zhang's approval. Even the news about lightning was from him. Suli remained silent for a moment, staring at the invitation before him. His grip on it suddenly tightened. Okay. Tell old Zhang I'll be at the competition this weekend. Don't worry. I won't embarrass him. Zhang Chongping placed his arm on Suli's shoulder and raised an eyebrow. What's your story? It's been over a day. Has anyone from AKA come? Suli shook his head. No. That's out of the question. Such a large company, and they're so inefficient. Oh, and I got a little gossip. Damn it. You really don't know until you ask, and it's shocking once you do. What's wrong? You're talking nonsense. Zhang Chongping peered outside the hangar and lowered his voice. Do you know who that mech girl you messed with is? That's AKA. The daughter of an industrial boss. Suli glanced at Zhang Chongping like he was idiot. Are you done with your bullshit? TSK. Why don't you believe it? I didn't believe it at first either. This person and the robot girl are two completely different people. But then I heard some gossip. The more I thought about it, the more it seemed like it. They say that someone named Hey, he has had the memories of a dead person implanted in him. I'm not sure if that's true, but if you think about it, robot girls have their own consciousness. So, replacing that consciousness isn't impossible. Suli glanced at Zhang Chongping. This news truly shocked him. So, is she a human or a robot girl? Chapter 16. Is this really possible? Can a human mind really be transferred to a mecha girl? He glanced at Lightning, who was still circling the hangar, and began to ponder certain possibilities. Zhang Chongping's words left Suli restless for a long time. If what he said was true, then how should her use of weapons be defined? If it were a mecha girl, it would naturally violate the mecha girl's ironclad laws. But if it were a human, under certain circumstances, it could easily be attempted murder. No wonder 038 said the matter was a bit complicated. He had assumed it was due to external factors, but he hadn't imagined it was due to this. He stopped thinking about it, and instead considered the technology itself. If this technology is sophisticated enough, wouldn't humans be able to replace the bodies of mecha girls at will, achieving intellectual freedom and immortality? Is this world's technology so advanced? No. That's unrealistic. Mecha girls also possess self-awareness. From the very beginning, consciousness first emerges, and then mechas are born based on ideology. Your theory is probably untenable. Wouldn't there be problems if they were replaced mid-process? Like the mecha disintegrating? Zhang Chongping shook his head, shrinking his neck as if conjuring up some image. Then I don't know. The birth of mecha girls is a mystery. Furthermore, it's a top secret on Mecha Island, far from our ability to spy on them. Perhaps they simply sent a carrier containing memories into the place where the mecha girls on Mecha Island develop consciousness. Maybe that would work. Then the mecha born in this way is his daughter? Whatever the specific process, isn't the result obvious? I don't know whether he recognizes that cheap father. At least the CEO of Aka Industrial recognizes his daughter. Because from what I hear, This doesn't seem to be her first time causing trouble. So how did you handle it before? Zhang Chongping thought for a moment and said with a sigh, most of them just pay the bill. But your case might be different this time. Why? Why else could it be? You're already leaking fluid from the injection. And you still have the nerve to ask why? Let's not even talk about whether it's shameful or not. When she unrolled, she must have been completely devastated. With such a huge psychological trauma, all I can say is, old Sue, you're on your own best. Heh! Whose side are you on? So was it wrong for me to resist? Should I just stand there and let her kill me? Zhang Chongping slapped himself and gave Su Li a flattering bow. You know, I didn't mean that. By the way, let me remind you. Remember to register in advance on Sunday. The professor and I will be watching you. Don't worry. I'll definitely remember. Are you sure? Then tell me, what day is it today? Today? Friday? Su Li was a little unsure. He seemed to have barely attended classes since he got back from lightning. Zhang Chongping rolled his eyes, took a deep breath, and finally recovered. Tomorrow. Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock sharp. Remember. Go to the registration counter at the south gate of the municipal arena and register for entry. You only have 1 hour, no waiting. Su Li's face flickered with embarrassment, and he nodded quickly. Zhang Chongping glared at him fiercely, made a staring gesture, and then turned and left. Su Li looked at the invitation that had just been placed on the table, feeling a slight excitement. Although it was just a small city-level competition, he had never participated in a competition before. In every sense, this was his first time. The thought of operating a mecha in front of a crowd, drawing cheers, made him pick his foot in embarrassment. Perhaps he should familiarize himself with the venue beforehand. Lightning leaned over and spotted the invitation on the table. Excited, the 2 eggs in her hand shattered instantly. Su Li quickly kicked the empty bowl over, catching the cascading eggs. Master, are we going to the competition? Su Li nodded, looking at the excited Lightning. When's the competition? Is it soon? Then can I skip this practice? I want to go out and hone my moves. Okay, come back soon. The competition's tomorrow, so try not to be too late. Tomorrow? Her voice suddenly rose. The competition was tomorrow, so why would she even need to hone in? What if she overtrained? She wouldn't even have time to change the brake pads. Whoever seriously prepares for a competition starts a week in advance. Why is he still sprawled on the sofa today, even though he's at his master's place and has a match tomorrow? Doesn't he want to win? Why don't you get up and help me tune up my suit? Tuning what? Didn't I just tune it up? Well, some basic maintenance would be good. Okay. I'll wax your exterior armor later. I'll make sure you look stunning when we take the field. Lightning's ambiguous gaze gave Su Li goosebumps. Don't worry. You're in excellent condition. Who am I? Your master? I only need one glance to tell you're fine. Oh, and there's a loose screw on the front armor of your right leg. It'll unfold and tighten later. Since tomorrow is competition day, remember to set your alarm. We're going to the municipal arena to register at 7 a.m. Su Li finished speaking and quickly dove for the bed in the compartment. Let's not use the wax anymore. I just need to go to bed early to recharge my energy. Lightning's obsession with the competition was truly overwhelming. Could it be that he was desperate to win now, because he'd been defeated so many times before? He lay in bed and used his terminal to check the competition venue. The arena competition consisted of 2 parts. One was the team battle, which tested the team's coordination. This battle primarily took place inside the arena. The arena, roughly the size of 10 football fields, was divided into 5 sections, allowing multiple teams to compete simultaneously. The other was the individual battle, which emphasized individual combat prowess. This competition venue appeared to be a makeshift structure. Judging from the aerial view, it was likely located at the Fangzhen Simulation Center, not far from the arena. He had no teammates, so he could only participate in the second event. The competition venue had been improvised with numerous modules. He only needed to take a quick glance to understand the format and approach of the competition. The stage set up by the organizers continued the usual competition style. If nothing unexpected happens, it'll be an open-world map, a mech brawl. Su Li narrowed his eyes. He's seen many competitions, especially mech brawls. This classic competition format was practically tailor-made for him. Everyone rushed into the same arena like dumplings, fighting tooth and nail for first place. In this free-for-all format, luck was as important as skill. He closed his eyes and began to mentally review the terrain map he'd just seen. The competition area was vast, over 15 kilometers in a straight line. It included simulated terrain such as mountains, plains, deserts, and wetlands. According to the schedule, approximately 60 people would participate in the mech solo competition. Sully turned over and closed the terminal, re-examining the terrain map in his mind. This was his first competition, and he absolutely couldn't afford to fail. This wasn't just to show his gratitude to old Zhang, who had always taken care of him, but also because he needed a resounding victory to strengthen Lightning's resolve. Chapter 17. The next morning, Sully was awakened by the alarm clock. As he straightened up, he saw a disheveled figure lurking in the shadows, its eyes gleaming coldly. The ghostly figure standing not far away frightened him so much that he stepped back repeatedly, only letting out a sigh of relief when he picked up his terminal and shone a light. Lightning's fuzzy red hair piled up on her head like a chicken coop. She clutched her hair in both hands, her eyes wide open, and squatted beside the bed, speechless. Lightning? When did you get up? I didn't sleep. Lightning's voice was weak. She had been so excited yesterday, but today she suddenly seemed like a deflated ball, looking much more listless. Why aren't you sleeping? Today's the game. Don't you want to win? You been sitting here watching me all night? Lightning suddenly pounced on the bed and gently embraced Sully's arm. A soft touch washed over him, and Sully felt a warmth on his arm. Before he could say anything, Lightning's red head pressed against his chest. A mosquito-like humming sound emanated from his chest. Master, can we win? Yes. Sully spoke firmly. He rubbed Lightning's head, pushed her up from his arms, and looked her straight in the eyes. Lightning, you have talent. You're stronger than most mechs I've seen. Believe me. More importantly, believe in yourself. Lightning met Sully's gaze, his gaze growing firmer. I've been working on myself these past few days. Trust the insights I gained. They will help you when it matters most. I understand. Sully felt strangely relieved at Lightning's decisive response. Looking at the obedient Lightning, he actually had the illusion that his child had grown up. After washing up, the two of them hailed a car and drove towards the municipal arena. On the way, Lightning even ate 16 large steamed buns. The wafting aroma made the driver swallow several times. Thankfully, the journey wasn't far. As soon as the two of them got out of the car, the driver also ran out and went to a nearby breakfast shop to buy breakfast. Master, I'm ready. Lightning's mouth smelt of vegetables and tofu. Sully burped and led Lightning into the crowd. The arena was already filled with people. All sorts of mecha girls stood in groups of 3 or 4, or beside their pilots, whispering something. The two of them merged into the crowd. They had expected registration to take some time, but they didn't expect all the contestants had already registered. Sully was the only one who arrived just before the start of the competition to register. The staff looked at him with a strange look. They'd seen people who arrived late, but never as late as Sully. If he'd been 10 minutes late, they'd be off duty. At every competition, there were always some people who arrived late, but their attitude guaranteed them poor results. So, the staff barely even acknowledged the two of them, simply filling in their names and going through the motions before handing out their location cards. For those participating in the individual events, please board the bus in the waiting area on the right. It will take you directly to the competition venue. Sully put away his location card and followed Lightning into the waiting area. The contestants in the waiting area seemed in no rush to board the bus. They stood outside, chatting. Lightning was incredibly tall. Her height, already over 1.7 meters, reached over 1.8 meters in high heels. With a stern expression, she stood out from the crowd. Her attractive figure caught the attention of most of the male pilots, especially since she was wearing a tight red leather jacket. Her stern expression and distant demeanor subconsciously created a sense of distance. Sully walked beside her, also being the target of countless stares. It hurts, it hurts. A mech girl tugged at her master's ear, pulling him away. Sully glanced around and noticed that many of the mech girls harbored a deep hostility toward Lightning, and even harbored a grudge against him. Feeling the mech girls' complaints and the murderous gazes of the male pilots, he grabbed Lightning's hand and climbed onto the bus, finding a vacant seat. Only then did the tingling sensation in his back disappear. Without much delay, the bus quickly pulled out of the arena and headed for the nearby Fangs on Simulation Center. Dozens of drones quickly took off, following the bus as it flew in its designated direction. As the drones ascended, the arena erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The huge circular stands were packed with spectators watching the match. In front of each viewing area were 2 large screens showing live broadcasts. 2 hosts, dressed in sequined outfits, stood on a high suspended platform. After a few warm-up remarks, They completely ignited the audience's enthusiasm. The 10-minute journey was just enough time for the commentators to complete their introductions. At the entrance to the simulation center, 60 mechas of various types had already been deployed. Following the numbers announced by the staff, they entered the venue in an orderly manner. Each mecha that entered the venue immediately activated its high-speed mode, quickly seizing the advantageous position it had previously selected. This made Lightning a little unhappy. If they had arrived earlier, they wouldn't have gotten the last chance to perform. Sully sat in the cockpit, looking at the small notes stuck in front of the screen, and his forehead was filled with frowns. Empty your mind. Empty your mind. Empty your mind. I repeat the important things 3 times. Don't question the master's operation. When you don't understand, just follow the instructions. The cockpit needs to be equipped with warm water so the master can rest his hands at any time. I rather believe in ghosts than trust a woman's mouth. Looking at Lightning's heartfelt realization, he suddenly felt that he still had a long way to go in training the mecha girl. Hey! You loser, you're competing again? Didn't you already have your farewell match? Why, instead of going back to training, you're selling yourself off? Are you that scared of death? Sully turned to see a flashy mech beside him, its head tilted as it looked at them. The cockpit hatch suddenly became transparent, revealing a man who looked vaguely familiar. Sully remembered him, the man who had driven the Lightning into the wall at the municipal arena. He turned away somewhat uninterested. He had no interest in even dealing with such a wretch. Master, no one's paying any attention to you. The club spent a whopping 35 million to buy her. And now, they've lost it all. Who said it wasn't? The club is in chaos because of this. You piece of trash. Don't you even have any sense of being trash? If I were you, I'd be fired. You disgraceful thing. Insults followed one after another. Sully looked at Lightning with some concern. Her delicate body began to tremble slightly. Master, I want to win this match. Feeling Lightning's unprecedented determination, Sully turned to look at number 59 and grinned. Don't worry. They won't last 3 minutes on the field. Players, get ready. Number 57, 58, enter. The 2 mechas ahead suddenly accelerated, entered the field, and instantly maneuvered to the sides. Sully turned to look at the man driving the mecha forward and, maneuvering Lightning, stood beside him. The staff member looked at the timer in his hand. With 5 seconds left before the start time, he finally waved the flag and released the entrance barrier. Contestants, prepare. Numbers 59 and 60 enter. The flashy mechas nearby rushed out immediately, leaving a billowing yellow cloud of dust at the entrance. Sully watched him retreat, silently activating Lightning, chasing him in his direction. The Lightning's acceleration was a full 101. Try to escape from her, it was a pipe dream. Chapter 18. Master, this large arena feels truly amazing. This is my first time competing in an individual event. Lightning beneath him cheered with a certain excitement. It seemed she had never considered that, strictly speaking, she had never participated in a team competition. 2 drones hovered overhead, humming along as they sped forward. Master, Lightning is catching up. Wang Wei snorted dismissively, humph. She's only capable of running around in a large arena. Don't worry about her, she'll be overturned soon. The drone beneath him let out a sweet laugh and slowly began to accelerate, heading towards the advantageous battlefield they had chosen. It seems the contestants in this competition are quite aggressive. Oh my goodness! What did we see? That streak of red light? This mecha possesses such terrifying acceleration. This is an old friend of ours, but is it really okay for her to be so aggressive on her first grand battle arena? Looking at this mysterious acceleration, perhaps this kind of large-scale battlefield is the destiny for a speed-conscious mecha girl like her. The host, Tao Tao, flipped through the information in his hand, chattering non-stop. As a commentator for the competition, he was no stranger to the Lightning mecha. However, throughout his career, his commentary on Lightning had always been limited to a few words. That contestant crashed into the stands and was disqualified, but this time, everything seemed different. He had never imagined that Lightning could be so pleasing to the eye, speeding across the open field. Sully's name was written in flourishes on the information in his hand. He searched for a long time before finding out that he was a newcomer to the Mecha Academy. Tao Tao frowned, thought for a moment, and gave up on introducing him. At this point, the contestant's potential was far less compelling than the mechs themselves. Our contestant number 60 is blazing away, hurtling towards number 59. She's showing no signs of taking advantage. What's her plan? Is she trying to get a kill right from the start? Tao Tao piloted the platform, hovering in the center of the arena. He instinctively pulled it toward Lightning. The match had just begun, and the mechs hadn't even clashed yet. As a host and commentator skilled at capturing match points, he immediately focused more of his camera on the speeding lightning. The streamlined mech gleamed golden in the sunlight. She accelerated towards the flashy mech in front of her, and in just a dozen seconds, she had eliminated the distance advantage he gained from his early start. The Fighting X-36 is a common competitive mech, its stats balanced across the board. A massive iron ball, attached to a chain, hung behind him. Its jet black color was heavy, giving him a chill. A meteor hammer like that could deform the mecha's exterior armor with just one strike. Master, be careful. The meteor hammer has a range of 5 meters. The current range is 15. X-36 turned again, only to find that the lightning, once so far away, was now within arm's reach. Master! They're following us! She instinctively grasped the handle of the meteor hammer. Wang Wei, sitting in the driver's seat, cursed and slammed on the brakes. Don't panic. Her braking is poor. If you try to scare her with a weapon, she'll flip over. X-36 chuckled with disdain upon hearing this. She drew the meteor hammer from her back, braked suddenly mid-speed, and turning, swung it twice, sweeping it behind her. Wang Wei's calculations were flawless. At lightning speed, barring any unforeseen circumstances, his hammer strike would have landed directly on her. A single strike would have disqualified Lightning from the competition. In his eyes, a mecha girl like Lightning deserved only to be eliminated first. A mecha girl who couldn't even break had the nerve to participate in a melee. There was no reason for him to refuse a victory presented to him. But as X-36 completed her turn, he couldn't see Lightning in the horizon. The moment X-36 came to a sudden stop, Sully abruptly maneuvered Lightning to the side, lowering his center of gravity. Using the mecha's inertia, he slid to avoid the sweeping meteor hammer. A single leg slammed down hard on the X-36 rear thruster. A series of sparks erupted. Her rear armor instantly deformed, and half of her thrusters misfired. The immense force instantly knocked the X-36 off balance, and both the mech and its pilot screamed. It slammed to the ground, sliding forward over 10 meters. Its immense weight had carved a furrow into the earth. What are we seeing? A sliding tackle? That's a blocking technique used only in early human football matches. This are players who actually used Lightning to perform a sliding tackle. What kind of maneuver is this? Cao Cao was stunned beyond words. He, always quick-witted, didn't even think twice, but burst into a roar into the microphone. Can a maneuver like this really happen in real life? I can't believe my eyes. If it were a human, I could replicate it. But if a mech pulled it off. Oh my god! I can't believe how fast Su's hands are. His mind was now filled with thoughts. Match point has arrived. This unknown pilot will be the biggest match point of this match. On the big screen, the bright red mech slid down X-36. Before she could even fully recover, she rolled onto the ground and landed on top of X-36, clasping her hammer in both hands and slamming it down on the cockpit. Bang! The resounding sound echoed throughout everyone's ears. The hammer seemed to strike their chests. The atmosphere in the arena instantly exploded. So fast! First blood in a melee. So fast! Yeah! Usually when watching a match, every competitor in this group of players would occupy advantageous terrain, then fight each other. At least 10 minutes without any fighting. What happened this year? What happened? What happened? I just went to watch the team competition start. What happened to the individual competition here? That's such a shame. I'm telling you, that mech pilot just slid in and knocked out a mech, eliminating a competitor. Sliding? Are you kidding me? If you don't believe me, look at the big screen. On the screen, the bright red mech's first kill was scrolling. Countless spectators, who had watched the team competition start lamented, cursing for missing out on such a spectacular kill. Cao Cao's excited commentary could be heard again from the field. First blood. First blood. 3 minutes into the mecha brawl, we got first blood. Lightning R5, our old friend. After repeated failures, she finally stood up and brought us unprecedented surprises. Lightning stood up from X-36's body, bent down to pick up her meteor hammer, and without even a glance at the fallen X-36, she sped straight ahead. X-36 and his pilot, Wang Wei, were still in shock after being knocked down by the blow. Wang Wei stared blankly at the shattered screen, his mouth wide open for a long time. Is this really the Lightning R5 he remembered? He suddenly realized he might have been wrong. And terribly wrong. The club had misjudged her. It turned out Lightning R5's explosive power was truly terrifying. What had she gone through in just a few days? She had undergone a drastic change. Or perhaps she had been hiding her attacking talent? Wang Wei began brainstorming. He had to come up with a plausible excuse to explain to the club why he was the first to be eliminated. Chapter 19. Master, you're amazing. Just one move, whoosh. We won. Come on, touch it, it's beating so hard. Lightning twisted her body in front, her whole body radiating eagerness. Suli, Lightning was a good girl, maybe a little off. He felt he needed to teach her a lesson, to fundamentally elevate her thinking. So he raised his hand and slapped her rounded breasts. Slowed down, cruise at low speed. Maneuver along the B32, D43, C36 lines. Learn more useful things. There are many operations you need to master, especially the use of thrusters in steering, and the interaction between inertia and reaction force. Master, please speak slower. Suli withdrew from the controls and looked at the frantic Lightning. For the first time, he wondered if his mecha girl's brain capacity was a little insufficient. Although that mecha girl, was annoying, she was able to master her own movements independently thanks to the traces she left behind. It wasn't anything particularly advanced, but the fact she mastered it so quickly spoke volumes. Perhaps it had something to do with her past as a human? Thinking of the gossip Zhang Chomping had shared, he raised an eyebrow. The Lightning began to slow slowly, maintaining a constant speed as it moved forward. Tao watched more and more, and something seemed off. He noticed another anomaly. Even he had been blinded by the initial sudden attack, overlooking the most fundamental thing. His grip on the microphone involuntarily began to tighten. This unusual movement made his eyes widen again. Look everyone! Lightning has made another unexpected move. This skating-like movement has once again refreshed our understanding. Is this still a mecha? She's a dancing elf on the field. On the screen, Lightning slid sideways, deftly stepping on the edge of the pit and over the man-made obstacle. Her movements were smooth and effortless. Alternating her legs allowed her to more effectively avoid obstacles, even allowing her to make several sharp turns and adjust directions. She diligently practiced the driving skills she learned from Suli, using the various obstacles on the field to begin her own training. The more she ran, the more refined her movements became, and gradually, Suli's corrections were no longer necessary. Lightning, our first kill, slowed down and began to move at a leisurely pace. She didn't seem to be searching for suitable terrain. She was heading straight for the mountain. What was she trying to do? Cao Dao's commentary, as usual, left the question to the audience. All the viewers who had witnessed Lightning's first kill began to whisper. On the plains, Lightning's speed advantage was fully utilized. She abandoned a battlefield that was advantageous for her and headed straight for the mountains. Isn't plain warfare her strongest suit? What's Lightning doing? Has her braking problem been solved? Why is she leaving the plains for the mountains? Is she just throwing herself at the enemy? Why do you say that? Do you know Lightning well? She's a regular at the arena. She doesn't last more than 2 minutes on average before crashing into the stands. So how did she pull off that move? Shoo! Stop talking nonsense. Haven't you noticed that the way she's moving now is completely different from before? This kind of movement is simply unheard of. It's beautiful. Uncultured. That's called elegance. Do you understand elegance? Suli and Lightning were oblivious to the chatter and cheers of the audience in the arena. He surveyed the terrain outside, comparing it with the map in his mind. He quickly located the possible hiding places for mechas. In the era maps, mountains and deserts are often home to combat mechas. The hills and small passes in the mountains provide excellent cover for mechas. He didn't even need to look to know that many mechas were hiding in corners, just to seize the initiative and launch a surprise attack. In this competition where scanning equipment is prohibited, the old 6 players were incredibly aggressive. With a clever sideways turn, Lightning executed a beautiful U-turn using his right leg as the axis, once again causing a wave of cheers in the arena. But then, everyone's heart leaped into their throats. A mech, hidden to the side of the narrow pass, half-crouched, steel sword in hand, awaiting its arrival. At the roar of the Lightning's engines, she gripped the hilt tightly and began counting silently. She clearly possessed immense patience, remaining motionless, waiting for Lightning to breach the narrow pass and attack from behind. We can see that contestant number 36 is poised for action. She's an exceptionally skilled cryptic opponent, with a proven track record of even achieving 6 kills in a single match. Will she and her pilot surprise us? Or will Lightning end her match prematurely? Cao Dao couldn't even think about the split screen at this moment. He was stunned by Lightning's progress around the bend, his eyes sparkling. It was like he discovered a treasure. To be fair, he didn't want Lightning to be eliminated so soon. Especially after her clean kill, he was even more excited for her next performance. Master, 200 meters ahead is a small canyon. Visibility is limited. Should we continue forward? Sully observed the tiny cyclone forming at the pass through the monitor. He knew all the possible ambush locations along the way. He sat up straight and gripped the joystick. Speed up. If there's an ambush, it must be at the opposite pass's exit. Lightning nodded and began to adjust his body according to the instructions. On the screen, the bright red mech drew its meteor hammer and swung it in 2 strokes. The entire mech suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the pass. In the arena, the audience erupted in curses. What's this pilot doing? This terrain is a perfect ambush position, yet instead of slowing down to counterattack, he cautiously moves forward and even accelerates. This pilot is a student, so he probably doesn't have much experience. But his skills are decent. With some practice, future competitions will be even more exciting. It's over. Number 36 is waiting behind the pass. If he emerges, we're doomed. The sudden increase in the engine's roar startled number 36. But she quickly realized that the opponent's sudden acceleration was a good way to evade. Against a slower pilot, her sudden acceleration might actually cause her to miss the opportunity to strike. But she was different. Her pilot was also different. They had thoroughly researched every terrain in the melee, and even their weapons were specially designed with extended greatswords. This was to eliminate any possibility of defeating their opponents. With this method, she managed to score at least 2 kills in every match. Be careful. Judging by her engine power, she's currently traveling at around 160 kilometers per hour. Don't panic. At this level, even a minimal amount of force can shatter her armor. The entire passage is 600 meters, and we have over 3 seconds. The red mech kicked up a cloud of dust in the narrow passage. The tiny brush scraped against the mech, barely scratching it. Her legs relayed the charge, stirring a gust of wind through the passage. As the narrow pass neared, the red mech's center of gravity suddenly dropped. Sully gripped the joystick, issuing a series of commands with her left hand. The gravel on the road was scattering in all directions by the powerful thrusters, and her speed began to increase again. With the mountain pass just around the corner, less than 2 meters from the exit, the red mech suddenly exerted force on its legs and leaped to its feet. The 20-meter-long mech leaped, its thrusters roaring as its massive frame surged upward once more. As the commentator and the audience gasped in amazement, the lightning-fast mid-air spin, the moment it broke through the pass, locked onto number 36, hiding on the side of the pass. At this moment, number 30's greatsword had just been swung out, its extended blade gleaming in the sunlight as it whirred down towards the pass. But the pass was already empty. The massive meteor hammer flew out of its hand, hurtling towards number 36, whose strength had been exhausted. With a resounding thud and a teeth-grinding creaking sound, number 36 was struck hard in the waist. Already twisting, she was suddenly struck hard, her waist deformed, and her sensors instantly reduced to scrap metal. Hiss! The commentary booth, the stands, and even the audience watching the live broadcast on television all gasped. The Lightning, without a flight module, unexpectedly, relying on its own acceleration and the assistance of its thrusters, briefly took flight. Chapter 20. Tautau screamed hysterically. What am I seeing? Red lightning? She actually took off without even a flight module. This maneuver, so smooth, so thrilling. That unexpected breakthrough, are we about to witness the birth of a new legend on the field? Tautau began to ramble again. His grip on the microphone tightened, his knuckles turning white, yet he remained unaware. Another killer strike. Watching the red figure soar across the field, he felt his legs tremble. After repeated unexpected maneuvers, he was no longer willing to switch to someone else's camera. The directors in the studio were already starting to get frustrated, with the major suppliers constantly urging them to switch to their own aircraft's perspectives. But at this moment, Tautau couldn't care less. The lounges of the major clubs were also in an uproar. A group of people murmured, their brows furrowing as they watched certain scenes. The pilots exchanged bewilderment. They could come up with unexpected ideas on the spot, but they could never pull off something as surprising as the lightning. The presentation of any stunning combat scene required a foundation of exceptional fundamentals. Who exactly was the lightning pilot? Is he really just an ordinary student? Compared to the spectators, these insiders could see more clearly. This type of movement, this type of bounce, even the brief leap, and the adjustments to the fuselage after landing. To pull off such a maneuver, every detail had to be considered. Every thruster burst, the assisting acceleration, the subtle variations during the mid-air rotation. Add to that the reaction force from the meteor hammer swing. Everything left the pilots present speechless. Is this truly something a human could do? Could it be that some top club star player had gone to the fish pond to fish? Many clever people had already started recording the screen, intending to study it carefully after returning. Her movement pattern, in particular, was more than just a fancy trick. A discerning person could immediately see the advantages of this movement. Ha! So funny! Such a precious mech was just handed over to someone else by the East City Club. Honestly, I really want to go to their lounge and see the expressions on their faces. I remember the Lightning sale price was over 30 million. Let's go! Let's go and see! A group of people gloated over the misfortune, and many even leaned against the windows, peering across the street. In the East City Club's lounge, the club manager's face was livid. Having his mech eliminated first was embarrassing enough, but he had never expected something even more awful. The mech he had eliminated a few days earlier had been masterfully piloted by someone else, not only stabbing his former club in the back but also achieving a double kill with ease. This had completely humiliated him. After this match, his East City Club's reputation was likely ruined. You bunch of losers. You managed to turn such a high-performance mech into garbage. As he spoke, he completely forgot that he was Lightning's first test pilot. The 3 or 5 backup pilots also turned pale, cowering in a corner, afraid to offend their manager. They only dared to peek at Lightning's figure on the player in the lounge. The moment the red mech landed, its legs slightly bent, its body spinning twice as it reacted to the impact, slowly moving towards number 36, the narrow pass. Under number 30 SIX's shocked gaze, she picked up the meteor hammer again and, along with it, number 30 SIX's great sword. Lightning weighed it in her hand, then, satisfied, thrust it into the stone wall. Without mercy, she flipped number 36 over, ripped the holster from her, and fastened it around her waist. Then, she slung the long greatsword around her waist. You won, so why are you still trying to steal? The pilot of number 36 was separated. He also clutched his waist, standing on the mech, his face pale. Oh, my master said, let me borrow it for a bit, and I'll return it to you after the match. Lightning's voice was filled with joy, and her mood was simply soaring. The brief leap fascinated her, and the impact of landing made her realize the huge gap between herself and her own pilot. More importantly, a double kill. She had been playing for 5 years, and this was her first double kill. Such a clean and efficient disposal of her opponent filled her with immense excitement. The pleasure kept coming in waves, and she simply couldn't stop. After teaching the foul-mouthed and the dull-witted a lesson, she felt that her life as a mecha girl had reached a new level in this match. Master, hurry! Grab my neck. I feel my heart about to burst out. Suli pulled the joystick and gestured apologetically to the pilot outside. Sorry, buddy, your weapon feels good, could you lend it to me? She vanished in a trail of dust, leaving behind the groaning number 36 and her cursing pilot. Stop cursing, master. I'm too far away. Hurry, call for help. My waist is broken. The pilot of number 36 rubbed his old waist and jumped down from the mech. As his legs touched the ground, there was a cracking sound from his waist. Don't count on me. I'm broken too. The spectators in the arena erupted in excitement. Less than 10 minutes into the individual round, Lightning had already scored 2 spectacular kills. Her clean and decisive moves were thrilling, yet also made one wonder if anyone on this field could even match her. It's so satisfying. Just for those 2 kills, the 200 yuan ticket price is totally worth it. Watching it on the big screen is so breathtaking. I really want to see it in person. It's definitely even more exciting. On the big screen, Tao Tao, unable to withstand the pressure, finally switched to another scene and began commentating. But his behavior instantly angered the audience. They shouted and yelled, many even throwing bottles to vent their frustration. The studio was completely bewildered by the excited crowd. On one side, the sponsor's cash was flushed red, and on the other, the protesting crowd. The studio's phone was practically ringing off the hook. Unable to pay the penalty fee, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and endure the pressure from the audience, cutting the footage to other players. This even forced them to bring in more commentators. Fortunately, during this time, battles finally broke out in other locations. While the excitement was much less intense, they were still as real as ever. For some reason, the audience felt rather uneasy, and even the commentators' commentary became rather dry, seemingly lacking in interest. In the arena, the team competition officially began. The fierce battles between teams of 5 and 10 gradually captured everyone's attention. The large screen was divided into several smaller sections, each broadcasting a live stream of the action. A drone overhead Lightning transmitted the footage in real time. With more options, Cao Cao immediately handed over commentary duties for the other matches to others. He remained at the controls of the platform, closely following Lightning. This bright red mech had already given him so many surprises. He even had a hunch that if he could commentate well on Lightning's matches, he could even rise rapidly in the workplace. In an open field less than 3 kilometers from Lightning, 3 mechs engaged in a fierce battle. Although the distance wasn't far, the terrain restricted Lightning's visibility. Cao Cao stared at Lightning intently. For some reason, he actually hoped she would maintain her current trajectory and continue forward. As the two sides drew closer, he watched Lightning, who constantly dodged obstacles, transforming the mech's movement into a work of art, and raised his microphone once again. Dear viewers, will our Lightning be able to detect the enemy less than 3 kilometers away? No. Perhaps she has already. The Lightning on the screen suddenly began to accelerate. She climbed over the steep slope in front of her, and the battlefield 2 kilometers away suddenly came into view. Suli immediately narrowed his eyes slightly, assessing the enemy's situation. But before he could make a decision, Lightning had already rocketed down the mech. She roared excitedly, making a lulu sound like the primitive people in the documentaries, almost imitating the gorillas licking. Master, let's take them. Chapter 21. Su Li's concentration suddenly wandered after hearing Lightning's words, and it took him 2 seconds to recover. This girl, has she gone on a killing spree? You're already so arrogant after just 2 kills. Kill whoever you want. He asked in his entire life. He hadn't been as arrogant as she is now. Before you speak, can't you take a look at the situation? Those are 3 combat-capable mechas. Not 3 toys. He looked down at Lightning, whose face flushed with excitement. As she piloted, she tilted her head and looked at him, her eyes watery, filled with anticipation and inquiry. No man could resist a look like that. Let's do it. Suli pressed down, wishing he could slam the accelerator into the thrusters. Lightning's speed skyrocketed again. 170, 180, 201. Lightning realized with some horror that her words had triggered a switch, and even the usually calm Suli was losing control. Low trees flew by at a rapid speed, and the bumpy road surface was even more vulnerable. She didn't even have time to see the road surface clearly before she was gone. Compared to her brief moment of hovering, now she truly felt like she might be flying. Her feet barely touched the ground. The thrusters kept firing, and her speed increased. Frequent commands followed one after another, and she could only rely on instinct to barely keep up with the commands and adjust the aircraft. No faster. Any faster, and she would go crazy. In the cockpit, a visibly white smoke rose from Lightning's red fur. Her body trembled strangely, and she couldn't tell whether it was from fear or excessive excitement. Master, slowed down. Su Li's left hand rapidly typed commands on the keyboard, his right hand gripping the joystick tightly, constantly making fine adjustments. He gazed intently at the 3 mechas across from him, a slight smile on his lips. Lightning, Aka Industry, no one's coming to apologize yet, right? Dizzy Lightning shook his head subconsciously upon hearing this. Su Li smiled coldly, looking at the mechas below the hillside, and began to speed up again. One of the mechas, wielding a giant axe, had the Aka Industry logo gleaming on its right chest. The roar of the massive engine also caught the attention of the 3 mechas. They turned their heads, and saw a streak of red light hurtling down the hillside. Too fast. Speeding across the mountain at such a speed was a sheer disdain for the very terrain. The 3 mechas simultaneously averted their gazes, and returned their gazes to their opponents. They were not even willing to devote a single ounce of energy to the oncoming Lightning. All the spectators watching Lightning were once again filled with their hearts. Driving over 200 kilometers per hour on the mountain road. Such speed simply crushed everyone's common sense. Not only that, but he was even accelerating. This was no longer a simple competition. This was a life-or-death struggle. Their logic and senses clashed furiously, and in the end, they simply threw their minds aside and watched Lightning's performance intently. Yes, it was a performance. The 200 yuan ticket price was totally worth it. The pilot and his mech were risking their lives for you to see. Do you want to watch? There's always a first time in life. For their hearts, this race was a first. The ups and downs were far more thrilling than life itself. You have to get used to it. You always will. Cao Cao gripped the microphone with 3 fingers, his voice cracking again. She charged. She charged at the 3 players without dodging. Can she really pull off another miracle? You know, the opponents are the seeded players from the 3 major clubs in South City. Each of them has a high chance of winning. Can our Lightning really do that? The red figure suddenly swerved, and the great sword seized from number 36 instantly flew out, and was grasped by Lightning. The unsharpened blade bounced off the ground, sending her body spinning. Oh no! It's over. The audience instinctively covered their eyes. Speeding along a mountain is inherently unstable. He was being too careless. Maintaining momentum was already a challenge, so why was he even trying to draw his sword at such a high speed? Tumbling down the mountain and being completely destroyed would be the least of his worries. At this speed, even if the pilot survived, he would most likely be paralyzed, unable to set foot on a racetrack again for the rest of his life. Cao Cao didn't cover his eyes. He watched in shock as lightning soared into the air again, brandishing his great sword and spinning in midair. She's flying again. Oh my god. Facing lightning at this moment, I'm completely lost for words. He felt his scalp tingle. It was a trembling that came from his soul. If he could control a mecha like this, I'd die without regrets. In decades of his life, this was the first time he's seen a mecha spin like a top in midair. In the cockpit, Lightning's watery eyes suddenly lit up. Master, I've seen this move before. A red figure, wielding a spinning, extended heavy sword, plunged headfirst into the center of the three mechas. The three mechas were startled by the sudden flash of lightning. No one knew how she had appeared. The heavy sword, carried by the wind, instantly raised a cloud of dust. No one dared to face the spitting heavy sword head-on. The three mechas retreated sharply, their pilots and mechas alike breaking out in a cold sweat. How reckless. Had she jumped directly from the mountainside? Amidst the dust and smoke, the red mecha, using centrifugal force, leaped up again, spinning and thrusting its blade into the target mecha's neck. The massive mechanical head soared into the sky, only to be kicked back by the lightning. Nothing else mattered. The main point was to keep her word. Not a single one of Aka's mechas would survive. She didn't pause for a moment. The moment she landed, she accelerated, running towards the edge of the clearing. Fight and run, without a second thought. The smoke and dust cleared, and the massive mecha crashed to the ground. The remaining two mechas only caught a glimpse of Lightning's fleeting form. They exchanged glances, their weapons involuntarily tightened, and they raced after Lightning at full speed. Can't leave her alive. This mecha can't be left behind. No matter what, even if it means collaborating and being branded a cheater, we can't let her escape. If she escapes, in a one-on-one situation, there's no chance of victory. The arena erupted in excitement again. She charged into the fray alone, securing a decisive kill in under 3 seconds. Those who had expected her to collapse on the mountain path were slapped in the face, their mouths gaping as they roared at the top of their lungs from the stands. What is competition? Is what I used to see called competition? Is this what's happening in the arena also called competition? Cao Cao no longer knew what he was commentating on. He could only unconsciously let out one scream after another to express his shock. The contestant from Aka Industrial climbed out of the mech in frustration. He couldn't understand why 3 people had to rush over and decapitate him when he was clearly the farthest away. That was a decapitation. How could she have locked onto such a small area of his neck while maneuvering so accurately? If that strike had been aimed at the cockpit. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with lingering fear and plopped down on the mech. For the first time in his life, at a city-level competition, he experienced the feeling of life and death. Chapter 22. The cheers in the arena were relentless. For years, the arena hadn't been this lively. Supporters from all the major clubs seemed to have shifted their stance, watching the red figure on the screen with unblinking eyes, exclaiming in amazement as she delivered one astonishing feat after another. Lightning bolted away, the 2 club mechas sprinting far behind, eager to catch up but hesitant to increase their speed too much. That's all? Can we catch up? If we can't, go home and practice for another 2 years. The audience was always eager to watch the excitement. In the club's lounge, all the pilots watching the competition were dumbfounded. This mysterious pilot was truly here to fish. With such skills, why would you participate in a small city-level competition? The first place overall in the entire competition only netted a prize of 100,000 yuan. You probably get about the same for just signing an autograph. In the Xingxing Club's lounge, Wang Xiaohui stared at the player, his brows furrowed slightly. Xiaoyu, with your core computing power, can you perform such an operation? The mecha girl beside him also frowned. Upon hearing her pilot's question, she subconsciously shook her head. I can't do it. But the Lightning R5 in the field can't do it either. I just searched for information on her, and breaking is her weakness. I already confirmed this while watching the game. If her core computing power was sufficient, she wouldn't have failed to show signs of it in the previous game. Are you saying that she can achieve everything she has now solely thanks to the pilot who pilots her? Maybe she spent a fortune on a module with balanced properties. Wang Xiaohui's face twisted with a wry smile upon hearing this. He had just returned to the city after participating in a provincial competition. He would soon play a coaching match with the club's newcomer. Originally full of ambition, he now just wanted to find a deserted place to hide away and practice his skills for 2 or 3 years. Comparison kills. If Lightning's pilot was a seasoned fish fryer, then he'd be able to save face. If it was a newcomer, that would be terrifying. How could a small place like Nanchung City actually have such hidden talents and such a rich history? Shall we go over after the competition? No matter what, Xingxing Club must secure this man. Offer him the best contract and allocate as many resources as possible. Tell him that if he signs a long-term contract, our backer, Aka Industry, can provide him with an S-class mech. The manager watched Lightning's back as he sped across the field, his mind already made up. There were many, if not thousands, of people sharing the Xingxing Club's ambitions. Even the battered East City wanted to fight hard and contend. Lightning and Su Li on the field naturally had no idea they had become the hot commodities vying for among various clubs. The 2 mechas behind them were in hot pursuit. If this continued, Su Li and Lightning would instantly go from active to passive if they encountered a third mecha. Su Li didn't dare gamble, let alone want to. He preferred to keep everything under control. Human nature is difficult to understand, yet also easy to deduce. He manipulated Lightning to take out his meteor hammer, swung it in a circle, and threw it at the pursuing enemy. The 2 mechas suddenly paused, their synchronized pursuit disrupted. Amidst the 2 pilots' furious curses, the massive meteor hammer slammed into the ground, causing it to tremble. Cold sweat began to break out, and they wiped their foreheads simultaneously. One of them even quietly slowed down. Everyone has their own selfish desires, and since they weren't competitors from the same club, there was no tacit understanding to speak of. The 2 mechas, one in front of the other, instantly gave Su Li an opportunity. The pilot in front instantly realized he was being used as a pawn. But besides silently cursing, he could only bite the bullet and charge forward. Sparks flew from the red mecha's feet. Despite only braking at 15 RPM, thanks to the continuous thruster output, it managed to complete a turn at the edge of the mountain road and charge the 2 mechas again. Contestant number 36 grasped her extended great sword and hurled it at the mecha in front. The giant sword arrived in an instant with a piercing sound. The players from the major clubs were well deserved. Facing the oncoming giant sword, the mech he piloted swerved sideways, swinging his weapon to block it. It was a retractable spear, a crimson red. Metal clashed, sparks flying. A few hundred meters might seem a long distance, but at the speed of lightning, it takes only a few seconds. The mech parried the giant sword, gripping the spear with both hands. Facing the streaking lightning, he had only time to adopt a defensive stance. A red figure passed by him with a rustling sound, not even a glance. The distance between them was less than half a meter. The pilot watched lightning slip by him, a sliver of joy welling in his heart. Great! She wasn't targeting him. For the first time in this match, Lightning drew his weapon. With a whirlwind turn, the heavy sword, carrying immense momentum, slashed down at the mech behind him. A sharp metallic clatter echoed. Only when one was truly struck by the sword did one realize its power. The mech's twirl multiplied the force exerted on the sword, effectively bringing the opposing mech's heavy sword down upon him. The mech's coating was instantly scratched, sending up a shower of steel shavings. The sound was enough to make one's teeth ache. Master, I can't hold on. I can't hold on. I must hold on. Pilot 42 pushed frantically at the control stick. But the rebounding pressure was like a tidal wave. Veins bulged in his hand, but he remained helpless, watching the stick rise little by little. The blade slashed, the tip of the sword striking the mech's jaw. Amidst the furious roar of Pilot 42, Lightning thrust his sword forward, piercing the mech's skull. Pilot 34, upon seeing this, turned and fled. He didn't even have the courage to turn back and attack. Another kill. Chased by 2 opponents, our Red Lightning once again delivered a brilliant kill. Her opponent was a top-tier player in the club. Yet, our Lightning and her pilot worked together to easily defeat her. Cao Dao swallowed and unleashed his hoarse voice once more. I simply want to say that Lightning has begun to dominate the match. I just want to ask on her behalf, who else is on this field? On the big screen, number 34's desperate escape caught the eyes of the entire audience. Lightning's repeated kills had everyone's attention focused on her. For the first time, that bright red livery had become so deeply engraved in everyone's heart. Lightning couldn't hide her excitement. She kicked number 42 away, picked up the weapon she had thrown, and pursued number 34. If he hadn't run, he might still have a chance. Faced with lightning accelerating past 100 miles, he didn't know where he gotten the illusion that he could escape. Number 34 sprinted forward without looking back. He still had a chance. If he could just make it through the narrow pass ahead, where countless curves lay. Lightning's pride in her acceleration would become her greatest weakness. Chapter 23. The enemy is accelerating again. Can our lightning stop them before the continuous curves? Tao Tao, microphone in hand, controlled the platform and gazed at the red figure in the distance. Not far away, two blue and white drones on guard hovered in the air, similarly staring at the lightning below in amazement. In the cockpit, the eyes of the two pilots lit up. Screams echoed through the encrypted communication channel. They had completely transformed into Su Li's little fangirls, their bodies trembling as they watched his clean, decisive kills. Is that our instructor Su? So handsome. I'm getting goosebumps. Yeah. That sword strike just now, wow. I'm going to have trouble sleeping tonight. You're almost there. Really? It's just securing a better area. What's there to brag about? That's right. We can see it on the big screen. But Instructor Su is so handsome. I really want him to kick me. Wait. Instructor Su will be here soon. We agreed in advance. Come in order, 10 minutes each. Anyone who takes more than they deserve will be ganged up on by the sisters. Ah. I can't wait any longer. 038's forehead throbbed with frustration. Hold it all in. The communication channel instantly fell silent. 038 breathed a sigh of relief, staring at the big screen, his gaze following Lightning's figure. She suddenly had a feeling that she might not be able to suppress this case. There were other team members on the mission today. If Su Li was really assigned to the entire team, how long would it take for them to take turns? But it must be said, Su Li was a man of his word. The thought of him managing to kill a three-man melee in 3 seconds was enough to leave even her dumbfounded. If only she hadn't chosen to become the pilot girl for the inspection team. The sudden commentary interrupted her train of thought. Ahead is the famous pass from previous competitions. Once inside the tunnel, there are a series of steep curves. What will our lightning do? Accelerate once more, ensuring she stops her opponent before entering the pass, or follow her into the tunnel. Although Lightning performed brilliantly in this competition, her ability to consistently corner remains to be seen. After the platform finished speaking, his eyes fixed on Lightning without blinking. He was speaking against his conscience. Lightning's previous cornering ability was a jerk. She couldn't even break effectively for 300 meters in a straight line. In the previous 5 years, she hadn't even experienced a single corner. She was already moving fast enough. Maneuvering at such high speed on mountain terrain was already extremely difficult. Furthermore, competitor number 34, ahead of her, was sweeping the mountain wall with her weapon as she fled. The tumbling debris created more obstacles for Lightning. This behavior, while shameless, was legal. The competition was called a competition, but everything was conducted according to the requirements of a real battlefield. With the exception of weapons of mass destruction and firearms, there were no restrictions on any means of attack. Be it traps or tripwires, in previous competitions, competitors had resorted to any means to win. Furthermore, competitor number 34 was only sweeping away rocks. He subconsciously frowned. No way to catch up. At this speed, Lightning would have no chance of stopping mech number 34. But if she accelerated further, her own safety would be entirely up to luck. They were strong, but no matter how strong, there were always limits. From the start of the match until now, Lightning had maintained a high level of performance. This level of performance was extremely draining on both the mech and the pilot, frequently inputting and modifying commands. It was likely that her pilot had already reached his limit. Lightning stared at the approaching pass, and past experiences resurfaced before her. The images she had thought she had forgotten flashed before her, making her flinch subconsciously. A warm, strong hand rested on her back. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Remember the feeling during practice. All your hard work will not be in vain. Mech girls can grow on their own, but the pace is too slow, especially in the past 5 years. Lightning had received almost no systematic training. Her attributes had remained stagnant at their factory values, having only slightly increased by a few tenths of a percentage point in the past few days. But this was far from enough. Su Li quickly wiped his sweat from his hands and regripped the joystick. Come on! Show them what cornering is like. The red mech lowered its center of gravity in full view of the crowd. She slung all her weapons across her back, leaning halfway forward, assuming the stance of a short-track speed skater. The moment number 34 crossed the pass, his heart finally settled. He slowed down, even glancing back. With just one glance, the heart that had been at ease rose to her throat again. Lightning didn't give up. Instead, she followed him, charging into the pass as well. The mountain walls, only 6 or 7 meters apart, greatly restricted the mecha's maneuverability. But lightning didn't slow down at all, charging straight in. Master, the first sharp turn is 30 meters ahead, and number 34 is 25 meters away. Current speed is 180 kilometers per hour. Before she could even finish reporting the data, her foot thrusters blasted, and the entire mecha began to tilt sideways, and rapidly. The entire audience was stunned. They only saw the red mecha rush into the pass, then swerve to the left at the first bend, its entire body seemingly unstable and about to fall. They subconsciously clutched everything they could hold onto, and held their breath. Even the commentator, Tao, couldn't help but cover his eyes. Had her pilot finally reached her limit, but then, lightning, with one hand on the ground, strangely shifted 2 meters to the right, just avoiding the rock wall she was about to collide with. What had happened? Many people couldn't help but rub their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Just a few shifts in place, and she already made it through the corner? A commotion erupted in the field, accompanied by the sound of heavy breathing. Too scary, too exciting. Next time I watch her race, I might have to bring some quick-acting hard pills. This way of cornering is simply unheard of. Only Lightning, the one who witnessed it, kept Su Li's words in mind, memorizing every instant of the machine's feedback. Even if she could only learn a little at a time, with repeated practice, she would be able to better assist her master. The pass was riddled with curves, so many that the distance between them was no more than 100 meters. She desperately clung to the mech in front of her, the short distance of just over 20 meters, but 2 consecutive curves denied her the opportunity to strike. The distance between curves was so short that Lightning often had to adjust after each one. The friction between her palms and the ground sent a shower of sparks flying. Lightning lowered her body, repeatedly adjusting the angle of her inner foot and the support of her outer foot. The force varied with the angle of the turn. Mech 34 was not far away. Her speed continued to drop, and numerous collision marks appeared on its fuselage. Clearly, the previous 3 curves had exhausted her. The pilot of Mech 34 began to regret his actions. He didn't know if Lightning's pilot had reached his limit, but he knew he had. His hands, already trembling slightly, made several fatal errors while inputting commands. If the mecha hadn't corrected himself in time, he would have crashed head-on into the mountain wall at the 3rd bend. Can you do this? My hands are really giving out. On my own? I can't. Unless I reduce the speed to 60. Then reduce it to 60. You're crazy. Lightning is right behind us. Pilot number 34 gritted his teeth, a fierce determination welling up at his heart. Then let's go for it. He turned around at the controls of the mecha and saw Lightning round the bend. The bright red mecha was still as pristine as new, not even a scratch visible. In an incredible way, she tilted the plane, using one hand to support herself, and sleekly flung herself out of the curve. His scalp tingled. This maneuver was practically dancing on the edge of plane destruction and human death. What kind of brain could have come up with such an incredible turn? She leaped over the mountain, single-handedly completing a murder. She was being chased, but she turned back, toyed with him, and then killed another person. Now, he was being chased and fleeing in panic. Scenes flashed before his eyes. He gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. How should we fight this? Give up, master. There's no point. The pilot didn't say anything, but the pilot surrendered first. She raised her hands high and casually tossed her spear to the ground. If you can't win, then surrender. This isn't a battlefield, there's no shame in that. At least there's no need to incur a massive repair bill when you're sure to lose. Lightning streaked past him, unfazed. Incidentally, she picked up the spear from the ground. Mecha girl number 34, the pilot, and the audience, Tao, our Lightning, has shown her usual style. Yeah. That's considered thriftiness. He was truly at a loss for words, unable to think of anything to describe Lightning's penchant for picking up other people's weapons. She had already given him so many surprises today. For the first time in his life, he felt the old saying come true. There are no useless mecha girls in this world, only useless pilots. Chapter 24. At this moment, the bright red mecha finally lived up to her name. On the short curves, she transformed into a streak of crimson lightning. She was no longer the useless mecha girl who would drive her pilot into a wall. She lived up to her name. In the arena, everyone held their breath as they watched the figure, sparks blazing, suddenly charge through the highest accident rate pass. Deafening cheers echoed throughout the arena. Miraculous skill. 4 kills, 1 surrender. She had begun to dominate the competition. Everyone knew in their hearts that no mecha left on the field could stand up to Lightning. If Lightning hadn't been the champion of this individual competition, The excited crowd might have rocked the arena. Our competition has already started for half an hour. The total number of eliminations has reached a staggering 12. Our Lightning contributed 5 of them. She's now undeniably at the top of the leaderboard due to her kills. Cao Cao felt his throat begin to smoke. He hadn't shouted so hard in years. Lightning doesn't seem to have any intention of stopping. She's moving forward in her predetermined direction. I don't think she's searching for advantageous terrain at all. She's scanning the path, searching for other opponents. It seems our Lightning has no intention of leaving the enemy any chance of survival. In the club lounge, the faces of the group were as dark as the bottom of a pot. Su Li and Lightning's information had already been placed on their desks. The shock of a group of pilots, who had been competing for years, being killed in a single blow by an unknown young man, was undoubtedly hard for them to accept. One time might be a coincidence, but 5 times in a row? On one side were pure rookies with no formal training, while on the other were the so-called elites, cultivated through immense effort and resources by the clubs. This sudden emergence of a genius crushed all the so-called elites, even slapping the faces of the major clubs. Before a single match was over, Su Li had already offended most of the clubs in South City. Relying on friction between the mountain wall and the ground to correct the fuselage? Is that even possible? Number 34 watched the Lightning disappear at the end of her field of vision, and replayed her turning maneuver in her mind several times. Try it. I'll take care of it. Don't worry, I got it. With her pilot's approval, Number 34 immediately imitated her, and attempted to turn around the curve. But the massive aircraft either tilted too much or her arms couldn't keep up. She repeatedly corrected her pilot's instructions, but after a violent collision with the ground, the aircraft completely lost control. She supported herself with one hand, her legs kicking wildly in midair. One foot struck the cliff face, sending her head plummeting into the other side. Groundwork flew, and Unit 34's limbs drooped limply. She had thought she could avoid a major overhaul, but she had never expected that the Lightning wouldn't cause her to need a major overhaul, but instead, her own pilot would land herself in the repair shop. This isn't logical. How could she have done that? The pilot demanded, soul-shatteringly from the cockpit. Unit 34 straightened up, looking at her own pilot, whose face was filled with shock, and inexplicable emotion flickered in her beautiful eyes. For the first time in her life, she began to dislike the man before her. Why had she, in the past, fallen for such a thing and considered him skilled? An A-rank pilot, at that. That was it. After separating the pilot from her body, she immediately unfurled the device. The medical team arrived quickly, and the medical pilot hurriedly lifted the pilot onto a stretcher, carrying her and the pilot out of the pass. Number 34 lay quietly on the stretcher, gazing at the endless blue sky. She blinked, and vaguely, she seemed to see something floating in the sky. Was it the previous collision that had injured her brain? No. She stared intently, her eyes widening. A ripple spread across the air, slowly forming a black crack. It resembled a winding, ugly scar. And it continued to expand. A thick leg suddenly pierced the crack. Enemy attack. In the sky. Her expression changed drastically, and she shouted. Everyone instinctively looked up, only to see a dozen massive figures emerge from the black gap one after another. They used their massive legs to tear at the crack, attempting to widen it even further. A deep, bone-deep fear washed over them. Everyone froze in their tracks. Zerg. It was the Zerg. The Zerg who had fought against humans and the Mechs for over 100 years. But why had the Zerg broken through the barriers and penetrated deep into the heart of the human race? No one present could offer an answer. A deep fear spread, enveloping everyone. A shrill alarm echoed throughout the arena. Drones immediately transmitted footage of the Zerg attack. Dozens of blue and white figures suddenly took to the air, soaring towards the location where the initial alarm had sounded. Cao Cao stared intently at the sudden rift in space, terrified, and quickly maneuvered his platform toward the Lightning. Zerg attack, match ended. He didn't know why he was running towards Lightning's location. Perhaps he felt, deep down, that in the current situation, Lightning's side was the safest. All-channel announcement. All-channel announcement. Zerg sightings in the individual arena. Coordinates 45,637.48562. Competitors, please leave the arena immediately. Leave the arena immediately. Lightning, racing at full speed, suddenly paused. The inspection team immediately lifted the arena signal block. A full-channel announcement instantly echoed through the cockpits of all mechas. The red mecha swiftly turned and sped towards the coordinates. One mecha after another brushed past her, speeding towards the designated extraction point. Clouds of dust billowed in their wake, and fine gravel struck Lightning's armor, making a crackling sound. Never before had these elite members of the club run so fast during a competition. Tao Now paused in midair, watching Lightning's retreating figure. Gritting his teeth, he decided to follow, even if it meant going in the opposite direction from everyone else. Boom! 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 The small Z-835 individual particle cannon bombarded the spatial rift, instantly destabilizing the passage. However, this weapon, designed for individual soldiers, was no more than a tickle for the vast spatial rift. Once the firing ceased, the spatial passage would instantly regain stability. Two blue and white mechs hovered in midair, about to close in for a shot, when they were pinned down by the Zerg's aerial combat power. The blinding flash of sword light clashed with the metallic jagged edges, sending out countless sparks. The blue flames from the thrusters could only hold their bodies steady. A fierce battle ensued in midair, their transparent wings flapping on their black backs, emitting a resounding buzzing sound. I'll hold them back. You keep firing and maintain the channel's vibration. Hold on, the captain and the others will be here soon. A blue and white mech simultaneously confronted 3 Zerg longhorn beetles. Each beetle was 3 times the size of the blue and white mech. Their long tentacles swished, their fangs gleaming metallically. Despite their enormous size, they glided through the air with remarkable agility. Streams of green acid spurted from their mouths, splashing onto the ground and instantly sending plumes of white smoke rising. The intense corrosiveness carved gullies into the ground. The blue and white mech was equally agile, dodging streams of acid, gun in one hand, sword in the other. She continued to tumble through the air, avoiding the Zerg's attacks. The drones, having been suspended from the match, were now hovering in the air. Perhaps due to the suddenness of the situation, the broadcast studio didn't have time to cut off the signal. As a result, the terrifying images of the Zerg were synchronized throughout the arena. In the brief span of a minute, after the spatial rift appeared, over a dozen Zerg swarmed from the passageway. In addition to the 3 soaring longhorn beetles, 12 Zerg of varying sizes lay on the ground. They scattered and surged in different directions. In the individual competition, many mechas were unable to withdraw in time. The panicked cries of pilots and mechas could be heard from time to time on the channel. In the sky, the blue and white mecha, fighting alone against the 3 longhorn beetles, gradually began to show signs of weakness. She gritted her teeth and persevered, knowing that if she relaxed even a little, her teammates would be completely deprived of their defense. If the stability of the space tunnel wasn't disrupted, the Zerg would surge out like a tide, transforming South City into a complete Zerg sea. However, the continuous high-speed operation was already beginning to overload her. On the battlefield, a giant longhorn beetle like this would require 3 mechas working together to contain it. But now, she was left to deal with it alone. She paused in midair, her sharp fangs piercing her body. The external armor was like tofu against the Zerg's fangs. She swung her great sword with all her might, slashing at the fangs, but only sparks flew. Hurriedly, she forced the barrel of her gun into the Zerg's mouth and squeezed the trigger. A blinding beam of light pierced the Zerg's mouth. It screamed with all its might, and with its last breath, it closed its mouth tightly. The blue and white mech hung suspended in its fangs, its arm gripped and crushed by its jaws. The mech girl's screams of agony echoed through the air. Another mech girl's eyes flushed red as she dodged the Zerg's attacks, squeezing the trigger and firing at the spatial rift. She was so close, yet she couldn't move to help. She could only watch helplessly as another longhorn beetle swooped over and grabbed the blue and white mech's legs. With a simple flick of its head, her comrade was torn in two. Captain! 536. 536. How long will you hold on? Hold on. We need another minute. 537 was a little desperate. 1 minute. After all, they only held on for 30 seconds. 536 could still be saved. As long as her cockpit wasn't destroyed, she could still be saved. The longhorn beetle dropped its lower limbs and swooped down again, raising its fangs towards the cockpit. No! 537 let out a shrill cry. Just as she was about to turn her gun, she saw a flash of light. A long, massive sword pierced through the longhorn beetle's relatively flexible jaws, piercing its skull. A bright red figure appeared at the edge of the battlefield, sprinting towards them. Behind her, a cloud of smoke and dust billowed. Sully connected to the inspection team's public channel and said sternly, "Sorry, I'm late." Chapter 25. Who's on the channel? 038 frowned, unsure of the voice she heard. It was so familiar, it had appeared in her dreams countless times. He could appear anywhere, but not right now, on the battlefield. Yes, it's Instructor Sue. Evacuate him immediately. The competition has been stopped. Whether he's a competitor or a student, His status dictates that he doesn't belong on the battlefield. 537 glanced at 536, who had fallen into the center of the insect swarm following the longhorned beetle's corpse, and gritted her teeth, saying nothing. Su Li's appearance had surprised her, but 536, having fallen into the swarm, was completely incapable of fighting. If Su Li turned around and left at this moment, 536 would have no chance of survival. She wanted to be selfish. It wouldn't take long, just a minute. 536 had taken out one longhorn beetle, and Instructor Su had taken out another. She didn't need to fight the remaining one. She just needed to keep her distance, while simultaneously disrupting the spatial channel and destabilizing it. In this case, with Su Li and Lightning, if they were only harassing from the periphery, there was still hope. At this moment, 6 Zerg of varying sizes lay below the tunnel. They varied in shape, but 3 of them were similar in appearance. 6 segmented legs stood tall on either side of their bodies. They were amber in color, streaked with black stripes. 6 or 7 fangs twirled within their cricket-like heads, hissing menacingly at the oncoming lightning. I will not retreat. Since I promised you, I will be your instructor. If this position of instructor doesn't allow me to enter the battlefield, I have another. I'm a human. 038 was speechless. There was no more fitting identity. As long as one was human, they had a place on this battlefield. Tao Tao, who had been eavesdropping on the channel, clenched his fists on the distant platform. What a passionate declaration. It made him want to throw down the microphone and, sword in hand, fight the Zerg to the death. He wanted to get closer, but he simply didn't have the courage. He could only maintain a distance, piloting the drone and following Lightning's figure. Su Li finally saw clearly. Across from them were 3 swarmas, a roosting wing, and 2 newly adult cockroaches. They weren't insects in the ordinary sense. Their resemblance to everyday insects led to their shared names. After all, no one swarmas or cockroaches would spit acid at humans, nor would they grow to be over 10 or 20 meters long. The sturdy hind legs of the swarmas gave them immense jumping power. With the appearance of the red mecha, they immediately locked onto Su Li's figure. He felt the ground shake, and the 3 swarmas vanished from his sight. They instantly reached a height of several hundred meters, before plummeting rapidly. This wasn't Su Li's first encounter with insects. While he didn't understand why the insects in his previous life were exactly the same as in this one, he understood that there was no room for distraction on the battlefield. Be careful, there's another roost wing below. Its venom can reach you. Ascend 200 meters and cruise at a fixed altitude. 537, upon hearing this, soared upwards, a little startled, as she surveyed the so-called roost wing below. She had never seen such a Zerg before. How did Su Li know this? The red figure suddenly slowed, a departure from its high maneuverability during the competition. At this moment, she completely abandoned high-speed maneuvers. The longsword swung in her hand, creating a sword flower. 3 Zergs plummeted from the sky, causing the ground to shake slightly. The 3 insects surrounded the red mech, their long tentacles swaying, their fangs moving in and out of their mouthparts, dripping a wisp of pale green mucus. Their thick legs were studded with barbs, gleaming with a metallic sheen. There was no doubt that if they scraped against the mech, the external armor would be instantly ripped apart. They scurried around Lightning's side, rustling and gradually closing the circle. Lightning trembled slightly in the cockpit. These Zergs were even more unacceptable than those she had seen online. One glance sent a chill through her body, and her limbs stiffened. So, these are the very same opponents the mecha girls on the front lines face daily. Feeling the warmth behind her, she quietly inched back. Don't be afraid of Lightning. These little creatures, just swat them away. She turned to glance at Su Li and saw that, far from panicking, his expression had become even more composed. But, were these little creatures? Standing tall, they were taller than her mecha. Su Li stared at the rapidly maneuvering Zerg before him without blinking. Suddenly, he felt as if he were back on his own battlefield. He unhooked the meteor hammer from his sling, and casually tossed it to the ground. Holding the sword in one hand, he maintained a steady 60-degree speed, and charged towards one of the Zergs. He swerved, backslashing. The heavy sword lodged at the point where the heel met the body, and with a single strike, he severed one of the sturdy hind legs of a swarmer. Its ovipositor, like a spear, quivered rapidly, and the short spikes on its underbelly scraped the ground, leaving 2 furrows. The massive hind legs fell to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. It rustled past Lightning, a sharp, crackling sound emanating from its mouth. A large amount of green mucus oozed from the wound. Its movement shifted, but the pain spurred its speed. Su Li controlled Lightning with unhurried composure. Although a gap had appeared in the encirclement, he had no intention of escaping. The remaining 2 swarmers rushed in from different directions, instantly reaching the mecha. The massive jaws opened and closed, clamping down on her waist. The whistling wind swirled with dust. She leaped from the spot, dodging the jaws before they snapped shut, and stabbed one of the beast's compound eyes with her sword. She reached out and grasped the beast's long whiskers, leveraging its thrashing momentum to straddle its head. With a series of swift downward thrusts, her sword blinded its remaining eyes. Feeling the transparent mucus trickling down her legs, Lightning shuddered, her hair standing on end. Suli tugged at the beast's 2 long whiskers with one hand, letting it howl in pain. He yanked the whiskers to the right, and the beast's massive jaws slammed directly into the other beast. There was a sharp clash, and with such a massive movement, it lifted its own kind directly from the air. Suli seized the opportunity and thrust his sword directly into the neck of another savage beast. Using the force of the beast's head swing, he sliced its neck more than halfway. A large amount of green, sticky blood spurted out, carrying a foul, fishy smell that began to spread beneath the savage beast. He discarded the sticky, slippery sword and drew a bright red spear from his back. Clenching his legs together, he tugged at the savage beast's long whiskers. The savage beast, blinded by the pain, charged towards its legless comrade. Although blind, the savage beast still had the ability to hear in its forelegs. The immense panic of being blinded, and then ridden upon made it instinctively seek help from its own kind. Suli swung and twisted his arm, and the retractable spear suddenly lengthened. He rode atop the savage beast's massive head, pulling at its whiskers with one hand, while his legs occasionally clamped down on its thick neck, forcing it to speed up faster and faster. Tautau was stunned, even 537 in the air was dumbfounded. This was clearly a serious battlefield, but why was her appearance so comical? Lightning had gotten over her initial panic. Unlike the thrill of the competition, this life-or-death struggle was far more likely to make one's blood boil. Her body no longer trembled with fear, but the constant stimulation had made her somewhat sensitive and nervous. A low muttering spread through the cockpit. Suli frowned, subconsciously looking towards the source of the sound. Lightning's pupils had shrunk to the size of pinpoints. A sound, like a mosquito's hum, emanated from her mouth. Ha, no fear. Ha ha. It's not dirty. Master, I can do it. Isn't it just a horse? I never ridden before, but I can. Under the constant intense stimulation, Lightning finally broke. Everything she experienced that day far exceeded her 5 years on the field. The game was played, the Zergs were slain. Now, she was riding on the Zergs and charging. What in this world is impossible? She gradually regained her composure, watching the legless Zeoma approaching, her emotions rising. A puff of white smoke was clearly visible above her crimson hair. Suli didn't know if she was truly broken, or if some kind of limit switch had been triggered. After the white smoke cleared, her crimson hair began to slowly float upwards. A faint red light began to emanate from her body, and an indescribable feeling overwhelmed her. A series of garbled characters began to appear on the system interface. Then a new message appeared. The current Mecha girl has activated Resonance. In Resonance mode, all stat bonuses are doubled. Innate skill, General. Within the skill's effective range, all allies' attributes are boosted by 50%. Those marked as enemies have all their attributes reduced by 30%. Suli's face flickered with surprise. He hadn't expected a Mecha girl in this world to have an inherent skill. Before he could get a closer look, Lightning's head shot up, her legs clamped together, her red lips parted, and she completely let herself go. Oh! Go! Even 537, far above, could hear Lightning's cry. She froze in her spot, narrowly avoiding being bitten on the head by a longhorn beetle. Chapter 26. A red ripple spread out from Lightning, covering an area with a radius of approximately 100 meters. Suli could clearly feel that all of his attributes had significantly improved. In a state of resonance, his control over Lightning became even more skillful. It felt as if he and her had become one. Every time he wanted to manipulate Lightning, it automatically adjusted itself without him having to say a word. Even usually complex operations were now easily accomplished. She seemed to share his thoughts. Similarly, he could sense the fiery heat within her. Surges of energy spread in waves, and a red light flickered in the center of her body, indicating her mechanical core. Master, I can feel you within me. This state is truly wonderful. He finally confirmed that Lightning was indeed broken. Innate skills are a good thing, but they're likely to cost you your brain. But do all Mecha girls possess inherent skills, or is it because of the system that she resonated with them? Suli didn't really understand the characteristics of the Mecha girls in this world, especially when it came to their mechanical cores. The ones at the academy were petty, and rolled their eyes when he just touched the external armor. He wouldn't tell them many questions, and sometimes even accuse them of sexual assault. But with Lightning, there were some questions he never had the chance to ask. This meant that he remained a complete novice in some areas. Just like now, for the first time in a two-player operation, Lightning took the lead. At least in terms of words. She swung the spear in her hand, clamping the chubby head between her legs. The force was so intense that the blinded creature threatened to pop out. Without a whip, it vanished into a shadow on the battlefield. The sharp spear tip, with immense impact, pierced the oncoming swarm of swarms with its powerful force. Swish. Swish. Lightning stabbed, accommodating his movements with a tone. His expression was serious and solemn, as if he were undertaking a life-or-death task. He wanted to cover Lightning's mouth, but he was afraid of disrupting the rhythm of his driving. He could only watch helplessly as she fought, her utterly devastating cries. The amber swarm only had time to let out a shrill scream before being pierced 3 or 4 times by the red spear. Then, the jaws of her own kind lifted her up and sent her flying. After Lightning's makeshift mount accomplished its feat of crushing its teammates, it barely had time to catch its breath before she grabbed its long whiskers, forced it to turn around, and launched a second charge at the remaining 3 bugs. It was destined to continue down the path of betrayal. With one cry after another, it seemed to have found the meaning of its insect life. Go! In the arena, the atmosphere of fear and panic spread as quickly as it did. From the moment the crowd erupted in commotion to the moment it gradually calmed down, it took less than 2 minutes. And Lightning's counter-movement, unlike many other contestants, propelled her popularity to the peak. Go! 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 Life was exhausting enough, so a little nervousness wouldn't offend anyone. At least the audience enjoyed watching Lightning show a more humane side, poking the bugs for fun. No, she might have offended the Zerg, riding a Zerg to kill a Zerg. Regardless of whether there was precedent for this on the field, it had never happened on the battlefield in the past 100 or so years. That's it, those ferocious-looking Zergs were actually ridden by Lightning, galloping across the field like steeds, almost leaving after images. Even with the speed of the drones, they couldn't keep up. Thankfully, there were still plenty of drones left on the field. This ensured that the real-time footage wasn't lost. If the regular arena matches were astonishing, then her current performance had everyone's jaws dropped. Tao Tao hurriedly wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Saliva dripped down his face, and he realized he was drooling. Those cries echoed across the field, seeming to bring immense courage. She resonated? Compared to the audience, the club staff were clearly more concerned with the fact of resonance. Does anyone know what her inherent ability is? Contact Donsheng immediately. Forget it, they'll never know. If they knew Lightning could resonate, they wouldn't have forced her to terminate her contract. Go! Stand guard at the exit of the arena and sign Suli at all costs. Is it necessary? People like him are destined to be targeted by all clubs. Are you the manager or am I? Targeted? Target him, and let me see. He can take down a Zerg with one shot, but he can't take you down? The sounds of slamming tables and cursing echoed from the lounges of various clubs. Only the Donsheng club was silent. The club manager slumped in his chair, his face pale. He knew that Suli and Lightning, regardless of who they were, would never be recruited again. Regrets sometimes last only a moment. But the after-effects of this, he felt, might take him half his life to recover. The Inspection Brigade headquarters, a towering building with a distinctly technological feel. On the top floor's helipad, a dozen figures in blue and white uniforms stood upright on one side. A massive vertical takeoff and landing transport aircraft hovered in the air. Before it could even begin its descent, the hatch swung open. A uniformed figure leaned forward and leaped from over 20 meters in the air. The wind rustled, the hems of the uniform fluttering. Her slender legs were clad in black stockings, and her sharp black heels seemed to pierce through her heart. She released her grip on her uniform and gazed sternly at the dozen or so subordinates before her. The uniform salute did little to improve her mood. She lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, then tossed it to the ground and crushed it with her shoe. The appearance of a space tunnel in the heartland of the human race was in itself incredible. Interference nodes scattered throughout the void were inspected 3 to 5 times a year to ensure the proper functioning of each one. This task had always been the sole responsibility of the inspection team. She could even imagine the expressions of the human council members at the upcoming meeting. The thought of the potential accountability furrowed her brow. What are you all standing there for? I'm going to the mechanical island for 2 days for maintenance, and you're all ignoring your work? I want all the data I need in the office within 2 hours. If you don't, get back to the front lines and fight the bugs. A group of figures responded with a swift yes and quickly dispersed. None dared to offend their superiors. A rope ladder descended from the transport plane. A petite figure slowly climbed down, step by step. Less than 1.6 meters tall, her dress stretched high across her chest. With each step down, she leaned back before continuing. Under Yihua A01's somewhat hostile gaze, she, with her short blonde hair, walked to Yihua's side, a look of deep resignation on her face. You just got out of the hospital, just got out. I don't think you're planning on leaving the transport plane empty. You're planning on going back in it, right? Jumping off from just over 20 meters? Have you forgotten why you were admitted? How about I help you recall? I haven't had time to replace the alloy desk in the office yet. Your 36-yard record is still printed on it. Alloy desk? Are you thinking about the desk now? Forget the alloy desk. I want to tear this building down. Yihua A01 shook her dark hair. If she didn't speak, she looked like a very feminine and caring older sister. But when she opened her mouth, she instantly transformed into a cross-dressing gangster. Fuck, what a bunch of idiots. You can't even do your job. All you do all day is run around the streets chasing cats and dogs with guns. All the money goes to the dogs. Han Hai B31 smoothed the hair by her ear and adjusted the frame of her glasses on her nose. He rolled his eyes upwards behind his glasses and said calmly, "That's all thanks to the leadership's good education. Even a footprint could be left on an alloy table by kicking it. I think it's understandable that a subordinate has a tendency towards violence. You're not done yet, are you?" Yihua's eyes were unkind. Han Hai puffed out his chest, his gaze meeting Yihua's without wavering. "Not done yet. You kicked my desk. I think you've forgotten that you broke 6 of my ribs when you overturned it." Yihua, Han Hai took a step forward, his chest bulging against Yihua's stomach. Before someone gets angry, they better consider how she's been humiliating me, a patient, and how she's been working so hard for me, even dragging herself out of the hospital ICU to clean up her mess. Don't be so harsh. You're also a member of the inspection team. Are you supposed to be cleaning up my mess? So, you don't contribute to the team's public restroom? Han Hai narrowed his eyes, silently turned back, and put his hands back on the rope ladder. Yihua sprinted forward, wrapping his arms around Han Hai's legs. "Good girl, I was wrong. I'll get you a new desk when I get home. We don't want the alloy one anymore. Let's get one with a rim. How about a full pink one? If that doesn't work, I'll add a bed for you. You can even work while lying down." As she spoke, she waved frantically at the transport plane while Han Hai wasn't paying attention. Han Hai glared at her angrily, then took a step forward and headed inside. Seeing this, Yihua outside breathed a sigh of relief and followed Han Hai closely, not even daring to step in front of her. Chapter 27. Mechanical Island is an extremely mysterious place. Even though mechanids and humans have coexisted for over 100 years, no human has ever set foot on it. It hovers quietly high in the sky, seemingly unreachable, yet encompassing an immense expanse. Humanity has repeatedly attempted to reach it, using various methods, but without exception, they have failed. The vast island, suspended in the air, seems illusory, seemingly without substance. Human vehicles can easily pass through it, like passing through a mirage. Such crude, tentative actions were not stopped by the mechanical island. It seemed as if they were certain that with the current technological means available to them, they could not penetrate their defenses. Over 100 years of coexistence, accompanied by over 100 years of exploration. People have tried every possible method, but the answer they received is always unique. It always hovers in midair, high above, unreachable by anyone. Deep within the core of the mechanical island lies a massive video wall. It was divided into countless small sections, each flashing with real-time surveillance footage. The cacophony of voices echoed through the empty space, evoking hollow echoes. Those images were live broadcasts of various competitions. On the other side of the massive wall, countless mine sensors connected to small petri dishes spread out on the ground. Looking out, the densely packed petri dishes on the vast floor resembled an endless honeycomb. 2 mecha girls in white dresses operated the massive instruments, pumping a measured amount of culture fluid into each of the petri dishes. Amidst the boundless expanse of space, petri dishes occasionally emitted faint, multicolored lights. Each time a light flashed, the groove beneath the dish lifted it up, transporting it along a predetermined route to another dimension. The vacant space was then replaced by a new dish. Blue again. The production of high-quality mecha girls has been declining recently. Not to mention mecha girls with inherent skills, even S-rank mecha girls are hard to come by these days. We've done our best. The production of mecha girls isn't up to us. Without qualified pilots, there can't be qualified mecha girls. We should have gotten used to the current situation by now. They repeatedly spy on us, but they don't bother training good pilots. If our people aren't holding the front lines, what future does humanity have? I say we should withdraw our forces. Pressure brings motivation. At this rate, the front line might not last another 20 years. White Mecha Girl number 03 frowned. The older generation of Mecha Girls, after all the losses and sacrifices, are now few and far between. However, the new generation of Mecha Girls is of varying quality and inadequate. Is it true that after every civilization reaches its peak, decline becomes inevitable, but neither human nor Mecha Girl civilization has ever experienced a peak? Perhaps, the human plan can be put on the table. Mecha Girl number 03 tilted her head. Mecha Girl number 04 frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "You mean Kuroba?" "Yes. Using the genetic sequences contained in human brain cells to breed new Mecha Girls. At least in terms of adaptability, there's a wider range of options. Undeniably, their learning ability is much stronger." "Are you crazy? You should know this is another test from humans. They simply want to extract crucial intelligence from this hybrid." Mecha Girl number 03, dressed in white, pushed her glasses up and gave a nonchalant smile. "They didn't succeed, did they? All the modifications couldn't circumvent the core directives of the mechanical island. Even if they claim to be human, subconsciously, they're Mecha Girls. But they're failures. You know very well that all Mecha Girls of the same type will almost certainly disintegrate due to cognitive discrepancies. We tried over 100 of these Mecha Girls, but only 3 have survived. But they're all S-class, aren't they? Even without inherent skills, they're all S-class. But they never set foot on a battlefield. The Human Council won't let them. Being S-class like that is practically the same as having no Mecha Girls at all. What if they're mass-produced?" You're crazy. Mecha Girls can never be mass-produced. The most you can have of the same model is 3 at a time. Each sequence represents a mechanical system. This system possesses a strong uniqueness and exclusivity. The more mechas produced within a series, the weaker their strength becomes. Only when a single mecha appears within a sequence can it potentially break through to S rank. Of course, sequences vary in strength. Not all sequences can produce S-rank mechas. At the far end of space, a massive mechanical tree shimmered with golden light. Countless mechanical sequences entwined it, emitting a faint golden glow. The 2 mech girls fixed their gaze on the mechanical tree, a brief silence falling. No one knew how they could break free from the current situation. Perhaps, only the emergence of a large number of S-class mechs could prevent the front line from shrinking further and offer a chance for a counterattack. A faint golden light shone from a nearby culture tank. The 2 mech girls looked over with ecstasy, realizing the glow was growing stronger and stronger, not just an illusion. They exchanged a glance and immediately connected the petri dish's mind sensors. A fiery red figure appeared in their minds. She was wielding a bright red spear, riding a bug, charging towards 3 other Zerg. The figure of lightning suddenly filled the entire massive video wall. Her heroic presence instantly stirred the dead silence of the breeding grounds. The nutrient solution in countless petri dishes began to rapidly deplete. Dots of light lit up, scattered throughout the breeding grounds. A dazzling array of multicolored light erupted. The breeding grounds, once a long wait for a single mechanical core, now began to appear in clusters. 1, 2, 3. 5 golden beams shone, forming 5 straight pillars. Amidst the sea of multicolored light, they shone with exceptional brilliance. They were lifted up by the grooves and rapidly transported to the S-class Mecha Girls incubation rooms. 2 Mecha Girls followed closely behind, their gaze fixed on the 5 petri dishes, unwilling to avert their eyes. Golden lines began to flash within the petri dishes. The 5 petri dishes began to connect to one another. They stared in shock at what was unfolding before their eyes, their mouths gaping open for a long moment. Each golden line represented a mechanical sequence. The mechanical sequences capable of producing S-class cores were inherently unique and powerful. But now, they were intertwined. The 2 Mecha Girls had never witnessed anything like this. They exchanged glances, and one of them, without hesitation, pressed the intercom on the console. "I'm 03, the breeding room supervisor. We must notify the governor immediately. An abnormality has occurred in the breeding room, corresponding to code 3347 Malawin Quatches. Requesting remote assistance from Mecha Girls with relevant authority." The intercom quickly chimed again, 2 somewhat aged voices emanating from within, causing 03 to straighten his back instantly. "Are you sure the code is 3347 Malawin Quatches?" "I'm sure. 03 glanced at the code again and replied firmly. Don't do anything. We'll be there soon. Before the intercom fell silent, both of them in the control room heard a commotion. The two excitedly knocked over the cups and glasses on the table. After a long pause, 04 slowly raised her head and looked at 03, who was still dazed at the console. She asked, "Was that the elder who just spoke?" 03 nodded silently. Such an old voice could only be that of an elder from the robot island. Because ordinary mecha girls simply don't have the chance to age. Chapter 28. Dozens of blue and white mechas finally arrived at the spatial rift. Seeing their situation hopeless, the Zerg roared in despair. The longhorn beetle didn't even give the inspection team a chance to kill it. It cast a final glance at Lightning, spear-wielding, its compound eyes flashing with hatred as it slammed headfirst into the unstable spatial passage, instantly ripped to shreds by the force of space. Debris rained down from the sky like a green rain. A volley of gunfire and specially approved cluster artillery instantly enveloped the spatial passage. Faintly, one could hear the roar of the Zerg swarm echoing through the void. Lightning's lance pinned the last roof wing to the ground. It struggled, lashing its long tail, its two slender spikes continuously extending and retracting. As soon as the stove bug climbed onto it, its entire abdomen exploded. Light yellow venom splattered, sending plumes of white smoke billowing in its wake. The stove bug's entire abdomen was sprayed solid. The thick abdominal armor was of limited use, rapidly dissolving under the intensely acidic venom. It didn't even have time to roar before it collapsed motionless. "Hurry! Hurry!" Lightning tugged at her long whiskers, unnoticed, and unleashed a mess of green, sticky material beneath them. She instinctively dropped what she was holding. Only then did she recover. She let out a startled cry, her face flushing crimson. 038 looked at the mess on the ground, then at Lightning, who had leaped from the stove horse and was now dazed. An indescribable strangeness hung over his face. "So we're all alone?" She hovered directly beside Lightning, unfurling her armor. She was dressed in a blue and white uniform, and her high-waisted boots made her legs look especially slender. She looked up at the towering mech before her and reached out to pat her calf. How wonderful! After such intense combat, she only had a few minor scrapes. At most, a few scratches on the exterior armor. A flash of red light appeared, and Sully appeared beside 038, holding his nose. The devastated open space was filled with the stench of corrosive acid. 038 took a look, pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, and handed it to Sully. He took it and covered his mouth and nose with it. A faint, refreshing fragrance washed over him, making him feel much better. 537 had already dragged the severely injured 536 from the damaged cab. She had lost all feeling in her lower limbs. Her face was pale, and she slumped over 537's shoulder, as if boneless. Upon seeing Sully, she grinned weakly at him. Those Zerg corpses over there can't be buried directly. They need to be doused with strong acid or burned thoroughly with gasoline bombs. Sully pointed at two cockroach-like insects in the field. They also inherited the cockroach's tenacious vitality. Even after being nearly rotted by lightning, their limbs continued to twitch. Hearing this, a group of mecha girls quickly gathered a few gasoline bombs and walked towards the two insects. "Sully, you really opened my eyes. I thought your skills were excellent, but I didn't expect you to be this good. It seems I really made the right choice to have you as our instructor. I just wonder when Instructor Sue will be free to visit your station and fulfill your responsibilities as an instructor." "Tomorrow. It's a weekday, but I'm just a bit free." He shrugged nonchalantly. Going to the inspection team to see more mecha girls wasn't a bad idea for him. "Are you sure there's nothing wrong with 536? "No, the nerves in my lower limbs are dead. I need to go to the Mecha Maintenance Center and get a new one replaced." Sully was at a loss for words when he heard that. Mecha girls have the advantage of being mecha girls, at least they're much tougher than humans. 038 glanced calmly at Sully's hand. Those slender fingers didn't tremble even a bit after enduring such intense operation. She instantly understood. Even the Zerg encounter hadn't pushed the man before her to his limits. So what exactly was his limit? This, you know, is Lightning's pilot. "Hello, I'm Tao, the commentator for today's match. Nice to meet you." The slightly overweight middle-aged man approached Sully, grasped his hand, and shook it firmly. His face was covered in sweat, and even though his entire body was trembling with fear, he couldn't hide his excitement. Seeing him in profile is one thing, seeing him in person is another. Though he looked even more immature than in the photo, the composure in his eyes couldn't be captured in the photo. So, It was this young man who was manipulating lightning to perform astonishing, godlike maneuvers. Hello. I used to watch you commentate on matches. Now, I finally get to meet you in person. I was wondering if you'd be willing to sign an autograph for me. Su Li's words filled Cao Cao with ecstasy. This is a two-way race. Come on, sign for me first on this shirt. He pulled a marker from his pocket, tugged at his sweat-soaked t-shirt, and pointed to the only spot on his chest that seemed dry. Su Lisan winced, but still took the pen and wrote his and Lightning's names on his chest. Cao Cao, on the other hand, pulled a notebook from the platform's compartment and scribbled a blessing in a flourish, signing his own name. They exchanged signatures, and at Cao Cao's urging, took a photo together. Only then, contented, did he depart on his platform. Lightning huddled behind Su Li, a blanket of crimson from head to toe. If it weren't for her striking features, he would have thought she pulled her bodysuit over her head. Why do you always hide behind me? Weren't you killing so hard just now? Su Li tried to turn around to get a closer look at her, but she tugged at the clothes behind her, preventing him from turning. The Mecha girl's power was truly immense, the kind that was irresistible. It's okay, isn't it just social demise? Trying to show off in public, who wouldn't be socially disastrous? Just be thick-skinned and you'll find out. Find out what? Find out it's useless. Su Li's casual joke was met with a thunderous blow. Caught off guard, he felt his internal organs shift. He nearly vomited all his food from last night. What? You're murdering the pilot? I'm going to beat you up, so you can laugh at me. I swear to God, I warned you and told you to be careful. You insisted on dubbing, and you blame me? You're still saying that? I'll beat you to death. A puff of white smoke was visible rising from Lightning's head. Her mecha core seemed to be overloading easily lately. Starting tomorrow, you'll be staying at the inspection team. Or, if you find it inconvenient, the inspection team can send a small team to accompany you as a guard. Su Li stopped playing with Lightning upon hearing this. He turned to look at 038 puzzled. What's going on? An instructor with such high standards? A mere instructor doesn't have such high standards. But if a core contract pilot selected by a mecha girl with inherent skills is a pilot, then they qualify. She smiled at Lightning and nodded gently. Two slightly hunched figures squatted on the suspended platform, their crutches inserted into the platform's grooves as handholds, trying to maintain their balance on the speeding small platform. The platform, originally designed to accommodate only one person, now squeezed two people on board. It sped along, swaying uncontrollably from side to side. Fortunately, it finally persevered and completed its mission, delivering the two elderly people to the breeding ground. 03 and 04 could hardly believe their eyes. The elders, usually aloof and superior, now had their silver hair blown back by the strong wind, like two silver brooms. Their clothes were disheveled, but they hadn't bothered to adjust them. Even though their legs were trembling as they stepped off the platform, their lips were still stiff. Hurry! Take us there. 03 and 04 nodded, and just as they were about to step forward to lead the way, they noticed that the two elders were already at the front, walking with shaky steps. Even with their healthy bodies, they couldn't catch up. They could only jog after them. Code 3347. It's been so many years, I thought I'd never see it again. Behind the custom-made glass, the 5 petri dishes had changed drastically. In the time it took to go out and fetch someone, the originally small petri dishes had burst. 5 golden mechanical cores hovered in the air, slowly rotating in an orderly pattern. A golden mechanical sequence coiled around them, as if alive, wrapping them layer by layer. 2 elderly men leaned over the glass, their gaze as fixed as that of a pervert upon a beautiful woman. Quick! Take a picture. Yes. Send it to that Governor General. Tell her to mobilize more forces. These 5 precious treasures must not be lost. From today on, I'm staying here. That girl, go get the sap from the mechanical tree. These golden cores are our precious treasures. How can they be fed with S-grade nutrient solution? What if they become malnourished? 03 and 04 were stunned. S-grade nutrient solution is specifically for S-grade mechas, and this is garbage? Excuse me, elders. How many drops of sap are needed? Drops? Are you kidding? Get 5 buckets first. That's sap from the mecha tree. 1 drop is enough to make 10 kilograms of S-grade nutrient solution. 03 and 04's faces were filled with shock. They stared at the 5 cores behind the glass, and suddenly realized they might have stumbled upon something they could brag about forever. Chapter 29. So, you're going back to the warehouse with us? Lightning's voice rose involuntarily. She looked at the woman before her, her beautiful smile, and felt a certain ulterior motive. I haven't awakened any inherent skills, truly. And I don't have any resonance. Master, can you prove it to me? Suli could see that she had done her utmost to prevent other mech girls from sharing the warehouse with her. She would rather die than stand before him. It had to be said that for a moment, Suli was moved. Then he pushed her aside and reached out to hold 038's hand. Welcome to your guidance. 038 was startled, her face suddenly flushed. She opened her mouth and stuttered, changing the subject. Oh, so you live in the warehouse. That place is certainly quite large. Lightning, standing nearby, hurried over and yanked Su Li's hand away. For some reason, she felt a sense of panic when she saw him touching another mech girl. The feeling wasn't pleasant, even more so than social demise. No, it's not a big place, just a small warehouse. Once I unfolded it, it was full. 038 glanced at Lightning with amusement. Lightning's eyes were filled with wariness, practically writing the word unwelcome on his face. Suddenly, the thought of teasing her arose, and she spoke to Su Li around her. It's not as exaggerated as you say. You don't know about guidance. To be more precise, we're here to provide you with security. You might not be aware, but every pair of pilots and mecha girls who resonate and possess inherent skills will be the focus of the Human Council and the Mechanical Island. The Human Council provides the platform or resources. We, on the other hand, provide security. Of course, in special circumstances, we'll also provide personal security. What do you mean by personal security? The kind that sign a core contract? Lightning stopped in front of Su Li, staring at 038 and saying word by word, personal security without a core contract is a scoundrel. Not only 038, but even Su Li was stunned by these words. Armed mecha girls have no chance of signing a contract with humans. They are loyal to and serve the Mecha Island for their entire lives. He subconsciously stroked his Lightning's hair and excused her. Don't mind it, Captain. She was just joking. 038 sighed softly and glanced at Su Li with a somewhat dejected look, which made him raise his eyebrows and feel indescribably awkward. The teams that had gone out to search for the Miss Zerg returned one after another. Finally, someone from the competition team had made the effort to show up. The leader stood trembling at the outermost edge of the cordon, mumbling something incomprehensible. An unexpected situation arose during the competition, and everyone was apprehensive, fearing the Zerg's presence would harm innocent people. Many members from various clubs had also arrived. With a clear purpose, they peered around the scene, searching for the red mech. Pilots, who could resonate with mechs, were rare. Although they knew their club's chances of signing Su Li were slim, they couldn't bear to give up. That was a future Super S pilot. Though he wasn't fully mature yet, he already possessed the necessary qualities to become one. The members of various clubs gathered together, each disapproving of the other. Without a word, there were even signs of violence. The inspection team intervened immediately, and under the cold gunfire, they finally calmed down and began to mutter like the organizers. 038 had already placed Su Li and Lightning in the military vehicle early in the morning, thus avoiding the harassment. Too lazy to engage in official business with the group, she simply arranged for the deputy captain to come forward while she personally drove the military vehicle, accompanied by half the team, and drove it directly out of the stadium. Lightning remained sullen throughout the entire time, clinging to Su Li's side like a wronged young wife. As the stadium receded, the look of grievance on her face intensified. Lightning, what's wrong with you? The latter slowly shook his head, remaining silent. Su Li initially thought it was social turmoil, but as the vehicle retreated further, he noticed Lightning's gaze fixed on the venue and realized he might have misjudged her. He rubbed Lightning's head and whispered, "It's okay. It's just one competition. I'll take you to other competitions when the opportunity arises." Lightning nodded heavily, her nasal voice rasping, "Yes. Life is always filled with regrets, even if this was her first true competition. Don't worry. I'll always remember the image of us, Lightning, racing across the field. After this competition, I'm sure many people will remember you. The next time we compete, you might even have your own fans." "Really?" Lightning's eyes gleamed again. Su Li rubbed his flushed head vigorously, and replied affirmatively, "Of course. Putting aside your amazing skills, just the voice acting for your moves puts you miles ahead of all other mechas." As soon as Su Li finished speaking, he felt someone grip the soft flesh around his waist tightly. He froze in place, not daring to move. Fortunately, the small hand at his waist, resembling a hydraulic clamp, didn't move further, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Lightning's face, expressionless, lowered, her red eyes tinged with murderous intent. Inspection Brigade Headquarters Office Building. In the spacious office, A long alloy table was covered with various documents. Yihua, cigarette in hand, draped her slender legs across the table, her brow furrowed. She held the summary of each department in her hands, flipping through the pages one by one. Even though it had been greatly streamlined, it was still as thick as a dictionary. The vein in her forehead throbbed as she tried to suppress her anger. How long would she have to read page by page? So, there's nothing wrong with the interference node above the void? She looked at the group of figures standing upright before her and slammed the documents in her hand onto the table. After all this investigation, this is all you found? So tell me, whose fault is this? A local radical organization? The Human Council? Or is it the AD invading reality? I want results, not speculation. If the presiding judge at the military tribunal asks me what evidence I have for my theory, can I tell them it's just your guesswork? The subordinates stood still, each daring to speak. Hanhai pushed open the door and walked in, also carrying a thick stack of documents. Yihua glanced up, his brow furrowed even more. The council gave us very little time. I only had 2 days. I already sorted through these documents. She carried the documents past a group of standing mecha girls. Their gazes flicked to Hanhai's face, which had been severely deformed and overflowing from the pressure of the documents. Their expressions grew increasingly grim. Hanhai placed the heavy documents on the conference table, removed a hard drive from his chest, and inserted it into the terminal. The large screen lit up, revealing a structural diagram. There are 3 key points we need to focus on. First, shielding the nodes. I don't need written materials. I want you to personally lead a team to re-examine the relevant nodes. There aren't many nodes in the incident area, only 360. I'll give you 1 day. Second, according to the feedback from the on-site operator, the communication shielding device at the stadium experienced a significant fluctuation in data at a certain point in time. Go investigate. I need to understand the cause of the fluctuation. Third, investigate all units and individuals capable of manufacturing high-frequency signal transmitters. I need to obtain the most detailed information within half a day. Hanhai adjusted his glasses, glanced at everyone present, and pulled a hard drive out of the terminal. Now adjourn. The crowd saluted Hanhai quickly, their heels clicking loudly. Although her figure was enviable, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief with her at headquarters. At least they had a direction for their investigation, and they didn't have to rush around like a headless chicken with piles of information. Chapter 30. After watching the staff quickly assign their tasks and leave the conference room, Hanhai finally sat down. Yihua looked at the 2 large balls she had placed on the conference table, and his veins throbbed again. Hanhai glared at Yihua, who, cigarette in hand, was squinting at her. What are you looking at? This family will fall apart sooner or later without me. If I'd known this job was so tiring, I should have found a contractor. She didn't know where he had the nerve to look at her sideways. Who gave her the confidence? Her empty head, her dwindling IQ. Who was it that hated men back then, saying she'd be forever bound to work? I regret it, can't I? Besides, it's not like there aren't any female pilots. I work every day. Even if I have health problems, I go to the doctor so I can do better. I'm not a human, but I'm not a beast either. Pilot girls need to go shopping too, and buy new clothes and bags. The one I'm wearing right now is from last year. Yihua felt a bit off. She really shouldn't have brought up something irrelevant. Thinking of the clothes piled up in her dorm, her mind was even more confused than when she was looking at the information. Sometimes she had to admire Hanhai. She always had a way of finding the perfect outfit from a pile of clothes. In that sense, Hanhai was truly a good candidate for intelligence gathering. What did you mean by that at the meeting? Hanhai looked up, his face filled with surprise. No way. The chief inspector of the inspection brigade doesn't even understand what we're saying? It's true that some people don't do their job. But their superior strength leaves their subordinates with no room for reason. It's because they have the biggest fists. TSK. I looked at her from top to bottom, and I don't think she's truly capable. Otherwise, why not just kick the table and overturn the parliament? Yihua tried hard to suppress his anger. While he couldn't shut Hanhai up, he could at least pretend to be magnanimous. Do you suspect someone or a company built a high-frequency transmitter and revealed the Zerg's coordinates? That's not suspicion, okay? That's certainty. And it's highly likely that it was built by an individual at the behest of a company. Right now, we just lack a tiny bit of evidence. Can we find it? Hanhai truly wanted to pry Yihua's head open and give her half of his brain. Is this important? Yihua glared and slammed the table. Nonsense. Of course it's important. Hanhai looked at Yihua like he was an idiot. No, It's not important. What's important is that we make others think we have evidence. Yihua tried to look enlightened, but Han Hai brought her back to her senses with a single sentence. What? Judging from the chief inspector's expression, do you have any countermeasures? No. You're overthinking it. You're the commander-in-chief now, and I'm only responsible for military support. Han Hai glanced at Yihua with some disdain, picked up his terminal, and began to blatantly slack off. Just wait. It won't be long before someone reveals their true intentions. Yihua was stunned, feeling an itch all over her body. Waiting again. Every time something happened, she spent most of her time waiting. This behavior made her feel like she might be a bit mentally retarded. Then what's their purpose? To adjust the current situation? Who knows? After all, I'm not one of those people. As for colluding with the bugs, forget it. But using this as an excuse to find out about the mechanical island is certainly possible. Trouble us? Why? Haven't we given in enough over the years? Then have you ever considered that maybe it's because we given in too much? Han Hai swiped through the terminal, selected the clothes he liked, and decisively clicked the purchase button. Who would be dissatisfied with their power? Especially with Super S-Class pilots becoming increasingly scarce these days? Yihua was stunned, unable to understand how a Zerg case of breaking through the existing blockade could be connected to Super S-Class pilots. It's important for people to know their own limitations, especially for pilot girls. So she decisively gave up thinking, picked up Han Hai's coffee beside her, took a sip, and turned around to spit it all over the floor. Why are you drinking this bitter stuff again? Because I need to refresh my mind and help some brainless people with some brain-intensive work. Yihua clenched his fist under the table, but thinking of his broken heel, he gave up on pounding the table again. In the dormitory of the 3rd Squadron of the Inspection Brigade, Lightning clutched the glittering golden trophy, a goofy grin on her face. Ever since 038 had asked the organizers for the trophy on her behalf, her impression of her had skyrocketed. She kept calling him sister, practically kneeling down to swear sworn brotherhood. As expected, for women, all it takes to gain dislike and disdain is leverage. And for Lightning, the most effective leverage was the trophy she held. Sister, I'm the happiest pilot girl in the world. Yes, you're right. 038 glanced at Su Li, and moved the trophy for Lightning. Its current position was just right to catch her saliva, preventing it from dripping onto the sheets, which she still needed to wash. Su Li leaned over with some concern, then nodded. The trophy held a large capacity. If she remained motionless, it would likely take 3 hours to fill it. Someone from Mecha Industrial is here. Do you want to meet them? Come now. Su Li frowned. He wouldn't believe anyone who said the timing had nothing to do with the lightning resonance. Did they offer any conditions? 038 gave Su Li a thumbs up, his eyes gleaming with approval. Yes, they'll let you join their club. Mecha Industries promises that once the contract is signed, they'll equip you with an S-rank mecha girl, and all resources will be prioritized for you. I told you that if a pilot who resonates with the mecha girl emerges, the Human Council will provide resources. Mecha Industries must have spent a considerable amount of money to secure this opportunity. Su Li was both angry and amused. Then, they're really putting their efforts in the wrong place. Throwing money at the council? Didn't they consider that I wouldn't agree? Of course they did. Their purpose is simple. If you don't accept this contract, you're essentially giving up the resources the Human Council has provided you. Then just give up. Su Li answered directly, not even bothering to think. First they threatened him, then they nearly killed him, and now they were using such disgusting means to force him onto the chariot, and they still expected him to agree to this? Did these capitalists have no shame at all? He had seen countless shameless tactics. In his previous life, those second-generation rich kids, hoping to claim military merit, had thrown him into the vast universe, where he ultimately died in fear and despair. Compared to that, the current methods can only be described as basic. Isn't it just giving up resources? No matter how much the humiliation fee is, it's still humiliation. His crisp answer made 038's eyes widen. That's an enormous amount of resources. Not to mention the rarity of S-Class mecha girls, even the various modules needed to improve the mecha girl's attributes later on would be an astronomical amount of wealth. Even for a renowned pilot, equipping a mecha girl with better modules would still require considerable effort, not to mention Su Li's current poverty. He probably couldn't even afford a low-level blue module. But even so, he refused without a second thought. You have to think clearly. Lightning is still A-rank. I don't know how she, as an A-rank mecha girl, resonates with you, but to reach S-rank, the cost of various modules she'll need is not insignificant. Moreover, there are even super S-ranks above S-rank. You still have a long way to go. There's nothing to consider. I just want compensation for my mental damages. I used to be unknown, but now I'm a resident pilot. I think the amount of compensation for mental damages should be discussed. 038's face flickered with a strange expression upon hearing this. Suli took a look and suddenly felt uneasy. What? Shouldn't this be the right thing to do? It should be. Absolutely. And Aka Industrial did offer emotional compensation. How should I put it? The compensation is very high, but I think you might find it a little unacceptable. Suli was stunned. Was there any compensation in the world he couldn't accept? 038 gritted his teeth and laid it all out. As for the compensation, they can be said to be sincere, but also to be completely insincere. But even if we bring this kind of compensation to the parliament, people will say you're taking advantage. They compensated you with an S-class mecha girl. Suli, after hearing this and considering 038's expression, immediately guessed the answer. A look of complete despair crossed his face. They're not going to give Black Feather to me, are they? 038 awkwardly gave Suli a thumbs up. Brother, you're smart. I'm not smart at all. These bastards are truly inhuman. Suli was so angry he wanted to punch the wall, but when he realized he wasn't in his own warehouse, he sat down angrily. He was so calculating that the beads were practically falling on his face. So they just threw the leaking waste to him, just to recycle it. What a surprise! I don't want it. Let Aka Industry go wherever they want. Brother, take this. You should still have it. Even if it's for serving tea and water. It might be a bit useless, but after all, it's an S rank. But it makes me feel bad looking at it. From another perspective, that Heyu might be even more annoying. I got another tip for you. You know Hong Ying, right? Heiyu's henchman, they say, never leaves her side. Suli narrowed her eyes, suddenly feeling that this little sister, 038, was truly thoughtful. Really? 038 leaned over to Suli's ear and whispered, really? I heard she's been asking around for information about your preferences these past few days. She said she'd do anything to protect Heyu from being abused. Suli quietly shifted to the side. Sister, what are you talking about? How could I, a well-behaved young man, do something like torturing a mecha girl? Oh, and tell her I don't like seeing her in a suit. A maid outfit is fine though. 038, Chapter 31. In the spacious conference room, Suli had expected to see representatives from Aka Industries. But after pushing the door open, he found only an empty room and a document on the table. They lacked even the most basic respect for him. Upon learning he had rejected the contract, they simply stood up and left, as if a shameless pilot like Suli wasn't worth wasting their time. Suli grabbed the document, glanced through it, and quickly signed his name. 038 stood behind him, wanting to say something but stopping herself. It's good for people to have their own opinions, but in Suli's case, with her authority, it was difficult for her to provide him with more help. Humans are a very sociable species. Rejecting Aka Industries' invitation might seem satisfying on the surface, but both she and Suli knew the road ahead would be even more difficult. Aka Industries couldn't represent the Human Council. At best, it was just a small corner of the council, but even that small corner represented its interests. Suli's refusal was tantamount to a rejection of the Human Council. At least in Nanchung, no club would sign a contract with Suli despite the pressure from Aka Industrial, even if he were a resident pilot. The prize money for the city-level competition was limited, insufficient to fund the Lightning Upgrade module. However, provincial-level competitions required the backing of a club. The future was instantly closed. This meant that, at best, Suli could only make a name for himself in city-level competitions. But with his skills, he could easily dominate city-level competitions. Once or twice is fine, but if it happens too often, neither the audience nor the tournament organizers will buy it. Just because of a contract, he was easily shelved by the tycoons of capital. How can this not infuriate? How can it not make people sigh? 038 looked at Suli. Despite his young age, he stood tall and straight. He seemed to exude an indescribable aura that made people want to take a second look. She couldn't help but consider all his possible escape routes. Remaining in the inspection brigade as an instructor is an opportunity most pilots dream of. But for Suli, he deserved a brighter future. Moreover, with an instructor's salary, he might have to spend half his lifetime to upgrade Lightning to S rank. How many half-lives can a person have? The average prime age for an average pilot is 35. Once they pass that age, their physical functions begin to decline, and their reactions become slow. Even on the competition field, they'll only be a foil to others. How could Suli possibly accept such an outcome? Would all his piloting skills be lost forever? Or could Suli start his own club? No, the club's approval process is extremely complex, and true to aka industrial style, they would definitely intervene immediately. Sister, what's wrong? 038 came to her senses, and saw Suli waving a hand in front of her face. He seemed calm, a smile in his eyes. Nothing. Aren't you worried? No club will extend an olive branch to you. It doesn't matter. If things really don't work out, I can go to the battlefield. I can accumulate military merits and upgrade lightning. With my skills, even a small Zerg can be easily defeated. You? Everyone else avoids the battlefield, but you're the one rushing to it. Are you crazy? Don't worry, I didn't say I was going now. Suli waved nonchalantly and headed outside. 038 gritted his teeth, staring at Suli's back, at a loss for words. What are your plans? What else could I plan? Of course, I'll take advantage of the hype and play more matches. But you can't even afford the modules with just city-level competitions. Suli stood in front of the 3rd Squad dormitory, turned around, and shrugged. It doesn't matter. I don't need modules. Even if lightning can't upgrade, so what? I alone am more than enough to defeat thousands of modules. Through the window, he could clearly see Lightning clutching the trophy, grinning like a fool. It seemed as if with the trophy, even he, a pilot, no longer mattered. Modules are never necessary. Trying to use resources to contain me only shows a lack of confidence. What else can that mean? Don't forget, my mecha girl is only A rank, but so what? We still resonate, don't we? Under the dim light of the setting sun, 038 was moved by Suli's bold words. She stepped forward, pinched his ear, and said through gritted teeth, even though I know you're telling the truth, I'm sorry, my hand just itches for some reason. It hurts, it hurts. Suli patted 038's delicate hand rapidly, her initial composure gone. I'm telling you, isn't that enough? aka Industrial's old rival, Sanch Heavy Industry, has extended an olive branch to me. They can withstand AK's pressure for me, but the prerequisite is that they don't give any resources away. Really? 038 felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders upon hearing this. With the club's endorsement, he could compete at the provincial level, even at the national level. They really don't have any other conditions. I guess so. Sanch Heavy Industry is actually quite disgusting. They demanded I change the logo on Black Feather's mech. Put on the Sanch logo. And complete at least one race in the provincial competition with Black Feather. If AK's mech appeared in that race, I get a reward of 500,000 for each one eliminated. 038 was clearly shocked by Sanch Heavy Industries' demands. Using AK's mech, branded with the Sanch logo, to crush AK's mech? What a vengeance that would entail. You agreed? Suli nodded. Such a great opportunity, of course he agreed. He could both participate in the competition and annoy his opponent. Could anything be more lucrative than this? Not only did I agree, I also asked them to help me get an invitation to the competition. What competition? Global Arena. Global Arena? Is there a provincial competition like that? Why haven't I seen it before? 038's face suddenly darkened. She looked at Suli, grinning, and said uncertainly, I remember now. This is the qualifying competition for the various clubs under Aka Industrial. Are you crazy? Not crazy. What better way to prove your loyalty than to win the competition? 038 stared at Suli in silence, shuddering subconsciously. By the way, sister, do you know anyone in the media? If so, ask them to help promote it. The first prize is 1 million, and I'm afraid AKA will default on it. 038 silently lowered her hand from twisting Suli's ear and carefully smoothed the wrinkles on his clothes. She patted her chest. Don't worry, brother. If he dares to renege, I'll leave the team and surround them. By the way, I have one more thing to remind you. Elimination and annihilation are not the same price. Suli gave 038 a thumbs up. Sis, you're practically my sister? How about we become sworn brothers today? Any later would be a disgrace to our relationship. Chapter 32. Suli was destined not to become a sworn brother. He was actually quite grateful to Aka Industrial. With their intervention, a number of annoying clubs finally stopped their attempts. News of his rejection of Aka Industrial spread quickly throughout South City. All the small clubs that had tried to recruit him immediately gave up and vacated the campus. He finally returned to his shabby warehouse in the early morning hours. Lightning, who had previously preferred to sleep beside him, now had a new love. Huddled on a mat in the corner, clutching her trophy, she looked like a golden retriever with a broken bone. The next morning, Before he could even wake up, he was pulled out of bed by a group of girls from the 3rd inspection team. His hair, a mess of hair, was blown by the cold morning breeze on the playground, and he shivered violently. The girls in front of him had already lined up. At the edge of the playground, 038 lazily lounging on a beach chair. On the small table next to her was a bottle of orange lubricant. A straw was stuck in the cup, held between her fingers, gently swaying. Judging from her appearance, it was unclear whether she was here for training or a vacation. Let's get started. 10 minutes each, I'll clock you. Sister, can you let me wash my face first? He knew they were panicking, but there was no need to be. He was a living person. He wasn't going to run away. 038 snapped his fingers, and 537 quickly ran over with a basin and a towel. She wet the towel in the basin, then placed it over Su Li's face, rubbing it vigorously. The stimulation of the cold water completely sobered him up. The armed mecha girls really didn't know how to serve people. Su Li felt as if his face was being rubbed with sandpaper, and he felt like crying, but he couldn't. The protection provided by the mechanical island was very considerate. A little more force, and they could have rubbed the skin off his face. Stop, stop, stop. Let's get started. Don't you want to eat first? Su Li glanced at the plate held by 534. Each of the fried dough sticks was half a meter long, uncut. He had no doubt that if he dared to nod, the mecha girls would pry open his mouth and shove the half-meter-long fried dough sticks straight down his throat. Forget it, I'm used to eating on an empty stomach in the morning. Eating too much makes me feel acidic. 038 nodded in satisfaction. The mecha girl in the lead immediately unfolded and opened the cockpit door. Su Li splashed cold water on his face, wiped his hands, and stepped onto the mecha's outstretched hand. Although there were differences between the cockpits of these armed mecha girls and the Lightning, they were not significant. The seats weren't particularly comfortable, probably because from the outset, they hadn't considered having a pilot. Therefore, the seats were rather firm, and the design was more rigid and minimalist. He studied the armed mecha girl's operating system for a while before pulling the joystick. The massive mecha roared, and its thrusters instantly ignited. Lacking the corresponding auxiliary control module, her control required even greater effort than Lightning's. Lightning typically only required 10% of her strength to complete a single movement, but the armed mecha girl required 30%. However, Su Li quickly adapted and began maneuvering the mecha around the training grounds. He quickly discovered that these mecha girls were significantly superior to Lightning in the application of certain techniques. It was as if they had been optimized for battlefield conditions. Some tactical maneuvers could be executed swiftly with just a pre-command. Sharp turns, dashes, sprinting towards cover. Even slashing with her sword, she could extend the movements beyond the original commands. This undoubtedly delighted Su Li. Many aspects of her movements dazzled Su Li. If Lightning's system could also include similar shortcut commands, it would be a qualitative leap for her. After some practice, Su Li gained a new understanding of his piloting skills. He had never had such an opportunity before, but he could try it often in the future. He even took the initiative to try out the fighting techniques of his previous life in the mecha. The mecha-specific fighting techniques were full of open and closed movements. While lacking in aesthetics, they were incredibly powerful. The continuous spinning and slashing of the long sword made all the mecha girls on the field excited. All the mecha girls stared intently at the arena, amazed at his remarkable adaptability and eagerly anticipating their own test drives. The final, seemingly a series of combat techniques, intensified their interest. They even felt the urge to pry open Su Li's skull and see what lay within. 10 minutes wasn't a long time. But the moment Su Li jumped out of the mecha, the first mecha girl was forced to unfurl her armor. Her cheeks flushed, her mind completely blank. The constant barrage of commands, and the feedback from the mecha's operation nearly caused her brain to shut down. Next came the second, and the third. The third team consisted of only a dozen mecha girls, and with 10 minutes per person, it was only a little over 2 hours. When Zhang Chongping arrived at the arena, he saw a bunch of mecha girls lying on the grass, twitching occasionally. He swallowed and quietly moved his shield behind him. Su Li glanced at the two of them. Shield's pink fur was peeking out from behind him, stealing glances at the armed mecha girls in the arena, a look of deep shock on his face. You're here? Yes. What's going on? Nothing, actually. Oh, see you later. Hearing this, Zhang Chongping quickly grabbed Su Li's departing figure and said, That's enough. I came to congratulate you. Everyone saw your competition. Your performance was outstanding. The professor now tells everyone you're his student. Your back, which used to be a little hunched, is now straight. Is old Zhang happy? That's great. Maybe he'll be more energetic and even have another child. You're not acting like a normal person at all. Stop it and go back and take a look. 2 Aka Mecha girls have come to your warehouse, and lightning is blocking them from entering. When I got here, they were almost arguing. Su-Li was startled. Such an important thing, why didn't you tell me earlier? I was going to say, isn't that the one you always ignored? Su-Li turned to greet the Days 038, then ran towards the warehouse without looking back. God knows, it didn't come earlier, it didn't come later, but it had to arrive when he was busy. This timing was so coincidental, it seemed like it was intentional. He silently made another note of Aka industry, and quickened his pace. As expected, before he even reached the warehouse door, he heard a commotion. Why won't you let us in? We're really Su-Li's new robot girls. We're compensation from Aka Industrial. How many times do I have to tell you before you understand? I'm sorry, your identities are questionable. I can't let you in. You better not force your way in. The inspection team is training at the training grounds. I'll just have to yell, and they'll be here. It'll be a mess for everyone. No, you forgot you saw us. Right at the academy training grounds. Yes, that robot girl who threatened you. That's her. I'm the one standing behind you, and I was wearing a black suit. Hong Ying argued eagerly, pulling her windbreaker tightly around her. She could clearly feel that Lightning's loud interruption had attracted quite a bit of attention. Her face flushed, and the thought of someone seeing her dressed like that made her want to find a hole to crawl into. Lightning's gaze swept over the hems of their trench coats, her eyes growing even more wary. Black, pointed toe, red-soled high heels, stockings with leg rings. The raised collar of her trench coat couldn't even conceal the leather collar around her neck. She narrowed her eyes, alarm bells blazing. Goodness! She couldn't win on the training ground, and now she's trying to seduce? She used to be so serious in a black suit, but I didn't expect her to be such a masochist. Are all the mecha girls in AKA so reckless? What kind of play is this? Hong Ying's face almost turned the same color as Lightning's hair. She felt she had never been so embarrassed. But for Heiyu, she compromised. After 2 days of investigation at the academy, all the mecha girls said Su-Li was a pervert who liked to touch mecha girls. What's more, she had learned from reliable sources that Su-Li preferred maid outfits. To cater to his preferences, she ordered 2 sets of clothing overnight that she considered more acceptable. After putting them on, she arrived at Su-Li's warehouse early in the morning, intent on risking everything to beg for his forgiveness. But she was blocked at the door, unable to even enter. Please, please, let us in. Su-Li strode back and immediately spotted 3 people standing by the door. Someone nearby was already taking photos. He quickly opened the door and rushed into the warehouse. Chapter 33. For the first time, a single hair stood up on Lightning's fiery red head. It swayed like an antenna, her eyes gleaming dangerously. The hand gripping Su-Li's arm unconsciously tightened. Master, I never worn anything like the clothes she wears. The gritted voice made Su-Li shudder. He felt that Lightning's focus was off. Hong Ying tilted her flushed face upwards, suppressing her discomfort as she removed her windbreaker. The maid outfit, embellished with white lace, had a large heart-shaped cutout at the chest. The skirt was short, and the leg loops perfectly captured the constricting feeling men so adore. With a look of heroic indignation on her face, she spun in a circle. The large bow tie behind her back had an inexplicable fluffiness that made one want to pinch it. Su-Li stared at the furry fox tail drooping behind her, and swallowed subconsciously. After Hong Ying finished showing herself off, she pulled Heiyu, who had been bowing her head, closer and helped her remove her windbreaker. What the hell are you doing? Lightning hurriedly covered Su-Li's eyes, her eyes blazing with anger. This was too much. It was simply too much. She, the legitimate daughter of a robot, was still here. What were these 2 little devils trying to do? A blatant provocation. Please, please forgive our past mistakes. As long as you accept Heiyu, you can do anything you want to me. No, my master, I don't want to do anything. Lightning's response was firm. Su-Li opened his mouth, but felt a firm grip on his waist, and he tactfully closed it. He struggled to move his eyeballs, and Lightning, while covering his face, pried his eyelids open with her fingers. It was bearable for a while, but over time, the dryness became unbearable. Hong Ying saw Su-Li's bulging eyeballs through the cracks between her lightning fingers, and her heart trembled. Even with her eyes covered, she still persisted. It seems the reputation of a pervert is not a rumor. Thinking of the atrocities you might face in the future, she instinctively pulled her into her arms. One with long, straight black hair, the other with a high ponytail. The 2 maids embraced lovingly, their faces filled with deep sorrow and despair. Su Li never imagined that one day she would actually receive a villain's script. He ripped Lightning's hand away, grabbed his windbreaker from the sofa, and tossed it directly to Hong Ying. Put your clothes on. Who are you showing that expression to? Just get this straight. I'm the victim in this whole thing. Thanks to you, I'm now completely restricted by Aka Industry. Even participating in competitions from now on will be subject to AKA Industry's approval. What makes you think that just because you put on 2 pieces of clothing and come to me to act aggrieved, I'll forgive you? Did I ask you to come? Did I cause you to be in this situation? Each one of them spoke to themselves. You were the ones who provoked me first, and then you took the resources. Speaking of which, it was you who coerced me into signing the contract. Is it wrong for me not to play with you? What's even more ridiculous is that you're dressed like this, cowering in my room in frustration, as if it's a foregone conclusion that I'll do something to you. What did I do? Hey! Aka Industrial, don't you understand your role? S-rank mecha girls? You're just scraps aka throws out to annoy me. Honestly, I don't really want you. He could even give me money for it, even the price of an A-rank mecha girl, and I wouldn't mind. Also, Miss Hong Ying, please note that the compensation agreement does not include you. Only Heiyu. So, put away your grief-stricken expression. You are not the victim. I am. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying argued, her face filled with anxiety. No. Miss is also a victim. She is not what you think. She let go of Heiyu and took 2 steps towards Su Li. I know we are in the wrong. So I offer my utmost sincerity. I am a free mecha girl. As long as you promise not to harm Heiyu, I will sign a core contract with you. Lightning was shocked. She stared blankly at Hong Ying, and seeing her expression, her heart suddenly softened. Only mecha girls knew what a core contract meant. It was a bond, but for Hong Ying, it would be an eternal shackle. She was willing to sacrifice everything for Heiyu. Su Li lowered her head. Hong Ying had already held up her own mecha core. Her mecha core was different from Lightning's. The metallic core glowed with a faint golden light. She held the small core in her hands. Though her hands trembled uncontrollably, her eyes were filled with determination. Put it away. I won't contract you. Su Li feigned indifference, but a tingling welled up inside. An S-rank mecha girl, while less stable, was still passable. No, I know you'll accept Heiyu. And she'll definitely sign a contract with you. I ask for nothing else, not even a single extra request. I willingly dedicate myself to becoming your core mecha girl. As long as you don't harm Heiyu, I can bear everything for her. Su Li frowned, a bit confused by Hong Ying before him. He glanced at Heiyu, who was huddled together, having not raised her head since entering the room, and then at Hong Ying again. For such a Chinibyu? Hong Ying shuddered slightly, then nodded firmly. She's not a Chinibyu. Before she became a mecha girl, she was my pilot. Hong Ying's words startled Su Li. He turned to look at Heiyu to the side, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. She's her pilot? Heiyu looks only 18 or 19 now, and she's already a pilot? As expected, every world has geniuses. No wonder she could analyze his movements from traces. If such a genius hadn't died unexpectedly, and with an S-rank mecha girl, she would surely have gone far. Lightning approached with her head bowed, gently tugging at Su Li's sleeve. Master, you contracted them, haven't you? Su Li turned back to Lightning in surprise. Are you crazy? Have you forgotten how she humiliated you? But, they're the compensation we deserve, aren't they? Su Li stared blankly at his Lightning. He didn't even know whether to call her overly kind or overly sympathetic. Just a few minutes ago, they'd been standing firm. In just a few words, she'd given up. What he didn't know was that Lightning had relented simply because she saw reflections of herself and Su Li in them. If Su Li ever found herself abandoned by her friends and family, she might make the same choice as Hong Ying. I apologize for our past recklessness and sincerely hope to earn your forgiveness. But regarding Aka Industry, they haven't held any backhands against us. You can rest assured about that. All my promises can be engraved on the core. If they are violated, the core will immediately self-destruct. As she spoke, she pulled Heiyu to her side. If you agree, I hope Heiyu, and you can sign a standard long-term contract. A slender arm shook Hong Ying's hand. Heiyu's entire body was trembling. She lowered her head, and gradually wrapped her arms around herself. Trembling, she spoke her first words since entering the warehouse. I don't agree. Su Li, if you're a man, then, sign the core contract with me. I know you hate Aka Industry, and I can help you. Su Li, upon hearing this, looked at the huddled Heiyu with surprise. Her trembling body barely managed to stand, but her eyes, hidden within her black hair, held a strange light. For the first time, he felt a little interested in the girl in front of him. Oh? How are you going to help? Chapter 34. Zuli knew he wasn't mistaken. Deep within the girl's eyes, he saw a deep-seated hatred. Miss. Hong Ying's piercing scream shattered his thoughts. You can't do this. You promised me, you clearly promised me. You won't do anything stupid again. Heiyu smiled, a pathetic smile. In her small body, endless resentment seemed to well up. Why can't I do stupid things, Hong Ying? What else can I do? I used to be Wang Minglin, the little princess of Aka Industry, a genius pilot. But what about me now? What am I now? A human being, or a pilot girl? She was hysterical, her eyes bloodshot. Those days racing with you were the happiest times of my life. But now? Now I can only live a life half human, half ghost. Her slender fingers poked her chest again, and again, her gaze at Hong Ying distant. Hong Ying's entire body shuddered at her gaze. All her long-held beliefs vanished in an instant. She had become estranged from him. Whether alive or now a mecha girl, you always made me endure. Before, you gave up the competition you longed for my safety. You forced me to interrupt my own research project for my safety. You devised every possible means to send me to the Mecha Island so I could survive. She suddenly laughed a little maniacally. Hong Ying, there's something I never told you. I know who wrote those threatening letters. I know who drove the car that hit me. Even your sending me to the Mecha Island was a deliberate plot. My brother, because he wasn't as talented, was jealous. My father, because he wanted a longer life, was cold-blooded. It was my brother who forced us to withdraw from the competition. It was my stepmother who hit me with her car. It was my younger brother who cut off my oxygen line. It was my father who tried every possible way to get you into the robot island. Have you never doubted how I died? I didn't know at first, until I accessed all my memories on the robot island. Even in my final moments, I could clearly hear the words of those around me. In that moment, I suddenly understood, and despair seized me. You only wanted to protect me without any limits. But I didn't want to live anymore. Because apart from you, I had no reason to live. The rules of the robot girl restrict me, forcing me to watch helplessly as my killers appeared before me, watching them try to extract the secrets of the robot island from me. I wanted to draw my sword and kill them all, but I could only watch. Hong Ying stood there, like a soulless puppet. She stared blankly at the hysterical Heiyu before her, suddenly realizing that she understood nothing about humans. In her mind, Heiyu's willfulness hurt many people. Yet, they repeatedly tolerated her. But she never considered that they were the ones who pushed her into the abyss. After becoming a mecha girl, I did indeed hurt many people. I acted arrogantly and threatened others. I even ignored my lawyer's advice and shouted in court that I was a mecha girl. But that was just me begging for death. But what was the result? The result is that every time, I can reappear in public without incident. The law can't punish me, and the rules cleverly circumvent me. My mech girl instinct compels me to search for the pilot, but my human instinct forces me to resist. Hong Ying, I can't bear it anymore. I beg you, your former master, please. I fear death, and I admit I still get timid when faced with it. But I don't want to go on like this. Their actions speak for themselves. They can't get anything out of me anymore. That's why we're being thrown here like garbage. Let me be willful just once. Just once. We finally escaped Aka's control, and have the chance to make our own choices. Let me take revenge. If I can't do anything, I'd rather die than live. Hong Ying reached out to Heiyu, wanting to embrace her, but her hand froze in midair, motionless for a long time. But we have nothing now. Aka Industry is a behemoth, but we have hope now. Heiyu finally gave in, and knelt on the ground. She sobbed uncontrollably, her long-held repression leaving her unable to control her emotions. Hong Ying's eyes also turned red. She finally walked over, knelt on the ground, and hugged Heiyu in her arms. The two mecha girls huddled together, and burst into tears. Their cries echoed throughout the warehouse. Lighting tugged at Su Li's clothes, his eyes slightly red. She had never imagined that the plot in a novel would play out in reality. Heiyu was truly pitiful. Master, let's help them. Su Li's brows nearly arched skyward. He glanced at Lightning, who had begun to sympathize, and sighed silently. The love and hatred of the Chable family had nothing to do with him, but contracting Heiyu was necessary. Because Sanch and Heavy Industry had explicitly mandated that their disgusting actions be carried out to the end. These Chables were playing dirty. After all the turmoil, the only one who got hurt was Heiyu. Trying to retaliate, he only ended up covered in bruises. Looking down at Heiyu, who was weeping uncontrollably, he fell silent. The image of her haughty self, when they first met, flashed before his eyes again. Compared to her current self, he actually wished she could live as freely as she did when they first met. Even if it was just a pretense, it was better than having her scars rippled and exposed for everyone to see. Give them some time. Suli turned and headed straight for his cubicle. He slumped against the bed, his mind racing. Caught in the tussle between two major corporations, he, a mere pilot with no background, might be just a tiny drop in the eye of others, not even a ripple. But it didn't matter. He just had to wait for the wind to pick up, and he could ride the waves. Suli turned around, his gaze fixed on the steel ceiling. So, human memory can truly be used to create mecha girls. So how should one define a mecha girl like Heiyu? Is she a continuation of Wang Minglin, or an heir to her obsession? He hadn't known her for long, so he couldn't discern any clues. Deeper matters would likely involve the secrets of the mechanical island, something he couldn't possibly discover. In the warehouse, the sound of crying followed one another, leaving him distraught. Even lightning joined in the sobbing. He rolled over in bed, sitting up, and fumbled to pick up a cigarette from the table. With the click of a lighter, a bright flame rose. He lit the cigarette, took a deep drag, and breathed a long sigh of relief. Sign it. Sign everything. It's not a loss for me anyway. Chapter 35. Did you hear that? What exactly happened in there? Shoo, keep your voices down. You're making so much noise, it's embarrassing for them to cry. The warehouse's perimeter was packed with mech girls in blue and white uniforms. More than a dozen of them blocked the main entrance, stretching 3 stories. Crying? This intensely? All of them crying? The kind where you scream and yell? 537 was startled by the words, and subconsciously squeezed forward. She wanted to hear how they cried. 534 patted his chest, a look of pride on his face. I was the one who got someone to spread the news that Instructor Su liked maid outfits. It seems like Hongying is quite shrewd, having immediately found Instructor Su's weakness. Let me tell you, it's just that I don't like to show off. Otherwise, if Hongying knew, she'd definitely treat me to a couple of splurges. Wow. So how did you get that information? You slut, how can you be so ungrateful? If you had just told me beforehand, I wouldn't have come to training in uniform. Tell me, Instructor Su. Which style do you prefer? Britannia or Eiffel Tower? No, the maid outfits there are more conservative. I think they might be cherry blossom style. What's Hongying wearing? She's wearing a windbreaker. I can't see clearly, but her long legs are showing off. It must be short. Yes, I saw it. You too. How can we let this go to someone else? Why didn't you tell the team? I can't tell you. After years of being partners, you're actually in Chalice camp, but your heart is with Han. 534 never imagined that a single word would bring the flames of war back upon him. The growing cries in the warehouse further fueled the competitive spirit of the mech girls. They all turned their gazes towards 534, their faces grim. She instantly broke out in a cold sweat. No, this is news from the captain. I don't know if it's true or not. If I knew, why wouldn't I tell my sisters? When 038 came up, the mech girls finally withdrew their gazes and listened intently to the sobbing from within. Oh! I wouldn't dare. By the way, did you hear anything in front of you? Why were you just crying? We couldn't hear any details from behind. We arrived too late. I only heard the instructor's core contract, and then there was this incessant beeping from the cleaning robot. I guess something unspeakable must be going on inside. Otherwise, why wouldn't they clean earlier or later, but instead start cleaning right when the main topic arrives? TSK, so you didn't hear anything after all this time. Hush, haven't you learned intelligence analysis? Listen carefully. The crying has a strong rhythm, 2 short bursts and 1 long, intermittent sobs. It seems to me. 534 watched as everyone's attention shifted, tugged at the hem of her clothes, and nervously wiped the sweat from her forehead. Hold on, if they found out I was wearing a maid outfit under my uniform, I probably wouldn't make it home alive today. Su Li, in the cubicle, had no idea she was being overheard. He puffed intermittently on his cigarette, and pulled out his terminal to learn about the Universal Arena Tournament. With only a week left until the tournament began, time was tight. The biggest problem now was Heiyu himself. He didn't have much time to get used to her. Although they shared the same goal, he had no experience driving before, leaving him unsure. Especially after Heiyu's mental breakdown, the crucial question was whether she could finish the competition, or even for how many rounds. The tournament was organized by Aka Industry, whose primary purpose was to recruit players from its affiliated clubs to supplement its provincial or national teams. Because it was backed by a large corporation, this unofficial event could be considered a provincial competition. Although it was more private in nature, it also openly invited players from other clubs to participate. Sanch Heavy Industry had participated more than once, but had generally come away empty-handed. With limited spots, the pressure on their players was immense. Needless to say, AKA's players would stick together and prioritize eliminating outsiders. This meant that anyone hoping to win the competition would first face AKA Industries round-robin battles, or perhaps even a siege. The competition consisted of 3 modes. One was the familiar ring match, which gave the event its name. 2 mechas clash in a designated area, with victory achieved by inflicting severe damage or surrendering to one mecha. Weapons are limited to cold weapons, with no specific weapon restrictions. There are also mecha free-for-alls and team competitions. However, these free-for-alls and team competitions are completely different from previous competitions. In ordinary competitions, players typically face only one opponent at a time. But in their arena, aka Industrial's pilots are already accustomed to teaming up against the enemy. This means that brawls often break out on the battlefields of free-for-alls. As for the team competition, on one side were teams that regularly collaborated and honed their skills, while on the other side were randomly assembled, scattered teams. There was no comparison at all. So, overall, the arena tournament was actually the fairest of the 3 competitions. These 3 competition formats change annually. Based on the previous order of competition, this year should be the arena tournament. Su Li's frown relaxed. If it really was an arena tournament, he wouldn't be overly worried. While arena tournaments were limited by space and venue, Black Feather's balanced attributes made it a minor issue. Plus, there was a certain amount of rest time between each match. He conservatively estimated that Black Feather should have no problem lasting 3 matches. As for the remaining matches, Red Tassel could easily cover the entire number. If that didn't work out, Lightning could also play 2 matches. The competition venue wasn't in Nanchang City, but rather at the junction of another city. Aka Industry had purchased a large tract of land and built a vast training ground. Not having to travel too far was undoubtedly good news for him right now. Knock, knock, knock. The warehouse door was banged hard, and the 3 mech girls' cries ceased. Lightning, tugging at the 2 who had been hugging each other, fled to the compartment where Su Li was. Su Li glanced at the 3 tearful faces, then stepped out of the compartment and opened the warehouse door. 3 rows of armed mech girls stood in a neat formation at the door. In front of them, a handsome, sunny, white-haired young man smoothed his hair with his hands. A smile flickered across his face, and he looked Su Li up and down before saying, in a lazy voice, "Are you Su Li? The man who wants to fight alongside me?" Su Li tilted his head. The silver sequin clothes on his body nearly blinded him. He looked up at the scorching sun, then at the young man wrapped up like an ice cream wrapper, and suddenly questioned his decision. Was Sanch Heavy Industry really a good choice? A mechanic girl with long lavender hair approached Su Li and held out her slender hand. Dressed in a moon-white cheongsam, she looked regal and elegant, with a truly captivating presence. Su Li took her hand and gently squeezed it. "Please don't mind my idiot. Hello, Mr. Su. I'm an S-rank mechanic girl affiliated with Sanch Heavy Industry, MSI Club, and my appearance is 37. I come here with this idiot to bring you something." She gestured behind her, and a man in a black suit quickly approached. He pulled an invitation from his pocket and held it out to Su Li. He took it, only to see that the name on the invitation was blank. It was an invitation to the Universal Arena Tournament. "This may be a bit inappropriate on our first meeting, but if you don't mind, I'd like to challenge you to a duel as soon as possible. As comrades in arms, understanding each other's strengths is crucial for making the most appropriate adjustments on the battlefield. I believe that since you've chosen to participate, you must be hoping to go far." She bowed slightly in apology. Su Li felt jealous. He really wanted to pull all 3 of them out and show them what a mecha girl is. Beautiful, elegant, and gentle and pleasant speaking. Unlike the 3 rebellious sons in the room, one was originally a queen, but she's becoming more and more like a clingy little girl. The other 2 are crybabies, just meeting for the second time today. Chinibu. Speaking of Chinibu, he couldn't help but glance at the sequin man standing behind Yurong, furtively observing the armed mecha girl. He might be more compatible with the old Heiyu. Chapter 36. Su Li made no secret of Sanch Heavy Industries' arrival, and the mecha girl in the room naturally heard it all. Watching the 2 men go to the training ground first, Lightning poked his head out of the cubicle. Master, I think they have bad intentions. They just want to test your strength. Just say it directly. Why are they beating around the bush? And to get further, isn't she tired of talking like that? Su Li glanced at Lightning with a hint of heartbreak. He opened his mouth again and again, but still couldn't say anything. Forget it, I chose the Mecha girl myself. The compatibility was enough to trigger resonance, which fully proved that I was no high-end player. Stop talking nonsense. Since we know they want to test our strength, why don't we prepare quickly and not keep them waiting? Who are you going to use? Let Heiyu play. She'll be the main player in this match. Just consider it a chance to get used to it. Heiyu had already emerged from the cubicle. She was wearing a maid outfit, her long black hair flowing freely. Wearing cute animal ears on her head, she walked confidently towards Su Li. Hong Ying followed suit, looking at Heiyu, hesitant to speak. She looked like an old mother whose child was about to leave for a distant journey. Su Li glanced at Heiyu. Her eyes were slightly red, but she looked in good spirits. Are you okay? Heiyu nodded gently and whispered, I can. In the training grounds, Li Tianlang, like a puddle of mud, clung to the guardrail, eagerly awaiting Su Li's arrival. Yuerong sat on a bench in the audience, carefully browsing videos of the Lightning's recent games on her terminal. How many times have you seen this? Is it really that good? Yuerong gently smoothed the hair by her ear, her brow furrowed slightly. Beautiful. His movements are incredibly smooth, and his commands are transmitted flawlessly. Transmitting commands flawlessly, what kind of skill is that? Isn't that a required course for every S-class pilot? Li Tianlang felt a little jealous, and his movements to raise his head instantly became more forceful. Besides, he's just a rookie pilot, how great can he be? He just made it through the city-level competition. Back then, I could have done the same. Yuerong gave him a doting look. Well, my master is the best. He's obviously not as skilled as you. But this opponent shouldn't be underestimated. He has many maneuvers that are incredibly accomplished. Just think about it. If you could pilot me to perform these incredibly difficult maneuvers, then my master, you'd definitely be the brightest star on the field. Which maneuvers? Let me see. With my genius mind, there's no maneuver I can't replicate. Li Tianlang leaned over and rested his head on Yuerong's shoulder. He sniffed her hair, letting her stroke his white fur. His vision was filled with a video of Su Li piloting the Lightning, weaving through mountain passes. Hiss! He gasped, narrowing his eyes. He truly couldn't imitate this series of movements. Is this something a single person could do? But perhaps he's more familiar with cornering. You know, cornering isn't my strongest suit. Yuerong nodded affirmatively. Yes, Master specializes in arena competitions. Otherwise, cornering would certainly be no problem. Receiving Yuerong's affirmation, Li Tianlang's face beamed. It's okay. For my Rongrong, I can learn. A simple corner is nothing. Considering me, the number 1 in the MSI club, the champion of the provincial circuit, the new rookie of the century, learning this is a piece of cake. Then, Master, aren't you too exhausted? Tired? Not at all. Rongrong, don't worry. I'll show that brat the power of a king in a moment. After that, I'll start practicing cornering immediately. Give me a month, and I guarantee I can navigate the continuous corners in the path shown in the video without any damage. Yuerong rubbed her white fur with satisfaction, her tone tinged with exaggerated surprise. Wow, Master, that's truly amazing. I'll have to think carefully about what reward I should prepare if Master does it. She stretched out her long, straight legs, her eyes seductive. Master, how about I wear white as a reward? Li Tianlang's eyes lit up at that. Is it the glossy white? Or the matte black? Anything's fine. I can handle either. Li Tianlang instantly felt energized. Until he saw Su Li, accompanied by a maid with animal ears, slowly enter the training ground. Neither the glossy white nor the matte black immediately appealed to him. Even suspenders couldn't pique his interest at that moment. A lifelong enemy. This was definitely his lifelong enemy. In his field of vision, Heiyu, wearing small leather shoes and black and white over the knee socks, pierced Li Tianlang's heart like 2 sharp arrows. The furry fox tail slapped him in the face, like a resounding slap. He considered these things his ultimate reward, but for others, these outfits were just everyday wear. His eyes widened. Yuerong frowned slightly at Li Tianlang's expression. She'd been giving the fool mental hints for ages, but Su Li's mere appearance with his mecha girl had undone all her efforts. A formidable opponent. Is that Lightning? Li Tianlang felt a little jealous. That was long, straight black hair. Her cold eyes seemed to radiate nobility. That stern look made him feel like a tiny speck of dust, beholding a king standing amidst a sea of glory. He felt the urge to dive towards her at 180 miles per hour, slide down on his knees for 300 meters, and prostrate himself at her feet. And yet, this very person, whom he considered a king, cautiously followed Su Li. As his contracted mecha girl, Yurong immediately sensed his fighting spirit. No, if my guess is correct, she must be Su Li's newly acquired mecha. Hey you! Against me, he actually forgoes using a resonant mecha? He doesn't think an S-class mecha will help him outlast me. How ridiculous. Yurong, deploy. Show him what it means to be the king of the ring. Yurong walked to the edge of the arena and deployed her mecha. Su Li narrowed his eyes, staring at the towering white mecha before him, his gaze automatically scanning her specific attributes. Her attributes are powerful. It's truly worthy of being an S-class mecha. A standard combat mecha template, with high defense and stability. Li Tianlang proudly walked in front of Yurong, one hand resting on his forehead, the other pointing at Su Li from a distance. Come on. Let me see if you're worthy of my recognition. After he finished speaking, he used his hands and feet to climb onto Yurong's outstretched hand, then struck a pose again in the center of it. Su Li said nothing, only subconsciously glancing back at Heiyu. It seemed she had once, too, single-handedly allowed him to be her knight. A sickly blush flashed across Heiyu's fair face. Who the hell was this bastard? How dare he act so arrogantly in front of her? He couldn't even pretend, his whole body exuded a cheap, street-style vibe. And he dared to acknowledge her chosen knight? He was dying. Master, I'm sorry. She walked behind Su Li, extending her slender arms and gently wrapping them around him. Heiyu unfold. Amidst the blinding light, a black mech, sword in its right hand, knelt on one knee. Su Li was surprised to find himself directly in Heiyu's cockpit. Even his helmet was already on his head. The joystick and keyboard slid automatically into their perfect positions. Heiyu, clad in a black leotard, crouched before him, her delicate body trembling slightly. Li Tianlang stood frozen in place, held by Yurong's arm. He stared in astonishment as Heiyu unfolded in an instant, enveloping Su Li in the cockpit. His eyes were filled with disbelief and envy. In his 2.5 years as a pilot, this was the first time he had seen a pilot unfold and carry him directly into the cockpit. Watching Su Li's maneuvers, he was filled with awe, and in that moment, he felt his soul elevate. Yurong, I want you to learn that. The thought of being able to make a similar entrance himself filled him with excitement, his entire body trembling. Compared to this kind of entrance, his carefully prepared pose paled. He could even imagine that, possessing this skill, he would be the most impressive player in every competition. Yurong said nothing. She simply clasped her fingers together, grasped her master, and flung him into her chest like trash. The cockpit closed. Above the white visor, 2 silver rays of light suddenly illuminated. Chapter 37. White Moon Face, true to her name, was as white as the moon, gleaming with a faint fluorescent glow. She held a shield in one hand, and a sword in the other. The small, round shield had a ridge to block the opponent's sword. The one-handed sword shone with a cold gleam, its blade gleaming with a cold light. Though unbladed, its coldness was intimidating. Unlike Black Feather's ferocious and arrogant appearance, she possessed a more aesthetically pleasing quality. The lines of her body resembled a meticulously crafted work of art, perfectly complementing her aura. Black Feather also matched her aura. Her shoulder armor resembled a sharp, unsheathed sword, its edge gleaming brightly. Her mecha was entirely black, its blade shimmering with golden light. Her golden eyes trailed after images from her stylish black visor as the mecha swayed. Sometimes, even the armor on her body would gleam with golden light, making her look incredibly pretentious. Su Li was somewhat resistant to this appearance. Although he wasn't a coward, a mecha like this, whether in a competition arena or on the battlefield, was the easiest target for concentrated fire. He didn't want to show off, he simply wanted to live longer. But Li Tianlang didn't think so. He stared at the black mecha before him, his eyes gleaming. It was as if he had seen the mecha of his dreams. Yurong felt a warmth behind her, looked back, and kicked him with a hint of disgust. He was drooling all over her. This idiot, he just needs to be disciplined. He was glaring at other mecha girls right in front of her. The most infuriating thing was, he wasn't just looking, he was drooling. Just wait, she'll get changed when she gets back to the hotel. Don't you like looking? I'll tie you to a stool and let you watch as much as you want. Master, pay attention. The two sides exchanged greetings, and the sparring officially began. Li Tianlang instantly put away his shrewd expression and immediately input a series of commands. Contrary to Su Li's imagined aggressiveness, The sunny and cheerful Li Tianlang didn't immediately choose to attack. Yu Rong retreated instead of advancing, taking a step back and holding her round shield in front of her. Her other hand held a great sword, concealing it entirely behind her shield. Even her head, only the part above her eyes visible, allowed her to observe. Compared to Yu Rong's vigilance, He Yu seemed much more composed. She immediately increased her speed, not rushing forward, but instead began to maneuver continuously within the narrow space. Su Li's fingers moved, continuously inputting commands, sensing the mecha's feedback and consciously adjusting. What are they doing? Li Tianlang narrowed his eyes. Although he claimed to be indifferent, Su Li's erratic movements while piloting the lightning had already caught his attention. He could even operate an A-class mecha like that. Not to mention he's now S-rank. As MSI's ace, how could he truly be a complete idiot? Improperly underestimating one's opponent is a serious offense for a competitor. They're getting to know each other. Su Li, so arrogant, actually honing his mecha during the competition? Yu Rong's eyes widened slightly. In just a minute, He Yu, whose movements had been somewhat sluggish, suddenly paused strangely in the middle of the field. With a sudden push of his feet, he suddenly changed direction and attacked the two. The ground on the training ground blew dust and sand, raising a puff of smoke. The giant sword hidden behind He Yu's back spun rapidly, changing its grip and swinging upwards from an unusual direction. Li Tianlang manipulated Yu Rong's shield downward. The great sword and shield collided with a resounding thud, followed by a sharp metallic scraping sound. Dust and smoke billowed, and the force of the collision was so great that visible ripples emanated from the shield's perimeter. Su Li also immediately spotted the great sword hidden behind the shield. It was adjusting its angle at breakneck speed, thrusting directly towards He Yu's face. In the cockpit, He Yu's body trembled visibly even more violently. Faced with the oncoming sword, Su Li simply hovered his palm over the keyboard, waiting quietly. He observed He Yu's every reaction, and only after confirming that she hadn't reached the threshold of fear did he quickly input a command, maneuvering the mech to swerve to the side. 2 commands, 0.67 seconds. The sudden, swift turn caused Yu Rong's strike to miss. The blast of air from the sword's edge kicked up a cloud of dust, bringing the two mechs into sharp focus. At first, seeing He Yu frozen in place, I assumed she wasn't able to react in time. But now it seemed she wasn't too slow at all. It was simply too slow. The black mech, sword in hand, continued to press against the shield, but taking advantage of the opportunity to sidestep, it sliced directly into the blind spot of her weapon. She reached out with her left hand and grasped the hilt of Yu Rong's great sword. Taking advantage of her resistance, she accelerated, then thrust her knee hard into her shield. Yu Rong stumbled, and in a single blow, her weapon was wrenched from her grasp. Her face paled. Li Tianlang immediately steadied her shield, accelerating, and slammed into the black figure. The maximum range of a single shield strike was 20 meters. As long as He Yu was within a straight line of 20 meters, even if she retreated quickly, she would be swept by the shield. He Yu seemed to have anticipated her move, dodging it with a flick of her wrist. Holding a great sword in each hand, she spun a few times, then soared directly after Yu Rong, who had launched the shield attack, and slashed down with both swords. Li Tianlang broke out in a cold sweat. He interrupted the shield attack, raised his shield, and spun around, blocking the giant sword's impact the moment it reached him. He didn't resist, but instead used the force to lower his center of gravity, rolling on the ground. After avoiding the direct attack, he held the shield in front of him, and launched another shield attack. Su Li's eyes lit up slightly. An S-class pilot paired with an S-class mecha was truly unique. Li Tianlang seemed different from the many pilots he had met before. His movements were not textbook-like. Instead, they were quite varied. He didn't look like a trained pilot at all. But it was precisely because of its diversity that his evasive methods were so refreshing. Using momentum to evade might seem simple, but it requires extremely high skill and practical control. Li Tianlang possessed both. Su Li had a long-awaited interest. This kind of competition wasn't boring. He suddenly became extremely excited about the upcoming Universal Arena tournament. It seemed that the bounty offered by Sanch Heavy Industry wasn't easy to obtain. As a full-fledged member of the provincial team, his skills were indeed not to be underestimated. To be able to evade, and then use inertia and positioning to launch a second attack, and even with only his shield remaining, it was clear that his mental fortitude was far superior to that of an average person. This can be dodged? Li Tianlang, dodged by a second shield strike, didn't have time to react. He spun around and flung his shield. With a loud bang, the shield was struck by a sword, making a resounding sound like a gong. It flew back, caught by Yu Rong, and held in front of her again. This wasn't a case of carelessness. Even with all his might, he still felt powerless. Is this really a new mobile phone technician? Even if his master was 20 years younger, he wouldn't be his match. Yuerong, does your foot hurt? It seems we hit a wall. Do you need to belabor the point? King of the Ring, can you show some strength? You had your weapon snatched from you in a single blow. I doubt you'll ever want to go to bed again. You're still saying such depressing things now. Shouldn't we be promoting the education of love? She hastily blocked another blow, the heavy force forcing her to tilt her shield to absorb the impact. But the protrusions on the shield, designed to catch enemy weapons, now became the biggest obstacle. You have time to talk, but you should use more force. She thrust her body forward, her thrusters ignited, and her shield strike forcibly deflected Heiyu's heavy sword, causing her to tilt for the first time. Li Tianlang instantly saw hope of getting back to bed. With gleaming eyes, he slammed the brakes, the entire mecha paused, lowered its center of gravity, and steered towards the tilted Heiyu, launching another shield strike. Su Li smiled as he flicked the joystick, instantly straightening the tilted mecha and spinning it to the other side. His heavy sword, carried by the wind, struck the back of the white mecha. Yuerong blushed. The blow wasn't powerful, but it was incredibly insulting. He spanked me, do you mind? Li Tianlang gritted his teeth as he steered the mecha back. Don't worry. If he spanks you, I'll spank her too. Yuerong, ? Chapter 38. A group of mecha girls gathered in the stands, watching the competition unfolding without blinking. Hongying bit her lower lip, her eyes filled with worry for Heiyu. First, she worried that Heiyu wouldn't be able to withstand such a high-intensity match and wouldn't meet Su Li's expectations. Second, she worried that Heiyu would get hurt. After all, since becoming a mecha girl, she hadn't truly experienced a duel with a human. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so frightened and mentally broken by the battle with Su Li, leaving a scar on her forever. But fortunately, everything seemed fine. Lightning sat off to the side, his arms folded beneath his chest, his brows furrowed slightly. For the first time, she directly felt the strength of the other mecha girls. Hongying keenly noticed Lightning's anomaly. She glanced at the situation on the field, then at Lightning's furrowed brow, and instinctively panicked. She had never been piloted by Su Li before, so she naturally didn't know his limits. But she knew this was his first time facing an S-class mecha girl piloted by an S-class pilot. The double S combination should never be underestimated. Furthermore, this was his first time piloting Black Feather. She looked at Lightning with a hint of panic. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with Su Li? Lightning stared at the field without blinking, his fists clenched tightly. This is a serious problem. Hongying, startled, stood up from the stands and reached out to grab Lightning's shoulder. Come on, tell me, what's the problem? Lightning looked up at her, pointed at Yuerong in the field, and said angrily, that mecha girl, there's something wrong. Hongying looked at the field. Yuerong had retreated quickly, maintaining a defensive stance against Black Feather. She watched for a long time, but couldn't see what was wrong with her. Lightning, on the other hand, frowned ever more. Is it because I'm so short-sighted that I can't see it? But after all, I'm an S-rank mecha girl. That's right, Lightning is a veteran of the mecha girl world, so she should have seen more. Tell me specifically, what's wrong with her? You're stupid. In all this time, when have you ever seen Su Li smack anyone with a sword? This mecha girl is absolutely a freak. Hongying silently slapped herself, and sat back down in the stands. Care makes you confused, really care makes you confused. Her mind must have been squeezed by the door, forcing her to doubt her common sense. Turning back, she was somewhat horrified to find that the armed mecha girls behind her were also frowning, silent. Their gazes toward Yuerong were surprisingly consistent. 3 parts questioning, 3 parts inquiry, and 4 parts murderous intent. Hongying instantly fell into deep self-doubt. Is her so-called common sense really common sense? Why did she seem so out of place even though she was sitting with them? In the cockpit, Su Li's brow furrowed slightly. Heiyu's trembling was a bit too rapid. It wasn't even trembling anymore, more like shaking. But there was clearly no danger, so why was she shaking? Has the continuous operation pushed her to her limit? In less than 5 minutes, she already reached her limit. With that kind of endurance, she probably wouldn't be able to last even a single match. If she wasn't up to the task, then Hongying and Lightning would have to take the field. I wonder if Sanch and Heavy Industry would recognize Hongying as a pilot. Don't let the earnings drop to a bargain after a single match, then it would be meaningless. Mistake. Clinging to a last glimmer of hope, he glanced at Heiyu before him, even lowering his voice for fear of scaring her. What's wrong with you? Didn't you go to the restroom before the game? Su Li's words instantly stopped Yu's trembling. She glanced back at Su Li in disbelief, confused as to why he asked. I did? Then why are you trembling? Yu blushed, but didn't respond. Was she going to tell him in person that his actions had driven her to the point of losing control? She said nothing, merely forcibly suppressing her surging emotions and trying to calm herself. While enduring them was difficult, it was better than being misunderstood again. But was he just worried about her? That man, who seemed like a demon, actually cared about her? A blush gradually spread across her fair face, becoming even more pronounced against her black hair. Completely unaware that Yu portrayed him as a demon king, Su Li stopped looking at Yu and returned his gaze to Yurong. Battle scratches were already appearing on her mecha's paint. Her and her pilot's performance was worthy of Su Li's high regard. At this moment, beads of sweat formed on Li Tianlong's forehead. He stared intently at Yu, his gaze fixed on the twin sword she twirled in her hands. The massive black mecha, its gleaming golden blades, and even Yurong's silver-white blade, in her hands, held a uniquely domineering aura. She didn't even make any extra movements, she simply stood there, brandishing her blades, exuding a commanding presence. Li Tianlang felt like he was going insane. If he could pilot a mecha like Yu, he would undoubtedly be the center of attention at every competition. His gaze fixed on Yu, he calculated the speed of the sword swing and the distance between them. He once again prepared to charge. He hadn't forgotten his promise to Yurong. Though he had no desire to harm the king he considered himself, he felt in his heart that patting the king's but wouldn't be a bad idea. The white mech charged again. She employed the locomotion she had learned from the lightning competition, instantly becoming more agile. Shameless. She's learning our techniques. Lightning roared in the stands, and the group of mech girls nodded in agreement. Yurong, that bitch, is no good. She stole the techniques instructor Su had painstakingly researched without permission. After the competition, she'll be taken back to jail for 2 days. Either she writes a 5,000-word self-criticism and recites it with deep emotion. She'll stay there until the competition begins. The two mechs collided again. The spinning giant sword suddenly changed direction, and a violent collision echoed across the field. They connected in a continuous stream, like a sudden, unbroken explosion of spring thunder in broad daylight. Yurong dodged swiftly, knocking the giant sword away with her shield. Her center of gravity lowered, forcing Yu to lean forward with each attack. Yurong waited for this sudden misstep during these repeated leans. Li Tianlang possessed abundant insight, confidence, and courage. Sword and shield once again clashed, and the moon-white mech's right hand suddenly reached out, grasping the giant sword in Yu's left hand. He clearly intended to emulate Yu's previous move and reclaim the sword. But Yu gave him no chance. With a single kick, she landed a direct kick on Yurong's left leg, catching him in the joint. The massive mecha crashed to its knees. Using his strength, Yu swung the long sword she had snatched away, bringing it to rest against her neck. Su Li, manipulating his other sword, blocked Yurong's other hand, which was reaching for her lower body. Both sides were taking risky moves, but Su Li was a step faster. Yurong, always graceful and magnanimous, looked at her blocked hand, her face etched with shame. Shameless. Even after losing, he still tried to touch someone's butt. Was that what his master taught him? Yu looked at the blocked giant hand behind him, feeling a sweet sensation in his heart. It turned out that the Demon King had already considered her his property, and that was why he wouldn't allow anyone to touch her. Not even a touch. Her heart trembled, and she instinctively blurted out, "Thank you, master." Su Li? ? He breathed a sigh of relief. The kick just now was a risky move. If Yurong had held onto her left leg, her center of gravity would have shifted, and she, with her greater stability and defensive capabilities, would have struck her face with a shield. It's hard to say who would have won. How's it going? Want to try again? The giant white mech shook its head slowly upon hearing this. It flung its pilot out of the mech like she was spitting out garbage, leaving him to slump to the ground before unfurling and standing beside him. Li Tianlang rubbed his buttocks and consciously stood up, looking up to closely examine Yu before him. But before he could even take a second look, Yu unfurled. Su Li appeared before Li Tianlang, Yu gently hugging him, carefully resting her head against Su Li's back, nuzzling it gently. Li Tianlang's face suddenly showed a look of shock, and his gaze towards Su Li was filled with a hint of admiration. He had been wrong before. For such a cool mecha girl to be so willing to bow down to him, this wasn't just any ordinary pilot, this was his ideal king's man. The handsomeness of the mecha was one thing, but the most important thing was the impressive control. The king's, but was no longer important. He quickly stepped forward, his face lit up with the expression of someone who had met a close friend. He grabbed Su Li's hand and slapped her other hand directly on her. But, let me introduce myself again. My name is Li Tianlang. I'm glad to fight alongside you. The king's man, his butt is quite elastic. Yurong turned her head away, somewhat embarrassed. Su Li, ? After living for decades in his 2 lifetimes, this was the first time since he could remember that a man had touched his butt. You want to die? Behind Su Li, He Yu's eyes were filled with hysterics. She leaped across, appearing directly in front of Li Tianlang, grasping his hand and twisting it. The immense force instantly knocked him to his knees. Before he could raise his head, a small hand pressed down on his head, immobilizing him. A cloud of dust swept in from the stands. A red figure, covering a distance of 300 meters in 4 seconds, appeared beside Su Li and directly blocked Yurong's attack. Her lightning-red eyes narrowed with a dangerous glint. If Yurong dared to move, she would definitely use her long sword to pull her down and open her eyes. Over a dozen blue and white mechas hovered in the air, huddled together, their black muzzles pressing against Li Tianlang's head. Li Tianlang was unable to move, his mind filled with questions. Chapter 39. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm from a minority ethnic group. This is, for my people, a way of greeting each other, a way of saying hello when we first meet. I really didn't mean to take advantage. I'm normal. I guarantee it. Yurong watched her pilot's stammering explanation, an awkward yet elegant smile on her face. In her heart, she was already slashing this fool into pieces. This was the first time she realized her pilot might be interested in men. It seems he's underpaying his taxes. Really? Lightning glanced at Li Tianlang sideways, then slowly walked up to him, staring at him with a scrutinizing gaze. What ethnicity are you from? Tell me. Li Tianlang swallowed and said instinctively, the Kukuwasa side are. His. Master, I never heard of this tribe. It seems they're quite rare. Su Li, He Yu, and the other armed mecha girls. Yurong couldn't hold it in any longer and turned around, covering her face. She didn't know whether to be ashamed of her master's shamelessness or grateful for Lightning's naivete. Thankfully, the tension between the two sides had finally subsided, and they could sit down to discuss matters. In the warehouse, the armed mecha girls spaced 2 sofas more than 2 meters apart and then stood behind Su Li. Li Tianlang and Yurong sat across from her. Yurong's lavender head drooped, completely losing the desire to speak. Li Tianlang, on the other hand, was in high spirits. Except for Su Li, the other mecha girls sitting and standing across from him were all a variety of attractive and beautiful. Senior, please allow me to address you as Senior. You are truly a guiding light on my path forward. I am deeply impressed by your superb skills. Would you accept a disciple? Su Li had never expected such an opening. Taking on a disciple? He had never considered such a thing in his 2 lifetimes. In his previous life, all his skills were acquired through self-study and hard training. The only thing he ever properly studied was the military's mecha combat essentials. But that was readily available to almost everyone, so there was no need for him to teach them. Everyone gained experience through fierce combat, and those lacking in skill often perished on the battlefield. Mecha competitions had never existed. Most of his skills were inapplicable to competition. Su Li looked at Li Tianlang, his eyes wide open, and asked with a hint of amusement, "What do you want to learn?" Li Tianlang's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't expected Su Li to be so confident. What do you want to learn? That meant he had more to offer. He didn't believe Su Li was just bragging. Even though he hadn't used his full strength, defeat was still defeat. Besides, sweat was already beading on his forehead when he emerged from the mecha. But Su Li's face remained calm. Not even a trace of sweat, let alone a flushed redness, was visible. Li Tianlang was well aware of the vast disparity in strength between the two. At the thought, his heart trembled. How old was Su Li? 20. A 20-year-old S-class pilot. No, a potential super S-class pilot. He could master resonance and possessed exceptional piloting skills. Li Tianlang was no fool. As an S-class pilot, he naturally had a unique perspective. He was already what people called a genius. But he was certain that genius was merely a barrier to meeting Su Li. Given the opportunity, he would trample over all so-called geniuses along the way. Could it be that, like him, he had a mentor in a once talented retired pilot? But I never heard of any highly skilled retired pilots in Nanchung. If such a person existed, he'd definitely be in the Aka industrial camp. If he didn't have such a teacher, his talent wouldn't simply be terrifying. Li Tianlang glanced at He Yu, who stood behind the sofa and lowered his eyes. Human Mecha Girl, the first encounter didn't yield the expected results. His abilities weren't enough to force Suli to reveal more of his hidden abilities. So, naturally, there was no way to discern the Mecha Girl's strengths and weaknesses. But it didn't matter. In 6 days, there would be plenty of others to take his place. Thinking of this, he raised his eyes and smiled charmingly. That depends on what Master is willing to teach. I'm not picky. I'll learn whatever Master teaches. Teaching should always be tailored to the student's aptitude, right? Suli also smiled charmingly. If you want to learn, then go ahead and reveal your hidden abilities to Master. He was certainly Tianlang had his own ideas. Otherwise, there was no point in testing his strength when meeting him for the first time. Sanch Heavy Industry didn't take the global arena tournament too seriously, having failed so many times. The reason they were still participating was simply to provoke and annoy Aka Industry. So, as a regular competitor, he didn't have the nerve to fight him. If the two of them were actually on the field, they could just fight each other. But he had made a probing move, acting like a fool, and that was the biggest problem. What was he trying to test? Or rather, what was Sanch Heavy Industry trying to test? Suli noticed Li Tianlong's expression and instantly understood everything. What they really wanted to know was, hey you, it seems that no matter which company, the secrets of the mechanical island are not immune. It seems that Master is quite satisfied with me, his disciple. That's perfect. Seeing it with your own eyes is worse than just saying it. Master, please watch the Universal Arena Tournament in 6 days. I'll spearhead your efforts and carve a path for you. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a hard drive, placing it on the coffee table and pushing it towards him. Information on the seated players from each of AKA Industrial's major clubs. Master, while formidable, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Okay, I appreciate the kindness. I'll take a look. Then we won't bother you anymore. Master, please leave me your contact information. I'll send a car to pick you up on tournament day. Suli gave him the contact information, and he immediately pulled Yurong to her feet. He bowed to Suli, and then slowly walked out of the warehouse. Before leaving, he bowed to Suli again and said seriously, Master, I was in a hurry today. I'll make up for the apprenticeship ceremony later. With that, the two of them walked out of the warehouse and climbed into the black sedan parked outside. Suli narrowed his eyes, staring at the hard drive on the table, and fell silent. In the space of a day, he had gained a bunch of armed mecha girls, 2 S-class mecha girls, and even a cheap apprentice. He had experienced more in the previous 20 years of his life than in just one day. Master, are you really going to take him in as your apprentice? Think carefully. This apprentice just came up and touched your butt. You haven't taught him anything, and he's already betraying his master and ancestors. Lightning's eyes widened in disbelief. Suli was both angry and amused. For a moment, he couldn't figure out whether Lightning was truly foolish or just pretending to be foolish. He raised his hand to ruffle Lightning's crimson hair and asked softly, So, you really haven't heard of the Kakucha Sidar tribe? Lightning was stunned, a hint of doubt flashing in her beautiful eyes. I really haven't heard of them. Didn't he say they were ethnic minorities? There are over 560 ethnic groups in the Federation, yellow, black, white, coffee. How could I possibly remember them all? What? Master, have you heard of them? Me neither. Suli shrugged, then turned his gaze to Hongying and Heyu. Logically, a free mecha girl wouldn't be rejected. But he knew well that there were things one could do, and things one couldn't do against one's conscience. For either Heyu, who yearned for revenge, or Hongying, who was determined to protect him, staying by his side wasn't the best option for them. He was silent for a moment, then waved to the 2 mecha girls. Let's sign the basic contract first. The core contract is too restrictive for you. Hongying's face lit up at this, but Heyu frowned, his face visibly filled with disappointment. Suli didn't waste any time. He simply found a standard contract template online, printed it out, and filled in his name. Hongying took the contract, glanced at the time mark, and subconsciously exclaimed, 6 months? You're only contracting us for 6 months? Heyu was stunned and quickly grabbed the contract on the table. As expected, her contract also only lasted 6 months. Anxiety flickered on her face, and she looked at Suli with eagerness. 6 months is too short. Rather than saying it's a 6-month contract, it's more like the minimum contract validity period is 6 months. Heyu could even imagine that if the contract could be signed for a shorter period, Suli would definitely choose the shorter one, always sticking with the minimum validity period. Why? She couldn't understand. Even though he had threatened her before, she was now using everything she had to compensate him. She didn't care about her dignity or her own self-worth. Why was he still unwilling to sign the core contract with her? Is it because my performance wasn't good enough? No, you did very well. But 6 months is enough time for us to do a lot. Suli glanced at Heiyu, who was clutching the contract tightly, and handed her the pen. Sign it. The competition isn't far off, and we still have a lot to do. Hongying glanced at Suli and signed her name and factory code on the contract. Heiyu bit her lower lip, then, realizing she had no choice, reddened her eyes as she signed the contract as well. Suli, with a strange look on his face, clapped his hands and stood up from the sofa. All right, now that the contract has been signed, let's begin preparing for the competition. First, go to the shelves and unfold them. We'll need to make some minor adjustments to the Aka industrial symbols on your bodies. In the breeding room on the mechanical island, 5 golden cores slowly rotated. Under the gaze of 2 elders and 2 breeders, they flickered, as if communicating with one another. A figure in a loose t-shirt, with light blue hair, cradled in a pillow, stepped barefoot on a hoverboard and entered the breeding room silently. Is this code 3347? The 4 people in the room were startled by the sound and turned to look. Upon noticing the newcomer, the 2 breeders immediately bowed and saluted. Governor. A pale blue head nodded in response. She stared at the 5 mechanical cores behind the glass wall, her eyes slowly focusing as she shook her head vigorously. What are the elements of their awakening? 03 quickly walked to the computer and played scenes of the game. The governor scratched her pale blue hair, her eyes fixed on the Zerg fighting on the field, a glint in her eyes. Her toes curled slightly, and she gripped the hoverboard beneath her feet. Is this the blunder Yihua reported? Yes, we investigated it thoroughly. Some companies are secretly manipulating it, apparently hoping to take credit and enhance their standing in the council. One of the elders snorted disdainfully. If humans could focus their minds properly, the battlefield wouldn't have reached the dire state it has today. Another elder, hearing this, said without turning back, Anyway, this blunder also brings us good news, doesn't it? The governor stared at the figures fighting on the screen and, with a flick of her finger, instantly revealed Su Li's specific information. She flipped through the pages, her lips curling up unconsciously. I didn't expect a city-level competition in a small town to bring such unexpected surprises. Furthermore, it seems the child who brought us this surprise has run into some trouble. The 2 elders frowned at this. They turned and looked at the governor, saying in unison, What trouble? The governor narrowed his eyes and spread his hands. The human council seems to have abandoned him. Chapter 40. Huh? The 2 elders leaned on their crutches and subconsciously tilted their heads, thinking they hadn't heard clearly due to their age and deafness. You heard correctly, he's been abandoned by the human council. One elder slammed his cane against the ground, wrinkles gathering on his aged face. You're saying, a warrior who can resonate with A-rank mechas, who can pilot them with unsharp weapons and fight bloody battles against the Zerg, has been abandoned? Are the human council blind? This is a Super S pilot in the making. Oh, they're not blind. Those eyes are fixed on their positions. They'll do whatever it takes to prevent anyone from even harboring the slightest suspicion. How can they be blind? The other elder's every word was filled with sarcasm. She looked at the governor, pondered for a moment, and said slowly, Are our security measures in place? Such a promising talent, we must protect him. The governor nodded. Of course we will. Otherwise, who will be assigned to the 5 Mecha Girls number 3347? The armed Mecha Girl squad that has had contact with him is already in place. I specifically authorized level 2 weapons clearance. A squad? Okay, he's just starting out. If he's assigned too many personnel, it might attract the attention of the council. Attention? I'm afraid it already has. This guy isn't one to stay quiet. Caught between 2 corporations, he's jumping around like crazy. I almost wonder if he was a flea in his past life. What? Is he in danger? Not now, but who knows what will happen in the future. After all, he's always doing things that make people jealous. So I think a squad might be enough to protect him. Otherwise, find an excuse to move him to the outpost. At least, he can avoid the schemes of those with ulterior motives. Outpost? While it's not particularly dangerous, it's still part of the front line. Isn't that a bit rash? The governor glanced at the 2 elders and directly transmitted the data from the terminal. The 2 elders reviewed the team's daily reports and frowned. For the first time in their lives, they felt that an outpost, where small Zerg attacks were frequent, was quite safe. He initially rejected AK Industrial's invitation. Since the other party had no sincerity, he just turned it down. But then he immediately agreed to Sanch Heavy Industry, driving AK's mech, and competing for Sanch Heavy Industry. Even if it was just to save himself, it was too rash. Especially since he planned to drive Hayu, AK's CEO's ex-daughter. Wasn't this just trying to impress others? The two of them exchanged glances and put down their terminals. Although Aka Industry and Sanch Heavy Industry were just ordinary members of the parliament, for Su Li, their status was like an insurmountable peak. But he just ignored them, hopping around like crazy halfway up the mountain. If he really reached his limit, he might not even be able to leave the competition. We should get to the outpost soon. If he stays in the alliance for too long, I'm afraid 3,347 won't even get to see him. The governor shrugged his shoulders with a half smile. She hugged the soft pillow, feeling a little dizzy. The long period of sleep deprivation made her unsteady, so she simply sat on the hoverboard and rested her chin on the pillow in her arms. Her light blue hair flowed down like light silk. Don't panic, this match still has to go on. We uncovered some information over at Han Hai. Some people are dishonest and can't clean up their act. If our children can be more effective, perhaps we can uncover more. After all, this is a human matter. Chasing dogs is something that should be done by humans themselves. That's the proper thing. Go away now that you've seen it all. We're old enough to handle such exhausting tasks. Just handle it yourself. Ha! You're implying something about me, right? Okay, I'll put this on your record for you two girls. The governor wrinkled her nose, turned around, and slumped onto the hoverboard, hugging a pillow. She barely had time to set her destination before she fell asleep. Her long legs dangled on either side of the hoverboard, carried by it until she disappeared through the doorway of the breeding room. The two elders exchanged a glance and smiled helplessly. It's been ages since they heard the term girl. Forget it, after all, he looks young, but he's actually older than their grandmothers. Inspection Team Headquarters. Han Hai sat in a chair, resting her chest on the table as usual, gently swinging her legs. She held her tablet, watching intently as the two men met, a faint smile playing on her lips. One of the men was a key technical executive at a subsidiary of Aka Industry. The other was a tech geek active on various small forums. The two men met in an hourly room at a love hotel. Men! They're so attentive to finding a meeting place. If you were just standing on the street talking, I wouldn't have spotted you so easily. TSK. As she swiped away the video, she brought up a densely packed relationship chart. After a moment's thought, she crossed out a few names. The flow of funds was documented, and so was the video of the meeting. The hourly room owner, a man of his time, knew what was happening. With a gun to his head, he hurriedly produced the original, high-definition, and censored video. Bang! Yihua kicked the heavy door open and slumped down in his chair, cursing. I can't stand these bastards anymore. Han Hai. My dear sister? We have the evidence, so why are you asking me to delay? Are you seeking revenge? I bear undeniable responsibility for your broken ribs, but you can't make me be scolded every day in video conferences. Han Hai glared at Yihua, her legs quietly tucked back under the table. With a flick of her finger, she turned off the tablet. Why are you panicking? They've been trying to find fault with us for a long time. When have they ever succeeded? Just bear with it for now. The problems within Aka Industry are far from trivial. We have a lot to uncover, and the little evidence we have now will only protect us from being targeted. But isn't our goal to clear our names? So we're being wrong for nothing? Aren't the manpower and resources wasted trying to prove our innocence also resources? When will you grow up? Doesn't your scalp ever itch? Yihua was stunned, confused as to why the first sentence was an accusation, while the second one sounded so ordinary. But she nodded, adhering to the principle of answering every question. It doesn't itch. I wash it regularly. Han Hai twitched his lips. No wonder she wasn't very smart. She suspected she could hear the sound of water in Yihua's head if she got too close. She must have washed her own brain while washing her hair. It's not that I won't produce the evidence, but there are other things we're investigating. Anyway, just take your daily scolding as usual. That's your duty as captain. Yihua cursed and slammed his desk. You make it sound so easy. You haven't seen the faces of those people. They're convinced we don't have any evidence, and they're putting pressure on us like crazy. The council has already proposed 3 times to communicate directly with the governor. This dragging it out isn't a solution. Han Hai glanced at Yihua. Despite her outcry, she still had the leisure to put her legs on the desk, which proved the situation was stable, and there was no need to rush. I'm talking to you. Are you listening? I heard you. I heard you. If you're alright, get out and don't interrupt me. If you want to avoid getting scolded, shut up. Or I'll fly straight to Mechanical Island tomorrow. Han Hai issued his ultimatum. Yi Hua rolled his eyes and muttered something, but made no further sound. In the room, the only sound was Han Hai's occasional keyboard tapping. As the web of relationships unfolded, Han Hai's eyes lit up more and more. Did Boss aka 16th Mistress give birth to a daughter yesterday? His son's anonymous account was experiencing frequent fund flows, with numerous unilateral transfers to another anonymous account. As Han Hai typed away, she was shocked to discover that the owner of the second anonymous account was Boss AK's 5th mistress. She remembered this woman. She had just given birth to a son 2 years ago. Han Hai watched with growing interest, even imagining a palace drama in her mind. Although these fragmentary bits of information were useless at the moment, she believed that if she dug deeper, she would eventually uncover something useful. She found a copy of a document and enlarged it, covering the entire desk. It looked like a design drawing for an instrument. The word discarded marked on it made Han Hai squint. In the lower right corner of the drawing, Wang Minglan's name was a little blurry, but still legible. Han Hai had seen this before, in Wang Minglan's memories when she became Black Feather. It was a research project she had been forced to stop. It was about extracting the simple thoughts of the Zerg to create bionic mechas. She narrowed her eyes. It seemed that AKA Industries' intention in causing the spatial rift was not simply to disrupt the existing order. Perhaps they wanted something more. Chapter 41. In the warehouse, Su Li was adjusting the Black Feather while picking up the ringing phone next to him and putting it to his ear. Li Tianlong's exasperated voice came from the phone. This is fucked, master. AKA has made a temporary adjustment. They say this year's competition has changed to a mecha brawl to cater to new trends. Su Li, who was almost finished adjusting the game, paused upon hearing this. Mecha brawl? Why the sudden change in competition format? I don't know. The competition announcement has already been released. It's going to start the day after tomorrow. Now they're suddenly announcing a temporary change. Isn't that a joke? Is he being targeted? Su Li instinctively felt something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. His entry information hadn't been leaked, and the invitation letter Li Tianlang had given him was still in his desk drawer. He had originally planned to fill it out and submit it on the last day. Although Aka Industries' sudden change in competition format didn't affect him much, it still felt strange. Can a large company's internal selection competition be changed at will? Did Aka Industries send out invitations again? Li Tianlang was stunned, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Master, how do you know? They did, and then sent out over 20 more. Almost every reputable club received an invitation. But the ones sent later weren't to clubs, but to well-known pilots by name. Su Li dropped his tools, a look of confusion on his face. That's strange. They seem to want to flex their muscles in all directions. What do you think? Do you have any relevant information? Or do you have a channel that can get the list of participants from Aka Industry? No. There have been in previous years, but I can't find any information about this one. I initially thought they might have pulled in members from the provincial team, but after contacting them, I found nothing. And for something like this, relying on Sanch Heavy Industries intelligence network is impossible. They're not paying much attention to this match. Then there's nothing we can do. Let's just have a free-for-all. We can only hope to draw a good number. At least that way, we can avoid being targeted from the start. Then we have to rely on luck? It doesn't matter if you don't rely on luck, as long as you have the ability to kill the opponent. Li Tianlang rolled his eyes. If he really had that ability, he wouldn't have made this call. Su Li hung up the phone and tossed it aside, then closed the last piece of Heiyu's outer armor. A mecha free-for-all meant only one mecha could be on the field. In 3 days, he and Heiyu had already run in 4 times. Perhaps it was because he had hit her before, but she became particularly well-behaved during the run-in. Although she was still trembling as usual, she should be able to finish the game without any problems. That is, she had to go to the restroom beforehand. Lightning, you and Hongying should just sit in the stands and watch this match together. Remember to behave yourself and don't run around. For some reason, he had a feeling this match wasn't entirely simple. Lightning huddled on the sofa, a snack in hand, and nodded obediently. Su Li rarely gave her orders, so she had no rebellious tendencies. A book lay open on the armrest of the sofa, and she read with great interest, occasionally sharing the plot with Hongying beside her. I'm telling you, this protagonist is such a jerk. He slept with his own robot girl, then abandoned her. He even pushed her biological parents off a cliff and made it look like an accident. Hongying sat on the sofa, her legs folded in her arms, her feet wrapped in white cotton socks, her bare legs pressed together. She looked up in shock. She couldn't figure out where the robot girl's biological parents had appeared. Were they special, not born from a petri dish? Master, I'll let you sleep with me, but please don't abandon me again, okay? Su Li's hand trembled, and the huge wrench slipped from his grasp, nearly hitting his foot. If you buy any more of these books, I'll stop lubricating you. Lightning pouted, aggrieved. Didn't you say that book I was reading yesterday was pretty good? The one explaining sex positions. You even said you'd find me a video when you could. Hong Ying's eyes widened, and she stared at Su Li without blinking. She had never imagined that he would begin using something as sacred as a book to systematically teach certain things. He even planned to use videos to assist with the explanations? Make yourself clear. You bought those 36 yoga poses yourself. They have nothing to do with me. Hong Ying, She suddenly realized that after only a few days here, her thoughts had become less pure. It seemed that she could develop rich associations with anything. A human philosopher once said that rich associations improve one's thinking. She didn't know if she had made any progress, but she felt that her mind had gained a new color that it had never had before. What a shame! It's been changed to a free-for-all. If it were a tournament, maybe I could have gotten a chance to play. Lightning pouted, as if venting her frustration, and slid into the sofa. The book, do you guess if I understand your heart? A quick guide to dealing with scumbag men, fell to the floor with a carefree air. Lightning lowered her head, her crimson hair cascading down, her chin resting on the armrest. Squinting, she reached under the sofa, feeling for the fallen novel by feel. Su Li loved Lightning's relaxed nature. It seemed that the longer she was with him, the more relaxed she became. During the competition, she was completely overcome with emotion, and afterward, she was like she activated sage time, completely lazy and clingy. To be honest, Su Li couldn't quite tell if she was a giant cat or a gentle golden retriever. She was probably not a person at all. Unlike Lightning, Hong Ying had become noticeably anxious after hearing the news. She fidgeted restlessly, her legs shifting constantly. A look of hesitation hung on her face, but Su Li ignored it. He Yu finished his preparations, unfurled the device, and blushed as he sank into the sofa. After overcoming the initial sadness of not signing the core contract, she had finally come to terms with it. 6 months wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. She didn't believe Su Li wouldn't renew her contract after 6 months. She squeezed between Hong Ying and Lightning, reaching out to ruffle Lightning's red hair. Lightning purred and raised his head in a satisfied tone. Su Li looked at the relaxed Lightning and raised an eyebrow slightly. She had already picked up her book, her upper body slumped over the armrest. A thin, transparent tube clung to her cherry lips. Part of the tube was hidden in the sofa, and the transparent color made it a highly camouflaged device. If he hadn't looked the other way and caught the glint of the tube, he wouldn't have noticed its presence. He walked over suspiciously, and noticed a pipe stretching over 10 meters behind the sofa, trailing along the ground. The other end was directly inserted into a large iron bucket of lubricant. Lightning! You drank lubricant again. Su Li walked over, and shook the newly purchased lubricant. It had arrived yesterday, and by today, it was already 1/3 gone. In an instant, his heart ached beyond measure. He had only bought 2 buckets of lubricant, with the 100,000 yuan prize money 038 had claimed. He had originally saved 20,000 yuan for emergencies, but in this world, plans never keep up with changes. No, it wasn't just me who drank it. He Yu and Hong Ying also drank it. Just as Su Li was about to punish Lightning with his iron hand, the phone in his pocket rang again. He pressed the answer button, and Li Tianlong's anxious voice instantly rang out from the receiver. Master, Aka Industrial has changed again. They rescheduled the competition to tomorrow. I'm on my way to your place now. We should talk about something in person. Su Li's face darkened at this, and his uneasiness intensified. Tomorrow's competition, you and Hong Ying will stay home. Chapter 42. The black sedan braked with a sharp screeching sound, leaving several charred streaks on the road. Before the car could even come to a complete stop, a figure opened the door and rolled out. Even after only 3 days apart, Li Tianlong's eyes were visibly swollen, with dark circles under them. He wasn't wearing his dazzling sequined outfit today, but he was still looking incredibly coquettish in a leopard print t-shirt. Yu Rong's complexion had brightened considerably. As usual, she wore a moon-white cheongsam as she sat in the car, nodding subtly at Su Li. Li Tianlang rolled and crawled in front of Su Li, grabbed his trouser leg, and shouted, Master! Master! Split him! Su Li held his forehead, grabbed his collar, and dragged him into the warehouse. Looking at Li Tianlong's appearance, He understood clearly that his body had been emptied by alcohol and sex. You were fine when you left. How come you're like this in just 3 days? Are you still going to compete? Li Tianlang turned around and saw 3 cyborgs huddled on the sofa, their eyes fixed on him. His face flushed, and he lowered his head. This is the whole mess. Aka Industry is so dishonest. They agreed on a date, then changed it. I didn't expect to compete so soon. I came out today to buy some medicine. They're just leaving me no chance. Look at you, you're so worthless, so worthless. A cyborg brought you down. What can I say about you? That's all you can do. Li Tianlong's eyes lit up. Master, I know what I need to learn. You, please don't teach me this secret skill. Don't worry, I won't pass it on to anyone else. What's that special skill? Li Tianlang wore a look of I know all about it, and glanced obscurely in the direction of the 3 mecha girls. Su Li raised a brow, and, with the wrench in his hand, was about to strike him on the head. Tell me, what did you find out? Li Tianlang shrugged, his head tilted. I don't know. I tried every possible channel, but I haven't found anything. Master, aren't you making a fuss? It's just a change in the competition format and time. Has this happened before? No. When things are out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong. If you'll take my advice, why don't you take a break from this competition? Take a break? There's nothing in this world I can't compete in. Don't look at me with dark circles under my eyes. Even if I'm missing a few kidneys, I can still compete. As for those fake guys at Aka Industrial, how many of them have I dealt with every year? Do you have a grudge against AKA? No, I don't. But I have a better relationship with money. Su Li gave Li Tianlang a deep look, reached out, pulled him up from the ground, and patted him on the shoulder. For the first time in his life, he felt like he found a soulmate. He also had a good relationship with money. Li Tianlang looked at Su Li, whose expression suddenly became less disgusted, completely bewildered. But that didn't stop him from baring his teeth and smiling brightly. Master, the competition starts tomorrow. Are you sure you don't want to teach me a few tricks? Where's your apprenticeship gift? In the car. I'll get it for you right now. His back and legs no longer felt sore, and he trotted to the car, took down 8 boxes. He thought for a moment, then put another one back in. He trotted back with 7 boxes and placed them in front of Su Li. As early as the first time he met Su Li, he had decided to give him more supplements. There are always differences between people, and he's well aware of that. He's fine with Yuerong by himself, he doesn't take on tasks he doesn't have the skills to handle. How many people in this world are there like Su Li, surrounded by a group of cyborgs? Although he's still in good health, it's always better to start replenishing your body sooner rather than later. The sheer array of supplements nearly blinded Su Li. Master, don't be polite with your disciple. You're in good health now, that's because you're young, but you still need to replenish yourself. Su Li silently pushed the items back, his impression of Li Tianlang plummeting. Look at this guy, he's so blatant with his gifts. Not to mention that he had no feelings for his own automaton. Even if he did, could he give these things to her right in front of her? Would he ever be a human being again? Oh dear, whip pills. Great stuff. I seen men take them in many books. Master, your disciple is quite good, I'll keep them for you. Lightning's eyes lit up, and he trotted over, carrying 7 packets of supplements back to the compartment. Hong Ying's eyes widened instantly, and He blushed. Su Li seriously doubted Lightning knew what those things were for. Su Li, he really wanted to find a hole to crawl into. This was truly a mess, a piece of shit. When did Lightning, the automaton, become so discerning? Hee. Master's wife, you're quite skilled. Lightning blushed, finding the title quite novel. She sat back on the sofa, tucked her hair away from her ears, and said kindly to Li Tianlang, I'm rooting for you. Just treat it like home, don't be polite. Li Tianlang smiled and nodded, but didn't actually sit down. Time was running out, and he had originally thought of discussing a strategy with Su Li. Working together was always better than going it alone. But after meeting Su Li, he suddenly realized he'd been overthinking it. Without long-term coordination and unfamiliarity with each other, it would be worse to go it alone in this kind of competition. Preparing your weapons before the battle isn't always effective. Master, let's go! I booked a room near the venue, so we can go directly to the draw tomorrow morning. It's less than a 5-minute drive from my place. Su Li nodded and called out to Yu, wanting nothing more than to escape this place that had made him feel socially awkward. Who cares which hotel it was? He just had to get out now. Watching the two of them get in the car and drive away, Lightning's smile slowly faltered. As Su Li drove away, she felt a sense of emptiness for the first time. Hong Ying, standing beside her, pursed her lips, feeling the same way. Tell me, why did he ask us to stay home? We're two grown-ups. Could we possibly get lost? Besides, how could anyone trust him and Heiyu alone? Don't you agree? Hong Ying nodded in agreement. Lightning's smile returned. So if we sneak up on them, will Su Li get mad? He likes you so much, right? What did you say? You said the master likes me? Hong Ying was stunned. Weren't we discussing sneaking off? Wasn't that the point? Then I'd better stay home. I can't do anything to upset him, or he won't like me anymore. Hong Ying suddenly felt like slapping herself in the face. She turned to look at Lightning, who had already entered the compartment, clutching the pillow. She didn't need to follow him in. She knew she'd be rolling around on Su Li's bed like a golden retriever. Chapter 43. At the junction of the two cities in the eastern suburbs, rolling hills undulate. The morning mist shone lightly on the mountains. After once again confirming that Lightning and Hong Ying were staying home, he and Heiyu finally stood at the edge of the arena. A giant black and gold logo hung directly above the sign. Below it was a series of club names. Upon entering, a massive photo wall, covered with the names and photos of all the provincial and national team participants who had competed there. Li Tianlang glanced at it and curled his lips. He loves formalism, and he does it well. He straightened his legs and bowed to the wall, muttering something like, "Good luck." Su Li hurriedly moved away from him to avoid being spotted by the staff and getting beaten up before the competition even began. Arriving at the registration hall, he handed in his invitation letter. After verification, he drew his entry number. Number 37, neither too early nor too late. This order isn't perfect, but it's not too bad either. The competition began promptly at 8 a.m., and almost all the participants were already in place. Su Li leaned sideways, scanning the field for the various competitors and the cyborgs. Aside from a few frequent city-level competitions, there weren't any particularly familiar faces. Even the seeded players, who were supposed to appear in the data Li Tianlang had obtained, were missing. Master, what a coincidence. I'm number 36, starting 20 seconds ahead of you. Do you want me to wait for you at the door? Let's team up and do number 38 first. Li Tianlang leaned over, making contact with Su Li through the barrier. Su Li lowered his voice and said, I didn't see any of the seeds from those clubs you mentioned. Li Tianlang was stunned. He turned around and looked around, pointing to a few empty spots in the fence. They should be them. AKA's matches always have to have a few players to keep the show going. 6th and 7th at the front. 52nd in the middle, and 68th a little further back. Ugh. AK is still so shameless. Out of 100 people, they already fielded 15. Anyway, just be careful. I have a feeling this match might be. Something unexpected has happened. Master, provincial competitions are different from municipal ones. They generally encourage teamwork and coordination. We haven't had much time to get used to each other, so I didn't mention it. Be very careful when you get on the field. The individual players don't coordinate much, but when AK strikes, they're definitely a 5-man team. Even if they don't have a full 5, once 2 of them unite, they'll start attacking the individual players. Let's go together and try to take down 1 or 2 before they reunite. Su Li nodded and glanced at Heiyu to the side. Today, she seemed wary of being recognized, wrapped up tightly from head to toe. Su Li raised an eyebrow and pulled at the scarf, leaving only her eyes exposed. When filling out the invitation, he hadn't used his real name, but a pseudonym, Kai Chi Piapiao. Today is the first match. Focus on your conditioning, and don't let unnecessary emotions get in the way. Understand? Heiyu nodded, but a complex train of thought swirled in his eyes. Everyone, please prepare to enter the arena. The competition will officially begin in 5 minutes. As the mechas began deploying one after another, Su Li remained slumped against the fence. He glanced at Mecha number 38 beside him, and quietly closed his eyes to rest. Ika number 38 was an A-ranked, competitive mecha. Who knows what the pilot had in mind? She'd been completely transformed into a tortoise shell. Thick silver shields lay in front and back, and round shields adorned each arm. But there were obvious advantages to his maneuvering. With just one glance, Su Li lost interest in attempting to intercept him. A tortoiseshell is difficult and time-consuming to attack. He turned his head and glanced ahead at Li Tianlang. He hadn't noticed before, but Mecha number 34 was a member of the AK. He raised an eyebrow at Li Tianlang, and the two of them chuckled, staring intently at the unfortunate individual. With the sound of whistles, mechas flew into the arena. Suli waited until the staff called his name before deploying the black feather. They didn't even spend a second in the preparation area, transforming into a streak of black light and charging into the arena. The staff member outside frowned, looked at his colleague, and asked, "Does that black mech just now look familiar?" "Familiar? Of course it does. That's Hey You." "Hey You? Our young lady?" "Young lady? That's a thing of the past. She was given to that Suli. Call and report." This Suli turned down Akaw's invitation. "I'm afraid he's here to cause trouble." Hearing this, the staff member called his supervisor directly. "Who are you talking about? Hey You?" The sound of a wine glass shattering rang out from the other end of the line. The eldest son of Aka Industrial frowned, gnashing his teeth as he watched the live feed. On the screen, a black mech, with a gust of wind, slashed off a mech's arm with a single sword strike. Dazzling sparks flew, and the Sanch Heavy Industry logo on Heiyu's chest nearly blinded Wang Hongze. This lingering thing. Not sending her back to the furnace was already a leniency, yet she dared to bite her own master? A burst of smashing and shattering noises emanated from within the room, and he smashed everything he could see to pieces. Disheveled and still catching his breath, he turned around to see his own mech being escorted by Heiyu, kneeling at the entrance. He was so shocked that his mouth remained open for a long time, even forgetting to breathe. This wasn't just biting her master. She was still shouting wildly. Wang Hongze picked up the intercom and dialed the team's dedicated channel. "Everyone listen up. Whether we compete or not is irrelevant. There's only one spot for the provincial team, and I have only one request. Whoever can chop off Heiyu's head gets it. I promise you, no matter what your final score, as long as you have Heiyu's head, I'll make the provincial team." The words echoed directly from the cockpits of the 14 mechas. Over a dozen pilots, their faces lit up with ecstasy, and they began to rub their hands in anticipation. Compared to fighting well-informed teammates, they clearly understood that being the daughter of a mecha girl was a rare opportunity. On the field, the black and white mechas resembled a black and white duo, grabbing number 34 and pitting her to the arena entrance. Mechas entered the hallway one after another in a row, their speed barely increasing as they sped along the passageway when they were forced to come to a screeching halt. Anyone who saw two mechas blocking the doorway would subconsciously assess their own skills. This was especially true when, next to them, an aka mecha, with a broken arm, knelt on the ground, a sword held to its neck. Many glanced at the logos on the two mechas and, in unison, turned aside, assuring the two that they held no ill will. Anyone familiar with the two companies knew the feud between them was deep. While they longed to stay and watch the fun, they knew full well that by not attacking them right from the start, they were already giving them face. If they didn't want to give up on this, it would likely become a spectacle for everyone else. Seeing that everyone understood, the two men naturally gave up on the fight. Li Tianlang wasn't one to bully the weak, and Suli didn't attack simply because he didn't have the money to fight other mechas. Until a mecha, all yellow, appeared. The golden logo wasn't noticeable, but both players, both professionals, immediately spotted him. Li Tianlang was a ruthless man. He took advantage of the opponent's moment of daze upon entering the arena, and swung his sword straight at the mech's lower body. But even in his panic, the opponent's hammer struck the sword with such force that it sent Li Tianlang's massive sword careening away. "Master, number 52 has some tricks up his sleeve, and they're really good." Li Tianlang set a team communication while switching shields and charging at the khaki mech, its center of gravity shifting. He didn't wait for Su Li's support. Instead, he used all his strength, using every means at his disposal to contain his opponent. Zhang Tianhai smashed Li Tianlang's sword with a heavy hammer, his face furious. He knew his enemy all too well. Li Tianlang. Seemingly handsome and sunny, he was actually a ruthless creature. He even wondered if there was any shameless trick in the world he couldn't pull off. "Li Tianlang, you're truly shameless. Do you have the guts to fight me in a fair fight?" "Great. Isn't that fair in itself? Did I sneak attack you?" The two men bickered, their hands twitching. The mechas moved wildly, fiercely clashing with each other. Yu Rong dodged and retreated, withdrawing the longsword Zhang Tianhai had knocked away. She turned and swung another strike at the khaki mecha's right leg joint. The massive hammer handle dropped, deflecting the sword's blow. The khaki mecha raised its knee and slammed into Yu Rong's shield, sending sparks flying. In the Mecha Academy warehouse, 7 or 8 mecha girls huddled together, nervously watching the live broadcast. The already intense match was made even more thrilling by the commentator's passionate commentary. "It's Tao. He even asked for our autograph." Lightning's focus is always unique. The moment Tao saw the black mecha, he knew he had grasped the most crucial commentary point of the entire match. The white Uerong appeared at the Universal Arena tournament almost every once in a while. The conflict between the two major companies was long-standing, and the white Uerong alone couldn't sustain the entire competition. But the black Heiyu was different. Although her identity wasn't widely known, those who knew her knew something. After all, there are only 3 Mecha girls created from human memories still alive in the world. How could she, aka Mecha Girl, be painted with the 3 cities logo? Who was her pilot? Cao Cao quickly flipped through the documents in his hand, and only saw the words colorful flags flying. He frowned, feeling inexplicably familiar with the handwriting. Chapter 44. Our MSI club players are full of rage. First, they defeated player 34, and now, with the arena still open, they're blocking the entrance. Don't they need to choose their spots beforehand? This reminds us of an old friend in red. Such clean and efficient kills are the true essence of competitive play. Cao Cao stopped dwelling on the handwriting. He recalled the figure who had stirred his blood during the last match he commentated on, and instinctively praised her. He felt he would never forget that streak of red light. Perhaps it was precisely because of her presence that the current match was so much more exciting than before. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but secretly resent himself for running after the players who had entered earlier. If he had stayed at the entrance, he would have surely witnessed a thrilling match. However, it didn't seem too late. As far as he knew, there were at least 2 more ACA players he could see. It seems our players are truly impatient, eager to bring us a more intense match. So let's wait and see. The match hasn't even fully begun, and already a mech has been eliminated. We can only say that player number 34's luck was truly terrible. He was caught directly by 2 of our Sanch heavy industry mechs. And now player number 52 is also facing a tough battle. Our serious player Li Tianlang is a familiar face to everyone. He's the undisputed ace player of the MSI club. As for Zhang Tianhai, the ace player of Club 37, he's also an old friend of ours. The 2 are regular rivals, and now their meeting is even more intense. Ouch! What a close call. If it weren't for our player Zhang Tianhai's quick eyes and hands, he would have suffered a great loss. Zhang Tianhai felt like cursing. He just received word that he was going to behead him, and now he was blocked at the gate. Li Tianlang before him was like a dogskin plaster, impossible to shake off. He was right before his eyes, yet he could only watch helplessly. The agonizing feeling nearly drove him mad. Old Zhang, give up. How can I let you pass? Do I have any shame? I'm a provincial-level athlete, and I'm blocking a city-level athlete like you, and you still think you can get away from me? Bullshit! You're the bottom of the provincial team. What's so great about you? You're just relying on underhanded tactics. If you have the guts, don't just roll on the ground, stand up and fight. The tension between the 2 men intensified, their words and actions raging. Master, help me. I can't take it anymore. Li Tianlang's sudden outcry made Zhang Tianhai glance in Heiyu's direction. The sinister black mech took a sudden step forward, causing his heart to tremble. He subconsciously became extremely alert. But unexpectedly, it only moved briefly before completely stopping. Zhang Tianhai's momentary distraction gave Li Tianlang an opportunity. With a single shield strike, he rammed the khaki mech directly into the arena wall. A loud noise echoed, and a cloud of dust rose from the edge of the arena. Amidst the cloud of dust, the khaki mech gripped the edge of its shield, clinging to it with both hands. Its body was completely entangled in the high wall. Crushed earth and rocks tumbled down, coating its already khaki body in stone dust. You shamelessly cheated. TSK. The arena is like a battlefield, surviving is paramount. Li Tianlang paid no heed to his sarcasm, even increasing the pressure on his shield. Zhang Tianhai activated his communicator, and immediately informed his teammates of the situation at the entrance. Upon receiving the message, the 10 mechas already inside halted their pace, and turned to speed toward the arena's entrance. Shameless, absolutely shameless. They already have a lot of participants, and now they're even coordinating across teams. This Aka Industrial Club has absolutely no shame. What are you talking about? This is AK's home turf. Watch if you want, get lost if you don't. Do you really think provincial competitions are the same as city competitions? Coordination is the most basic. The 3 cities don't have any coordination? Blocking the goal from the start is the most shameless. You're asking for a beating, aren't you? Come on, beat me to death. I'm your uncle. Fuck him. What's wrong with that black mech? They're already back on defense. Quickly eliminate the enemy and run. Standing there motionless, are you a fool? A wave of angry curses, and questioning rang out from the audience. Mech after mech rushed into the arena. Many people, upon seeing the situation, weighed their options. Deciding they shouldn't participate, they quickly evacuated the scene. Contestants 67 and 68, enter. As the staff outside announced, Suli finally sprang into action. With a swipe of her great sword, the head of the kneeling mech detached from its body and tumbled to the ground. The black giant finally began to accelerate, sprinting towards the entrance. One moment, she was still standing, and the next, she had already moved forward 20 meters. This sliding-like movement amazed the audience. This marching pattern looks familiar. Lightning. The pilot behind the wheel of this mech is Lightning's pilot. An uproar erupted from the arena stands. She had left a profound impression on everyone in the recently concluded city-level competition. Although the competition ended midway, Lightning ultimately won the championship. She truly deserved it. Whether it was her swift dispatch of her opponents or her powerful, all-out assault, she was more than capable of standing atop the podium. Furthermore, after an unexpected situation arose, she even managed to defeat the Zerg as well. Those were the Zerg, the creatures everyone loathed. While everyone else retreated, she alone marched against the tide and charged forward. This determination alone earned her the respect of most in the audience. What's more, she won. At that moment, at least, she was a hero. The hero of all of Nanchung. Really? If it was really that pilot, why wasn't he piloting the Lightning? It's only been so long, and he's already changed his mecha? I want to see the red Lightning. Shoo! There's something fishy going on here. Look at the chest of that mecha, the Sanchung Heavy Industry logo. Our Nanchung is AK's place. His. Is AK crazy? He actually gave away such a talented person to Sanchung Heavy Industry? Who knows? But I do know a few things about this black mecha. Give me a V50, and I'll tell you all about it. Twirling her two swords in her hands, Heiyu's speed increased in an instant. She spun around, and hurled the long sword in her right hand. The giant sword barely grazed the armor of the mecha in front of her and pierced number 68, who was hiding behind it. He had already learned from the channel that there was an ambush, so he had been curled up behind number 67, hoping to catch the other party off guard, but he didn't expect Suli to not give him this opportunity at all. A sharp, grinding sound echoed through the passage. Still shaken, 67 darted out of the passage, sword raised, slashing down at the oncoming Heiyu. He was nearly petrified. The swift sword grazed the cockpit. If he had strayed even a little further, he might have said goodbye to this world. Be careful. Cao Dao's voice cracked with excitement. A match like this, such suddenness. Wherever Suli was, the match would always be exciting. Heiyu didn't even try to dodge. The opposing pilot miscalculated, and the heavy sword slammed down, the tip of which still missed Heiyu's feet by a full 2 meters. She rushed forward, her massive black hand clamping down on 67's head, using the immense force of the impact to slam it to the ground. 67's massive mecha body bounced off the ground like a living being. Heiyu's blow pinned the massive head directly into the solid ground. Awesome. The crowd erupted in excitement. But before they could celebrate for long, number 68 burst through the passage, greatsword raised high, and slashed down at Heiyu, whose maneuvering was forced to a halt. She was only 50 meters from the entrance. For the Club C pilots, such a distance was a breath's worth. But a breath of time could do a lot. Suli pulled the joystick at a sharp angle, his left hand continuously inputting command after command, so fast that afterimages began to form on his hand. The massive black mech didn't even stand up, but simply scooped up the great sword in its arms, rolled on the ground, and swooped in front of number 68, barely avoiding his heavy sword blow. The entire mech hid beneath him, and suddenly thrust forward. The sharp sword pierced number 68's chin. Hiss! Cao Dao gasped. Using his body to shield the blade, he denied the enemy his angle of attack, closing in quickly to achieve a single blow and a fatal blow. This kind of close combat was too close. The interrupted cheers from the arena rang out again. Thousands of spectators desperately vented their surging emotions, clapping their bottles vigorously, gradually forming a uniform clatter in the stands. Those without bottles even reached out and slapped the railings in front of them. Some, unable to contain themselves, simply leaned over, grabbed their children, and began fighting to the rhythm. The raucous atmosphere in the venue made everyone lose control of themselves. Here she goes again. She comes again. So clean and efficient again, close combat, aiming for the head, exciting. Absolutely thrilling. He always defies expectations time and again. No one can do what he does. Close combat between mechas was normal, but no one could pull it off so quickly. Zhang Qianhai's eyes widened. He desperately waited for support, but he didn't last a single round against the enemy. The strange close combat technique made his head tremble. He felt like all the years of mecha training had been for nothing. The mecha operating safety regulations clearly stated that mechas should maintain a distance of 3 meters from each other. This 3-meter distance was a generally accepted safe distance. Due to visual constraints, it was difficult for pilots to make effective judgments within a 3-meter range. But what did he do? He slipped right into a mecha's blind spot, then operated the mecha with incredible precision to decapitate. It was like a blindfolded excavator driver, facing away from the joystick, operating the excavator while picking an old man's teeth. Is this something a human could do? He gouged out his eyes, and stuck them outside the cockpit. Amateurs watch the excitement, experts see the details. The problem was, the outsiders in the stands were enjoying the show. But the experts in the arena were completely bewildered. Zhang Tianhai almost wanted his eyes to pop out of their sockets. That's it? Still trying to intercept? Who's intercepting who? Want to intercept? Hey you, if you can't come together, it's not called intercepting. That's called saving grandpa. Chapter 45. The sounds of smashing and bashing echoed again from the club's meeting room. Can you do it? Can you do it? A little black feather rolled on the ground, and we're all dead. You're using your feet to operate a mecha? Wang Hengze's furious voice echoed through the room. He stared at the screen in front of him, unable to understand. Why was she already a mecha girl, and hadn't participated in any competitions in 3 years? Why was she still so skilled? Even better than before. Why was she just standing there, looking as dazzling as ever? Just a while ago, she had a mental breakdown, leaking fluid everywhere. Could this all be a scam? The thought that he might have been deceived made him feel that she deserved to die. She should have been sent back to the lab. He should have let her die completely from the beginning. What withdrew from the competition? What withdrew from the research? She shouldn't have existed in this world from the beginning. Why was this woman always better than him in everything? Hysterical roars filled his impotent rage. Kill her! I ordered you to kill her! 15 people were competing, and the competition hadn't even fully begun yet. Only 3/5 of the entry process had been completed. He already lost 2 men, and one was still struggling. With the whistle, all 100 players in the competition had finally entered the arena. The signal blocking device activated instantly cutting off Wang Hengze's raging voice. On Aka's mecha channel, only the team channel of his teammates remained. Cao Cao stared at the wreckage of the mecha at the entrance, along with a large number of medical staff, and gasped with a grin. Watching a match like this was thrilling, but also truly terrifying. The older you get, the more addictive it gets. At the last lightning match, 2 old men were already swatted, and who knows how many more will be swatted this time. And those who were swatted were only in the stands. Behind the scenes, countless people were frantically taking quick-acting hard pills. The khaki mech, pinned against the wall, was still struggling. Zhang Tianhai was nearly desperate. Li Tianlang pinned him down, completely trapped in the wall, with no leverage to struggle free. He Yu held his sword, the tip slicing through the ground, leaving deep grooves. The oppressive figure approached, step by step, as if stepping into his heart. The vast gap in strength was like a chasm. Even without restraints, he had no hope of victory, let alone being tricked by such a scoundrel. Surrender was impossible. Fight? How? One cunning fellow was pinning him down, while another, a tough guy, sword in hand, stared at him with malicious intent. How could he fight? Sanch Heavy Industry had completely mastered the game this time. He didn't know why his company had suddenly changed the competition mode. In this free-for-all format, he couldn't even see any hope for his team's victory. 500,000, 1 million, plus this last one. Su Li's eyes lit up. In just 10 minutes, 1.5 million. That lightning lubricant bot **** wouldn't have to worry about running out of rations for a long time. This time, she could even choose a different flavor. Like pineapple? Li Tianlang was trembling with excitement. When he watched Su Li's previous match videos, he simply thought Su Li's skills were a bit more difficult, and that with regular practice, he could achieve the same. But now, he didn't think so. During the initial probing, he'd probably been holding back because of the upcoming match. What did he mean by smooth movements? How could he possibly be so impressive? Su Li's simple command was so impressive that his scalp tingled, his legs trembling uncontrollably. How could this be a king's man? He was a mere tyrant on the field. Li Tianlang was completely unaware that the king he was referring to was also trembling in the cockpit. He Yu's cheeks were flushed crimson. The barrage of commands in such a short period of time had left her mind somewhat dizzy. But Su Li gave her no chance to breathe, barging one command after another, instantly shaking her previously established confidence. Could she really make it to the end of the match? How on earth had Lightning managed to hold on under such intense pressure? In the Mecha Academy's warehouse, Lightning gazed at the black figure on the field, her body trembling subconsciously. The Mecha girls all cast their gazes upon her, seeing her cheeks flushed and a faint vapor rising from her head. Just watching Sully piloting Heiyu, she couldn't help but be drawn into the experience. The feeling, etched deep within her bones, made her subconsciously clear her mind. It doesn't matter, as long as she doesn't think. It doesn't mean she has no brain. Leave it to instinct. It handles everything perfectly, from bodily reactions to receiving commands. Instructor Su is truly formidable. Is there any pilot in this world who can truly rival him? Do you think he'll become one of those legendary pilots? Isn't he already legendary enough? In just one match, he's already amassed a staggering number of fans. Look at the enthusiastic atmosphere in the arena. Honestly, I think I still be in time to fly over there. No chance. Instructor Su said Lightning must stay in the hangar and not go anywhere. That's such a shame. By the way, could you please move over there? Your breasts are blocking my view. Oh! The mech girls realigned themselves, huddling on the edge of the sofa. They watched as the black mech, wielding its heavy sword, pierced the khaki mech on the wall with a single blow, their bodies trembling with excitement once again. In the arena, Heiyu drew his long sword. In the distance, figures could be seen hurtling towards them. Sully patted Li Tianlang with his hand, then, without looking back, ran off with his sword in hand. Li Tianlang followed closely behind, his thrusters fully engaged. The two mechs, one black and one white, transformed into two streams of light, carrying the 8 mechs behind them as they maneuvered deeper into the arena. Tao Tao, maneuvering the hovering platform, followed the two men. Less than 3 minutes later, at a fork in the road, the two mechas suddenly separated, speeding off in opposite directions. The 8 mechas ignored the white moon and headed straight for Heiyu. Amid the spectators' curses, Tao Tao couldn't help but sweat for Sully. He understood exactly why Aka Industrial was targeting Sully. That was Heiyu. Although he didn't understand the underlying motive, Heiyu's presence on the field spoke volumes. Furthermore, she had the 3 cities logo on her chest. Tao Tao couldn't help but imagine a multitude of things, but with his limited knowledge, his imagination was bound to spiral further and further out. Since Sully had the courage to slap AKA in the face, he must have been prepared to be chased and beaten by AKA. Moreover, with his skill, the outcome remains uncertain. The performance of the S-Class Mecha was perfectly demonstrated at this moment. Of the pursuing team, only 3 mechas could keep up with Heiyu's pace. The remaining 5, as the chase dragged on, inevitably lagged behind. Sully couldn't understand the enemy's thinking. They allowed this gap to widen. With 8 men, he would have definitely turned and fled, but now only 3 remained, closely following him. Although all S-Class mechas, they might not have missed the opportunity to seize the opportunity to strike back. The black mecha dodged past a cliff face, instantly disappearing from everyone's sight. He quickly hovered, stabbing his sword into the cliff face to absorb most of the impact. The mecha's massive feet scraped against the ground, thrusters blasting air, and its entire body instantly pivoted. Sword in hand, without even waiting, he turned and swung it towards the other side of the cliff face. The first mecha following behind didn't even have time to react. Sully, as if with a clairvoyant eye, struck a white mech squarely with his sword. Dazzling sparks flew, and the mech's legs were instantly deformed. The shattered outer armor sank into the steel fibers, pulverizing most of them. The white mech instantly lost its maneuverability, hurling itself forward, sending up a cloud of dust on the ground. The other 2 mechs instinctively braked, missing the chance to capture Sully. Too fast. He formulated his strategy the moment he saw the terrain, and the moment he made the decision, he was already executing it. Although it was simply a simple visual barrier, the effect was remarkable. Sully's strike was successful, and before departing, he threw a flying kick, crushing the white mech's head. This ambush is truly unexpected. Our player Sully has once again crushed his opponent. Is he trying to replicate his undefeated glory from the first match? Tao Tao had discovered that even this renowned commentator would stutter if he encountered Sully, but it didn't matter. Not only during commentary, but even in the future, he accepted. What a formidable ability to react on the spot. The 2 sides were chasing each other, only a little over 200 meters apart. For a rapidly maneuvering mech, that's just over 3 seconds. But in those 3 seconds, he had already completed everything from formulating a strategy to executing it, finally completing the kill and making a graceful retreat. He even considered his opponent's reaction. Master, I'm here. Li Tianlong's sinister laughter echoed through the team chat. Su Li's lips curled slightly, and he, with the remaining 2 S-class mechas, charged towards Li Tianlang. Can we increase our speed? Accelerate. We mustn't let him lose his view again. We must ensure at least one mecha maintains vision. We can't speed up. There's a narrow pass ahead, and the mountain walls are too narrow to accommodate extreme turns. Let him out. Beyond the pass lies a plain. Heiyu's acceleration is 90, but his speed is only 80. We can catch him. The 2 S-class mechas exchanged a glance, then followed Heiyu around a bend. In Su Li's peripheral vision, the 2 mechas maintained a constant speed. The 3 mechas' quartering methods were similar, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that the 2 mechas behind were noticeably sluggish, far less smooth than Heiyu's. Comparisons are inevitable wherever you are. The Aka audience couldn't help but frown. Their movements, which had seemed so smooth before, now seemed utterly clumsy. As they had predicted, Heiyu rushed straight out of the pass without stopping. Without a word, the 2 mechas sped up and began to pursue. The vast plain stretched as far as the eye could see. It was the perfect opportunity to hunt Heiyu. As they drew closer to the pass, the roar of the mechas echoed off the mountain walls. Suddenly, they heard a sinister voice from outside the pass. Ha ha! I'll trip you to death. Chapter 46. The 2 pilots' hearts instantly leaped into their throats. Even if they had opened the cockpit and reached out to brake, it would have been too late. Besides, their legs weren't that long. In their field of vision, a moon-white mech, clutching a stout tree, charged towards the pass. He even deliberately detoured, searching the mountain for a while before finding a tree of moderate thickness. Li Tianlang let out a strange laugh, swinging the tree trunk hard against the lower bodies of the 2 S-class mechs. Under the immense force, the dense ironwood trunk exploded with a sharp crack, instantly falling from his grasp. Wood chips flew everywhere, and the 2 mechs followed in the footsteps of the previous mech, leaping forward in a furious rush. They plowed 2 deep furrows in the ground, stretching for dozens of meters. The violent collision left the pilot dizzy for a moment. Before he could react, he saw a black and gold figure approaching them. So what if an S-class pilot and an S-class mecha girl were paired together? Caught off guard, they still had no chance of resistance. Heiyu leaped high and stepped directly on the 2 angular heads. Crack! Sparks flew, accompanied by a puff of black smoke. How does it feel? Are you okay? In the cockpit, Su Li glanced uncertainly at Heiyu. Heiyu lowered his head and whispered, "Yes, it hurts a bit. Then we'll use swords next time." "Master, you're so kind." Su Li, looking up to observe the situation outside, didn't notice that tears were already streaking down Heiyu's drooping face. Whether as a human or a mecha girl, what she wanted most was recognition from others. But even at Aka Industries, even at the cost of her life, she couldn't achieve such a simple wish. It seemed as if everything she did was simply a matter of course. She worked hard to excel in the competition, but was confined to her home. She diligently pursued research, but her results were stolen. Even in death, she would become a tool in someone else's quest for secrets. Her life seemed incomplete, but in reality, it was even more shattered. Without someone to trust, even the hope of living was repeatedly robbed. If it weren't for Honging. In the past, every time she opened her eyes, the first thing she thought about was how she was going to die. She never believed in promises. Because every promise made to her had been broken. But Su Li said, let her win the competition. He told her to give AK a good slap in the face. When he piloted her to her first kill, she couldn't help but tremble. Gazing at the mecha with the golden logo kneeling before her, she felt as if the meaning of her life had been redefined. Then came the second kill, then the third. He'd done it. She could even imagine how furious her worthless brother would be upon seeing this. Her cold-blooded father would surely have his forehead veins popping out upon seeing this. The daughter they never cared about, even if she died, became a mecha girl, became useless, she would surely shine with her own brilliance, blinding their eyes. But why was this person, the only one who had fulfilled his promise to her, unwilling to sign a core contract with her? Outside the cockpit, Li Tianlang was beaming with joy. He never felt so proud before. From the start till now, for S-class mechas and 2 A-class mechas had been at each other's throats. This wasn't some mecha brawl, it was pure slaughter. Awesome. So awesome. The main point was to treat the enemy to a sated state. Because they were tired from the competition, they work overtime to get them home. Who else could offer such attentive service? Master, are we still waiting? There are 5 more behind us. Su Li glared at him, and said angrily, wait for nothing. They have a team chat, and got the news long ago. You can't wait here any longer. Then, what should we do now? What else can we do? Turn around and chase them. We got meat right in front of us. How can we just throw it away? You're from a wealthy family, and I'm broke. Remember, you can only assist. The heads are mine. 500,000 each. If you dare to steal, I'll wipe you out. Li Tianlang suddenly felt that the relationship between master and disciple had become a little cold. 500,000? Could his burning passion not be worth 500,000? Master, how about this? You give me 2, and I'll give you 1,600,000. Heiyu paused in his twirl, then turned back and patted Yu Rong on the shoulder. Good disciple, lightning is right. You're quite a nice person. Of course, if my master's wife had poor taste, she'd have chosen master at first sight in such a vast crowd. Su Li scratched his nose upon hearing this, but didn't reply. This topic was truly difficult to approach, prone to conflict. Tao Tao was speechless on the floating platform. Their entire conversation wasn't conducted through the team channel. It was broadcast live to millions of households via drone. Is such a blatant offer really a good idea? Your initial beating of Aka was already a humiliating blow, and you're still saying it out loud? Is aka shameless? He looked up at the blue and white mecha standing guard in the sky, and his heart slowly settled. With the inspection team here, it shouldn't be a big problem. In the arena stands, the Aka Industrial Fan Club was in complete chaos. They're all useless. They've been tricked time and time again, and they lost their minds? Did AK's pilots grow up eating shit? What? They went to the bathroom and took it away, or something. It's not their fault. Who would have thought there was a scoundrel just ahead of the pass? Unexpected? What's so unexpected about that? I just can't understand. Why are they all so focused on Heiyu? They overlook Yuerong. Isn't that just giving them the opportunity for a surprise attack? That's right, I can't stand it. Every single one of them plays so mindlessly. A bunch of people are being played around by Sanch and the other two. Refund. Refund. No, you aka can't do that. Don't you still have Su Li and Heiyu? Oh, and wasn't Heiyu aka's pilot girl? What? You're upset about being backstabbed by your own people? What's Su Li doing? He's turning back? Oh my god, I thought he was just talking nonsense, but he's really planning to go back and fight 5 of us one-on-one. Shoo. Basics, don't be silly. He's doing it again. He's doing it again. I thought it was Lightning's habit, but now it's confirmed. The Jump King is actually our great pilot Su. Heiyu turned around and picked at the ground. Soon, her slender waist was covered with various weapons. Every time she moved, the weapons clashed together, making a clanging sound. Master, isn't carrying so much a burden? Su Li glared at Yurong unhappily. A burden? Master, let me teach you a lesson. Zerg acid is extremely corrosive to weapons. If you ever find yourself on the battlefield, you'll know you must learn to utilize every available resource. He glanced sideways at the mechs on the ground and tilted his head with a hint of regret. If he were truly on the battlefield, he would definitely use these things to create some fireworks. Li Tianlang seemed to understand, reaching out to pick up a large shield and slinging it behind his back. The heavy feel instantly gave him a greater sense of security. His eyes lit up, and he ripped another round shield from the arm of another mech, measuring it against his chest. Heiyu had no intention of waiting there. She rushed directly towards the pass again, retracing her steps. Judging by their respective speeds, the enemy wasn't far away. Even if they had received a warning from others, they might not have taken the correct countermeasures in time. They were likely either gathering together or looking for ambushes. But there weren't many nearby spots suitable for ambushes. All he needed to do was scan them all, one by one. There were still 9 ACOG contestants on the field. Tao Tao was paralyzed. He knew Su Li had started again, just like the last match. Once he got into the frenzy, he completely lost control of himself. Or perhaps, he hadn't been in control from the start. The mech melee mode had turned him into a mech-based slaughter. But when he recalled his heroic feats of charging forward against the Zerg, he opened his mouth and howled once more. A slap in the face, so be it. It was quite exciting anyway. Our master pilot, Su Li Su, has resumed his patrol mode. All I want to say is, aka, everyone, please maintain your maneuvers at all times. Believe me, this is the sincere advice of a professional commentator. It's not that I underestimate you all here, it's just that some of you have gone a little crazy. Li Tianlang, manipulating Yurong and arming himself, had just lost sight of Heiyu. He rushed into the narrow pass in a hurry, like a tadpole looking for its father. In the club's conference room, Wang Hongza's eyes were bloodshot. He clutched the intercom tightly in his hand and hurled it towards the screen. The intercom shattered into pieces, but the screen remained intact, as if mocking him, brazenly broadcasting the match live to him. He watched helplessly as his mechas were cut down one by one like melons and vegetables, his face becoming grim. For the first time, he regretted buying such a high-quality TV. Changing the competition format was his decision. AKA had thought he could use the competition to select players and also show off his prowess. But now everything was ruined. That Suli, and hey, you were like a troll, completely disrupting all his plans. A pilot abandoned by AKA, a piece of trash abandoned by AKA. Two worthless people, in a single match, actually stepped on the giant AKA and redefined their own value. Instead of showing off their prowess, Aka Industrial became a complete laughingstock in the arena. Assembling most of their strength, they failed to kill Heiyu, but instead allowed her to break through the encirclement and regain her glory on the field. Watching her gallop across the field was almost more painful than killing him. A shrill ringtone rang out, and he answered the phone, placing it to his ear. A cold voice spoke with emotionless indifference. Start the plan. At any cost. I don't want to see that black thing on any competition field in the future. And of course, the child sitting inside it. Chapter 47. Master, come to MSI. I'll give you my ace spot. Let's form a team called Godolwanshaw. Believe me, with just a few more matches, we can definitely gain a foothold in the provincial team. Perhaps with just a year or two of polish, we can challenge for the national team. National team? What are the benefits? Probably a big prize? Li Tianlang slammed his thigh. The thought of following Su Li and dominating the competition floor filled him with excitement. With such a great figure watching over him, the road ahead would surely be smooth sailing. Su Li turned to glance at Li Tianlang and teased, "What? Are you in charge of Gaga?" Friendships can easily capsize. His grand vision was choked back by that one sentence. Li Tianlang tactfully shut his mouth and focused on staying within Heiyu's blind spot, observing his surroundings for him. The two had come into contact several times over the past few days. However, Li Tianlang's understanding of Su Li remained superficial. He simply couldn't fathom the true nature of this 20-year-old pilot. He seemed to have no particular passion for competitions. Despite possessing exceptional talent and combat skills, he showed no interest in competing. From what he understood, his reasons for competing were either to buy lubricant for the mecha girl or to vent his anger for himself and her. It seemed as if his entire life revolved solely around her. Competing was merely a side benefit. He was clearly a relatable pilot, yet he showed no interest in upgrading his mecha. No, perhaps he still cared. He was just as obsessed with money. But it seemed, not quite that obsessed. Li Tianlang subconsciously realized that the balancing effect the module could provide to the mecha could be offset by his own mind-numbing piloting skills. He glanced at Heiyu, who was speeding forward before him, and his mind once again recalled the effortless and swift manner in which she executed the kill. Was this skill Su Li's own, or was it simply the sum of 1 and 1 greater than 2, aided by a human mecha girl? He scratched his scalp, feeling a slight itch. Heiyu, in front of him, suddenly stopped his mecha. Li Tianlang quickly spun Yurong around, standing behind Heiyu and guarding him from behind. The clouds of dust they brought with them swept over, enveloping both mechas. The dust was mixed with pebbles, and the dense clattering of stones echoed throughout every corner of the mechas. Master, have you discovered anything? No. But that's why we have to be more careful. If AKA really has something planned, they should probably take action now. Su Li was constantly concerned about the anomaly at Aka Industrial. Unlike Li Tianlang, with no background, if he wasn't more cautious, he and Heiyu might not make it out of the arena. Li Tianlang nodded in agreement and stopped paying attention to Heiyu, focusing entirely on guarding the area. 15 minutes into the match, the number of remaining players had dwindled to just over 60. This loss rate might seem unusual, but Su Li and Li Tianlang alone had contributed 6 mechas. So, this elimination rate was still acceptable. On the field, the sounds of fighting continued from various advantageous positions. Along the way, Su Li saw at least 2 waves of individual mechas engaging each other. He didn't intervene, instead searching the surroundings. But 5 minutes passed, and they still hadn't found any trace of the AKA mecha. This was unusual. Su Li gradually frowned. Unless they had bolted in the opposite direction the moment they received the warning, there was no way they could have vanished without a trace in 5 minutes. Heiyu, did you notice anything unusual? Master, about 3 minutes ago, there seemed to be a flash of a signal wave. Heiyu's suggestion didn't trigger any connection between Su Li and the mechas. The dust gradually settled, revealing the two mechas. Something's wrong. Against 5 A-class mechas aren't that fast. We've been chasing them for 5 minutes, and with our speed, we should have reached them within 2. Perhaps they temporarily installed modules? Significantly boosted their speed? All 5 of them? 1 speed module, I'm sure the club can provide. But 5 speed modules? No one would be willing to invest so much capital and effort into installing modules on 5 A-class mecha girls. Li Tianlang was stunned upon hearing this. As someone who owned modules himself, he naturally understood the significant improvement a suitable module could bring to a mecha. Take Yuerong's stability module, for example, which directly increased her stability coefficient by nearly 10 points. For an S-class mecha girl, every stat boost is crucial. The same is true for a pilot. Improving the mecha girl's own attributes can greatly reduce the pilot's operating difficulty. None of AK's several clubs can produce 5 speed modules. Even if several clubs pull together, they would never allocate them to A-rank mecha girls. This is a very simple arithmetic problem. If they want to achieve better results in the competition, there is obviously a more cost-effective solution. If these modules were allocated to S-rank mechas, he and Su Li would never have won so easily. Without modules, there is no speed. Without speed, they would never have escaped. So where did everyone go? A series of elimination notifications popped up in the upper left corner of the cockpit screen. Almost simultaneously, as if the screen was constantly updating, 11 people were eliminated. The two immediately noticed the anomaly in the elimination notifications. The refresh rate was so fast. It seemed to be rehearsed and uniform. Tao Tao, on the floating platform, also noticed this sudden anomaly. He manipulated the platform screen to switch to the perspectives of the other drones, and suddenly realized that of the 11 elimination messages, more than half were caused by the Aka industrial players. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the screen in front of him. The Aka players on it seemed as if they had suddenly transformed into completely different people, their style drastically altered. They were extremely decisive and ruthless in their attacks. Though their movements were somewhat peculiar, they were fluid and possessed a uniquely eerie beauty, transforming everything they could into a powerful offensive weapon. This was the first time he had ever witnessed such a fighting style. Even the mecha's performance seemed to have improved dramatically in a short period of time. Is it the modules? No. Cheap modules can't achieve such comprehensive enhancements. Expensive modules can't possibly be fully equipped. If it's simply to demonstrate strength, such pretentious behavior is definitely not something a giant like Aka Industrial would do. Could it be a new technological revolution? His thoughts began to wander, and at this thought, Tao Tao couldn't help but tremble with excitement. If this were true, then this world might really be changing. The module is the greatest invention in modern human history. Its emergence has given humanity, besides pilots, another bargaining chip in negotiations with the mechanical island. And now, everything that's happening before us suggests that perhaps humanity has new hope. Even if it's just an innovation based on the existing modules, it's a groundbreaking feat. Thinking that he might be witnessing history, Tao Tao even stopped paying attention to Su Li's match. In the stands of the arena, AKA's fans began to cheer. They were delighted to see AKA's pilots shake off their previous slump and crush their opponents with ease. In each club, knowledgeable individuals had already quietly picked up their phones. The Aka Industrial Liaison team, prepared in advance, was already flooded with calls. The cold-blooded man sat high in his chair, watching the busy figures below, his face buried in the shadows, making it difficult to see clearly. He had waited a long time for this day. There was only half an hour left before the end of the match. Once the match was over, Wang Hanpeng would become one of the most significant figures in modern human history. In the arena, a crippled mecha burst forth from behind a massive mountain wall. One of her arms had vanished, sparks flying from the broken joints. Unarmed, her external armor was battered in many places. With each thruster fire, half the nozzles only emitted thick black smoke. She stumbled toward Heiyu and Yurong, clearly unable to continue fighting. Behind her, a white mecha slowly followed, occasionally drawing its sword and lashing at her like it were chasing prey. The golden logo was so dazzling that Li Tianlang narrowed his eyes, eager to fight. A chilling feeling washed over him. Thinking it was an illusion, Su Li lowered his head, only to see the hairs on his arm stand on end. "Master, this belongs to me." Yurong rushed out, her longsword swinging with a single blow, reaching peak speed. "Be careful. Something's wrong." As soon as Su Li's words left her mouth, the white mech raised its sharp sword high. As if tired of chasing its prey, she thrust her sword downwards, pinning the incapacitated mech from behind to the ground. Both Su Li and Li Tianlang were horrified by the white mech's actions. The longsword pierced the damaged mech's cockpit. Whether the mech girl or the pilot inside, there was absolutely no chance of survival under that blow. Damage to the mecha only affects the senses of the mecha girl in the relevant area, not the core. With later repairs, it can be restored to its original state. However, if the mecha girl in the cockpit were cut in two, her core would be directly destroyed. The unique light began to dissipate from the cockpit, transforming into tiny specks of crimson starlight that dissipated into the air. The shattered mecha was reduced to a pile of scrap metal, lying motionless on the ground. The white mecha drew its long sword, and its entire body transformed into a stream of light, rushing towards Yurong. "Master, he's coming! Quickly recover!" A sharp friction sound echoed, and the round shield on its chest instantly deformed. The round shield hung on its chest had saved his life in a critical moment. Li Tianlang finally recovered his senses. The mecha took a step back, placed the shield on its chest, and launched a shield strike at the white mecha in front of him. Yurong's voice was hurried and anxious. Her usual laziness had vanished, and her whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Li Tianlang broke out in a cold sweat. AKA's mech had killed someone. In mech competitions, casualties are inevitable, but most of those deaths were caused by being caught off guard or making hasty moves, resulting in accidental deaths. But the AKA mech before him had chased and tortured someone for a long time before deliberately killing them. Such behavior was both despicable and terrifying. Su Li stared intently at the white mech engaged in a fight with Yurong. He was like a madman, swinging his sword recklessly without any pattern. But his attacks were extremely rapid. Mixed in with physical attacks, he had subdued Li Tianlang almost instantly. If he hadn't been carrying two shields, he would have been killed on the spot. A biting chill swept through everyone present, including the mecha girls. Li Tianlang immediately activated public mode and shouted at the white mecha, "You're crazy. This is a competition. You're not competing, you're murdering." The white mecha didn't respond at all. He simply swung his fist, slamming Yurong's face hard. She stumbled, and the white mecha grabbed her arm. With a swipe of its long sword, it ripped her arm from her body. Yurong rolled under the force, but before she had retreated 10 meters, the white mecha caught up and struck her right leg with a sword. There was no escape, no retreat. Li Tianlang's eyes were red as he watched the great sword rise again. He maneuvered the mecha to swerve sideways, dodging the sword's thrust. She only had enough time to swing her shield with her remaining arm to block the blow. The remaining barrier was also ripped apart. Seeing the situation was hopeless, Li Tianlang quickly rose from the driver's seat and threw himself on Yurong, protecting her securely beneath him. His eyes were red as he watched the giant sword sweep across. Two long swords pierced the air and pierced the ground, their narrow angles blocking the giant swords and preventing them from advancing an inch. Su Li finally understood the source of his creepy feeling. The white mecha before him looked like a wingless, legless insect. Chapter 48. He's too strong. Su Li knew Li Tianlang's strength. Even if he held back, there was no way he could be defeated in such a short time. The various performance characteristics of the white mecha suddenly became a mystery. Under his system-enhanced eyes, the various values of the mecha before him were rapidly changing, never maintaining a constant value. The acceleration attribute alone had changed 8 times in just a few seconds. Su Li had no time to think. The two mechas collided in an instant. The two mechas engaged in close combat. In just 5 seconds, their long swords had clashed over 20 times. Li Tianlang's eyes were red as he watched He Yu wield both swords, his left hand blocking the long sword's attacks while his right hand parried the white mecha's limbs. With each parry, a wound appeared on the white mecha's body. The dazzling sparks were like fireworks displayed during the Chinese New Year, making people squint slightly. He had merely wielded his two swords, making a slight adjustment, yet his entire attack was rendered invisible. Li Tianlang looked up at the dark figure. She now stood like a solid wall between the killer and him, shielding him securely behind her. At that moment, he finally understood the true depth of Su Li's strength. The techniques he employed were not the templated techniques of ordinary mecha swordfighting. Rather, they were the killing techniques honed in life-or-death struggles. He hugged Yurong and slumped to the side, collapsing in the cockpit like a puddle of mud. The shadow of death hung heavy over his heart, and his arms, clinging tightly to Yurong, trembled uncontrollably. The club's ace, the rising star, the youngest member of the provincial team, the rookie champion of the tournament. A string of titles couldn't mask the fact of his defeat. If Su Li hadn't intervened in time, his fate would have been the same as that of the deceased pilot. He was proud, at least deep down. He was young, he was arrogant, he possessed superb skills, the guidance of renowned teachers, and access to resources. Despite having opportunities that ordinary pilots could only dream of, he still lost. He only had one life. Thinking of himself rushing forward hastily, Li Tianlang suddenly felt like a clown. He, an S-rank pilot, had been defeated by an A-rank. He recognized the mech before him. Her pilot had been defeated by him more than once. But now, he was beaten to a pulp, unable to resist. Even in the competition a few days ago, he hadn't been this strong. Even at the start of this competition, he wasn't this strong. Looking at the mech before him, which seemed to have entered berserk mode, he was filled with horror. What kind of module could allow a mech and its pilot to achieve such a significant improvement in such a short period of time? He remembered the series of elimination notices. If all of ACO's mechs possessed such capabilities, they would have already dominated the entire competition. Don't worry, we will be fine. Master, don't worry, I'm here. Yu Rong gently patted Li Tianlang's cheek, her eyes slightly red. She had never imagined that in such a life-or-death situation, the little man before her would step forward and protect her. Her heart warmed. Even though one arm and one leg had lost feeling, she turned around and hugged Li Tianlang affectionately, gently stroking the back of his head, offering gentle comfort. Cao Cao stared in amazement at the wreckage of the mecha before him, his legs trembling uncontrollably. It wasn't like he hadn't witnessed the death of a pilot before his own eyes. But accidents and premeditated murder are two completely different things. A pilot, a mecha girl, had died right before his eyes. Such a scene instantly silenced his previously high-spirited commentary. Many people in the stands of the arena witnessed the scene. The entire venue seemed to have been paused, utterly hushed. Yu Rong's swift defeat cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Thankfully, Yu withstood the pressure and stood firm in the arena. That dark figure seemed to instantly capture everyone's attention. The sharp sword light shone brightly. Although it was only a passive defensive move, it still gave everyone a shot of confidence. The longsword once again swung the opponent's weapon aside. Yu seized the 0.37 seconds of opportunity, released her sword, locked her opponent's arms with both arms, and with a back swing, slammed her to the ground. The ground trembled as the white mech landed on its back, not even dizzy, its limbs twisting strangely to support itself, attempting to pounce at Yu. A massive foot suddenly stamped upon her body, crushing her newly raised form. Two long swords pierced the white mech's shoulder sockets, their hilts shattering, pinning her to the ground. The white mech continued to struggle, her limbs trembling, her legs twisting into a degree no human could possibly achieve, still attacking Yu. Everyone was silent. In the stadium, in the stands, even within the various clubs, a hushed silence fell. Technological innovation is a good thing. But innovations that go too far beyond human understanding can instill a fundamental fear. Is she still a mecha girl? A pilot capable of maneuvering a mecha girl so complex? Is she still human? Watching the mecha twisted into bizarre shapes, everyone watching the competition couldn't help but gasp. Yu twirled the greatsword in her hand. Just when everyone expected her to kill her with a single blow, she severed the white mecha's legs. The mecha, without its legs, continued to twist and struggle. The greatsword was raised high again, severing her head. The mecha, with only the upper half remaining, continued to tremble. Its chained arms flared, slamming into the ground and sending up clouds of dust. She seemed to possess an endless vitality at this moment, her body no longer controlled by her brain, still fighting on its own. Are you okay? Su Li glanced to the side at Yu Rong. After a long moment, Li Tianlang's voice, dry and drained of energy, echoed from within. Thank you, master, for saving my life. Yu Rong, in his arms, was startled at the words, sensing a hidden meaning. Li Tianlang ignored the delicate hand at his waist. He stared blankly at the still twitching mecha outside, swallowing hard. A thing like this, and yet... He didn't finish his words. Su Li turned his head, his gaze fixed on the struggling white mecha before him. He manipulated Yu and raised his greatsword once more. Li Tianlang was horrified. Master, don't. The greatsword pierced the mecha's cockpit, but not deeply. Su Li used it as a crowbar, prying open the heavy hatch, revealing the scene inside. The drone spun, instantly broadcasting the footage from inside. The pilot, pale and slumped in the cockpit, head lowered, showed no sign of consciousness. The mech girl in front of him, however, seemed to be insane, stretching out her hands and roaring threateningly at the receding giant sword. Those eyes were filled with madness. Fierce and aggressive. Unlike a typical mech girl, who would lose consciousness the moment her mech's head was severed, she instead became utterly ferocious, as if her bestial nature had been fully unleashed. But for a mech girl, Already an intelligent being, this shouldn't have happened. Heiyu's body began to tremble. She looked at the mech girl outside, leaping and biting at the cockpit steel, and she shuddered subconsciously. Master, there's something wrong with the connection between her and the mech. The sensory connection is broken. No, it's not broken. If it were, she wouldn't be able to control the mech. Sully looked at the mech girl on the screen, manipulating Heiyu to zoom in. Her sensory connection isn't broken, it's more like it's been reset. Reset? Heiyu turned his head, puzzled, and looked at his pilot. He wasn't quite sure what he meant. So, her senses are disrupted. The control that should have been applied to her arms is now being applied to her legs. Something like that. But is such a control possible? Even if the mech girl can overcome it, what about the pilot? Sully frowned upon hearing this. Even though Heiyu denied it, he subconsciously felt that his idea was not wrong. Resetting the sensory connection might be possible. After all, in this world, humans can become mecha girls, so bugs. Realizing his thoughts, Sully subconsciously broke out in a cold sweat. He had already thought the mecha before him acted like a bug. Furthermore, even after suffering a fatal wound, it still recklessly used its remaining consciousness to manipulate every part of its body to attack the enemy. There was a rare tremor in his voice. Hey, you could clearly feel him tighten his grip on the joystick. Is there a possibility that Aka possesses a new technology that can penetrate the mecha girl's consciousness, influencing her behavior, and thus achieving a kind of manipulation? Let's not even talk about the possibility of the technology itself. To achieve this, you first need a medium. Perhaps a powerful stream of consciousness, or perhaps brain waves. With human stream of consciousness and brain waves, unless you're a super S-rank pilot, you absolutely can't achieve this. Really? What if these brain waves are from insects? Heiyu was stunned by this. Sully could clearly feel her body stiffening. Sully glanced at her, his intuition telling him that she must know something. In the shattered cockpit, the frantic mecha girl roared furiously. She bit at the damaged cockpit frantically. Sharp metal fragments scratched her mouth, but she seemed oblivious. A fragmented, stuttering voice emanated from her bloodied mouth. No, at all costs. Kill! Kill! Kill Heiyu! The delicate black body before her began to tremble slowly. She stared at the logo on the chest of the white mech and suddenly felt that her life was a profound irony. She felt her already shattered heart shattered to pieces. The last shred of hope she had left vanished with the words of the mad mech girl. Yes! They were already on opposite sides. What was she craving? Crazy revenge, to make them look at her again? She had already paid with her life for her childishness, but why, after becoming a mech girl, was she still swayed by it? She no longer needed their recognition. She needed nothing from them. She should discard all her emotions, all her memories, into the trash. But, her heart ached. If everything was lost, then what was the point of revenge? What was the meaning of her life as a mecha girl? Tears streamed silently down her face. She released her grip on the joystick and slowly curled up. It seemed that if she curled up into a small ball, nothing in the world could hurt her anymore. 5 figures suddenly appeared on the distant horizon. The moment they spotted Heiyu, they rushed straight towards her. Sully leaned down, gently resting his hands on her back, reaching out to grasp both of her hands. Those hands were slender and cold, and he carefully pulled them, placing them on her joystick. What are you thinking? Don't forget, you no longer belong to Aka. You are my mecha girl, Sully. If you want to kill you, it depends on my consent. His words, like a shot of strength, suddenly injected into Heiyu's heart. It instantly filled her empty heart. She clung to the warmth of his hands, even more captivated by his broad chest. Finally, she turned around and pressed herself against him. Her cold heart began to warm. The scent of the sun on his clothes was delightful. Those warm hands gently patted her back. His gentle voice echoed in her ears. Mechanic, I suppose you don't want your pilot to be torn into pieces. Sully grasped Heiyu's face with both hands and forced it forward. 5 Aka mechas sped towards them, less than 500 meters away. Chapter 49. Even from the ground floor of the inspection team headquarters, Yi Hua's ecstatic voice could be heard. Really? I finally don't have to endure this anymore. The office door was kicked open, and Yi Hua, clutching Han Hai under his arm, rushed out. His speed was so fast that Han Hai's enormous chest didn't react, leaving 2 round dents in the doorframe. You? Let me go! Han Hai was furious. Next time I report to her, I must maintain a safe distance of 3 meters. This idiot is so reckless. She rubbed her chest, fighting back tears. If she hadn't put on protective armor in advance for today's mission, she would have lost her considerable resources right here. Yi Hua ignored him, carrying Han Hai as he rushed, barking out command after command at the top of his voice. The oversized protective armor hung on the office doorframe, spinning in circles for a long time before finally stopping. Calls were dialed one after another. The armed mech from Nanchung and surrounding cities assembled within a fraction of a second of receiving the order, rushing to their respective mission locations in a mighty procession. Yi Hua stood in front of the office building, rubbing his hands in excitement as he gazed upon the 200 fully prepared mechs before him. Han Haixing Willian stood nearby, glaring disdainfully at Yi Hua. Can you please stop being such a jerk? You're the captain. Captain! You need to be steady. I know. That's why I didn't fly to Nanchung. I stayed at headquarters to take charge. I'm the captain after all. Nanchung solves Nanchung's problems, and I solve the council's problems. Oh! Then tell me how you plan to solve this. Remove their permissions and kill those bastards. Han Hai slapped his forehead, staring at Yi Hua, gritting his teeth and saying, My dear Huazi, how can you survive without me? You have to have a legitimate reason. You must have a legitimate reason. You should read more human writings. They have a great saying. A man who knows the times is a hero? Don't worry, I know. I've been wanting to say that to those old bastards for a long time. I just can't stand it any longer. Han Hai's mind was a little confused. What does a man who knows the times is a hero mean? Playing the lute to a cow isn't scary. Listening to a cow playing the lute is scary. She simply ignored Yi Hua, straightened her clothes, turned to look at the 200 armed mecha girls before her, and spoke. Two things. First, AKA Industries' research results were put into use without approval and testing from the mechanical island, causing the participating mecha girls to become confused, develop functional impairments, and exhibit homicidal tendencies. According to safety regulations, we have the right to intervene, seal off the relevant research facilities, and control the relevant personnel. If necessary, we have the right to use force to enforce the order. Second, to facilitate the research, Aka Industry privately used high-frequency signal transmission devices to leak the precise coordinates of humanity's hinterland, seriously endangering humanity's own interests and safety. In accordance with the regulations governing mutual management, we demand that the relevant individuals responsible from Aka Industry be handed over to the co-governed military court for legal investigation and judgment. The relevant arrests have already begun in Nanchung City. Everyone present, please remember our code of conduct. Divide into 3 teams and deploy armed mecha girls from your own defense zones to capture every individual on the list within Beihua City. If resistance is encountered, relevant authority may be revoked in accordance with regulations. Yes. 200 armed mecha girls saluted in unison, then took off from their spot, flying towards their respective defense zones. 3 mecha girls remained in front of the building. Anai glanced at them and said, Gather our forces. We're heading straight to the Parliament Hall. In the skies above Beihua City, groups of blue and white painted armed mecha girls flew by at high speed, attracting the attention of many passers-by. In the heart of the human heartland, such a scene had not been seen for a long time. The fleets of armed mecha girls gathering and dispersing in midair made it clear that an emergency had occurred. 50 mecha girls flew straight through the restricted airspace, landing on the vast square of the human parliament. A guard team composed of human pilots immediately formed a line and stopped the armed mecha girls outside. All mecha girls disarmed their positions. This is a flight control area, mechanic. You violated Article 18, Paragraph 30 of the Regulations on Shared Airspace Management. Screw you. Yi Hua took the lead, shoving the pilot in front of her 4 or 5 meters away. Behind her, Han Hai and 48 mechanic girls followed in unison. Without a backward glance, they headed towards the parliament. Dozens of guns were instantly trained on the mechanic girls, who tried to force their way in. You? What are you doing? This is the human parliament. Are you trying to start a war between humans and the mechanic island? You're getting ahead of yourself. Come on. I'm standing right here for you to hit me. I'm disrupting the harmony of a shared society. You come up and flatter me? I'll take it. I'll do it. Shoot. She played the role of arrogance to the utmost. She had memorized every insult and glare she received here in the past few days. She was a woman, holding a grudge after all. Are you going to fight or not? If not, I'll bring my men in. I'm going to demand an explanation from the council today. You're destroying our harmony. You invited bugs into your homes, and I just want to ask that old man, who is he really close to? Millions of our compatriots are fighting bloody battles on the front lines, and that defense line was held in vain? If you want to enter the council, please make an appointment in advance or show your pass. Huh? Yihua was almost laughing with anger. Make an appointment in advance? Show your pass? She grabbed the human pilot by the collar and dragged him over to dozens of guns, pointing them at her face. You don't recognize me? My face is my passport. Your whole family depends on my tireless protection day and night, so you can live a stable life at home. You tell me you don't recognize me? While I'm walking in and out of this building, you're still wearing open-crotch pants and playing in the mud. She threw the pilot to the ground, waved her hand proudly at the pilot behind her, and kicked open the door to the parliament. Lao Gao. Lao Gao. Come out. I'm here again. Didn't you have a great time scolding me the other day? Come on, I brought some people here today. Let me see if your tongue is still as smooth as ever. Yihua stood in the hall, shouting at the top of her voice, afraid that no one would know that she was confident and had come here to cause trouble. Come on. Scold me. Let's see if you dare to scold me again today. There's an old saying among you, fortunes change, and I want to see who has the best day today. Han Hai tugged at Yihua's clothes without a word. But she didn't hold back. Instead, she yelled even louder. Helpless, Han Hai could only leap and reach out to cover her mouth. Yihua rolled his eyes at Han Hai. This busted woman is always such an eyesore. Doesn't she feel the heated gazes in the hall? During such an exciting quarrel, she was either tugging at her clothes or covering her mouth, completely destroying the persona and arrogant atmosphere she had worked so hard to create. The excitement instantly dropped by half. What are you doing again? You have no sense at all. Can't you see I only just begun? Why don't you look up? Han Hai's soft muttering finally made Yihua look up. A graceful figure leaned against the handrail in the second-floor corridor, head tilted, observing Yihua's upturned face with interest. Her long light blue hair flowed freely, and the black and red military uniform she wore gave her a languid air of murderous intent. Her starry eyes gazed down at Yihua, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Gudong! Yihua stretched his neck and swallowed, his arrogant smile froze. He rubbed it vigorously with his hands, turning it into an awkward smile. Gee, Governor! The blue-haired girl stretched lazily, looking down at Yihua with a half-smile. I thought someone was so ignorant of the rules, but upon closer inspection, I see. It's Captain Yi. He's been so loud and boisterous since he walked in, it really makes you feel friendly. What does this mean? It means that our Captain Yi treats the council like his own, and doesn't consider himself an outsider at all. Yes, Governor, you're right. I feel right at home here. Yihua smiled awkwardly, completely forgetting that he had just been stopped at his door by property management. Her face began to twitch. Han Hai covered his mouth with his hands and chuckled, finding it difficult to suppress the corners of his mouth. Come up. It's rare for me to feel like coming down today. Since you're here, let's talk to the council together. After all, the problem is in your zone, so you should have a say. The governor turned and entered the conference room behind him, and Yihua trotted after him. Pushing the door open, the spacious conference room was already packed. Hundreds of figures in black and red uniforms stood in a neat formation on the left side of the conference room, taking up half the vast space. They said nothing, but the aura they exuded made it clear to everyone that they were no mere decoration. The governor slowly walked over to them, and took the chair in the center. His combat-booted feet rested directly on the conference table. Yihua cautiously approached her, and sat down in a chair to the side, his upper body straight. A dozen or so chairs across from them, the council members' expressions were grim, their faces filled with anger, unable to speak. Han Hai, leading over 40 mecha girls, quietly stood beside the special forces, looking up at their black and red uniforms. What a beautiful sight, much better than their blue and white uniforms. No matter how they pair them, the blue and white background never looks imposing. But the black and red are different. They simply stood there, and the council members across from them were horrified. Compared to Yihua's outbursts, the governor's current silence made the council members sweat even more. On the table, all the written evidence was laid out in a row. The languid figure finally opened his lips. Tell me. I think my troops may need an explanation from your council. Chapter 50. One mecha is already incredibly formidable. Li Tianlang watched the 5 massive beasts hurtling toward him from afar, a bitter feeling welling up in his heart. The joy of being rescued was instantly extinguished, the shadow of death looming overhead, forcing him to smile bitterly. 5 Aka mechas. How could they possibly defeat such an enemy? They arrived faster than the rescue team. Run! Run! What are you standing there for? Isn't it better to be alive? Tao Dao's control platform hovered directly beside Yuerong, no longer concerned with the rules of the game. His slightly chubby face was covered in sweat, and he urged anxiously. Hurry and unfurl. You two get on my platform. Sully controls Heyu. Go! Now! They're here to kill you! The 5 menacing mechas were already within sight. A massive sword pierced the air, a long sword hurled by the enemy. Heyu also swung his sword, knocking the long sword aside. It's too late. I'll hold him back, you go ahead. She stood straight, the edges of her all-black mech gleaming golden in the sunlight. She untied a blood-red spear from her back and grasped it in her hand. She turned to glance at Yurong and Li Tianlang, who had already unfurled their weapons, and casually untied the weapons bound to her body. The massive weapon fell to the ground, piercing directly into the ground. She picked up a round shield and casually slung it across her back. My humble disciple, listen carefully. Today, Master will teach you a lesson. What kind of person deserves to be called a pilot? The suspended platform wobbled and rose. Li Tianlang sat on it, holding Yurong in his arms, staring down with utter nervousness. Heyu lowered her center of gravity and stomped her front foot, sending a visible shockwave through the surrounding ground. Her massive figure transformed into a streak of black light, charging straight at the 5 mechas. A red spear danced in her hand. The moment it made contact, she thrust forward and thrust, instantly piercing the abdomen of a mecha. The immense force of the impact was enough to completely pierce the mecha, even with an unsharpened blade. She dodged 4 incoming heavy swords, lowering her center of gravity and spinning. Dazzling sparks flew from the round shield behind her. The 2 swords collided, glancing off the shield without even scratching her. A dark figure, like a ghost, suddenly appeared behind the pierced mecha, reaching out to grab the spear tip, and the thruster suddenly erupted in scorching flames. As she pulled the spear halfway sideways, she clenched her hands tightly around the shaft, gripping it tightly with a sudden force, lifting the mecha directly into the air. The spear, made of fine steel alloy, couldn't bear the mech's weight and began to bend. Fortunately, the moment was brief. She lifted the enemy with one lance and flung her out of range. The black mech instantly vanished into a shadow, and she followed closely behind. While it was still suspended in the air, she had already caught up to it, swinging her spear, the tip instantly splitting into 3. The sharp sound of metal rubbing barely rang out before the mech disintegrated midair. This. Tao Tao stared at the scene in astonishment, slapping himself hard. The limit? He had never seen Su Li's limit before. He had thought he had reached the pinnacle of his skill when he manipulated lightning. But he hadn't expected the same from Heyu before him. Is this the improvement that mecha performance brings to pilots? Or does he have to be able to perform such maneuvers no matter which mecha he pilots? His lips stuttered, unsure what to say. The massive mecha crashed to the ground. With her legs and head removed, she could only wriggle strangely on the ground. Heyu spun swiftly, holding the butt of her gun in one hand, and charged again at the remaining 4 mechas. In the cockpit, beads of sweat formed on Su Li's forehead for the first time. He stared intently at the enemy, his fingers moving rapidly across the keyboard. Commands flowed out continuously, without a single pause. At this moment, puffs of white smoke began to rise from Heiyu's head. She had never felt her core working so rapidly, her body temperature rising sharply. The tights that had once provided such a comfortable fit now felt like a restraint, forcing her to twist and turn to relieve the strange feeling within. She bit her lower lip hard to suppress the urge to beg for mercy. The black figure swung a spear over 20 meters long, slamming it down hard into the center of the 4 mechas. She gripped it with both hands, shaking the spearhead into a phantom. With a left swing, she thrust the sharp tip into the mecha's throat. In and out, she retreated 2 steps without hesitation. Taking advantage of the gap between the enemy's movements, she yanked the backup weapon from his waist and thrust it into his master's stomach. Hey, you hold on. Show Akal what you can do. Just a bunch of trash, you think you can kill us? They don't know how strong we are. Hey, you finally couldn't bear the onslaught of the command anymore, and a soft cry escaped her lips. Master, slow down, slow down. Slow down? Not even a little bit. Su Li pulled the joystick, and the entire mecha shifted instantly. A longsword brushed past her, and in her peripheral vision, a mecha dropped its weapon and flew towards her. She waved her spear, finding a gap and thrusting it out. With a single thrust, the tip of the spear lifted up the abandoned weapon. The spear spun, carrying the great sword, and it flew straight towards its former owner. I can't slow down. Don't you see how many people there are? Hold on, I'll go faster. Give me one last half minute. Don't you want to win? I didn't bring you to this arena to make you feel sorry for yourself. I want to win. Her voice trembled, but her eyes, besides firm conviction, were more often filled with tears. How could she not want to win? It's just half a minute. She persevered for so many years, she could definitely hold on for that final half minute. What lightning could do, she could do too. Clad in her tight uniform, she tensed her body. Su Li increased his hand speed once again, issuing 7 commands in just 2 seconds. He Yu gritted his teeth and trembled, his hazy eyes staring out of the cabin, gripping his joystick tightly. Li Tianlang watched He Yu maneuver among the 4 mechas with unparalleled agility. The 20-meter behemoth, in his hands, resembled a nimble warrior. Coupled with his unstoppable, powerful spearmanship, for a moment, no mecha could get within 10 meters of He Yu unless she closed the distance. The stands were completely silent. There were no cheers, and no one hit the children. Everyone stared, silent, at the match before them. This match had truly shocked them, from Su Li's astonishing driving skills to the commotion caused by Aka Industries. Their new technology was indeed powerful, and they had once dominated the competition. But unfortunately, they encountered the true king of the field. This caused them, who could have been racing hard on the field, to run into a solid wall. She simply stood there, leaning on her spear, and told everyone, no passing. The black mech flicked its spear tip, detaching another mech's arm. Their fast-paced attacks, having lost their effective range, became extremely chaotic and disorganized. If they weren't kept close, their methods would not be able to unleash their full power. As long as their rhythm wasn't interrupted, they were nothing but a bunch of useless people following their instincts. Half a minute was enough. If I hadn't wanted to kill them, this match would have ended long ago. The blue and white mecha girls hovering in the air exchanged glances, then concealed their guns. That was a close call. They almost fired. Thankfully, their instructor was incredibly effective and didn't give them a chance to fire. Su Li, using both hands and feet, manipulated He Yu and swung his spear, sending the last red head flying. He then sheathed his spear and stood firm, steadying himself. The plain was littered with traces of battle. A dark figure stood amidst the wreckage, a sharp edge radiating from its body. Su Li's hands instantly left the console, his fingers trembling as he relaxed. A short period of intense operation required a moderate amount of relaxation. The 3 people on the suspended platform gulped as they looked at the fallen mecha, its debris scattered everywhere. The golden logo on the breastplate was no longer glaring. Is this the end? Li Tianlang's mouth opened and closed silently. Yu Rong glanced at He Yu on the field, then squinted at her own pilot, her lips curling downwards. She suddenly felt that she might have been truly blind when she left the factory. Luckily, she had saved a little money over the years. If things didn't work out, she could consider returning to the factory for a replacement. Forget about replacing the pilot. After all, not many pilots would risk their lives to protect her. Besides, her training had only just begun. Just cultivate him slowly. Sooner or later, he would become what she desired. In the cockpit, looking at the aka mechas covering the ground, He Yu let out a hoarse cry and turned to hug Su Li tightly. She had finally done it, even if it was just a little bit, and she could feel a genuine joy in her heart. It hurts, it hurts. For a moment, Su Li felt as if his internal organs were being squeezed out by He Yu. The image of He Yu's grenade attack came back to him, and he gasped. This thief, she's still determined to destroy him. For the first time, he felt that the mecha girl principle was still deeply flawed. At least it didn't account for the human body's limit to endurance. Lightning was like this, and so was He Yu. How could his frail little body withstand such torment? He glared at He Yu angrily, twisted her body, and pressed her back onto the control panel. He then took hold of the joystick and pressed the thrusters to the floor. You, what are you doing? Making money. There are 3 more mechas over at AK. Su Li waved at the hovering platform, and was about to turn around when 7 black and red mechas suddenly appeared from the horizon, hurtling towards him. The armed mecha girl, equipped with a flight module, hovered rapidly and landed directly above Su Li. She immediately unfurled and landed on the ground. Her crisp black and red uniform lifted her chest high. Her plump thighs were tightly wrapped in stockings. Her standard military boots and skirt were a striking sight. Atop her long chestnut hair, a black and red beret was adorned with an insignia Su Li had never seen before. The match is over. From now on, the entire arena is under martial law. Excuse me, are you Su Li? Her amber eyes stared directly at the cockpit, her voice tinged with emotionless indifference. Su Li slowly frowned. He suddenly realized that since getting his license, he had never successfully completed any of the competitions he participated in. Chapter 51. Is this the attitude of the mechanical island? Gao Mingrui, the speaker, remained silent. Instead, Zhang Guoyang, standing beside him, began to reprimand. He pointed at the black and red mecha girl before him, his face thick with anger. The governor's lips curled slightly, and he looked up at Zhang Guoyang, snorting with disdain. Humans always seem to be like this. When you demand attitude, they tell you the facts. But when the facts are before them, they start to accuse you of a bad attitude. She waved her hand gently. It was like shooing away annoying flies, but also like sending a signal. The black and red mecha girls, who filled half the conference room, suddenly stepped forward, their movements in unison. They pointed their guns forward, and under the black muzzles, Zhang Guoyang was instantly silenced. Isn't the attitude of our mechanic island obvious enough? I remember you're older, but you don't seem blind. Across the conference table, the council members gasped, forcing themselves to appear less brittle. A gloom fell over Zhang Guoyang's face. Although he didn't believe the mechanized woman before him would fire a gun in Parliament, he still lacked the courage to stand up. He could only snort coldly, and pick up the documents spread out on the table. After a brief glance, he put the documents down and resumed his official rhetoric. Humanity and Mechanic Island have long been allied. Your Excellency, Governor, I can speak from the bottom of my heart. Mechanics and mechanized women are one, and we are interdependent. Things have already happened. What we need now is not to dwell on them, but to move on. Don't worry, the materials you submit will be rigorously reviewed by our parliament. It may just take some time. The pale blue head tilted slightly to one side, silent. Han Hai's eyes lit up, and he walked over to Yihua's side, calmly kicking the leg of her chair. Yihua turned around, revealing a pair of bewildered, innocent eyes. Han Hai glared at her, his eyes telling her that the governor needed a mouthpiece. Yihua's eyes lit up, and she slammed her hand down on the conference table, creating a hole in the long wooden table. All the human council members shuddered subconsciously, looking at the frantic Yihua in unison. Bullshit! Investigate your uncle. Are you truly blind? You can't even read? What we submitted wasn't material. It was evidence. Do you even know what evidence is? You demanded it when there wasn't any, and now that we have it, you're investigating it again? Are you crazy? You wipe your mouth instead of your butt after using the restroom? Vulgar. Vulgar. When had Zhang Guoyang ever been scolded like that? And by a robot. He pointed at Yihua in front of him, his fingers trembling. Vulgar? I didn't even stab you. How do you know I'm vulgar? Han Hai silently held his forehead and kicked Yihua. Yihua stumbled, catching a glimpse of long, light blue hair at his side, and suddenly realized he had misspoken again. She rolled her eyes and pretended not to know. She finally seized this opportunity, so she decided to vent her anger first. What's wrong? Speak up. Something's happened, so why not keep dwelling on it? It's already happened, and I'm supposed to pretend it never happened. Is that what you, the Human Council, are trying to say? Zhang, you lost your mind. The Zerg Aka brought in. We searched Fangshan for 3 whole days before completely wiping them out. Were you unaware of this? You were the only one who was shouting, blaming a problem with our defenses. Yihua stared intently at Zhang Guoyang. She broke off a piece of wood from the table and pointed it across the table at him, ready to throw it and stab him to death if they disagreed. Zhang Guoyang opened his mouth again and again, about to say something, but saw the wood pointed directly at him and swallowed subconsciously. Yihua gave him a disdainful look and then said, I don't know if you watched the competition, but what Aka developed has seriously corrupted the spirit of the Mecha girl. She killed someone. I just want to know who is destroying the unity between humans and Mecha Island. Is it Mecha Island? Is it us? She kicked the table in front of her, shattering it. Yihua stepped forward, planted his foot on the table in front of Zhang Guoyang, and occasionally poked Zhang Guoyang's nose with his wooden hand. Old Ding, I'm asking you a question. Who's destroying unity? Enough. Yihua, be aware of your position. You're only the chief inspector of the Beihua City inspection team. You have no right to question a sitting counselor. Gao Mingrui, sitting at the head of the table, finally raised his head. He too was no longer young. His face was wrinkled with age. His hands, resting on the table, had long, slender fingers and prominent knuckles. Dry skin enveloped them, making them appear dry and devoid of any muscle. He looked up at the girl with long, pale blue hair across from him, a silent smile playing on his lips. She remained as youthful as ever, exactly as she had been when he had met her 40 years ago. Though he was already quite old, the ravages of time had left not a single trace on her. This was enough to prove that there was no fairness in this world. Your Excellency, Governor, we will give you an explanation for this matter. The alliance between humanity and the Mecha Island is unbreakable. I have a small proposal. No matter what the topic, It should revolve around this fundamental core. We all know that the continuation of our species is, at all times, the top priority. And in my opinion, all of this is not a big deal. You have 9 mecha girls, and there are differences in consciousness. But our pilots also paid the price with their lives. I believe that according to the rules of the Mecha Island, mecha girls cannot wantonly harm humans. Even if she is mentally ill, she brutally killed a pilot, and that is an unchangeable fact. Why can't we both compromise? Yihua frowned and looked at the governor, finding that she still had no intention of speaking. What do you mean by 9 mecha girls? Did he eat the one whose core was disassembled on the spot? Old gal. You're really good at changing the subject. Why did our mecha girls slaughter your pilots? Why didn't you mention it? If it weren't for Aka's little tricks, would she have slaughtered the pilots? And each taking a step back? Can you elaborate on how to retreat? Gao Mingrui looked at Yihua, smiled warmly, and said, Yihua, you're always so short-tempered. Find a stool and sit down. Let's talk calmly. The governor is still here. You should at least show her the most basic respect. Yihua slowly unscrewed her foot from the table. She stood straight, stepped forward, and looked down at Gao Mingrui. Humans can be really annoying sometimes. Their words are either divisive or flattering. This was exactly what Yihua resented most. She stared at Gao Mingrui before her chest simmering with rage, and asked, How do you want us to retreat? Gao Mingrui leaned back in his chair and chuckled softly. Humanity and the mecha girls share a common destiny. In the face of the Zerg, we are all lambs to the slaughter. Captain Yihua, you never seem to consider that this is a situation in which both sides are yielding, not just one-sidedly on the part of the Mecha Island. So I ask you, how do you want us to retreat? This matter isn't a big deal, but it's not a small one either. Ultimately, the security issue is the most important. AKA Industries' research activities in the heart of humanity must cease immediately. At the same time, we will waive any responsibility for the murder of the Mecha girls. Isn't that a big enough concession? You mean that the Mecha Island must yield, and Aka Industry can continue its research on the front lines? Gao Mingrui clasped his hands together, a smile spreading across his face, and he nodded gently. Isn't the increased combat power of the Mecha girls obvious to all? Perhaps the current technology is immature, leading to their loss of control. But once this technology matures, the Mecha girls' combat power will increase by at least threefold. Then, the pressure on our front lines will inevitably decrease dramatically. This development, at present, is a win-win situation for both sides. Gao Mingrui ignored Yihua, whose eyes were blazing. He turned his head and looked at the young woman, her chin resting on her hand. The survival of the race is paramount. In many cases, necessary sacrifices are unavoidable. Your Excellency, the governor, surely understands the situation on the front lines better than anyone. Given the current situation, how long can our defenses hold out? 30 years? 20 years? 10 years? We don't have much time left. Life is a long journey, and not every path leads to its end. But we all know that sometimes, when faced with a desperate situation, even when we know there's a fork in the road, we have to take the risk and take it. So you're letting us, the Mecha girls, take this route? Yihua's eyes widened. She had never imagined the man before her could be so shameless. Allowing Aka to continue his research on the front lines? What were they researching? How to turn the Mecha girls into mindless killing machines? A hand suddenly grabbed Yihua, who was about to lose his temper. She turned to look, only to find the governor had quietly arrived behind her. She clutched her arm with one hand, and with the other, a whip tapped her high-waisted combat boots intermittently. She opened her equally pale blue eyes, glanced at Gao Mingrui, and said, Are you done? Then may I have a word? Gao Mingrui gestured to the governor. She turned, her gaze sweeping across the assembled counselors. A smile remained on her fair, small face. Since your speaker has finished speaking, I'll also say a few words. I disagree with his proposal. Let me share my thoughts. She suddenly raised her hand. In the conference room, hundreds of figures raised their weapons. On average, every council member faced dozens of gunpoints. First, all individuals suspected of leaking humanity's core coordinates will be shot upon verification. Second, all related research at Aka Industry will be halted. Research materials will be destroyed on site, and researchers will be shot on the spot. Among them, Councilman Wang Hanping and his family members involved will all be executed. That's what I wanted to say. Now, please vote by show of hands. Who agrees? Who opposes? She walked towards the door, step by step, until she reached it. Suddenly, she turned and looked at the council members, smiling a brilliant and beautiful smile. Oh, Xiao Gao, you're right. humanity, and we share a common destiny. I believe you will understand, right? After all, the continuation of the race is paramount. The conference room fell into utter silence. Everyone looked at each other, but no one dared to voice their opinion. Gao Mingrui looked palely at the girl at the conference room door, unable to believe she would act like this. She lashed her leather boots with her horsewhip, then, as if suddenly remembering something, raised her head and looked at the people in the room. Oh, I forgot to tell you, this isn't a meeting, it's a notification. I bet Counselor Wang Hanping's head is probably spinning by now. The bright little face, after she finished speaking, completely chilled. A chilling chill swept through the entire conference room. It's been so long since we, the Mechanical Island, have shown our power. You may have forgotten. We don't need you. The Mechanical Island has never feared war, so we deployed a large number of troops on the front lines. But that doesn't mean we inland are blind. Humans, understand your position. If you reject my proposal, I don't mind withdrawing all our troops from the battlefield. She looked at Gao Mingrui, who sat at the head of the table, from a distance of several dozen meters. Xiao Gao. You really disappoint me. I just wanted an explanation, but you insisted on making me take it myself. So here I come, I'll take it. And you don't cry. Chapter 52. So, you didn't finish both competitions. You're a jinx, right? Brother. You actually have a good business. You spent half the time of others, and you reaped a tiring income. 038 carried 2 heavy bags of money, and placed them on the coffee table in the warehouse. The weight of the bags even made the table creak. A few bundles of banknotes playfully slipped out of the bags and tumbled to the floor. Lightning swiftly picked them up, gulping with a sip of saliva. What fell to the floor wasn't money, it was her future food. Here, there's this trophy. When I went there today, I heard Tao Tao suggesting to the organizing committee that they establish a kill-through award for you. I wanted to go up and praise him. It sounds like such a great award. Suli smiled at 038, but his expression wasn't as cheerful as she expected. He simply fiddled with the wrenches in his hand, putting them in and taking them out, reorganizing his toolbox over and over again. He lived in this warehouse for years, and even with his eyes closed, he could pinpoint the exact location of everything inside. What's wrong? Not really. I just teased you, and you're depressed? Suli shook her head, and smiled at 038. Sister, how about I give you another slap? 038 blushed, shyly turning her head away, hesitating. This isn't good. Besides, I'm still on duty. Your command transmission speed is quite rapid, and it takes me a while to recover after each one. She squeezed her slender legs together, her fingers constantly picking at the edge of her clothes. No, what do you mean? Why do I feel like I'm only saying half the words? What's going on? Suli scratched his head, uncertainly saying, I don't know. I just have a feeling I might have to say goodbye to this place. It's probably time. Farewell? Where are you going? Suli cast his gaze outside the warehouse. At the door, a mecha girl in a black and red uniform stood motionless, like a javelin. I think he'll most likely go to the battlefield. The arrangement on the Mechanical Island is the best option right now. 038's eyes widened, and he reached up to touch Suli's forehead. Are you crazy? How old are you? You're a student who hasn't even graduated yet. Why are you going to the battlefield? Even if there really aren't any matches to play, you should just focus on your studies. What else can I do? Hiding from disaster? As for studying, what do you think I can learn in the academy? 038 was speechless. She suddenly realized that things might really be just as Suli described. Others graduate and go off to the battlefield to achieve great things, but he hasn't even graduated yet, and he's already hiding from disaster. Perhaps the jinx wasn't really scolding him, but rather stating the truth. Aka Industrial collapsed in an instant. Wang Hanpeng wanted to be a significant figure in modern history, and for better or worse, he achieved it. On the surface, AKA's fall completely liberated Suli, free from restrictions and worries. However, there were many implications, from the Human Council and the Mechanical Island to the various branches of the Wang family. Each one was beyond his current capabilities. In the final analysis, he was just a student who had played 2 games. Because of the Human Council's connections and the unspoken rules, even if Sanch and heavy industry admired him, it would never offer him an olive branch of resources. At least within the Human Council's territory, he was completely useless. Stirring up trouble, 2 incidents had both reached the parliament. Although she didn't know the decision of the higher-ups, she was certain that Suli, at this moment, had become a thorn in the side of some of them. Although he could currently operate under the name of Sancheng Heavy Industry, Without any corresponding resources, his presence wouldn't mean much. When life seems to have many choices, there's often only one. Suli saw this more clearly than anyone else. Therefore, he understood from the outset that his path had never been this way. When are you planning to leave? Suli pursed his lips. 038 glanced outside and instantly understood. Okay, what are your plans for the afternoon? I'm going to pay my respects to my parents, and then visit some teachers and classmates I'm close to. I want to say goodbye to everyone I know. Although he didn't have many friends, there were still some people he needed to see. For example, old Zhang, who had always taken good care of him, and Zhang Chongping. If Jiandun hadn't been constantly calling him a pervert, he'd have wanted to say goodbye to her. After all, he touched her armor. 038 suddenly felt the atmosphere grow heavy, and the thought of their impending separation brought a surge of reluctance. This was the first time she ever looked upon a man with a different eye, and yet, after a fleeting acquaintance, they were now about to part ways. For a moment, she felt a hollowness in her chest. If you're free now, could you please let me go? She didn't know how she managed to say that. All she knew was that, having said that, she collapsed on the sofa and rested for the entire afternoon. Perhaps because of the impending departure, Su had given extra effort when he left her. He even taught her some of the techniques he used in competition without reservation, completely disregarding her understanding. Her entire brain overheated, forcing her to dunk her head in coolant. Suli spent the entire afternoon wandering around. The usual blue and white mecha girls were gone, replaced by a uniform array of black and red mecha girls. This undoubtedly made him turn heads around the campus. Of course, the black and red mecha girls, armed and loaded, were the most eye-catching part of their legs, their suede-studded legs, and their plump thighs. Lightning, dressed coolly, followed Suli, peppering him with questions. Master, how did your mother die? She seemed completely oblivious to human taboos, her questioning so bluntly that it forced him to frown and ponder before answering. Probably because I was driving a mecha in her belly. Lightning pounded his palm upon hearing this, feeling his old doubts suddenly clear up. I told you. You didn't drink enough soup, you've been training since you were born. I win now. That girl, hey you, insisted you were reincarnated as a knight for her. I laughed right there. If you were reincarnated for her, why would you come and contract me? Don't you agree? Yes. Suli raised his head, taking one last look at the massive sycamore tree at the center of the academy, and reached out to touch the mottled bark. A line of small words, hidden in a place he couldn't reach, was barely legible. He turned and patted Lightning's head. I'm sorry, Lightning. I may not be able to race with you on the track anymore. She turned back in surprise, her red hair flying, her face full of confusion. Why? Su Li's forehead vein throbbed. He'd been saying goodbye all afternoon, and Lightning, who had been following him all the way, hadn't heard a thing. His thoughts of parting were instantly dispelled. All he wanted now was to pick up Lightning's ear, and see if anything was stuck inside. Because we're going to the battlefield. Bug killing? Bugs are smelling really fishy. Can I get some plum-flavored lubricant? I haven't had a proper meal in 2 days since I killed bugs last time. Why did those 3 boxes of braised pig's trotters in the warehouse mysteriously disappear? Can braised pig's trotters even be considered food? Bye. We're rich now. Buy whatever you want. Lightning wrinkled her nose and said in a low voice, Master, we're not exactly rich. When I was alone, I only drank 1 can a day. But now you have so many mech girls, and they're all drinking all the lubricant. The money you earn from 2 matches might not last you 2 months. When she lied, a wisp of hair would inexplicably stand up on her head. Suli pushed it down for her, also lowering his voice, Don't worry. You'll get some military merit on the battlefield. Lightning's eyes lit up, and she happily put her arm around Su Li's. The black and red mech girls behind them exchanged glances, a rare flicker of emotion in their eyes. They had never seen anyone truly yearn for the battlefield. However, perhaps this yearning would vanish completely the moment they saw the real battlefield. On the interstellar armed transport, Suli looked at the blue and white mech girls aboard, his brows twitching. If he had known they were going along, he wouldn't have gone to the trouble of piloting each one individually. The mech girls in the cabin avoided his gaze, not daring to meet his gaze. 038 grinned awkwardly and raised his hand to greet Su Li. Brother, do you want to hear me explain? Thinking of Su Li's fierce drive, she felt unworthy of being on this transport ship. No need. I know it even if I don't tell you. It's just a temporary transfer. It's okay though, with familiar people around, I feel a lot more relaxed. However, I want to apologize to you for having to go to the battlefield with me. 038 waved her hand quickly upon hearing this. That's not the case. Fighting the Zerg is the fate of all mech girls. Honestly, in the heart of humanity, we mech girls are always restricted, and it's far less free than being on the battlefield. It was only by following you that I got the chance to go to the battlefield this time. She kindly invited Suli to sit down beside her. She struggled twice to buckle him in, but the straps on her own prevented her from rising. 038 gave an awkward smile, unbuckled her own seatbelt, stood up, and bent over him. Suli watched helplessly, as the buttons on her uniform finally gave way to the pressure, and snapped against his face. It hurts, 038 blushed, clutching the seatbelt with one hand and tugging at his shirt with the other. He frantically fastened the seatbelt for him, then sat down to the side, blushing. Suli sat upright on the stool. Despite his best efforts to control his gaze, his eyes refused to obey, as if they were on auto-target. Both of them blushed. This button keeps coming loose. You know, I'm usually busy and don't have time to fix it. Sorry. It's okay. I noticed it was loose a while ago, but I was just too embarrassed to say it. Suli had barely opened his mouth when he realized he said the wrong thing. As expected, 038's face flushed even more. She pondered silently for a moment, then waved her hand with a feigned magnanimity. Oh, it's okay. It's already open, so what's wrong with taking a few glances? Don't you agree? Suli opened his mouth, unsure how to respond, so he simply agreed, yes, isn't it? Lightning glanced at 038 with a cold expression, then forced his way past her, and sat down on Suli's other side, with a gloomy expression. Her fiery eyes half closed, feeling careless. She had always been wary of the mecha girls outside, but who could have imagined that the line would crumble from within? She stared fixedly at 038's chest, snorted coldly, and hugged Suli's arm. She had been wrong after all. How could she have let a wolf into her house just because of a few meals in the inspection team cafeteria? Hey you, who had followed in from behind, frowned the moment he entered. The seats in front, behind, and to the sides of Suli were already occupied, and the remaining empty seats, the closest to them, were 4 people away. As if she had thought of something, her brows relaxed. She walked straight towards Suli, spread his legs, and carefully sat in his arms. Lightning? ? Hong Ying, who had finally stepped onto the transport ship, was stunned. She stood in shock at the doorway, looking at the various mecha girls huddled together, and the feeling of isolation returned. Why? Why are you all crammed together on such a large transport ship? Then where should I sit, so I don't look out of place? Chapter 53. The vast starry sky, no matter when you look at it, is always brilliant and profound. It seems to possess infinite magic, making it impossible to see enough. Humans are mostly afraid of the unknown, but the yearning for the starry sky seems ingrained in their bones. A black spaceship streaked across the starry sky, its streamlined deck gleaming coldly under the starlight. After 2 jumps, the armed transport ship finally approached the station assigned to Suli by Mechanical Island. Lengsue Star. None of the accompanying personnel, including Suli, knew their destination. Due to confidentiality requirements, they did not even carry any communication equipment to contact the outside world. This place is located on the edge of the front line, without significant military value, let alone a key hub. It is like a fortress forgotten by both sides, sparsely populated and desolate. The earthy yellow surface of the planet is pitted and cratered, and from a distance, it looks like a giant insect nest. All the mecha girls pressed their faces against the windows, surveying the planet they would soon be stationed on. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would be here for at least 3 years. As the massive sphere drew closer, the armored transport's hull suddenly began to sway slightly. This was a sign that it had reached the planet's gravitational pull. The hull began to slowly adjust its angle and speed, leveraging the planet's own gravity to draw closer to the ochre-colored planet. Half an hour later, the ship broke through the atmosphere and began speeding towards its designated coordinates. As they drew closer to the ground, everyone could already see the planet's terrain. It was indeed a world dominated by ochre tones. Towering mountains, deep valleys, everywhere was a blanket of earth yellow. Only a few slivers of dark green dotted the brown mountains, and even the lake, seen from afar, had a faint yellow hue. Master, this place looks a bit ugly. Just as everyone peered through the portholes, the spaceship suddenly erupted in a violent tremor. An explosion echoed from outside, and a piercing alarm rang out throughout the cabin. Suli frantically grasped the armrests of his seat. Inside the spaceship, the alloy fire-resistant doors instantly opened, completely isolating the cockpit from the passenger cabin. Under attack. Under attack. Cockpit damaged, hull damaged. Power module damaged. Currently stalled. External engine damaged. Prepare to activate backup engine. Backup engine damaged. The aircraft is depressurizing. At the current speed, it will disintegrate in 3 minutes. Crew, please make an emergency landing. Crew, please make an emergency landing. In the cabin, a red alarm flashed continuously. A mechanical voice repeatedly announced the ship's situation. The ship's hull shook violently, and everyone staggered. Sully couldn't even stand up from his seat. He grasped the armrest with one hand and tried to unfasten his seatbelt with the other, but after several attempts he failed. Of the people around him, only the black and red mecha girls reacted first. One of them quickly approached Sully, ripped off his seatbelt, and hoisted him onto their shoulders. At the hatch, several similar figures had quickly assembled. Amid the violent swaying of the ship, they leaned on each other to steady themselves. 2 mecha girls stood on either side of the hatch, hands gripping the emergency valve. After a glance at each other, they pulled it all the way down. The massive hatch swung open, a howling gust of wind suddenly engulfing everyone. Sully felt as if he were engulfed by a giant vacuum cleaner, instantly blown out of the cabin. The howling wind carried a biting chill, leaving no trace of warmth. He couldn't even open his eyes. The fierce wind buffeted the skin on his face, distorting his features. He felt his body suddenly heat up, as if it had suddenly become a furnace. Even in his protective suit, at an altitude of over 20,000 meters, his body couldn't withstand the extreme low air pressure. His blood felt like it was burning. A black and red mecha quickly unfolded, enveloping Sully in the cockpit. The sudden change in air pressure caused a flush to spread across Sully's face, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were bloodshot, and with his remaining sanity, he slowly slowed his breathing to a steady pace. His drowsy mind began to clear up, and he could feel his heart pounding in his chest. Without time to focus on himself, he instinctively glanced around. The mecha girls had all deployed, and Lightning's bright red figure was less than 50 meters away from him. She seemed unused to the newly assembled flight module, swaying in the air to steady herself. He was about to breathe a sigh of relief when another surge of blood rushed to his throat, causing him to cough violently. Master, are you okay? Lightning's urgent voice echoed over the communication channel. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. Is everyone else okay? He barely managed to utter a single word before his vision went black, and it took him a moment to regain his sight. Hey, you and Hung Ying are here, we. Boom. A massive explosion interrupted Lightning's words. The mechas maneuvering in the air were instantly blown apart like fallen leaves by the blast. The armored transport exploded violently as it disintegrated, sending debris flying everywhere. The heavy deck brushed past Sully's eyes, barely missing him and the mecha girl. Before Sully could even grasp the control stick, the black and red mecha girl beneath him had already maneuvered the mecha to dodge. In his sight, the massive wreckage, blazing with flames and billowing with smoke, plummeted rapidly towards the distant ground. The massive ship's hull slammed into the ground, sending another burst of intense flames. The visible shockwave kicked up a cloud of dust, which spread rapidly across the ground. Everyone stared at the distant flames with lingering fear, swallowing their saliva subconsciously. If it weren't for the black and red mecha girl's swift reaction, no one would be alive. Are our men still here? Sully asked anxiously, but the black and red mecha girl's voice was indifferent. Second Lieutenant Su, according to the wartime regulations for the management of armed mecha girls, if a human commander loses combat capability, I will be authorized to take over your command. I understand the regulations, but are you sure I lost combat capability? The black and red mecha girl turned her head, her gaze fixed on Sully's abdomen. How about you take a look down first? Sully lowered his head and saw that his protective suit had been torn at some point, blood trickling down his abdomen. A shallow pool of blood had formed on the cockpit. In a moment of panic, he couldn't feel the pain, but after the mecha girl's reminder, he instantly grinned. We are currently 1,200 kilometers from the base, passing through 3 Zerg colonies. At your current rate of blood loss, you will go into hemorrhagic shock in 10 minutes, and near death in 15 minutes. We don't have enough time to reach the designated location by the designated time. Therefore, she paused and glanced up at Sully, finding his features huddled together as he pressed his fingers against the wound, assessing the severity of the injury. She couldn't help but gasp. Therefore, I'm making a subjective judgment based on objective facts and assuming command authority from you. Then can you tell me what you plan to do? A rare flicker of emotion welled up in the black and red mech girl's eyes. She pondered for a moment, then said, I plan to search the wreckage for usable medical supplies to provide the commander with simple medical treatment. Although the chances are slim. That's a gamble. Su Li's lips curled up in a wry smile. He felt the mech girl before him didn't need to add that last sentence. First, the spaceship exploded, then he was seriously injured. More importantly, his life was hanging by a thread. I didn't know if others felt it, but he did. Sniffing the rich scent of blood in the cockpit, the familiar feeling of the battlefield suddenly returned. The only thing missing now was the Zerg corpses. But he wasn't worried about that. The explosion of the spaceship was enough to attract all the Zerg within 100 miles. The continued blood loss had turned his face pale. He endured the pain and quickly stripped off his protective suit. He shredded his t-shirt, folded it, and pressed it against the palm-length wound. He then used the suit as a bandage, wrapping it tightly around his waist. He gritted his teeth and tightened it, finally settling into the pilot's seat, sweating profusely. It's okay now. The bleeding has slowed down. I bought you at least 10 minutes. The black and red pilot girl looked at Su Li's bare torso, her gaze lingering on his abdomen for a long time. It was the first time she had seen a man so nonchalant about a wound. Even she would have shuddered at the sight of such a wound, but Su Li simply bandaged it and told her it was done. No need to search for medical supplies. Let's check on the pilot first. While the chances are slim, we can't afford to miss a visit. I, a human, have survived, and they're mechs. As long as they deploy in time, they should have a chance of survival. The black and red mech girl opened her mouth, about to say something, but Su Li had already gripped the joystick and stepped on the thruster control pedal. Everyone, spread out in a straight line 200 meters apart. We don't have much time. Find our lost comrades within 5 minutes. Find them alive or dead. But you... Su Li glanced at the hesitant black and red mech girl, tilted his head, and spat out a mouthful of blood foam. You want command? Wait until I pass out. The black and red mech girl stared blankly at the blood foam slowly sliding down the cockpit wall, a vein bulging in her head. This guy actually spit inside her mech. Above the surface, amidst a violent tremor, massive Zergs emerged from the ground. Long tentacles waved in the air, and after a rustling exchange, several of them raised their heads and let out a hissing cry. Countless Zerg emerged from the ground, forming a dense mass and rushing towards the direction of the crashed spacecraft. Chapter 54. Thanks to the surface environment of Lingsui's star, the search proceeded extremely smoothly. The completely deformed transport ship disintegrated and exploded a second time, scattering shattered debris along the path. Thick smoke billowed from the damaged hull. The possibility of another explosion was completely eliminated. In just 3 minutes, the Mecha girls had forcibly dismantled the deformed cockpit and pulled 2 Mecha girls from within. They were in a dire state. Even though they had successfully deployed, the violent impact and explosion had completely destroyed the mechas. The Mecha girls huddled in the cockpit, bleeding profusely, unable even to deactivate the deployment. Su Li watched them being forcibly dragged from the cockpit, barely clothed. The Mecha, the sole support, instantly dissipated into starlight. The huge cockpit deflated with a metallic creak. The medical kit was also found. Although the emergency medical kit wasn't very effective, the rapid clotting agent inside could help Su Li's wounds quickly stop bleeding. Su Li, clutching his abdomen, emerged from the cockpit of the black and red Mecha girl and leaped directly into Lightning's arms. He took the medical kit offered by the Mecha girl, refusing their help and diving into Lightning's cockpit. The hatch closed, and he trembled as he pulled disinfectant spray from the kit. He untied the bandages, used his fingers to spread the wound on his abdomen, and sprayed the disinfectant evenly. A sharp pain shot from his abdomen to his crown. His entire body convulsed in pain, and the blood from the wound surged more vigorously as he struggled. Lightning's hand, holding the medicine, trembled slightly. She had never seen such a ferocious expression on Su Li's face. Watching him writhe in agony, his entire body trembling with the thought of curling up into a ball, her heart trembled with his own. Master, you can't do this anymore. The blood will keep flowing. Slow down. She found her chance, finally pinning him down in the cockpit and injecting the medicine into his abdomen. The bleeding gradually stopped, and Su Li's trembling subsided. He grabbed the side of his protective suit that served as a bandage, wiped the sweat from his face, straightened it, and rewrapped it around his waist. Lieutenant, we sent out a distress signal. Base has replied, and they'll be responding at coordinates 45,200 and 68.21455. The cause of the explosion has been determined. It's a directional gravity self-destruct device. Specialized explosives are installed in each of the ship's engines, as well as under the cockpit. Once the gravity reaches a certain threshold, it will trigger an explosion. Su Li's eyes were red, and a sneer lingered. The fact that the ship's defenses hadn't even had time to activate spoke volumes. They were just trying to kill him, weren't they? He knew it all. But at this point, he didn't even have a ship, and his men had already reached Lingsue Star. Even if he wanted to slap them in the face, he didn't have the strength to do so. Looking at the armored transport ship, reduced to a pile of scrap metal, Su Li couldn't help but feel pity. He had thought he could use the armored transport ship to indulge his desire to chase down the Zerg on the ground, but the Human Council and those bastards from AKA wouldn't even give him the chance. Want him dead? Sorry, he just can't die. Every day he lives, he'll be annoying you. Just ask if you're pissed. Lieutenant, Zerg have been spotted ahead. 30. 40. No, countless. Report the Zerg species and size. It's a small species, half a meter long, a wood lice. Place the injured in the cockpit, and everyone take off immediately. 600 meters above sea level, heading southeast, full speed. Su Li tried to move his arm, fortunately without causing too much damage to the wound. Lightning, get down quickly. The bugs are coming. Master, can you still drive me? Su Li raised his hand and slapped her on the butt, saying unhappily, I won't. You can drive the bug base yourself. Lightning blushed, mumbling in dissatisfaction, as she laid down in her seat. Su Li pulled the joystick, pressed the thrusters, and began to accelerate. As soon as he took off, he couldn't help but gasp. Within his field of vision, a dense swarm of Zerg covered the ground. In just 5 minutes, they had assembled an innumerable force, rushing towards the direction of the crashed spacecraft. Leading the charge were the wood lice. This dense swarm of tiny creatures, each half a meter long, scurried frantically across the ground. A vast expanse of black, undulating waves formed. While their offensive power was weak, their fangs could easily pierce steel. They were scavengers of the wasteland, leaving no grass or vegetation in their wake. 7 or 8 wood lice had already found the wreckage of the spaceship and were devouring it with relish. A giant segmented leg stomped down, crushing them to pieces, sending a nauseating spray of green juice everywhere. Countless smaller wood lice swarmed over, swallowing the green juice mixed with dirt. Though they were easy to kill, their reproductive capacity was immense. Swarms of wood lice swarmed in, rendering even armored vehicles useless against their fangs. Fortunately, they couldn't fly. 14 longhorn beetles. As soon as the black and red Mecha girl's warning bell blared, 6 of the longhorn beetles shook their massive bellies and raised their forelimbs to the sky. 6 streams of acid spurted out, brushing past everyone's feet and splashing onto the numerous Zerg on the ground. They visibly withered, puffs of white mist rising from their bodies. Their armor corroded instantly, exposing the bones beneath. All personnel, form a battle formation. Don't hesitate to fight. Bring the longhorn beetles to high altitudes to engage them. Conserve ammunition. As soon as the order was given, everyone instantly increased their ascent speed. Only Su Li, piloting Lightning, plummeted downwards. With the addition of a flight module, Lightning's acceleration was even greater. In a matter of seconds, she was less than 30 meters above the ground. Another stream of acid spurted out. Amid Lightning's screams, Su Li pulled the joystick in an arc to dodge, his momentum undiminished, landing heavily on the head of a longhorn beetle. A crisp cracking sound was heard, and green blood splattered from the beetle's hard skull. The crimson figure's thrusters fired continuously, and even though they had absorbed half the impact, it still slammed its massive head into the ground. A shrill roar echoed, and its wings trembled, shaking its massive head. Su Li manipulated Lightning to grasp its long whiskers with one hand, and with the other, grasped the great sword and slashed down, slicing through the beetle's neck. The strength of her struggle suddenly weakened, and she lifted the beetle's entire head. Su Li only took a glance, then swung the whiskers in her hand, smashing the beetle's head into another beetle 300 meters away. The head, like a cannonball, knocked the other longhorn beetle off balance. The humming of flapping wings suddenly echoed across the battlefield. He grinned, controlling the lightning as it spun and soared into the sky. Come on! Big fools! Grandpa's waiting for you in heaven. Even though the two tribes didn't speak the same language, the longhorn beetles subconsciously felt that the curse was rather vulgar. Several black figures with iridescent patterns followed closely behind, soaring high into the sky. Hey, you watched Su Li's movements without blinking, her back soaked with sweat. She had only seen the Zerg on television before. Now, the insects were right before her, whether it was the dense swarms of wood lice or the soaring longhorn beetles, each one made her smile. She had hated these things since she was a child, and every sight of them made her shudder. But Suli actually controlled the lightning and flew directly into the swarm of insects. She felt her heart leap in her throat, her eyes fixed on the figure, fearing he might stumble. Heyu hadn't deployed, but sat in Hong Ying's cockpit. At that moment, she felt somewhat fortunate that Hong Ying had pulled her into the cockpit. Otherwise, the thought of stepping on insects and hacking them with a knife would have made her tremble subconsciously. It was as if that all was deeply ingrained, etched into her genes. These weren't the everyday insects she saw outside, they were several times larger than her own, once deployed. The black and red mechs formed teams of 2 and instantly met the incoming longhorn beetles. The blue and white mechs formed teams of 3, forming a tactical team. They quickly charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the Zerg. For the first time, Suli witnessed what it meant to be a mecha girl freed from weapon restrictions. 038's words were true. The restrictions faced by armed mecha girls in the heartland of humanity were immense. 535, normally such a shy girl, interacted with Suli daily, yet dared not even speak to him. But now, she was wielding a single-person heavy artillery, smashing into the head of a longhorn beetle. She had perfectly executed Suli's orders, using ammunition sparingly. This group of blue and white mecha girls, long suppressed, seemed more inclined to engage the enemy in a bayonet duel than in a firefight. They cheered, maneuvering their weapons, employing the technique Suli had taught them. As their weapons collided with the beetle's armor, they paid no mind to their backs, charging headlong into the longhorn beetle. In a corner, 534 and 536 stood on either side, restraining a longhorn beetle with chains. The stealthy 537, wielding a massive spear, thrust it into its rear. Its entire body convulsed violently, even the chains binding it were snapped. The heart-wrenching roar, even without a language barrier, made Suli's anus subconsciously tighten. Fortunately, he was relieved to find that the black and red mecha girls had a completely different fighting style. One provided long-range harassment, while the other engaged in close combat, awaiting opportunities for surprise attacks. Their combat style was textbook, their coordination seamless, and they could dispatch their opponents in an average of a minute and a half. They didn't employ any weapons of mass destruction. The guards from the mechanical island naturally had their pride. With a small number of personnel, they formed simple combat groups. Their unleashed combat power was no less than that of a 3-person team. Even more terrifying, all the groups began and ended their battles almost simultaneously, their timing precise to the second. This undoubtedly demonstrated their immense combat prowess and their exceptionally high standards for mission accuracy. The black and red mecha girls were filled with pride. This was their first battle before Suli, so they naturally had to demonstrate their skill and strength, giving Suli a profound understanding of the ultimate strength of a top-tier mecha girl unit. But when they turned around, filled with confidence and pride, they saw a group of blue and white mecha girls, their bodies stained with green blood, hovering in the air, staring at them with wide eyes. As their battle concluded, they even showed no restraint in their enthusiasm, applauding enthusiastically. On the ground, dense swarms of wood lice scrambled for the fallen carcass of the longhorn beetle. In the sky, 16 blood-soaked mechas clapped their alloy palms. Paw! 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 The resounding applause seemed to slap the faces of all the black and red mecha girls. A bright red mech stood at the forefront, pointing at the black and red mech in front of it and saying, "See? That's what military prowess is. What the hell are you learning from me day after day? 535, don't think I can't see you just because you're looking down. I hope you can sleep with your heavy artillery in your arms tonight. I think you lack the most basic respect for it." The black and red mech girls looked at the blue and white mech girls across from them, their heads filled with questions. They didn't even know when the battle between these mech girls had ended. Everyone turned their gaze to their captain. 032 glanced sideways at the blood foam on the cockpit wall, and the vein on his forehead bulged again. Chapter 55. After dropping a considerable number of incendiary bombs and leaving behind a vast number of corpses, the group ignored the dense swarm of Zerg on the ground and immediately maneuvered towards the coordinates. Wood lice have a very short lifespan. They eat anything and, when food is scarce, will even devour their own kind. Unless a large-scale Zerg swarm strikes, they pose little threat to the base. Now that they have a large supply of corpses to feed on, they have lost interest in the mechas floating in the sky. Suli immediately understood why Lingsui's star was so drab. These little creatures would swarm and devour anything edible. As the vanguard of the Zerg, their role is always to be deployed to target planets, to establish Zerg bases, and destroy the local ecosystem. When their numbers reach a certain level, the entire planet will become like Lingsui's star, its surface riddled with holes and devoured. Across the battlefield, they serve as the vanguard. Their powerful reproductive capacity played a crucial role, providing a stable food source for themselves and their kin. The Zerg's internecine slaughter was not a very pleasant sight. The entire squad maneuvered forward, Lightning occasionally turning his head to stare fiercely at Su Li's waist. Although the battle had just lasted only a short time, his movements were not gentle. Blood could already be seen seeping from the wound on his waist. "Master, you rest for a while, I'll take the controls. I've been practicing for days, so leave it to me. It won't be a problem." Su Li nodded, handing the controls back to Lightning. He shifted into a more comfortable position, leaning back in the cockpit. Looking forward, he saw Lightning, his back bent, eyes fixed straight ahead, maneuvering the mech with meticulous precision, following the main force. Her long, bright red hair, briefly tied up and hanging to one side as she tended to Su Li's wound, slender white neck, and then Su Li quickly averted his gaze. Her curvy figure, paired with her queenly face, was truly irresistible. Su Li glanced down twice, his brows slowly furrowing. What a wonderful mecha girl. Everything about her was in line with his aesthetic. But when did her mind go awry? She was such a queen from the beginning when they first met, but how could she have completely transformed into a whimpering freak after just 2 attempts? Where had her mind gone? And hey you, she used to always talk about the Queen Knight thing, but why hasn't she been listening lately? No, she just stopped humming in front of him. Hong Ying, on the other hand, was as awkward as ever, as if she didn't fit in with everyone. As her pilot, wasn't it his duty to help her integrate into the larger family? Su Li suddenly felt dizzy. The issues with the council and the mechanical island were too far away, and he felt powerless to do anything about them. But the problem with his own mecha girl was right in front of him. How could he solve the problem? He'd been a bachelor for 2 lifetimes, never even had a girlfriend. Wouldn't it be a bit perverted to rush into women's psychology like this? He began to think outside the box, wondering if he should find some contemporary literature on Lightning's bookshelf and study it. In a trance, he suddenly thought of Li Tianlong's mecha girl Yuerong. What on earth was that Chongsam girl saying? He saw that Li Tianlang was almost fooled. Su Li pondered for a moment, then placed his hand on Lightning's slender waist and slowly stroked it. Lightning is so good. You can even fly your mecha on your own. Good job. Master will give you whatever reward you want. Lightning shuddered violently, her mecha not even turning on, and she instantly turned to look at Su Li. Her eyes were filled with confusion, first astonishment, then worry, and finally, with incredible speed, it turned into a burst of anger. In an instant, the aloof, domineering queen was back. She stared at Su Li with cold eyes, and before he could react, she grabbed his neck with one hand and slammed him hard into the driver's seat. A cold voice echoed in his ear, tinged with a hint of anger and indignation. "Tell me, who are you? When did you enter my master's mind? Let me guess, are you a bug? No, a bug can't possibly reach out and touch my waist. Tell me straight. Are you a time traveler who took advantage of my master's weakness and entered his mind?" Su Li's eyes were filled with tears. "I'll delete everything from her bookshelf when I get home. Oh God of truth. It's a shame you discovered it 20 years too late. Do you know how I lived these past 20 years? He slapped the steel clamps on his neck with all his might. But Lightning seemed oblivious. As if she had made up her mind, she suddenly hugged Su Li's head and shook it wildly, muttering to herself, "Get out! Get out, you damn time traveler." Su Li felt as if his head had been shoved into a high-speed washing machine. If he kept shaking like that, not only would his waist be injured, but he even lost his head. Furthermore, his brain would be shaken to pieces. For the first time, he experienced the true meaning of one's own actions will lead to disaster. Let go, let go! In his panic, he stepped on an unknown pedal, and the entire mech suddenly spun, sending both of them tumbling out of the driver's seat and tumbling onto each other. Lightning instinctively protected Su Li and pulled him into his arms. His mind finally freed, and he struggled to crawl towards the control lever. The intense dizziness caused him to grab at the lever twice, but he couldn't find it. The mech continued to spin, and the screams of the mech girls came over the communication channel. He bit his tongue hard, and his mind instantly cleared. He finally pulled himself up by the driver's seat, and pulled the mech up a little before it hit the ground. Without the mech girl's assistance, the control lever seemed welded shut and difficult to move. He exerted all his strength, and every muscle in his body trembled. The wound finally gave way, and opened again, bleeding profusely. "What are you still standing there for? You really want me dead?" Lightning burst into tears of joy at the familiar voice, slumped obediently into the driver's seat, and gripped the joystick. Master, I was so scared. Are you okay? It's not serious. Luckily, I have medicine. Otherwise, you might not see me again until your next life. Lightning blushed, burying her face in her chest as she thought of what she had just done. I'm sorry, Master. I just didn't expect you to touch my waist. Even though we slept together, isn't touching my waist moving too fast? And that soft, tender voice of yours, Master, I don't like it. When did I sleep with you? How come I didn't know? The day you changed my oil. I drank too much lubricant that day, and Master took advantage of my sleep. Sully slumped in the driver's seat, expressionless, holding the potion and stabbing himself. If sharing a bed could be considered sleeping together, then he had plenty of experience in 2 lifetimes. Not only women, but even men, of the myriad paths, safety comes first. He was bored out of his mind, taking someone else's wrong path. Second Lieutenant, you just suddenly left the group. Is there something urgent? Sully pressed the communication button and said calmly, nothing. I was just teaching Lightning a new maneuver to evade the Zerg's ranged attacks. 032 was stunned upon hearing this. No wonder the governor regarded him with such detachment. Besides his immense willpower, this man possessed a diligent spirit. He was a bit untidy though, and he enjoyed spitting into other people's bodies. But even though he was seriously injured, he never forgot to practice his achievements during the forced march. This is truly commendable. And the fluidity of his movements doesn't seem like something accomplished overnight. The aircraft's drastic left-right maneuvers were more like a stall, a loss of control than a maneuver. Such movements are extremely deceptive. Not only do they greatly complicate the enemy's aim, they also serve to deceive them. If one can master this evasive maneuver, it will be a life-saving weapon on the battlefield. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but ask anxiously. Excuse me, Lieutenant Su, what is the name of this move? Sully rolled his eyes, and said unhappily, falling leaves. The phrase he casually uttered etched itself into the core of 032 like a steel stamp. The team continued forward, carefully maneuvering around 2 large Zerg nests. Just as they were about to reach the 3rd Zerg settlement, they encountered a rescue team. They were engaged in a fierce battle with a small number of Zerg. 15 C-class mechs, led by a B-class mech, formed a tactical squad. Within each tactical squad, there were 3 units. The massive mechs emitted a distinctive roar, wielding their heavy swords as they engaged the Zerg. The closer they got to the edge of the base, the greater the diversity of the insects. Engulfing them were not only a few cockroaches, but also several iridescent spiders with enormous, segmented legs. They were extremely agile, and enjoyed seizing every opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Their silk would instantly pull a mech back if it struck. On a large battlefield, such a surprise attack was difficult to defend against. Once captured by it, the defenses are immediately breached, leaving other insects vulnerable to invasion. Being dragged away by the iridescent spiders is even more terrifying. They spray anesthetic smoke into the cockpit, rendering the pilot and the mech girl defenseless. After smashing the cockpit and devouring the pilot and mech girl, they devour everything else, including the mech. A glance at the mech girls below reveals they are all veterans of the battlefield. Their attack and defense formations are well organized, each fulfilling their respective roles. Even facing the iridescent spider surprise attacks, they appear to be at ease. Each team leader wields a flamethrower, and their enhanced mobility makes them the lifeblood of all the warriors on the battlefield. They are always the first to detect the spider silk and intercept it with their weapons. The tough silk turns to ash when it encounters fire. Even if they are caught off guard and caught in the silk, a simple flick of the flamethrower will free them. Looking down at the troops engaged in a fierce battle with the Zerg, Sully waved to the mechs behind him. The black and red mech girl took the lead, swooping down to join the fray. Chapter 56. Thruster flashes, muzzle flashes. The roars and buzzing of insects are the constant melody of the battlefield. The most taboo in a battle with the Zerg is a protracted war. On the front lines, no matter which planet, the Zerg far outnumber the Terrans and mechs. So-called outposts are essentially a nail in the coffin placed by the Alliance on Zerg-occupied planets. Except for specific, constantly shifting areas capable of warping, all locations around the entire cold extraction planet are covered with space disruptors. This costly project extends throughout the entire front line, even into the star regions behind. The pervasive space disruptors prevent the Zerg from traversing the dimensional gaps and reaching the heartland. To break through the defenses, they can only advance planet by planet, apart from a blitz. The Zerg are not keen on aggression, they are like locusts, leaving nothing behind in their path. The Alliance possesses countless outposts like these. Their mission was to maintain the current situation. The giant sword pierced the Zerg's mouthparts, but before he could stir, the mech's arm was pierced by the sharp jaws. The giant insect, unfazed, swallowed the giant sword along with it, only to have its internal organs lacerated by the sword. Green blood splattered across the battlefield. Compared to the superior attributes of the S and A-class mechs, these mere C-class mechs were far inferior in agility and stability. Sully looked around, and saw that none of their attributes could even pass the passing line. Only their captain had a score above 65 in one attribute. It's not like he hadn't seen C-class mecha girls in the academy. It's just that the low-level mecha girls in the heartland of humanity weren't very noticeable. Most of them were short-lived, before being contracted by pilots and taken to the battlefield. The contract price for a C-class mecha girl wasn't high. If it weren't for some unexpected event, Sully would have likely contracted a C-class mecha girl upon graduation and rushed to the battlefield. No one wanted to use them in competitions. On the field, most of the competitors were B and A-class mecha girls, and there were even quite a few S-class mecha girls. But there were no C-class mecha girls, because no club was willing to spend the huge sums of money on charity, becoming the laughing stock of other clubs. So their fate seemed to be sealed the moment they left the factory. They were clearly despised by the upper class, yet they built a great steel wall for them. As the main force on the battlefield, they didn't even have a flight module. They were the exact template of the ordinary mechas from his previous life. They could only be used for planetary ground combat. If a pilot is capable, and has earned enough military merit, they can be equipped with a flight module and enter a battleship to fight alongside it. However, the upper limit of C-rank mecha girls is limited, and only a few can follow the pilot all the way up. They seem to prefer to exchange sufficient military merit for more powerful mecha girls. The stalemate in the battle became one-sided with the addition of the Royal Guards. The Royal Guards of the Mechanical Island are an extremely powerful force. For the mecha girls on the battlefield, the sight of their black and red uniforms is like ignition of faith in their hearts. 16 figures swiftly interspersed tactically, dividing the entire battlefield into 8 smaller areas. The divided Zerg, unable to care for each other, were quickly annihilated. The bright red mech slowly descended to the ground. Lightning, observing the scene before him, trembled slightly. Damaged mechs lay everywhere, covered in Zerg bite marks. You know, as the mechs unfold, even parts that have been detached can be recovered simultaneously. The scattered mechs now indicate only one thing: the core of the mechs has been destroyed. Many of the mechs bore the marks of age. Lightning didn't know the situation, but Sully knew it all too well. It was only because they were near the base that these wreckages had a chance of survival. If they were at the crash site, then everything would be gone in a fraction of a second. The wreckage before him was the final proof of each mech's existence. A mech, missing an arm, glided in front of Sully, clenched its fist, and raised it to its chest in a military salute. "Report, Lieutenant. The mobile unit from the Lingsue Star outpost is here to greet you." "Welcome to Lingsue Star." Sully returned the salute, his gaze passing over the damaged mecha. At the end of his field of vision, a faint light could be seen in a narrow pass between 2 towering mountain walls. "Order and bring it back." The latter returned the salute and began issuing various orders on the dedicated channel. Everyone in Sully's squad fell silent. Watching the mangled mechas quickly cleaning up the battlefield, Lightning and the others truly experienced what the front lines were like for the first time. There was no imagined excitement, only the remains of their companions and the devastation that lay everywhere. A mech, its body covered in sparks, lurched unsteadily to Hong Ying's side. With an awkward military salute, it bent down and pulled a wood lice from her side. After quickly finishing it off, it tied the body with ropes and hung it on the tow hook behind it. She was surprised to discover that nearly every mech had undergone varying degrees of modification. What was absolutely forbidden in the heart of humanity seemed commonplace on the battlefield. They dismembered the insect carcasses, unconcerned, then sorted through them, and packed them away. The 48-man support team returned with only 40 mechs left. The remaining 8, while not in danger of death, faced major repairs. The team leader was the B-class mech with the missing arm. She excitedly followed Lightning, her voice tinged with excitement as she chattered to Sully about the current situation at the outpost. It was as if the recent battle hadn't affected her at all. Lightning looked at her severed arm, which was constantly sparking with electricity. A trace of pity welled up in her expression. "Sir, my name is Song Ling, and I'm currently serving as the acting commander of the outpost. Your presence here is truly a great help." She clutched her severed arm in her intact hand, pointed to the pass ahead, and introduced it to Sully with a hint of pride. "That's our outpost over there. The entire base is completely hidden within the pass, and the mountainside is lined with automatic machine guns. There's no need to worry about safety. I've been stationed here for 5 years, and have weathered 3 Zerg swarms. Not a single one of those damn Zergs could break through our firepower blockade. With your arrival this time, our base's firepower has been enhanced. I believe that under your leadership, we will successfully complete our garrison mission. Song Ling tilted her head, surveying the orderly march of black, red, blue, and white mechas, her eyes gleaming with excitement. This was her first time seeing so many high-level mecha girls. Aside from the 2 S-class at the head, every one of the remaining units was A-class. Their uniform livery further confirmed to her that they were 2 fully fledged teams. The fact that such a formidable force had arrived on this desolate planet of Lingsui made her wonder. Could it be that the governor was finally about to sound the clarion call for a counterattack? Chapter 57. The mountain walls drew closer, towering into the clouds. Even lightning would have seemed a dwarf standing before them. This unique location made it the mech girls' only safe haven. The group followed them into the pass, only then catching sight of their first glimpse of green since entering the planet. Su Li, who had expected the area inside to be relatively small, was truly astonished. Lush, verdant trees clung to the earth, their bizarrely shaped branches and leaves unlike anything Su Li had ever seen. Outside, not a single blade of grass could be seen, yet within the pass, a small forest lay. The steel structure base was hidden within the trees, with only the tallest signal tower standing upright, its summit flickering with a flickering light. The surroundings, contrasting with the desolate landscape outside, were truly a pleasant surprise. The mech girls unfurled their gear and watched the mech girls, dragging their heavy loads, leave through another passage. Then, following Song Ling, who had unfurled his gear, they followed the brick-paved path deeper into the woods. The flower beds lining the road weren't planted with colorful flowers, but rather with clumps of weeds. They left the beautiful flower beds untouched, relying on their tenacious vitality to cling to life in the cracks between the bricks. A classic example of wasting a good life. They hadn't walked far when they came upon a small, seemingly secluded town. It was built around a signal tower, with a variety of buildings arranged neatly. The town was bustling with activity, with numerous mecha girls coming and going. For a moment, Su Li thought he was hallucinating. Following Song Ling into the town's gate, the feeling was reinforced when he saw a coffee shop sign. Song Ling looked at Su Li's expression, covering her mouth with her hands and unable to help but chuckle. "Captain, you must have thought this place would be different. It's true we didn't have these things before, but life on base was quite dull, so the sisters found something to do. This town was the idea of the previous commander. It took us 3 full years to make it a reality." Su Li looked at the various shops lining the street, stunned. He had never imagined he would see such a warm and welcoming place amidst the brutal battlefield. No wonder their spirits were so high. This town must have played a significant role. He couldn't help but want to meet the commander who had come up with this idea. To have such an idea and to have spent 3 years implementing it, he must have cherished the bond of his comrades. He had, in effect, woven a dream for the mecha girls stationed here. A dream that would allow them to return alive from the hell outside and sleep peacefully. Lightning's eyes regained their vitality, her red pupils lingering over the shops on either side. She wanted to explore, but being new here, she hesitated. The black and red mech girls also looked surprised. They had been to many outposts before, but seeing one like Lingsui Star was truly unprecedented. The blue and white mech girls were equally curious about this place, and upon entering the town, they immediately began chattering. Everything in the town attracted everyone's attention. But the presence of everyone also attracted the attention of the mech girls in the town. From time to time, a mech girl would come over and salute the group. Su Li returned the salute, scanning each mech girl, gaining a preliminary understanding of the outpost's strength. Under Song Ling's guidance, everyone finally entered the signal tower. The commander's quarters were located on the top floor of the tower. "Commander, this is your quarters. Please take a look and see if you like it. If not, we can make adjustments." Su Li looked at the spacious room before him and nodded gently. "Don't bother. It's quite nice here. However, I have something to ask you." He turned to look at Song Ling, his gaze fixed squarely in her eyes. "This place is beyond imagination, but I don't seem to see a single pilot along the way. Where did they go?" Song Ling's warm smile faltered slightly. She lowered her head in a dejected manner and said in a deep voice, "The last pilot, the previous commander, died in battle a year ago. Aside from you, there are no other pilots left in the entire Lingsui Star outpost." Su Li's heart trembled. Besides the 3 teams supporting him, according to the outpost's basic configuration, there were at least 7 more teams. In a base of approximately 200 pilots, there wasn't a single pilot. I'm sorry. Suli stepped back and saluted Song Ling before him. I didn't mean to expose your wounds. I apologize again for my rude words. It's okay. It's okay. This is the truth. Song Ling waved her hands quickly. She forced a smile and then said to Suli, Sir, you've been traveling so long. Please rest up as soon as possible. The sisters knew you were coming today and have been preparing a welcoming ceremony. Please rest for a while. Please come back later. After she finished speaking, she glanced at the numerous bots surrounding Suli. If you need anything, just call me directly on the communication channel. This floor is all vacant, so you can choose your own room. Basic supplies are in the room at the far right. That's the storage warehouse for daily necessities. If you need anything, you can pick it up. She finally saluted Suli and turned toward the elevator. 032 watched Song Ling disappear without saying a word. She pulled Suli into the dormitory, pulled out her specialized equipment, and thoroughly explored every corner of the room. Then, she saluted Suli and handed him a communication terminal. He took it with a puzzled look, glanced at 032 before him, and, under her watchful gaze, pressed the power button. The uniquely shaped terminal held only one number, Governor Eve. Just as he was unsure what 032 meant, the terminal suddenly lit up. He quickly pressed the answer button, and a blurry image suddenly flashed across the screen, followed by a sleepy face. Her long, light blue hair was loose, slightly disheveled. Even the loose t-shirt couldn't hide her curvaceous figure. Suli didn't look closely, simply lowering his eyes. The sleeping face of the highest-ranking officer on Mechanical Island was not something a private like him could bear to see. Hello. Nice to meet you. Little one, are you satisfied with the outpost I arranged for you? She stretched lazily. Seeing Suli didn't respond, she tapped her terminal and looked to her side. What's going on? Is the thing you gave me broken? Why can't I hear what's going on? Suli's face flickered with embarrassment, and he quickly said, satisfied. I'm very satisfied with the outpost. Eve turned her head, her chin resting on her hand, and remained silent. After studying Suli for a moment, she spoke softly, I already know about the explosion. But I don't intend to ask the Human Council for an explanation on your behalf. Suli remained silent, waiting quietly for the governor's next words. Enough small talk. 3 things. First, stay alive. You must settle your accounts with the Human Council. Second, I leave my people in your care. You must fully cooperate with their mission. Third, continue ACOS experiments, but the direction will need to be changed. I will transmit the specific experimental data directly to Heiyu, and the relevant equipment will also be transmitted to a specific location via the void. I know you may have questions, but I don't intend to answer them. Protect Ling Sue's star. That will be your starting point. She was silent for a moment, then suddenly adopted a somewhat relaxed tone. By the way, if you can return alive, then welcome. You will be the first human in human history to set foot on a mechanical island. Chapter 58. After hanging up the terminal, Suli handed it back to 032, who shook his head, indicating he could keep the terminal. Beneath the Lingii star base lies a secret facility belonging to the mechanical island. The relevant equipment will be delivered tonight. 032 carefully considered his tone, trying not to sound like a pervert filming someone else. Our mission is to accompany the team and record all of your combat footage. Videotape the entire process. Suli scratched his head, puzzled. What's the explanation for this? 032 thought for a moment before speaking. Mecha competitions are prevalent in human society, jointly promoted by the Mechanical Island and the Human Council. Humans use these competitions to select the most outstanding pilots, who become the backbone of the battlefield. And the Mechanical Island, through the videos of these competitions, is promoting the creation of mecha girls. So you want my battle videos to help create mecha girls? 032 glanced at Suli and said sternly, to be more precise, I hope to help create high-quality mecha girls. The situation on the front lines is urgent. Due to the uneven quality of human pilots, Mecha Island hasn't produced an S-rank mecha girl in a long time. If there aren't enough high-level mecha girls to support it within the next 3 years, the defense will be further weakened within 10 years. Suli pointed to the tip of his nose and asked with a hint of uncertainty, me? Can I create high-quality mecha girls? He suddenly felt a great sense of responsibility. After watching the mecha girls created by his videos, would they all, in a sense, call him daddy? 032, naturally oblivious to his inner grievances, simply nodded emphatically. All Super S pilots accompanying teams share the same mission. Even if you're not Super S yet, you're already on the battlefield. As long as you accumulate enough military merit, you can use special potions to strengthen your body. When your body reaches a certain level of strength, theoretically, you'll have 1 foot on the threshold of becoming a Super S pilot. At least at that point, with your elevated lifespan, you'll be able to live longer and have more opportunities to pursue Super S level. Suli raised an eyebrow and asked, what kind of pilot can be called Super S level? 032 glanced at Suli with some surprise, but patiently explained, it's not easy to explain. All I can say is that every Super S level pilot is a gem of humanity. They're active in various locations on the battlefield, most serving as high-ranking commanders, guarding a particular area. All I can say is that all Super S-rank pilots possess unique skills. These can be applied to the Mecha girls, providing them with powerful support. Under the influence of these skills, the Mecha girls can unleash even greater combat power. You mean, it's similar to resonance? No, the two are vastly different. Resonance simply indicates a high degree of compatibility between the pilot and the Mecha girl, but it's a different matter from skill. A Super S-rank pilot can resonate with his Mecha girl at any time. However, a pilot who can resonate isn't necessarily a Super S-rank pilot. Suli nodded thoughtfully. Just as he was about to ask about the third mission, there was a knock on the door. The door opened, and a fiery red figure immediately peeked in, scanning the two people inside with a hint of suspicion. Master, can I sleep in the room next to yours? Seeing Lightning push the door open, Suli answered without hesitation, sure. Isn't the entire floor vacant? You can sleep wherever you want. She walked into the room, took a look around, and nodded with satisfaction. This place was infinitely better than the school's old warehouse. Gone were the cluttered shelves and oil drums. In their place were spacious desks and elegant bookcases. A large map hung on the wall, marking the Zerg colonies around the base. Not only were all kinds of furniture and supplies of similar styles readily available, but in one corner, there was even an old-fashioned record player. In the cabinet below, a stack of records, seemingly extremely old, lay upright. Curious, she leaned over to examine them more closely. Hey, you followed Lightning in and exchanged glances with Suli. Her face was pale, clearly having received the governor's instructions, and her feelings were filled with mixed emotions. While Aka's disintegration brought her joy, it didn't bring her the redemption she imagined. Perhaps continuing her previous research was the only way for her to prove her worth. She wasn't as carefree as she imagined. What's wrong? Why do you all look so strange? Are you hiding something from me? Lightning's gaze darted from face to face, focusing on 032. 032 was stunned, unable to understand what this had to do with her. But she clearly wasn't thinking about it. After saluting Suli, she walked out of the room, closing the door behind her. Suli couldn't help but want to hold her forehead when she saw Lightning's attitude. Every time she made that expression, it meant she was about to get into trouble again. As expected, after staring at Suli for a while, she decisively walked to the next room, brought over her blanket, and spread it on Suli's large bed. Her hair stood on end, and her face was nonchalant. You must be scared today, since you're going into battle for the first time. It's okay, I can sleep with you despite myself. After all, I'm your Mecha girl. Comforting you is also part of my job. Hey you, standing by, was stunned. She admitted that she had been lost in thought, giving Lightning an opportunity to take advantage, but she should have been the one saying these words. She truly couldn't understand what had happened to Lightning, who was always so slow-witted, to suddenly interrupt her. Watching Lightning blush and feign indifference as he returned to the bedroom, she turned to Suli, walked over, and gently held his arm. Master, your injuries haven't been treated yet. Let me help you. Let's go to the infirmary first. You lost so much blood, you might have to stay there today. And your head. While I don't know what happened between you and Lightning in the cockpit, the fingerprints haven't faded yet. It's possible that your internal organs are swollen from the shock. Suli was numb. He instinctively reached for his face, only to find it incredibly smooth, devoid of the fingerprints you had described. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Lightning rushed out of the bedroom, clutching the quilt and pillow in one hand, and quickly grasped his other arm. This man, with no restraint, lifted his arm halfway up. He felt a sudden pain in his waist, and the wound opened again. The new uniform he had just donned was drenched in blood. The two mech girls blushed at this, and, one on each side, they rushed out, carrying him, bumping into 038, who had entered with the medical mech girl. 038 glanced at the two blushing mech girls, then at Suli, who gasped, and instantly understood. She glared at Suli with a hint of resentment. Brother. I'm not saying this to you. You said you were injured, so why don't you exercise some restraint? Suli, ? The medical mech girl's eyes slowly widened, and her ears visibly perked up. Chapter 59. Suli's injuries weren't serious, he just looked very pale from the heavy bleeding. It's nothing serious. Don't disturb him. What the commander needs most right now is rest. Sudden, massive blood loss can cause fainting, but thankfully, he's pulled through. First, rest and recuperate. We knew you were coming, so we prepared a surprise. If you rest properly, the commander won't even have to miss the welcome party. The medical lady packed up her belongings, attached the blood bag to Suli's body, and left the room with the medical kit. Lightning stared intently at Heiyu, as if she were the culprit behind Suli's bleeding. Alright, stop staring. Aren't you tired after all this? If you want to rest, just go to bed. If you don't want to rest, you can arrange your time accordingly. Honestly, I'm really looking forward to the welcome party. Heiyu blushed at this and stood up and headed back to the inner room. Lightning wasn't to be outdone. Taking advantage of her height and long legs, she took the lead and lay down near the middle. That way, no matter which side Suli lay, she would be closest. 038 watched the two women stride briskly, and secretly gave Suli a thumbs up. His eyes narrowed into thin lines, like a fox watching a show. Suli rolled his eyes in annoyance, shed his blood-stained uniform, and lay on his back on the sofa. He had too many questions in his mind. The governor specifically named Heiyu as the task, suggesting she was far more than just the head of the group. Recalling the unusual events during the competition, he instinctively suspected she had something to do with the so-called experiment. But how old was she then? A grown child, either playing on the court or conducting research in a lab. In both of his 18-year-old lives, he'd been rolling around in engine oil. A cool breeze blew through the open window. 038 adjusted her cloak and sat on the stool beside Suli. Her legs, clad in black stockings, crossed, creating a beautiful curve. Her legs shone with a lustrous sheen, their upper body hidden by the blue hem of her skirt. The room suddenly fell silent. The soft sunlight streaming in through the window made them both feel somewhat comfortable. If this weren't a battlefield, an atmosphere like this would definitely relax them completely. 038 stared blankly out the window. From here, he could just see the pass. The sunlight streamed down, and the automatic machine guns on the tower reflected a warm glow, bringing a deep sense of security. Sister, is there something wrong? No, you should rest. I just want to stay by your side for a while. She smoothed her drooping hair, not looking at Suli's face. He was injured, and what he needed most right now was rest. Lightning wasn't alert enough, and Heiyu was preoccupied. In this unknown place, he needed someone by his side at all times. Besides, her woman's intuition told her that this base seemed to be hiding some secret. The B-rank mech girl named Songling had lied. No matter what, she and 032 had to ensure that someone stayed awake and stayed by Suli's side. Perhaps due to his injury, he closed his eyes for only a moment before falling into a deep sleep. After waiting for a long time without any sign of movement, the two mech girls emerged from the bedroom and, seeing Suli sound asleep, curled their lips in unison. 038 gestured to them, silencing them. The two of them tiptoed over and sat down beside the sofa. A pleasant breeze blew across each mecha girl's face. Having just experienced the battlefield, the two were instantly overcome by the breeze. They collapsed in front of Suli and fell into a deep sleep on the sofa. When Suli woke up, it was already dark. Watching the medical mecha girl's small hands groping around him, he had reason to suspect she was doing it intentionally. The wound on his waist had closed, and while the pain remained, he could move normally with minimal effort. Even so, the small hands continued to wrap the bandages around and around, showing no sign of stopping. If 038 hadn't stopped them, he had no doubt she would have wrapped him like a mummy. The welcome party was held in the first-floor lobby. When Suli came downstairs, everyone was already there. The hall was filled with tables, long tables laden with a variety of food. At a command, all the mecha girls on either side stood up in unison and saluted him. Suli stood before the mecha girls, smiled warmly, and said, "Although this is our first meeting, don't be shy. Eat and drink. I just have a few words to say now. Let's get started. I haven't eaten all day, and I'm starving." He slowly walked to his table, raised his glass, gestured to everyone present, and drank it all in one gulp. "I wish you all good luck in the martial arts world, and happiness every day." As soon as he finished speaking, he eagerly sat down at his seat. All the mech girls took their seats, and turned their gazes towards Suli. It was then that Suli finally got a clear look at the food on the plate before him. The fist-sized chunk of meat was black, but Suli recognized it immediately. It was a woodlice larva. It looked no more than a week old. Suli looked up at the mech girls staring at him and swallowed. He couldn't show any fear. If this was just a show of force from the outpost mech girls, it wouldn't be a big deal. He ignored their gazes and reached out to pick up the woodlice before him. He twirled it twice in his hands, then, after finding the right spot, he bit down. Under the horrified gazes of Lightning and Heyu, his teeth locked onto the woodlice's head with precision. With a flick of his head, he tore its head and spine straight out. The sound was like a toilet plunger being pulled from a toilet. Suli spat the inedible head and spine onto an empty plate beside him. He cradled the woodlice's body with both hands, placed his mouth on the wound, and began to suck contentedly. Heyu clenched his small hand tightly, his face twitching as he watched Suli's expression of enjoyment. Honging couldn't bear to watch any longer and turned her head away, trying to distract herself. But she realized that Suli wasn't the only one eating. Many other mech girls were joining in. Compared to Suli's eating style, theirs could be described as wild. This wasn't even a mech girl at all. Is this how the battlefield forges a person? The chef at the outpost was quite skilled. At least the sauce was well mixed, perfectly counteracting the astringent taste of the woodlice. Suli sucked up all the juice, then used his hands to pry open the woodlice shell. Using a small spoon, he scraped the white flesh inside, stuffing it into his mouth one bite after another. His mouth was dripping with grease, and he didn't forget to raise his cup and gesture to the other pilots. In the hall, except for the pilots he had brought with him, everyone else's spirits instantly soared. "Captain, how handsome! These things were specially prepared by our sisters, and we were worried you wouldn't be used to them. Captain, you're a real man. You didn't even hesitate. Captain, have you eaten them before?" Suli smiled and shook his head. He hadn't eaten them in this life, but he had eaten plenty in his past. He finished one and immediately reached for another. In his past life, food like this was essential nourishment for pilots. He hadn't eaten them in 20 years, and he was already craving them. Lightning stared in amazement as Suli devoured the insects, his brow furrowed in a frown. She even began to doubt herself. Could it be that she had shaken him by the head, shaking him silly? Suli turned and considerately took a piece for Lightning, placing it on the plate in front of her. "Try it. This is good stuff. Specially supplied for the battlefield. Eating something like this in the heart of humanity is out of the question." Lightning lowered his head, staring at the dark insect carcass on his plate, and swallowed with difficulty. Heyu looked from Suli, who was feasting heartily, to Lightning, who was hesitant. Her whole body began to tremble. Until Suli noticed her and considerately placed a piece on her plate as well. She tilted her head, covered her mouth, and ran out of the hall. The other mecha girls' faces paled visibly. Even 032 felt a little overwhelmed by the insect feast before her. On the plate before her, a foot-long object, resembling a bamboo joint, stood there, as if waving at her. If she hadn't recognized it, she would have eaten it. Yet, this bamboo joint bore the marks of her knife. 032 The only insects she had killed today, besides longhorned beetles, were a few iridescent spiders. When she thought of its true form, she felt a lump in her throat, and then she ran out after Heyu. Chapter 60. You're all so surprised, but I'm not kidding. It's delicious. Suli picked up a spider leg and, in front of all the mecha girls, raised his hammer and cracked the bone wall. He used chopsticks to pick up the white and reddish strips of flesh inside, dipped them in the sauce, and stuffed them into his mouth. It's really delicious. It tastes just like lobster. This whole insect feast had a wide variety of different flavors. In his previous life, even 100,000 wouldn't be enough to eat a single meal. Even on the battlefield, it took immense effort to find them. Eat. This is truly delicious. You all seen the iridescent spider. It has 8 legs, but only 4 are edible. Plus, it's incredibly powerful, making it incredibly difficult to hunt. Do you know how hard it was to gather all this food? He pointed to the various insect parts on the plate before him and said, "These aren't insects at all. They're the heartfelt gifts from all the mecha girls at the outpost. Eat as much as you can." As he ate, he explained to the mecha girls beside him which age group of woodlice is most delicious, the muscles near the cheeks of a woodlice, and the thick first thigh joint. With these words, the faces of all the mecha girls around him darkened even further. They all tried to move aside, as if to avoid suspicion. On the other hand, Song Ling, who was sitting next to him, had his eyes light up. "Sir, you're an expert. We also have tiger fleas here. Their segments are edible, but they're a bit too acidic. They're the best snack we sell here. After special processing, they taste exactly like dried plums. Suli swallowed the spider leg in his mouth and widened his eyes. Is Lingtsue star so rich in species? Even tiger fleas? The acidity problem is easy to solve. Use baking soda in water, marinate for a day and a night, and the meat will be sweet and melt in your mouth. But you need to pay attention to the temperature. If it's too hot, the meat will become tough. So it's best to use ice water. Really? Song Ling bit the head of a wood lice and didn't bother to pull it out. She quickly stood up and ran outside. I'll go find our chef. If she hears how knowledgeable you are, she'll definitely want to discuss it with you. Suli wanted to get up and hold her back, but after looking at the wood lice in his left hand and the spider leg in his right, he decisively gave up. Among the mecha girls, only 038 followed Su Li's example and picked up a wood lice to taste it. Her rosy lips parted slightly, pressing against the insect's tip. With a simple squeeze of her hands, a stream of juice, rich in flavor, flowed into her mouth. Her eyes suddenly widened, and she couldn't help but suck twice, a look of unsatisfied satisfaction on her face. The juices were slightly hot. She opened her mouth and fanned them twice with her hands. Then, imitating Su Li's method, she tore open the woodlice carapace and scraped the white flesh along the inner wall with a small spoon. The spoonful of white flesh tasted not sticky at all, but rather smooth, chewy, and very delicious. She covered her mouth with one hand and chewed frantically. 038 never imagined that one day, she would lose her usual business image because of a single bite of food. How's it, sister? Not bad. Try this. Suli picked up the spoon and scooped out what looked like a transparent glass ball, placing it on the plate in front of 038. She lowered her head, squinting in the light as she examined it. The ball was a shimmering green, with a lot of white flocks floating inside. You can call it Emerald Dream. Before Suli finished introducing it, she scooped it up with a spoon and stuffed it directly into her mouth. It tasted just as she imagined, with a hint of sweetness. Emerald Dream, that's a good name. I decided, take me with you when you go out to forage for ingredients. Oh brother, you know what this thing is made of, right? Suli grinned. He loved the mecha girl, who could accept her unusual behavior so calmly. Just for that, he had to drive the 038 a few more times. Of course I know. These are the eggs of the iridescent spider that didn't leave the body. Puff! Lightning, who had just stuffed the Emerald Dream into her mouth, spat it out. She finally understood that there was probably nothing else on the table besides the insects. Lightning, be brave enough to experiment. These things are also crucial energy sources for mecha girls. Just one Emerald Dream you just spat out, and one plate of it could be exchanged for a bucket of 82 lubricant. Lightning stared in disbelief at the green pellet she spat into the bowl. She closed her eyes and poured the contents directly from the bowl back into her mouth. That expression, as if she were about to be executed, amused Suli. As expected, dealing with lightning, as long as she involved lubricant, her acceptance increased significantly. A woodlice costs about 1 tank, a spider leg costs 3 tanks. If it's a tiger flea, it's much more expensive. 2 hind legs could be worth a whole tank. Lightning struggled, imitating Suli's example, picking at things Suli had already eaten and slowly trying them. Thankfully, she quickly overcame her inner unease and unconsciously began to eat faster. Seeing this, the other mech girls, whether they could accept it or not, began to try it. They were all soldiers, and they hadn't flinched when they encountered bugs, so why would they back down just because of some bug meat? It was conceivable that most of their meals from now on would be related to these creatures before them. Adapting and getting used to them as quickly as possible was what a soldier should truly do. As the welcome party progressed, communication between them noticeably decreased. It was clear that the mech girls at the outpost didn't often have the opportunity to enjoy such a wide variety of delicious food. They each devoured the food on the plates in front of them with a look of satisfaction, and few of them chatted with each other. Suli ate bite after bite, carefully feeling the changes these ingredients brought to his body. In his previous life, the pilot's ability to operate giant mechs was undoubtedly due to their Zerg bodies. To operate a mech, a single arm must have a pulling force of at least 90 kilograms. In addition to daily training, high-energy food intake was also of paramount importance. In his previous life, he'd eaten so many insects without feeling any noticeable effects. But in this life, even with just a tiny amount, he could clearly feel an inexplicable energy coursing through his body, then surge towards his brain. Report to the host. Absorbable energy is currently being detected. Please maintain the current absorption rate. In 3 minutes, The system will reach saturation and automatically begin upgrading. After this upgrade, the redemption mall will be open. Host, please actively acquire energy. Suli was stunned. He had assumed his system had no further uses besides observing the attributes of the mecha girls and adjusting their own. But now, he realized he was completely mistaken. He had pondered this seemingly useless system more than once before. But now it seemed far more useful than he imagined. Suli glanced up at the over 100 mecha girls seated in the hall, and his mind instantly perked up. Chapter 61. Life at the outpost wasn't as tense as Suli had imagined. The mech girls here seemed to have long since grown accustomed to the absence of a commander. They went about their business methodically, keeping everything neatly organized. Of the base's 10 teams, 3 went out on patrol every day, killing any Zerg swarming around the base and dismembering them for return. Of the remaining teams, 2 were responsible for its defense, while 1 was responsible for daily debugging of the space jammers, ensuring their proper function. Of the remaining 4 teams, some served as emergency response teams, while others worked with the logistics mech girls to maintain the town's operations. This included repairing damaged mech girls. Suli wasn't in a rush to assume command of the outpost. Firstly, he didn't yet understand how the base operated. A hasty takeover could lead to untold disasters if an anomaly occurred. Secondly, the governor's assigned tasks required his personal oversight. The system update lasted a day and a night. During this time, he completed the acceptance of the experimental equipment in the underground facility of the outpost. This facility had never been put into use since its construction. But to Suli's surprise, everything inside was functioning normally. Led by the black and red robot girl, he followed her into the elevator. After entering a series of commands and performing eye recognition, the elevator suddenly descended, traveling a straight distance of approximately 2 kilometers before slowly coming to a stop. A heavy mechanical gate and a cumbersome authentication process. Once the entire lab is operational, no one other than Heiyu and Suli will have access. Suli watched Heiyu direct the black and red mecha girl as she placed the equipment in its proper place. He asked, somewhat worriedly, "Are you okay by yourself? In this kind of environment?" He surveyed the empty underground lab. While it was brightly lit, within this vast space, besides Heiyu himself, there were only a pile of cold machines. Heiyu, in his uncertain mental state, was alone here. It might be fine for a short time, but for a longer period, it was hard to say if there wouldn't be problems. "If you don't need Honging, she can come accompany me. She could also help with the experiments. She just doesn't have access authorization, but staying with one of us will solve the access problem." She smoothed the hair by her ear, the corners of her lips curling slightly, as if pleased that Suli was worried about her. "And there will be additional researchers coming in later. It'll only take about 2 weeks, not as difficult as Master imagined. Besides, I brought some comfort items for myself." She pointed to the metal box in the corner, intending to put it in her private lounge shortly. Suli had already learned some of Heiyu's past from her account. Her taking over Akaw's research was undoubtedly a necessary choice for the mechanical island. Akaw will never give up so easily. As a member of the council, her methods are definitely not limited to this. The human council's attitude towards their handling of them is quite problematic. Perhaps some of them already knew what Akaw was doing. What they revealed might not be all. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been assassinated. Heiyu nodded. The governor thinks the same. Although Lei Ting's actions this time have shocked many, their covert actions won't cease. So we don't have much time left, and I need to start researching as soon as possible. Are you sure? Heiyu shook his head slowly, a wry smile on his face. There's no such thing as certainty in research. I can only say I have a few directions. What we need next is to explore each one. Thank you for your hard work. But there's no need to panic. If you need anything, just tell me directly. I'll do my best to meet your needs. Everything? Suli was stunned, keenly aware of the ill intentions of some people. He lowered his head, and saw Heiyu licking his lips gently, a dangerous smile on his face. A chill washed over him. He turned quickly, and waved behind him. I'm going upstairs now. I have a lot of work to do. As for Hongying, I'll send her down shortly. Oh, remember to eat well. Heiyu couldn't help but chuckle as he watched Suli's fleeing figure. She hummed her own unique tune, picked up the metal box with one hand, and bounded into the lounge. After entering a ridiculously insane 32-digit password, she closed the lounge door. It was bare, save for a simple table, chairs, and a bed. She made the bed, opened the box, pulled out a life-size stuffed doll of Suli, and placed it on the bed. Then she threw herself on the quilt, rolling around wildly. If Suli were still there, he would have seen that the metal box was filled with small things that had inexplicably disappeared from his daily life. For example, a 2 or 3-year-old wrench and a broken screwdriver. At the top of the box, his extremely vintage, ripped t-shirt was neatly folded and tightly sealed in a plastic bag. Void transmission, precise delivery. The governor had said that to ensure the researchers' happiness, all reasonable requests should be met. She felt the governor was absolutely right. 038 silently watched Hei-Yu's every move from the window, her lips twitching involuntarily. Should she tell Hei-Yu that the one-way window in her lounge was installed backwards? In the lounge, Hei-Yu, hugging a full-length pillow and rubbing her face against it, had no idea that her every move was clearly visible to the people outside. After finishing all his tasks, the system in Su Li's mind finally completed its upgrade with a soft beep. He eagerly opened the system interface, and immediately found the so-called system mall. Every item inside was beyond Su Li's expectations, yet also seemed reasonable. There were permanent modules that improved his mecha's attributes, and special potions that enhanced his physical fitness. The sheer number of items available for redemption reached thousands. He flipped through the pages, each one a product he desperately needed but couldn't obtain. He stared at the energy bar in the upper right corner, which was barely a single digit, and then glanced at the price tag below each item. Instantly, his mood became somewhat uncertain. It truly lived up to its usual principle of being useless. So many items, only good for viewing. A golden advertisement suddenly popped up on the system's mall interface. This was the first time Su Li had seen it since acquiring the system. He perked up and took a closer look. Before he could even decipher what was written, a sweet female voice echoed in his mind. Are you still worried about not having enough energy? Don't pay 19,998. Don't pay 9,998. We're offering a great deal right now. Just $9.98, and take home 998 energy. Double your first deposit. This opportunity only lasts one time, first come, first served. By the way, after completing your first deposit, you'll receive a new B gift pack worth 30,000 energy points. Opportunities are fleeting, and life is all about striving. With 998, you'll be ahead of most people on this journey. Action is worse than action. Spend the least and enjoy the most fulfilling life. To top up, click the top up button below. Su Li silently closed the system mall. In this world, besides the Mecha girl, no one could take money out of his pocket. Chapter 62. Gaining energy wasn't a difficult task for Su Li. Based on his current situation, as long as he continued to consume insects, he could obtain nearly 200 energy points daily. This presupposes a sufficient supply of food each day. Thus, passive defense is never advisable. The system had already used itself as an example to show Su Li how outrageous it had become after the upgrade. Before closing the recharge interface, the golden template was dazzling, but after closing it, it transformed into a khaki color scheme, instantly exuding a nerdy aura. The upgrade seemed to bring far more than just functional improvements. Now, it even looked down on others. It seemed to know that the items in the mall weren't appealing enough to Su Li. After 2 hours of contemplation, it silently automatically pushed several items to the maybe you like section. 9,120 needle, high density, scratch resistant stockings. Are you still frustrated by your mech girl's clothes constantly getting torn? Buy a pair. From deep black to pure white, there's a pair that's perfect for you. Durable, scratch resistant, and heat resistant. Tear-proof and knife-proof. As a seasoned pilot, you wouldn't want your mech girl's flawless legs to suffer even the slightest damage. This system mall focuses on attentive service. A pair of high-quality, skin-tight, defensive gear is a must-have for mech girls, whether out and about, hunting monsters, or traveling at home. It also allows pilots to enjoy silky smoothness. What are you waiting for? Top up 38,888 now, and receive double energy back, plus a surprise gift pack containing a pair of assorted stockings. Original price 8,888. Su Li was immediately displeased. He didn't understand how this big data was being pushed. And how could they look at him with such vulgar eyes? He silently chose to top up. For a modern-day youth who values beauty and a love of beauty, he wasn't exactly envious of stockings. It was simply that the discounts in the system mall were too generous. Besides, it was a reasonable way to spend money on his own mecha girl. After all, it was a double energy return. With the completion of the first top-up, the system panel once again glowed a golden, luxurious color. In addition to the energy points he had returned, a series of gift packs instantly appeared in the system's included backpack. It was then that Su Li realized what he had missed out on for the previous 20 years. This system, which usually played dead, was actually issuing system tasks. Completing each task rewarded him with corresponding energy points. On the newbie's lucky draw wheel, one draw cost only 100 energy points. Looking at the long list of completed tasks on the task list, he couldn't help but frown. Suli had no idea where the system came from, but he knew it was a madcap moneymaker. If he didn't top up, it seemed he would never be able to fully experience the system. The value of the newbie gift pack was incredibly high. It included a complete set of upgrade modules for upgrading an A-rank mecha to S-rank, several energy bundles, and a variety of potions. Aside from the potions, a single module in the system store cost 80,000 energy to purchase. This was why Suli, unwilling to top up even 998, spent 38,888 instead. He simply wanted to save up enough to upgrade Lightning. But unexpectedly, the newbie gift pack came with it. A set of modules contained 6, corresponding to the 6 basic attributes of the mecha. Lightning only needed one of these to completely upgrade, a complete transformation. Although Lightning never voiced this, a flicker of envy always crossed her face whenever she saw Heyu and Hongying. In fact, if Suli hadn't taken the initiative to pilot her, she would have been more than happy to give the opportunity to Heyu. As his first mecha girl, and one with whom he could deeply resonate, this wasn't fair. The moment he saw the module, Suli made up his mind. He would upgrade Lightning, no matter what. Suli led Lightning directly to the repair shop, found a separate storage area, and let Lightning finish the deployment. He stood still, examining her from head to toe. Module and module are two different concepts. Modules were invented by humans, approved by the mechanical island, and then widely implemented. They are used to improve the overall attributes of a mecha girl. Higher-level modules have greater performance enhancements and fewer side effects. They are sold in physical stores across the Alliance for pilots to choose from. The advantages are obvious, but the disadvantages are also obvious. The points it increases are merely added value. Once the module is damaged or removed, the mecha girl's value will return to its base value. Aka Industries is one of the manufacturers of the corresponding modules within the Human Council. Suli had previously considered earning enough money to purchase a brake module for Lightning, but high-quality modules were prohibitively expensive. Furthermore, he had never found a suitable one. But modules are different. They are directly produced by the Mecha Island, similar to built-in functional patches, which can fill the mecha girl's inherent shortcomings without side effects. The higher the level of the module, the greater the value it can fill. No side effects. Modules of the same level can be stacked together. However, the improvement each time they are stacked decreases dramatically. Modules can only be exchanged for military merit, and their yield is extremely low. In the heartland of humanity, Suli had only heard of these modules, but had never actually seen one. But now, he had 6 of them in his hands. Master, are you going to debug? Lightning, already fully deployed on the shelf, blushed as Suli stared at her. Even though she had already debugged it more than once, every time Suli looked at her like that, she couldn't help but feel excited. Suli frowned slightly. This was his first time with a module, and given the vague description, he wasn't sure how much improvement it would bring to Lightning. He stared at the palm-sized module in his hand, which looked like a chip, and then glanced at the massive Lightning body. Even though he had studied Lightning thoroughly, he had no idea where to install the device in his hands. Does the module's upgrade rely on the original attribute? Or does it increase a certain value? Suli hesitated, unsure whether to reallocate the attribute allocated to stability to braking. Master? What you're holding. Lightning suddenly unfurled and sprinted towards Suli. After a few steps, she subconsciously slowed down, knowing that it might not be what she imagined. They hadn't achieved any merit yet, and there was no way they would have enough military merit to redeem it. Suli raised the module in his hand at the hesitant Lightning, his solemn expression vanishing. Whatever. As long as he had enough energy, he had enough modules. As long as it was used on Lightning, it wouldn't be wasted. Why did you come down? It just so happens I never touched this thing before. Do you know how to use it? Lightning's eyes widened as she stared at the module in Suli's hand in disbelief, her body trembling for a moment. She slowly extended her hand, intending to touch the module in Suli's hand, but paused mid-stretch. Master, Heyu and Hongying need it more than I do. With it, they can definitely reach new heights in strength. I'm just an A-rank mecha girl. Each module like this is invaluable. You can't waste it on me. Suli reached up and touched Lightning's head, then took her hand and placed the module in it. I said I'll never leave you. Take it. You need to grow as much as possible. He closed his palm for her and reached out to touch her head again. We still have a long way to go. This is just the beginning. Lightning, tears in her eyes, took the module and threw herself into Su Li's arms. Su Li gasped in surprise. Chapter 63. Watching Lightning unfold the items on the shelf again, Su Li immediately turned his back and pulled out a bottle of the lowest grade strengthening fluid from his shopping bag. He tilted his head back and poured it into his mouth. He couldn't stand the pain of his entire body aching from just a simple hug from the Mecha girl. No Mecha girl, no matter how emotionally charged, has a hard time controlling their strength. He could only find a solution from within. Fortunately, with the supply of Zerg food and the assistance provided by the system, it wouldn't be long before his physique would rapidly improve. A slightly bitter taste spread in his mouth, and he swallowed. Then he turned around, picked up a module from the side, and slowly walked over to Lightning. The bright exterior armor, no matter how many times he looked at it, always brought back the rush he felt the first time he saw her on the field. He reached out and rubbed it, finding the groove Lightning had mentioned, where the break would be. He excitedly took the chip in his hand and attached it. Then, subconsciously, he took 2 steps back and looked up at Lightning. A faint red glow suddenly rose from her external armor, its properties fluctuating the moment the module was placed. Su Li watched as her braking efficiency soared from 15 to 61, before slowly coming to a stop. Her mobility, previously constrained by braking, also rose by 15 points. It reached the 85 mark. Lightning's originally red mecha paint suddenly began to transform. A faint golden glow began to spread from the edge of the armor, as if coating it with a layer of gold. A golden light appeared in her red pupils, making her look even more majestic and domineering. Su Li watched the transformation of Lightning intently, awestruck. A small A-level upgrade chip transformed Lightning into a rebirth. No wonder modules are so in short supply. On the system interface, Lightning's suffix had changed to a golden S level. The massive mech disengaged, and Lightning, her eyes red, stepped out at an extremely slow pace. The sudden braking force was very uncomfortable for her. She used to always slam the brakes full, but now it was almost impossible to walk. But even so, her heart was surging. Looking at Su Li smiling at her, she wanted only to rush over and throw herself into his arms. Let's go! The new modules are installed, so of course we have to go out and try them out. Lightning nodded, her eyes red, and walked slowly towards the outside. 10 minutes later, a bright red figure galloped out of the pass. 16 black and red mechs followed closely behind, charging outward. The 17 mechs had barely left the pass when they attracted the Zerg's attention within 10 minutes. Dozens of wood lice crawled out of their burrows, their tentacles waving and sticking out, sniffing the air for the scent of mechs. With their distinctive rustling sounds, they moved in the direction of the mechs advanced to intercept them. Except for 032, the rest of the personnel will form groups of 3 and spread out to search for targets. Reconvene at the designated location in half an hour. He gave the order, ignoring the group of black and red mechs. He pulled the joystick and typed commands at a rapid pace on the keyboard. Lightning's previous shortcomings were too obvious, but now that they had been corrected, he could shorten his commands for more precise control. The bright red mech drew its spear at full speed, and with a flick of its tip, it charged towards the swarm of wood lice. 032 had noticed something different about Lightning from the very beginning. Initially, she thought she simply changed her livery to change her mood. But once outside, she realized Lightning was truly different. Her movement style had changed drastically. Previously, her thrusters were always running, but now, half of them were ignited. Could Lightning possibly stop a car like this? The bright red mech raced away, with no intention of braking. It plunged headfirst into the swarm of wood lice, its spear waving and its tip piercing. The immense impact and the sharpened weapon rendered the thick carapaces of the wood lice useless, like tattered leather, easily pierced by the spear tip. In just over 20 seconds, Lightning, already known for her speed, had pierced the swarm of wood lice, turning at a slight angle not far away and charging back in a new direction. 032 was stunned. A tight turn? She knew Su Li was capable of maneuvering Lightning like this, but that only required the use of thrusters. She stared at the lightning thrusters and rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Those dark nozzles, not a trace of fire. What the hell? She had never imagined that Su Li could possess such a module. 032 flew low the entire time, faithfully acting as her recorder, watching Su Li swiftly carve through the swarm of wood lice once again, before turning again. The wood lice attack power was not strong, so as long as they didn't surround and bite her, she would be safe. But that didn't mean Su Li could play around with the wood lice. Yes, he was playing. 3 charges had decimated all the wood lice, leaving only 1. 032 no longer fretted over Lightning's unusual behavior. She was stunned by Su Li's skill. The scene from the provincial competition replayed itself. This time, the enemy was noticeably smaller. The smaller the size, the more complex the maneuver. A woodlice was lifted high and flung away by the spear's tip. The red lightning accelerated and landed beneath it, its spear tip thrust out, leaving an afterimage. The woodlice was like a joyful kayak, buffeted by the crimson waves, its surging passion surging unstoppable for a long time. 032 watched Lightning whip the woodlice away, and quickly urged her to follow. This chase lasted 3 minutes. In just a short while, Lightning had whipped the woodlice for 9 kilometers. Hee, little one, Grandpa's in a good mood today. I'll take you home. The woodlice fell to the ground, its passion finally over. It no longer had the strength to even hum or neigh. The entire carapace of its massive body had been completely stripped away, leaving only a white, blue-striped flesh. 032 was silent. She had always known Su Li's piloting skills were excellent, having earned the governor's favor. But she had never imagined his skills could reach this level. She could control the mecha and send the woodlice flying. But whipping the woodlice while it was running for 9 kilometers, she couldn't even think of it, let alone completely removing the carapace from its back while moving. This wasn't human skill. She narrowed her eyes, doubting her own understanding for the first time. Could those Super S pilots perform the same maneuvers Su Li could? 032 didn't know. She stood there, like a fool, completely oblivious to her mission. The woodlice, lying on the ground, finally came to its senses. The pain of having its shell completely peeled away made it curse. Su Li stabbed its mouth with a shot, muffling the curse words. Then he slowly approached a hole, took a look, placed the naked white worm in the center of a giant net, and dragged it to the entrance of the wormhole. Come out, little ones. Mommy's back with some delicious food for you. 032 came back to his senses just as Su Li's alluring tone. Chapter 64. Outside the cave entrance, there wasn't just his mother. There were also hungry wolves devouring prey, and a heavy dose of anesthetic spray. The babies in the cave had simply smelled a sweet scent. What could they have done wrong? Su Li, squatting outside, held a large can of spray, spraying the small woodlice in the net as evenly as possible. He held a spear in one hand, occasionally swiping an overage one into the air and stabbing it dead. Some insects lack self-awareness. They have no idea how old their meat is. Under 032's somewhat numb gaze, Su Li tucked all the young woodlice in the cave entrance into the giant net. To ensure no one slipped through, he even thrust his spear into the hole and stirred it. After confirming there were no survivors, he stomped on someone's house. The nature of his actions was truly despicable. The wicked commander carelessly discarded the body of the large woodlice to the side before tightening the net, slinging one onto his back with his spear, and happily began searching for his next target. The sunset on Lingsue Star is beautiful. This is probably the common perception of all the woodlice larvae in the giant whip. Su Li thought so too. Lightning didn't think so. This was the first time she disagreed with her master. Because she didn't even look up, she lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. She had thought that after reaching S rank, she would be able to withstand the impact of Su Li's orders. But she had clearly overestimated herself and underestimated her master's cruelty. When one shot could have solved the problem, he insisted on firing over 300 shots in just 3 minutes. He was not human. He hadn't considered her feelings at all. She stared at the half-eaten white worm and suddenly felt like they might have a lot in common. At least, that was the case when it came to Su Li. He hadn't even asked for its opinion. Lightning watched, tears of sympathy streaming from the corners of her mouth. She quickly sniffed and glanced back at Su Li. Seeing he hadn't noticed, she breathed a sigh of relief. Some things just can't be started. Once started, there's no stopping them. The thought of another night of woodlice to eat made her stomach growl subconsciously. Today was Tuesday in the human sense. On this pleasant evening, with a beautiful sunset and a gentle breeze, 30 insect nests near the base were tragically wiped out. Fate is unpredictable. They never imagined that such a phrase could apply to them. Choosing to nest near the base meant they were aware of the risks involved. In their years on Lingsue Star, no matter how difficult it was, they would fight to survive. Until today, that cold-blooded butcher slaughtered their entire family, teaching them a lesson with bloody experience. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Alas, they learned it too late. Now they are either dead or on their way to death. Su Li and the others are also on their way. Unlike the insects, they are on their way home. 17 mechs, each dragging a massive alloy net behind them. The layers of these giant nets gathered the selfless gifts of so many Zerg. Each enormous package was more than twice the size of the mech itself. They struggled forward, dragging the nets. The immense weight plowed 17 trenches into the ground. The mech girls, who had come out to meet them from the outpost, were all dumbfounded. Their legs trembled with excitement as they gazed at the massive net before them. Last time, they had dispatched only half the team, and before Suli arrived, it had taken them 3 full days to gather enough food for everyone's meal. But now, in just 2 short hours, they had witnessed a miracle. So much. We won't be able to finish this in a week. Are the A-rank mecha girls really that strong? They sent out an S-rank. Even the captains of the Royal Guards are S-rank. Amazing. Their combat power far surpasses ours. The commander has gone out too. Which mecha is he in? Is it the bright red one? His. Does the commander have a preference for red? I heard that Mecha Girl was the first one the commander contracted. She's amazing. She fought her way through the city competition with the commander. I even found a video of the match. Got a video? Show it to everyone. I haven't seen it myself. The Mecha Girls whispered in the team chat as they took the giant net from the Royal Guards. Their excitement was visibly high. Each one turned to glance at Lightning as they passed by, leaving him feeling somewhat bewildered. Master, why are they staring at me? Because Lightning looks so cool today. Suli's hunting success astounded everyone at the outpost. A large number of mech girls abandoned their work and rushed to the warehouse to watch. Suli emerged from the cockpit, standing next to the massive alloy net, like a toothpick. But no mech girl could ignore that figure. Song Ling followed the chef mech out, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she gazed at the mountain of food. Commander, did you catch all of this? Suli smiled cheerfully and waved his hand. No, the guards also contributed greatly. I'm new here, so I don't have any gifts to offer you. I can only offer these. Nature's gifts to you, sisters, as a snack. Song Ling looked at the pile of bugs and swallowed subconsciously. If we eat them sparingly, this will be enough for our entire base to eat for a month. A month? Zerg meat is a rare tonic for both pilots and mechs. Pilots can strengthen their bodies and mechs. It can improve your attributes. It's slow, but with time, you might even break through your levels. Why save on food? Suli patted Song Ling's shoulder and addressed the mech girls present. I'm telling you, assign 2 teams of mech girls to help the cooks prepare the ingredients. Let's eat to our heart's content. As long as I'm here, we'll eat insect meat every meal. Eat as much as you can, and make emergency food if you don't finish it. As long as there's no waste, come back from your missions every day and fill your bellies to the brim before you go back to rest. The mech girls present instantly cheered. They knew insect meat could improve them. But hunting insects wasn't just a matter of words, it also involved danger and sacrifice. Song Ling's face flushed with excitement, but she quietly tugged at Su Li's shirt and whispered, Captain, there's really no need for this. The sisters are already quite content with just one treat now, and then. Su Li frowned and asked in a low voice, What's the matter? Not enough Zerg on Lung Chui Star? Song Ling was stunned. Not enough? What do you mean, not enough insects? How could there possibly be not enough insects? Su Li saw Song Ling's expression and felt relieved. Don't worry. Since there are enough insects, there's no limit on the amount we can eat from now on. Eat as many as you can. Just one is enough. The larvae in the giant net all burst into tears. Chapter 65. The insects of Lingcui Star never seemed to imagine that one day they would dedicate their entire strength, even their own lives, to the evolution of humanity and the Mecha Girls. They looked terrifying, having grown to the limits of human fear. But they still underestimated humanity's curiosity and its daring spirit of exploration. At least in Su Li's previous life, mecha pilots would foam at the mouth daily from gnawing on unknown insect parts. They crowded the front lines, clutching various insect limbs in their hands, even calling it a test of bravery. Su Li wasn't brave enough, but he had the valuable experience gained from those who had tested poison on themselves. Steamed wood lice with flour effectively locks in their juices. One bite would send a shudder through your soul. Before dinner was even served, he already savaged 3. But he was still far behind Lightning. Beside the latter, wood lice shells piled almost as high as her head. He was completely listless, his eyes dark and lifeless. It was as if the experiment had hollowed her out. She hadn't originally planned to come out, but Hongying couldn't bear to see it, so she dragged her out. Meanwhile, while she was out, they had the glass in her lounge replaced. Calculating the time, it was just enough for a meal. They could let her out again when they returned. Heiyu, who had always hated insects, didn't even notice what she was eating. Hongying peeled the wood lice shells and stuffed spoonful after spoonful into her mouth. She'd been avoiding her while peeling, but seeing her dull, unconcerned eyes, she simply poured the soup and meat into her mouth. Suli didn't interrupt her meal. While he didn't understand experiments like this, he knew it wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight. He could only say that the road ahead was long and arduous, and she had some hard work to do. 038 held a half-spider leg in her mouth, nibbling the tip with her pearly teeth. With a gentle suck, she drew the flesh into her mouth. Watching her increasingly skilled movements and the healthy blush on her face, Suli felt that the wood lice in his hand had become even more delicious. "Brother, can I come with you tomorrow? We've been at the base all day today, so I want to swap places with 032 tomorrow. My sisters also want to go out for some fresh air. Besides, hunting is something we all want to participate in. We can't just sit at the base and eat for free." "Sure. If you want to go, go ahead. We went east today, so we can explore the west tomorrow. Based on the insects' habits, the next hunting trip east won't be until a week later. After we go west tomorrow, we can head south the day after tomorrow. The north is backed by a mountain wall and can't be circumvented, so we'll have to expand our hunting range the day after tomorrow." 032 silently ate the meat in her hand. Now she didn't care what she was eating. Suli said it was good for her, so she just ate. Everyone's eating. Why shouldn't she? Listen to what they're saying: today east, tomorrow west, the day after tomorrow south. And hunting. If someone had told her before that they were going to hunt Zerg, she would have rolled her eyes and refused to communicate with such a psychopath. But now she felt like a psychopath. The very mention of the word hunt made her want to tremble with excitement. To this day, she couldn't understand why the battlefield, which was raging everywhere, had become so strange here. And this change in style had happened in just 2 days. "By the way, let me see the video you filmed today." 032 handed the terminal over immediately. Suli wiped his hand on a piece of paper with one free hand, then took the terminal from 032. A bunch of Mecha girls hurried over after hearing Suli's words, craning their heads to watch along. But as soon as they clicked on the beginning, everyone's brows furrowed. "Captain, your skills are terrible. It's all after images." "Really?" 032 also came over, but after just a few glances, she took the terminal back. "I was filming the whole thing at the same speed. Why is this happening?" Unconvinced, she fast-forwarded several times, but the result was always the same: "It's over." It was transmitted back to the Mecha island before I even saw it. "No problem, I'll try tomorrow." 038 tucked her hair, covered her mouth with her hands and burped softly, then reached for another spider leg from the plate. The Mecha girls returned to their seats. Suli turned his head slightly, and noticed a slight bulge in 038's belly. From his direction, the bellies of the blue and white mechs all bulged slightly, like a row of 2-month pregnant women. He nodded slightly. This was the right state of mind. It showed that they didn't treat him as an outsider, and that they listened to everything he said. Today, everyone at this table had to hold onto the wall to leave. After dinner, Suli, holding onto the wall, dragged Lightning with some difficulty towards the repair shop. She had caused quite a scene today, and considering the date, it was time for routine maintenance. The lights in the logistics department were still brightly lit. Many mechs that had been damaged recently had come to line up for repairs while they were resting. The hangar's deployment racks were nearly full. Even so, there were still many mechs waiting outside. They gathered in groups of 3 or 4, quietly chatting about base matters. The moment they saw Suli, they stood up and greeted him. "Captain, would you like to take a walk after dinner?" Suli pointed at Lightning and smiled at them. "Well, I guess so. I ate a lot, so I'll tune up my mechs to help me digest the food." "Captain, you can also tune up your mechs?" The mechs turned to look at him, and Suli felt a little embarrassed. "Not much, just a little." He led Lightning along, and amidst the inquiring gazes, he found an empty shelf. Lightning, with a look of pride on his face, walked over to the shelf and unfolded it. The bright red mech's appearance caused another round of exclamations in the hangar. Many of the mechs looked at Suli with envy and a strange emotion in their eyes. If Suli truly lived up to his word and fed them a large amount of insect food every day, then perhaps one day they could truly improve themselves. However, they seemed to vaguely remember that when Lightning first arrived at the outpost, she was still an A-rank mech. They stared intently at Lightning's mech identification code, only to see that the last A had been replaced by an S. The mechs who saw it clearly instinctively widened their eyes. In 2 days, she actually leveled up. Suli ignored the mech's shock and skillfully manipulated the robotic arm, beginning routine maintenance on Lightning. He multitasked, operating the robotic arm with one hand, while casually pulling a wrench from the toolbox with the other. Suli froze for a moment, looking at the tool in his hand with some surprise. The grooves were covered in grease, but the handle was clean and shiny, showing signs of frequent use. It was also the right size and weight. Everything seemed perfectly normal, yet he frowned slightly. He looked around. The hangar was filled with mechs and mechs. On the shelf beside him, a mech girl was climbing up and down, maintaining her comrade's aircraft. Sully calmly took the wrench and began tightening specific parts of the lightning. If anyone else had come here, they might not have noticed the abnormality. But Sully had been working in the hangar for so many years that he could tell any wrench apart by its weight alone. This wasn't something a mech girl would use. The wrench a mech girl used would probably be 3 times heavier. And the handle was still warm. Whoever had used it might be hiding somewhere nearby, staring at him intently. Chapter 66. Lightning's indifference can sometimes be considered a blessing. At least she couldn't notice Sully's abnormality, and continued to accept his adjustments with a blushing face. If Black Feather or 038 had been used instead, they would have been immediately alerted, which would have easily alerted the enemy. After changing the gear oil, Sully patted Lightning's armor. Blushing, Lightning unfurled it, ran over to Sully in 2 steps, and slung his arm around him. Under the envious gazes of the mecha girls, the two of them walked out of the hangar together and headed towards the grove outside. The winding stone path was covered with moss. These unnamed mosses glowed a hazy blue in the night, looking incredibly beautiful. Dots of blue starlight stretched all the way to the end of the path, making it impossible to look away. Lightning held Sully's arm and walked along the path, feeling the cool breeze on her face and a sense of contentment. She had always dreamed of taking a leisurely after-dinner stroll with her pilot. Now, her dream had come true. The shimmering blue lights dotting the path only added a touch of color to her dreams. Master, can we be together forever? We're together now, and of course in the future. Lightning turned, her gaze brimming with water. She bit her lower lip, and in the night, as if summoning immense courage, she pecked Sully lightly on the cheek. She didn't know if it was out of shyness or she was genuinely passionate. The moment their cheeks touched, Sully felt the heat. The seemingly soft mouth pressed against his cheek, making a soft pop sound. He covered his face in shock, and was about to say something when Lightning sped away. She was wearing a skirt today, the hem fluttering in the breeze, her long legs practically leaving a shadow. I thought she finally mustered some courage, but she still looked incredibly cowardly. That acceleration of over 100 kilometers per hour was truly impressive. She was gone in a matter of breaths. Sully watched Lightning's retreating figure, feeling both angry and amused. He could only walk alone, silently, down the path, towards the communications tower. The outpost wasn't peaceful at night. The logistics area was perpetually clanking from the mechas being debugged. But Sully had long since grown accustomed to it, even finding the sound soothing. Out of the grove, he could see groups of mecha girls, spending time together in the shop. Everyone who saw him instinctively saluted. Sully responded to each one. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt like they were looking at him strangely. He had originally wanted to wander around a bit, but that quickly faded, and he headed for the communications tower's elevator. The elevator door opened, and he was met by 038, who had gone out to look for him. My brother, you scared me. Lightning came back like a whirlwind, and I was just about to go look for you. This place is unpredictable. From now on, no matter where you go, remember to have someone from our team with you. Lightning did the same, leaving you behind and coming back on his own. I'll talk to her later, your safety is absolutely crucial, she muttered, standing beside Sully. As soon as she looked up, her expression changed, and a wave of resentment rose in her, causing Sully to shudder. He turned around, looking at 038 in surprise. His eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of murderous intent visible. Brother, who gave you that bump on your face? Sully was stunned, and instinctively touched her left cheek, ? Right. 038 couldn't hold it in any longer. This had beaten her precious brother so hard that he couldn't even tell which side of his face hurt. Her face instantly darkened. Sully reached out and touched the right side of her face, only then realizing that half of it was stiff. 038 grabbed Sully's hand and pushed him against the elevator. Squinting, she scrutinized his swollen cheek, her rage growing stronger with each glance. Tell me, who did this? This is a disaster that's about to happen to you. Tell me, which driver dared to use a toilet plunger to suck on your face? Sully's head went blank with a buzzing sound, and her face flushed even redder. It wasn't someone else using a toilet plunger to suck on it. That was the sucking of Lightning's little mouth. He had lived 2 lifetimes, and this was the first time he'd been kissed. Just a single, fleeting touch, The suction was indeed quite strong, but he was too shocked to savor it at the time. Now, when he did, he felt half his face was numb. But how should he tell 038 this? Seeing the murderous look on her face, Suli thought quickly and said, "Sister, I noticed something's wrong with the outpost." "What's wrong?" 038's face suddenly grew serious. She had truly neglected her duty. She'd known there was something wrong with the base, but after 2 days of searching, she found nothing. Now Suli had discovered it and attacked her. For a pilot in the inspection team responsible for safety, this was a monstrous dereliction of duty. Suli considered his words and feigned a casual air. "I think there's someone else in this base. Someone hiding in plain sight. We've been so busy with lab work these past few days that we haven't had the energy to spare. But now that the lab is complete, it's time to find this hidden individual." 038's heart trembled at Suli's feigned composure. Even after being beaten like this, he still made excuses for her. This brother is truly worth recognizing. Just for his constant self-centered attitude, let alone firing her, even if he fired her until she was smoking, she would accept it. Seeing Suli's gaze wander, 038 subconsciously followed his gaze, looking at her chest. She sighed softly and silently leaned forward. "It's already been opened, so what's the harm in taking a look?" Suli didn't really want to see. As she got closer, she could tell the resewn buttons weren't very secure, proving that 038's manual skills weren't as strong as she imagined. A pleasant fragrance wafted in, and Suli's face flushed even more. He discovered that he was incredibly popular with women today. Perhaps this wasn't the end. Just like when he set foot on the outpost, everything was just beginning. The elevator dinged softly, and the doors slowly opened. "What are you doing?" 032 watched 038 clutch Suli's wrist, pitting him against the inside of the elevator, and instinctively reached for her waist. She narrowed her eyes. As long as Suli sent a distress signal, she could surely kill him in one blow. She'd been careless. She never imagined the enemy was right next to her. 038, like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on, suddenly started. She spun around in panic, waving her hands. You misunderstood. I just wanted to see what happened to my brother's face. His face was swollen when I first got down. I swear on the mechanical island that injury had nothing to do with me. Their posture just now was as ambiguous as it could be. If 032 had really taken a closer look, she'd have no way of arguing. But in her extreme turn, she subconsciously overlooked the fact that her weapon was already placed against Suli's face. Her violent movement caused Suli's left cheek to twist as if struck by a lead ball, and his entire face twisted, his neck making a sharp crack. In just a few seconds, his left cheek was numb. Suli silently exited the elevator, glaring at 032 unpleasantly. Perhaps, such female attraction was possible, but he didn't really need it. It was mainly a slight facial injury. If the force had been a little stronger, it might have cost him his life. Chapter 67. The next day, after drinking 2 bottles of strengthening fluid, Suli's face had returned to normal. He led the team out hunting as usual, and did not immediately arrange for anyone to stake out the possible presence of a human. The guards replaced the inspection team and began guarding the communications tower. Suli, under the pretext of needing assistance, pulled 2 squads of Mecha girls from the outpost and rushed to the agreed hunting location. The C-rank Mecha girls were relatively weak, so Suli did not intend to use them. Instead, he had them stop 400 meters away and wait for his signal. The Zerg are very territorial. Aside from hunting, they don't like to wander around. To the east were numerous wood lice and a few iridescent spiders. To the west, as marked on the map, were numerous stink bugs. Song Ling did not join the team, but instead stayed beside Lightning. Her mecha had been repaired, and her broken arm had been reattached. The paint job hadn't been completed yet, so it looked like a battle-damaged model. "Sir, there aren't many edible ingredients to the west, primarily stink bugs. They're useless to us, so we better head south." Suli stood still, gazing at the wasteland to the west. He saw mecha wreckage scattered across the ground, severely limiting his vision. The situation was far worse than to the east. He stared at the scattered mecha wreckage in silence. Stink bugs, also known as stink bugs, emit a highly corrosive acid mist from their glands, carrying a strong stench. If startled, they unleash a toxin of this kind. The effects can range from unconsciousness to severe respiratory tract corrosion. Their poisonous mist was also corrosive to metal. The mecha wreckage scattered across the ground was covered in visible rust and holes. He only needed to look at the traces left on the battlefield to know that for the mecha girls in the base, every cleanup came at a terrible cost. "When was the last time we cleared the area?" Song Ling was silent for 2 seconds, then said, "A month ago." How many people were lost? Song Ling shuddered slightly and lowered his head. 2 squads were lost. There are 2 squads in the base right now that were recently replenished from other bases. 2 squads, that's 32 people. Considering that a base typically only has 10 regular garrisons. Such a high casualty ratio is terrifying. Even though Suli had no real connection to this news, it still made him feel heartbroken. Suli turned to glance at 038, who nodded slightly and displayed the grenade launcher he was carrying. Red solid incendiary bombs hung in rows on her body, each one half the size of Suli. Song Ling had noticed the grenade launcher strapped to the blue and white mecha girl's back early on. She opened her mouth, but remained silent. Her advice might not be effective against the new commander. She didn't believe that the low-powered grenades could inflict any damage on stink bugs, which moved at high speed and had the ability to fly. With so many outposts and battlefields, such mass sacrifices were a constant occurrence. They had tried countless powerful weapons, but none had much effect against the stink bugs. Their wings always allow them to dodge swiftly. If the enemy is small in number, they will attack en masse. If they are numerous, they will release their poisonous gas and completely disappear from the enemy's sight. Like extremely patient hunters, they wait for the enemy to be overwhelmed by the acid mist, then swoop in and devour them completely. The only way to kill without taking any damage is to use a heavy sniper rifle, shooting from a distance. But each team in the outpost only has one such piece of equipment. Even if they all gathered together, they could only kill 10 at a time. For their vast population, this is a drop in the bucket. The combat method that countless mecha girls have cultivated with their lives is to seize the moment the stink bugs appear and deliver a fatal blow. But how many mecha girls could actually do this? Everyone, listen to my command. Prepare your incendiary rounds. Face due west. Sight 08, 2 rapid fires. Fire! Boom! Boom! The distinctive sound of a grenade launch echoed, and a series of bullets, trailing a faint plume of smoke, flew towards the wasteland 800 meters away. Before they even landed, Suli issued another order. Sight 09, 2 rapid fires. Fire! Sight 18, 2 rapid fires. Fire! 22. Fire! Reload ammunition. Repeat after 12 seconds in 1 minute. As he transmitted the command, the bullets exploded across the ground. The instant the incendiary rounds hit the ground, scorching flames erupted, engulfing everything around them. The massive shockwave startled any insects hiding underground. The stink bugs hadn't even had time to break through the surface before they began spewing acid mist. The successive explosions triggered their instincts. Pale green smoke, mingled with a foul odor, drifted from each hole. The instant it came into contact with the flames, it ignited, and the flame swept back, plunging directly into the wormhole, following the smoke all the way to its source. The flame barrier formed by the solid incendiary bombs completely trapped the unruly stink bugs in their own holes. The more panicked they became, the less they could control their instincts. Ultimately, they and their eggs burned to death in their small, airy nests. After the 5-kilometer-deep incendiary bombs blanketed the area, only a few stink bugs managed to escape the caves by sheer luck, flapping their wings swiftly and rising into the air. Suli, controlling the lightning, lifted his heavy sniper rifle, stood still, aimed at the rising stink bugs, and pulled the trigger. The crackle of sniper fire mingled with the clatter of grenade launchers. Song Ling stared wide-eyed as she watched stink bugs struggle to crawl out of their holes amidst the sea of fire. After taking just a few steps, they collapsed to the ground, motionless, letting the flames lick their bodies. Song Ling understood the despair that sank deep into her bones. They had fought tooth and nail to climb out of the blazing pit, never anticipating the boundless sea of fire that awaited them. She raised her head, staring at Suli in silence. Yesterday, he had led his team in a raid, killing all the old members of the Wichuk's family, saving only the young to feed them. Today, he had cornered the stink bugs in their homes and burned them alive. For some reason, watching the insects shrieking, she felt a strange pity for them. Suli seemed oblivious to Song Ling's strange gaze, even turning to explain. The best way to deal with something like this that emits flammable gases is to lend it a hand. Whether it's emotions or farts, holding them in for too long is bad for your health. Suli gazed at the boundless sea of fire and issued another order. Teams, advance 3 kilometers. Today, with this easterly wind, clear the first 20 kilometers. For a moment, Song Ling didn't even know if she should be excited. Such an unbelievable scene was actually happening right before her eyes. Those were the Zerg. The fart bugs. They had dispatched 5 teams, and only 3 returned, And yet, such a formidable enemy, so formidable they had been, was trapped and burned alive in their home. Originally, they could only clear a small amount each day. A 10-kilometer defense zone would take about 20 days to complete. But now, they had only just emerged from the pass, and in less than 20 minutes, they had already cleared 5 kilometers. Yes! Su Li's method wasn't difficult, but why hadn't anyone thought of it before? He completely mastered the incendiary bomb. He even seemed to know more about insects than she did. For a moment, she wanted to pry Su Li's head open to see what his brain was made of. She followed Lightning woodenly, feeling sorry for all the sisters who had died on the Western Front. If they had died a little later, they would have been at least part of this plundering and annihilation. Hurry! We don't have much time. The tremors on the surface will attract a swarm of Zerg. Song Ling, get your men to bring back any stink bugs over 3 meters long, in addition to any usable ingredients. Tell the chef to dry the stink bugs until they are completely free of moisture. Then grind them into powder, and seal them for storage. Song Ling was stunned and pointed at the stink bugs in the sea of fire before her. Sir, can this be eaten? Su Li said, without even turning his head. Of course it can be eaten. He didn't say it warmed the middle and replenished yang, but simply lied. If you eat a lot, it can improve acceleration and stability. Chapter 68. Song Ling led his team through the fire, searching for any insects they could bring back. As they packed up the various insects, the mechs looked in disbelief at the blue and white mechs laying down fire. In front of them, the red figure was so dazzling that it was impossible to look away. A huge steel cable connected the insect carcasses and hung them on the tow hooks behind the mechs. They began their arduous journey towards the outpost. Each of their faces flushed crimson, and even with their thrusters at full throttle, they could only crawl slowly. As a last resort, those who returned to the base first brought out more teams. They were like industrious little ants, forming a long line, carrying prey far larger than themselves, running back and forth between the nest and the battlefield. Unlike the hurried and brutal nature of previous missions, even their movements now had a unique energy. The remaining mechs at the base also got busy. There wasn't enough open space at the base to dry the bugs, so they had to use large equipment to string giant steel cables along the mountain walls of the pass, draping the stink bugs one by one. Looking at the stink bugs seemingly hanging from the wall of the pass, all the mecha girls felt a sense of loss. They were densely packed along the mountain walls of the pass, and from a distance, it looked like the mountain was covered in a colorful array. Su Li glanced at his system panel. His physical strength had visibly improved after continuously using the strengthening fluid and Zerg food. With this gradual improvement, his body would soon return to the strength of his previous life, and even before long, it would even be enhanced further. The system's gift packs contained a generous amount of these pilot-specific enhancement fluids. Furthermore, as the clearing mission progressed, the system would issue a series of missions that would bring him a generous income in energy points. Looking at the dazzling array of goods in the mall, then at his own energy balance, which had already exceeded 100,000, he felt for the first time the mentality of a wealthy individual. While he still couldn't afford to buy anything at will, he gritted his teeth and decided that with a few more days of hard work, he could still squeeze out an S-rank module for Lightning. He'd been checking it out whenever he had the chance, hoping for another top-up event. But after 2 days of watching, the damn system seemed to have lost its obsession with money, and hadn't even popped up once. Lightning had just upgraded to S-rank and needed to be adjusted, so the 5 remaining A-rank modules were unavailable for the time being. Honging. Su Li raised an eyebrow. He originally taken a fancy to this fragile warrior with high attack and agility, yet he never even used her. Scanning across the pass, he saw more and more mecha girls volunteering to carry the spoils. He silently calculated, then averted his gaze. Once the battle line stretched far enough, he was confident he could pull most of the mechs out of the base. It wouldn't take long, it could be done tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Once they left, the group of blue and white mechs from Unit 038 would seize the opportunity to turn the entire outpost upside down. By the time the mechs returned to the base, everything would likely have been settled. The battle line advanced at a rapid pace. Stuck at the 20-kilometer border, the blue and white mechs unleashed their remaining incendiary ammunition, creating a continuous wall of fire. Numerous mecha girls were behind the firewall, digging holes and dragging. Su Li's words about enhancing stability and acceleration completely rekindled their enthusiasm. They usually ignored stink bugs, feeling like they missed out on billions. If time hadn't been tight, they would have dug their way through the tunnel. Su Li approached a wormhole and leaned in to peer inside. A massive insect's head was stuck inside, its mouthparts thrashing wildly. Lightning shuddered, piercing the creature with his spear, plucked it out, and tossed it to the ground. Its butt was still on fire, emitting wisps of smoke. Master, that damn bug scared me. Suli didn't reply, but patted her but twice in reassurance, continuing to peer inside. He vaguely remembered that stink bug wormholes held valuable treasures. Sure enough, after he had half stuck himself inside, he discovered a pitch-black fungus on the wall of the pit. He reached out his hand, grabbed the fungus and the soil, and carried it out. The burned tunnel was still hot, but Lightning didn't mind. She simply stared wide-eyed at the small, black mushroom, the size of a human head, in the mech's hand. In the sunlight, the round mushroom surface shimmered with flecks of golden light, looking incredibly beautiful. He held the fungus aloft, drawing everyone's attention. Here! All you diggers out there, take note. Good stuff. If you find it, be sure to bag it separately. The mech girls exclaimed in admiration, their digging increasing in vigor. 2 days of high-quality meals had completely transformed them into Su Li's devoted fans. If he said it was good stuff, it was a sure thing. Master, what does this add? Lightning twisted her waist, turned her head to look at Su Li, and bit her lower lip, a faint blush on her face. Su Li felt a surge of blood at the mere sight of her expression. Especially those slightly red lips, which reminded him of the gentle peck they shared last night. Increase attack speed. Lightning's eyes lit up. She maneuvered her mech to shake the dirt off the mushroom, then packed it in a bag like a treasure, and slung it around her waist. Then she turned, picked up her rifle, and began digging. The fervent passion ignited all the mech girls in the field. The mech girls on duty far above the mountain wall at the pass looked in astonishment at their comrades diligently digging below, believing them to be trying to build a trench for the base's defenses. But they soon realized they were wrong. With the personnel scattered everywhere, they were digging individual combat shelters rather than trenches. They wept. Out killing bugs, yet still engaging in practical training, this new commander must be a devil. As teams brought back one after another, stink bugs began to cling to the cliffs surrounding the base. They were collectively hanging from the outside of the cliffs, peacefully enjoying the sun, motionless. In the small square, all the mecha girls gathered, looked at Su Li standing on the platform, and saluted in unison. Su Li returned the salute and stood at attention. Order. From now on, all teams will suspend all routine missions. With the exception of those necessary to maintain the space node, all personnel will be assigned to unified deployments. Within the next week, we must clear a 20-kilometer radius around the base, east, west, and south. We must also establish a second line of defense around the base. The 2 teams accompanying me will take turns carrying out the main force of this clearing mission. The remaining teams will cooperate and follow Song Ling's orders. We will complete the transportation of the spoils, and provide armed security along the way. I will develop a detailed plan with the relevant mission details later, and Song Ling will be responsible for its execution. Now, all teams will disband and process today's spoils. By the way, if you're unsure how to eat that mushroom, ask Ling to come find me later. He saluted the mech girls present, then turned and walked down the platform. The mech girls returned the salute and hurriedly began to work in groups to prepare the ingredients. They would gladly endure a life like this, not just 2 days, but a lifetime. Lightning, carrying 2 large bags filled with mushrooms, followed behind Su Li, her eyes full of stars. Dressed in a crisp black and red military uniform, Su Li was a sight to behold from every angle. Following him, she looked like a red-haired wife returning from grocery shopping. However, her basket was indeed a bit too large. The bag alone was considerably taller than she was. Chapter 69. Master, how do you eat this? Lightning never changed her nature. Su Li's room was packed with mecha girls. His room now looked less like a commander's office, and more like a mess hall for 2 squads. Even the cook, Ling, came over to watch Su Li's work closely. The giant mushroom had been cleaned. Su Li instructed Lightning to remove the stem before placing the mushroom face down on the hot plate. The glowing wires roasted the mushroom to a fragrant aroma, and soon, it was filled with a sweet broth. Su Li deftly placed the various slices of meat into the mushrooms, then used them as a pot for hot pot. The sweet mushroom soup had a unique flavor. Even Ling, a seasoned cook, had never seen it served this way. She scooped some broth into her mouth with a small spoon, her eyes instantly lighting up. Sir, can this only be used as a pot? The soup inside is so delicious. Su Li shook his head. You can eat it on its own. After you finish the ingredients and the soup, cut it open with a knife. It's slightly dry, a bit like bread. Because it contains moisture, as long as you pay attention to the heat, it won't burn. Kaling's eyes brightened. Of course, if you don't have time to eat it, you can dry it and store it. Next time you want to eat it, as long as it's not broken, just add some water. The taste won't be as good as it is now, but the nutritional value won't be much different. Master, does this really increase attack speed? Lightning leaned over, and his words made 038's eyes light up. Kaling rubbed her hands, her inner shock evident. She had never imagined that on this front, there was someone who understood food better than she did. While his cooking skills might not be exceptional, he knows a lot. Captain, you know so much. Can you tell me if there's anything delicious here that we missed? I really can't say. If you go on missions, bring back some unique and unusual items. If I recognize them, we'll have an extra food source. If not, we can research them together. Okay, that's fine. I'll tell Tsang Ling when I get back. She happily ran out, her white fur aloft. 038 saw her walk away, then he moved closer to Suli, picked up his bowl and chopsticks, and with one chopstick, scooped all the meat from the pot into his own bowl. Ignoring Lightning's annoyed look, she whispered, the supplies here are inconsistent with the records. If they were hunting Zerg, their consumption wouldn't be so constant. Every month, there's a fixed amount, and it never changes. Especially the basic supplies, which are always completely consumed. Suli used his chopsticks to pick up some more meat, rinsed it in the pot, and placed it in Lightning's bowl. Lightning immediately smiled, his sullen expression gone. They resold the supplies. This is a very normal thing on the front lines. The Mechs don't have a huge demand for basic supplies, especially after hunting Zerg. They can save at least half of their daily food and other essentials. Once they have a sufficient amount, they can contact someone to sell it. Is this reasonable? Suli looked up at 038 with some surprise, as if he hadn't expected her to not understand. Nothing's unreasonable. On the front lines, everything unreasonable is reasonable. Frontline supplies are divided into two parts. Daily uniforms and war preparations are provided by the Human Council. Weapons and equipment are provided by the Mechanical Island. But the Mecha girls have their own minds, they're not war machines. As long as they don't resell weapons, everything's fine. I thought you understand the moment you saw the shop. The merchandise, there is never military supplies. That includes the brand of lubricant Lightning wants to drink. Even if you order supplies like that online, they still require specialized shipping channels. Besides, if a Mecha girl wants to advance solely through military merit, how many years would it take to stay at an outpost and kill bugs? 038 nodded, stuffing the meat into her mouth and chewing it carefully. 032's eyes widened. So we're just going to let them sell it? Reselling supplies is a serious crime. As a member of the Royal Guard, although she was also active on the battlefield, she clearly had no knowledge of the goings-on at the outpost. Suli glanced up at him and said slowly, how bizarre is that? A bunch of mech girls whose pilots are all dead, what do you care if their crimes are serious? They're stationed on a planet infested with bugs, their lives hanging on their backs. They just want to eat, and wear good clothes before they die. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. They're staying here. As long as they don't resell weapons and equipment, and they've been doing their duty day in and day out for years, they're doing their duty. They're fulfilling their military duties, and in their free time, they're just living the lives of ordinary people. What's wrong with that? I'm afraid it's fake. It doesn't interfere with military affairs, nor is it dereliction of duty. There's no need to dwell on trivial matters. So, is this what they're hiding? No, they're hiding someone. Or more. This person could be a pilot, but it's not certain. There are only a few clues, but it's always a good idea to investigate. What if it escalates the conflict? Is this matter important? If not, can't we just suppress it like we did with the supplies? We have a lot of things to do right now, especially the experiments, which are top priority. 032's words immediately made 038 nervous. No! This has to be investigated. They already attacked me. How can we not investigate? 032 looked puzzled, unsure what the other party had attacked her with. 038 glanced at Suli and tightened his chopsticks. It's just an investigation of the base. He's the highest-ranking officer there. What could he possibly do wrong? He got a bruise on his face just by leaving the house, so of course he's right. If she finds out who bruised her precious brother's face, she'll have him paraded through the streets with a toilet plunger on his head. Don't worry. Tomorrow I'll turn this base upside down. Even if there's a toad, I'll chase it out for you. Suli glanced at the bowl 038 handed over again, smiled wryly, and put the freshly cooked meat in it. He felt melancholy. It wasn't just one pot, so why did a bunch of mecha girls have to crowd around and drool? He silently set up 2 more electric stoves, and only then did he feel the air begin to circulate around him. The mecha girls were huddled together, and when he looked up, he was met with a tsunami of shock. He didn't know which one to look at to avoid bias. By the way, sister, if we do capture someone, be careful. Although this is under the jurisdiction of the mechanical island, it's still a battlefield. And there are nearly 200 mecha girls here. 038, chopping his chopsticks between his teeth, gave Suli a deep look and nodded. Don't worry. I already requested level 1 armed authorization from headquarters. Even if they mutinied, I'd be able to suppress them by force. Suli nearly choked on his mouthful of meat after hearing this. That's not going to happen. It's mainly because the experimenters are coming soon, so we have to find out who's hiding before they arrive. Okay, I got it. Be careful when you go out tomorrow. By the way, sister, where's the video you shot today? 032 needs to check in. 038 froze, and the meat in his chopsticks fell into the bowl, splattering specks of grease that spread across her white chest. I forgot about it. Chapter 70. A beautiful day should start by opening the daily gift package. Suli, bleary-eyed, tapped repeatedly, only to find that today's gift package was strangely soft. The sky above Lingsue Star was already bright, but the clock still stood at 6. Perhaps it was because of his awkward position, the daily gift package in his head wouldn't open. He rolled over and continued tapping. The gift package here was also soft. Today's gift package seemed particularly different. Every time he tapped it, it trembled slightly, as if it were shaking. Suli's eyes suddenly widened, his whole body instantly awake. There are many embarrassing things in this world, like being caught groping someone's breast, or being seen groping someone by someone else. It seemed like he had done both. For a moment, he wanted to continue pretending to be asleep. But he couldn't gamble that Lightning didn't see. After all, her eyes were wide open. Lightning stared at him, her gaze darting back and forth between his fingers and his face. Master, are you awake? Suli awkwardly withdrew his fingers. The touch of his fingertips made him subconsciously raise his voice. Why are you here? Lightning was startled by this, his tone somewhat hostile. If hey you can do it, why can't I? A small, snow-white hand rested on Suli's waist, causing him to tremble. He suddenly realized that this was the daily gift package from the other side. Suli was used to waking up to find a mecha girl in his bed. Back in the warehouse, since there were no extra beds, Lightning usually slept on his own. But waking up to 2 mecha girls in his bed was quite a shock. He glanced to his right, and saw Heiyu's twin ponytails dangling at her side, her eyes blazing. He subconsciously swallowed. When did you come again? When did you develop this bad habit? I remember I locked the door before going to bed. He straightened up, and immediately saw the broken lock on the door. The lock cylinder had fallen out. It was undoubtedly Lightning's doing. Lightning stared at Heiyu with a malicious look. This thieving cat had been lying next to Suli the moment she entered the room yesterday. Didn't you say the experiment was important? Why did you leave the lab so late at night? Heiyu bit her lip and whispered, It's important, but not as important as my master. Lightning felt her scalp tingle at Heiyu's expression. That little mouth was not big, but the words coming out of it were truly difficult for her to handle. After all, she also felt that Suli was more important than anything else. But shouldn't these words be kept to herself? She straightened up, suspecting that lying flat had affected her brain's functioning properly. But when she straightened up, she realized her mind was still blank. This is my master. How strange. You're talking as if it's not mine. I made the contract first. I came in last, and got the upper hand. You? What's wrong with me? Suli couldn't stand it anymore, and flicked Heiyu's forehead. Heiyu covered his forehead and puffed up his face, looking unhappy. She wore a silky off-white nightgown that not only flattered her waist, but also featured a low-cut design that accentuated her nearly perfect cleavage. The perfect length showcased her long legs. As she stood up, her curves were even more perfectly revealed. Even after waking up, this mecha girl's hair remained perfectly smooth, each strand undone. Her main goal was to make sure Suli saw her as near perfect the first time he woke up. Looking at Lightning again, her tousled red hair and loose, round-neck t-shirt evoked a hint of sleepiness amidst her natural beauty. By contrast, Heiyu's rank was completely maxed out. She won again. He suddenly felt that if Lightning wanted to defeat Heiyu, the mechanical island might need to introduce a brand new module to boost its brainpower. Sighing silently, he pulled Lightning onto a chair, pulling out the comb Lightning had left from a side drawer, and began to comb her hair. Lightning narrowed her eyes in pleasure, no longer bothering to argue with Heiyu. She stretched her legs forward, her slender toes wiggling in pleasure. His movements were careful, not at all rude. Heiyu popped her cheeks at the scene before her, quickly untangling her hair and rubbing it into a ball. Then, she sat obediently on the bed, waiting for Suli to finish combing Lightning's hair. Under the communications tower, in the laboratory, Hongying collapsed limply on the laboratory floor. She truly couldn't understand why Heiyu simply went out to fetch dinner and never returned. In the empty laboratory, the rumbling of her stomach echoed relentlessly. Zhang Chaoyang huddled in a corner of the hangar, devouring a plate of cold rice. His work clothes were stained with grease, as were his hands. But he didn't care. He stuffed his greasy hands with rice while he read the data recorded on the data terminal. Although he was in his 40s, he looked like a man in his 60s. His short hair had already turned gray, and the furrows on his forehead were so thick that a fly could sprain its ankle if it stood on them. Coming to a crucial point, he casually wiped his rice-stained hand across his body, marking the key data points. Then, he continued scrolling. Immersed in his work, he didn't even notice where his rice was. He casually grabbed a handful of butter and smeared it into his mouth. A strong smell rushed to his head, and he quickly bent down to spit out the butter in his mouth. But a large amount of butter was stuck to the roof of his mouth, making it impossible to spit out. He could only reach into his mouth to pick it out, but after just a few strokes, he was hit on the foot. Looking down, a canister emitting thick white smoke rolled to his feet. The pungent smell instantly brought tears to his eyes. His body instinctively swallowed a mouthful of butter. It was high-concentration tear gas. I was exposed. He instinctively covered his mouth and nose, but it had little effect. The hangar was spacious, but the canister was clearly a souped-up version of the ones used on the battlefield. White smoke instantly spread throughout the hangar. Even with his mouth and nose covered, he felt the excruciating pain. Zhang Chaoyang had no choice but to move forward. After a short while, his eyes became sore, red, and swollen, and he could see nothing. Relying on his memory, he moved toward the outside of the hangar. But after only 2 steps, he was struck down hard by a rifle butt. 2 pilots mercilessly tied him up and dragged him out of the hangar. He nearly coughed up his lungs with violent gasps and painful coughs. Luckily, he survived the tear gas on the battlefield. Unfortunately, despite hiding for several days, he was still discovered and caught red-handed. He didn't know how much longer he could survive. A bucket of neutralizing fluid was poured on his face. The soreness and swelling in his eyes suddenly eased. He was forced to his knees, barely able to see the black military boots in front of him. A strong hand tugged at his short hair, lifting his head. 038 stared at the old man before her brow furrowed. This old fellow had attacked Su Li. Is this old fellow worthy of a slap from Su Li? She lowered her head, narrowing her eyes. Tell me. Don't make me waste my time looking for him. Where is your accomplice? She paused, then added, that young one. Zhang Chaoyang, Chapter 71. When Su Li returned to the outpost, the first thing he saw was the man bound and tied up at the pass. His eyes were still swollen, and his work clothes were stained. He lowered his head, a large toilet plunger smeared across his face. Under the setting sun, the linked ranks of Mecha seemed endless. Though Zhang Chaoyang was indifferent to everything, he couldn't help but gasp at the sight of their bountiful harvest. Perhaps his miserable fate should have ended long ago. If the new commander could make life better for the Mecha girls, he, a useless man, would be gone. He didn't know which faction the new commander belonged to, but no matter which faction, they would most likely kill him for the sake of the base's stability. After all, for someone without a name, no one cared whether he lived or died. He had thought he had become indifferent to everything, but reality always had a way of teaching people lessons, even for someone who wanted to die. My knees are really hurting. This is something I can't ignore. His legs were already swollen from kneeling for so long. The long period without hydration and the intense sun had left him conscious. He watched as the bright red mech stopped beside him. The cockpit opened, and a young man in a neat military uniform stepped out. Perhaps it was because he'd been kneeling for so long, or perhaps it was his blurred consciousness that had given him an illusion. He vaguely saw his former commander, standing atop the bright red mech and waving at him. Su Li jumped off the Lightning and quickly walked to Zhang Chaoyang's side. 038 came forward, glanced at the mini-mech girls behind him, and said, I already conducted a preliminary interrogation, but this guy is stubbornly insisting he's the only one in the entire base. And he said, he didn't suck your face with a toilet plunger. For such a diehard, are we really not going to torture him? Su Li, He glanced at the toilet plunger on the man's face, and thought to himself, this is far more severe than ordinary punishment. Who could handle such a blow to the face? Su Li instinctively mourned for him. He had underestimated 038's methods. He had thought she would restrain herself after being told not to be too aggressive. To his surprise, she didn't appear to be using corporal punishment, but the knots binding the prisoner were beyond the reach of ordinary people. Professional techniques, if prolonged, could stun blood circulation in a limb, requiring amputation. Furthermore, the toilet plunger seemed to have become 038's obsession, unforgettable. A group of mecha girls had already noticed the unusual situation at the narrow pass. Just as they were about to gather around, they saw a dozen blue and white mecha girls simultaneously set up anti-ship particle cannons. The uniquely shaped muzzles were fully charged, ready to unleash a massive particle beam, obliterating everything in their path. Not only the mecha girls at the outpost, even Su Li was shocked. For a moment, he even wondered if 038 was the illegitimate daughter of the inspection team leader. This weapon authority can be delegated at will. 038 was right. After the first level armament restriction was lifted, she was indeed capable of suppressing the entire situation. C-level mecha girls, even on the battlefield, did not have the authority to request armament. Their lower functionality prevented them from operating higher-level weapons. Songling disarmed her and ran, while disarming herself. 537 moved sideways to block her, his gaze cold as he looked at her. According to the Armed Forces Management Law and the wartime military regulations, harboring non-base personnel is punishable as treason. The cold muzzle of the gun pressed directly against Songling's forehead. But her eyes held no trace of fear, only anxiety. She stared in Su Li's direction, her voice already breaking into tears as she spoke. "Sir, he's harmless. He truly is harmless." Songling trembled as she rummaged through her pocket, pulling out a medal. "Silver Eagle. He's the bearer of the Silver Eagle, a hero to the people. You can't just kill him like that." Su Li was stunned by this. He might not have known about other medals, but he had one in his family. The Silver Eagle was only awarded to human pilots, who excelled on the front lines. But throughout the history of the Alliance, this medal had never been awarded to a single living person. Su Li ignored Songling. He simply lowered his head and stared at the old man before him, examining the familiar-looking face. He pulled the toilet plunger, and his somewhat abstract face became even more abstract. Fortunately, there was a very conspicuous mark on the right side of his cheek. 3 teardrop moles formed a small triangle at the corner of his eye. A sense of utter familiarity washed over Su Li, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. He knew the man before him. Even though he looked much older, that distinctive teardrop mole remained vivid in his memory after all these years. "Uncle Zhang? You're already dead, aren't you?" Zhang Chaoyang's vision finally refocused when he heard someone call him uncle. He could clearly see the young officer before him. "Xiao Zai. Su Li hurriedly untied Zhang Chaoyang and used both hands to help him up. 038 was stunned. She hadn't expected the person they finally captured after such a long planning to capture was actually Su Li's uncle. Could she still claim the credit? The blue and white mechs exchanged glances, their gazes fixed on their captain. Zhang Chaoyang had been kneeling for too long, failing to stand up after 2 attempts. Finally, he simply collapsed onto the ground, waiting for his legs to heal. The narrow pass was already packed with mechs. Seeing the tense atmosphere ease, everyone froze in their spots, somewhat bewildered. Su Li glanced back and waved at the group. "Hurry back. Stop looking. Collect the food quickly. Send a team to turn over the stink bugs on the mountain wall." The mechs exchanged glances and decided to follow the order. Songling knelt beside Zhang Chaoyang, massaging his legs again and again. Her eyes were red, and she faced Zhang Chaoyang with a reproachful expression. "I told you to hide. Why are you still coming out?" Zhang Chaoyang gave a wry smile. "It's because I see you're exhausted, so I figured I'd help as much as I can. Besides, if I don't come out, I'll be missing out on my nephew." Songling glanced at Su Li, her emotions tangled. On one side was the old man she loved, and on the other was her direct superior. For a moment, she felt like going all out. But who could have imagined that the person she'd been hiding for days was actually her direct superior's uncle? Su Li sat beside him, unassuming, not even a scorn for the greasy stain on him. He gazed at the resurrected Zhang Chaoyang before him, and called to Lightning to fetch the water bottle, handing it to him. Zhang Chaoyang took it, gulped down the entire bottle, and then breathed a sigh of relief. "What's wrong with you, kid? Shouldn't you still be in school? I remember you still have 2 years until graduation." Su Li opened his mouth. He was surprised that after all these years, his first words were expressions of concern. This comrade in arms of his adopted father had shown him so much care. He scratched his head, unsure where to begin. Nothing much. A lot happened, it's hard to put it into words. By the way, Uncle Zong, how are you doing now? I remember you weren't a member of the 16th Army's mobile team? How did you end up on Link to a Star? Zhang Chaoyang collapsed on the ground, gazing up at the afterglow of the setting sun. After a long silence, he slowly spoke. It's hard to put it into words. He pointed weakly upwards, tilted his head, and passed out. Chapter 72. In the command room, Zhang Chaoyang, who had been unconscious for several hours, slowly opened his eyes. After staring at Su Li for a long moment, confirming he wasn't dreaming, he sighed deeply. You're so confused. No matter what the situation, going to the front lines is the dumbest decision ever. Isn't your father and I fighting on the front lines so you bastards can study in peace? Su Li put down his pen and folded up the densely packed training plan, setting it aside. He imitated Zhang Chaoyang and pointed upward. Zhang Chaoyang pointed upward, his face a mixture of laughter and tears. You troublemaker. I always known you could cause trouble, but I never imagined you could do this much. Even if you offended the school leaders, they wouldn't let you go early. No, the school people don't have that authority. Did you offend someone in the city? Or think about it further up? He looked at the old man before him. He still remembered him as that tough, buzzcut guy. But after not seeing him for years, his hair was no longer that neat buzzcut. While still short, it still covered his eyebrows. His graying hair had become dirty wisps, and his aged face was wrinkled. His hands were covered with tiny wounds. The wounds were filled with grease, making them look grimy, not to mention his greasy work clothes. There was no trace of the handsome, iron-blooded soldier he once was. Only the sincere emotion in his eyes remained the same as always. Tell me, who did you offend? Su Li shrugged. I didn't offend anyone after all. I just slapped Aka Industrial in the face, and along the way, I brought down Aka Industrial. And then some people got restless. If I hadn't run, we would have been in trouble. Hiss. Zhang Qiang gasped, clutching his hair with both hands, his eyes wide. Aka Industrial? How could a poor student like him have provoked such a behemoth? And from what he said, not only did he provoke it, but he also won. The mere thought of those restless people made his scalp tingle. A certain legislator? Or several legislators? Or the entire parliament? This bastard, this. This is really hard to describe. What about you? Don't just blame me. That kid Chomping is still in college. If he's still alive, why didn't you even visit him in all these years? Zhang Chaoyang glanced at Su Li, his smile a little bitter. I'm not going back. I'm already a dead man. I thought about this so much over the years. Rather than going back and being an eyesore to so many people, I'd rather just die of old age here at this outpost. It won't bring any more trouble to my children. Su Li opened his mouth, but said nothing more. He could see that Zhang Qiang's spirit had been drained. He no longer had the high spirits he once had. Now, only a dying shell remained. He was clearly alive, yet already dead. He didn't ask who exactly it was, because knowing was probably pointless. He wasn't fully grown yet, so when he returned one day to settle accounts, he could just take them along with him. There was a knock on the command room door, and Song Ling pushed it open and walked in. Seeing Zhang Chaoyang awake, he was clearly relieved. She feigned indifference as she walked to the table and took the plan Su Li handed her, her eyes inconspicuously glancing in Zhang Chaoyang's direction. Su Li glanced at Song Ling, whose face flushed slightly and her gaze shifted. Seeing her like this, Su Li couldn't understand anything. He glanced at Zhang Chaoyang, who was still shaking his head and sighing, with some surprise. He couldn't see anything attractive about him. He winked at Song Ling and motioned for her to follow him. In the hallway, before he could ask, Song Ling eagerly recounted the events of the past few years. She had been out on a clearing mission when she was drawn to the light of teleportation. The item that was teleported was the Silver Eagle medal in her hand. Typically, 2 Silver Eagle medals were issued. One was beautifully packaged and delivered to the family by a special person. The other was teleported to the pilot's side via teleportation. This type of positioning technology could only be used to transmit small items like medals. A silver medal, coupled with the massive coffin of the Mecha. It symbolized both the end of the lives of the pilot and the Mecha girl, and also the brilliance and honor of their lives. When I found him, his Mecha girl was holding him tightly, shielding him from the most fatal blow. But he was also bleeding profusely. I had originally thought of bringing him back to the base as a trial. But he actually survived. And he stayed there for 10 years. Su Li's suspicions were correct. Aunt Hua, who used to love holding him and buying him candy, hadn't made it. In fact, his decadence revealed many problems. For a full 10 years, he remained mired in the shadow of Anhua's death, unable to escape. Did no other commander discover his existence in these 10 years? Song Ling raised his head, a wry smile on his face. Sir, there has only been one commander on Ling Chui Star for 10 years. She was ostracized and forced to come here, where she died before she even completed 3 years. No other commander has been able to command 2 standard squads like you. Furthermore, they are A-level squads led by S-level mecha girls. A vanguard officer like you, deeply trusted by the Human Council and the Mechanical Island, may not understand the hardships faced by lower-level commanders. That's why I had him hidden. I was afraid you'd kill him. Su Li gave Song Ling a deep look, a puzzled expression on his face. A vanguard officer deeply trusted by the Human Council and the Mechanical Island? Who? Me? Song Ling, have you ever considered that I, too, was the one being ostracized? Huh? Song Ling raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking he had misheard. How could someone who'd been marginalized get the rank of second lieutenant straight away? And even have 2 standard squads as guards? As a veteran of the base for 10 years, she naturally knew there was a secret facility beneath the communications tower. But it had always been sealed. But as soon as Su Li arrived, the secret facility was immediately activated. Isn't that enough to demonstrate the organization's trust in him? Song Ling gave a somewhat helpless smile, thinking Su Li was joking. If there's nothing else, sir, I'll be leaving first. Su Li nodded, glanced at Song Ling's back, and a feeling of doubt welled up in his heart. A B-rank mecha girl, with 10 years of accumulated military merit, should have been able to advance to A rank. But she hadn't, stuck at B rank for 10 years, choosing to stay. He turned his head to glance in the direction of the command room, inwardly marveling at the charm of the older man. The door flung open, and Zhang Qiang poked his head out. What are you asking about me, little bastard? Don't think you can get all cocky just because you're a commander. You're far from it. Are you talking about my driving skills, or my ability to cause trouble? Ah, I think you're just itching for trouble. Forget about anything else, bragging about your driving skills in front of your uncle. Aren't you afraid of getting slapped in the face? Su Li glanced at Zhang Qiaoyang, and suddenly felt that he still had some youthful energy. At least, he was still so dedicated to educating him. How about we practice? Practice, all right? Do you really think you're so great just because you're a commander? Don't forget that when your uncle died, I was a major. I was responsible for troublemakers like you. Su Li's eyes narrowed at that. Fine. Don't accuse me of bullying an old man. Anyway, I'll be waiting for you outside the pass. Chapter 73. The evening breeze blew, stirring up wisps of dust. Zhang Qiaoyang piloted his mech, hovering back and forth in front of the mountain pass, perhaps trying to recapture his youthful self. Su Li stood carelessly at the mountain pass, watching him maneuver Song Ling back and forth across the open ground. His movements were bold and decisive, employing all the military's deadly tactics. Brother Yang, be careful. The commander is very powerful. In the cockpit, Song Ling's voice was filled with caution. She could sense Zhang Qiaoyang's urgency. He had been silent and depressed for 10 years, and now, meeting Su Li and wanting to counsel and teach him, a newfound fighting spirit had been awakened. If possible, she naturally hoped Zhang Qiaoyang's fighting spirit would continue. But today, after going on a real hunt with Su Li, she finally understood why the clearing mission had become a hunt in Su Li's words. She had only seen this kind of skill in playing with insects in one person, Zhang Qiaoyang. However, he's older, and his reflexes aren't as strong as they used to be. Strong? How strong? He's just a student, and one who was kicked out early. How many years can he fly a mecha? Even his mecha girls are probably only under contract for a short time. His mecha girls are all S-class. I already seen 3. Zhang Qiang grinned, his movements pausing. S-class mecha girls? 3? Are S-class mecha girls so worthless these days? Is his father's pension that high? I remember, I used my military merits to pay for part of their mortgage. Where did he get the money to buy S-class mecha girls? Song Ling was at a loss for words. Valuable. Very valuable. But he does have 3 S-rank mecha girls. You haven't seen the ones named Heiyu and Hongying. But you definitely seen Lightning before. The bright red one. Zhang Qiang recalled, his brows furrowed slightly. The attributes of an S-rank mecha girl are significantly stronger than those of a B-rank one. No wonder Su Li was confident in a duel with him. But he was being too dismissive of the veteran. Many times, skill can replace a mecha girl's attributes, unleashing abilities far beyond her own. It's okay, after all, I'm his uncle. You can help me out for a while. You don't have many opportunities to teach your nephew a lesson. Then, beat him to death. Song Ling rolled his eyes, and said nothing more. If they kept fighting, it was still unclear who would win. The Mecha girls, having finished their work, heard that a competition was taking place outside the pass and rushed out one after another, watching from the pass. They all knew the two people fighting. One was a senior who worked tirelessly in the hangar, preparing for their battles. The other was their new commander. They had both seen the two fight each other. Suddenly, the discussion about who would win spread among the crowd. Can the commander win? I heard the senior in our hangar is his uncle. No. The commander is very strong, but he's still too young. Zhang Gong may be older, but he was once a major. To have risen through the bloodshed to become a major, he must have had immense battlefield experience. But he's old. Besides, our commander has an S-rank mecha girl. The highest ranking mecha girl in our base is Song Ling. And she's only B rank. Level isn't important for a pilot girl, okay? Skill is everything. Level isn't important. If it's not important, you're secretly accumulating military merits? If level isn't important, give them to me next time. You're dreaming. Level isn't important with a good pilot. I haven't met a good pilot, so level is incredibly important. So who will win? Nonsense. Of course whoever can win will win. Song Ling's gaze swept across the narrow pass. Su Li stood beside Lightning, looking calm and composed. Lightning, on the other hand, half closed his eyes, yawning occasionally. After a busy day, she just wanted to eat early, take a bath, and sleep soundly in Su Li's bed. All right. I'm ready. Boy, don't say uncle's bullying you. I just want you to know that there are always people better than you. This is a battlefield, not a place like school, where you can act recklessly. You can be arrogant if you want, but you have to have the capital to do so. Su Li nodded in agreement, scanning the group of mecha girls before him, and pointed at one of the busted girls. Come on. You? If you don't mind, can I pilot you for a game? The mecha girl pointed at Swallowed, stuffed the mecha seeds in her hand back into her pocket, and nodded frantically. She had never thought that eating melons could end up in her. But she wanted more opportunities like this. No, I don't mind. Commander, I'm always available. Zhang Chaoyang nearly laughed out loud as he watched Su Li abandon an S-class mecha girl in favor of a C-class one. True to his youthful fervor, he actually discarded his powerful trump card just to outmaneuver him. It didn't matter, he was still on the battlefield. He could teach him a lesson on his father's behalf, making him understand that excessive youthful impetuosity often comes at a heavy price. The pass was already crowded with people. He nodded with satisfaction. Although embarrassing himself in front of the mecha girls at base would somewhat jeopardize his position as commander, it was still far better than continuing to harbor arrogance and dying on the battlefield. In the cockpit, Su Li swiftly opened the mecha girl's control panel. He said nothing, his fingers rapidly typing several commands on the keyboard. The C-class mecha girl had no time to react before the commands were already changed and replaced. For a moment, she didn't even know what to do. Under Su Li's control, in just 3 seconds, she felt her mind turn to mush. Su Li frowned slowly. Perhaps it was because he was used to flying lightning and black feather. The speed with which the C-class mecha received commands touched him somewhat. With such speed and lag, he needed to wait about 0.8 seconds between each command to give the mecha core ample buffer time. With these mecha attributes, battling the aged Zhang Chaoyang shouldn't be a problem. Anymore. Ready? I'll count to 3.2.1. Su Li stood still, motionless. Zhang Chaoyang, piloting the Song Ling, sped towards him. He was certain that Su Li, accustomed to driving S-class mechas, wouldn't have time to react. One strike. With his experience, just one strike was all he needed. The heavy sword rose from a tricky angle, stabbing towards Su Li's head. The blades clashed, emitting a clanging sound. Su Li reached out and grabbed the shield on Song Ling's back, pulling him forward. His right foot thrust forward, directly destabilizing Song Ling's center of gravity. The massive mecha tilted and lunged forward. Zhang Chaoyang was a veteran of countless battles. Song Ling's body adjusted midair, tumbling on the ground with the agility of a human. He dropped his shield and flung it directly towards Su Li. He spun around, adjusting his position, and charged at Su Li, following the shield's lead. Su Li reached out and caught the shield, adjusting the angle, and charged forward with a shield strike. Just 2 seconds later, the two collided heavily. Shockwaves spread outward. Song Ling's forward momentum slowed slightly, and the potential energy generated instantly dissipated. The difference in the mecha's attributes began to become apparent. Even with the initial shield strike, The C-rank Mecha girl was still outmatched by the B-ranked Song Ling. The entire mech began to retreat, propelled by Song Ling. The C-class mech girl exerted her utmost strength, but still couldn't pry the shield open even a bit. A heavy sword passed over the shield and silently rested at Song Ling's neck. Just as it was about to strike, it was clamped down by an iron hand. This brat almost got us into trouble. Zhang Qiang raged, but his eyes held admiration. On the battlefield, any means are used, as long as the enemy is destroyed. Even the most filthy tactics are nothing. The C-class mech girl didn't hesitate. With a thruster push, the entire mech fell backward, seemingly flipped over by Song Ling. Her sudden withdrawal of force destabilized Song Ling, and Su Li's powerful kick to the abdomen, sending him soaring into the air. The mech tilted forward. He flipped over and stood up, raising his sword and launching a 3-hit stab into the sky. Zhang Qiaoyang didn't even have time to react before the mech's arms and legs were damaged. He gave up on adjusting his movements. Because the relevant equipment was damaged, he couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. The mech crashed to the ground, sending up a thick cloud of dust. Su Li piloted the mech over, grabbed her, and flipped Song Ling over. The greatsword rested on her neck, signaling the end of the match. Su Li opened the cockpit door and jumped onto the mech's hands. Zhang Qiang emerged from the cockpit, somewhat dusty and grimy, his face flushed. "How's it going, uncle? Do I have the arrogance to be so arrogant on the battlefield?" Zhang Qiang was on the verge of tears. He had intended to teach him a lesson, but who could have imagined he'd be killed instead? Is he still the little pair he remembered? How many years had he been in school? If someone like me could be considered a genius in the field of piloting, then what was little pair? Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth. Geniuses are always the most vulnerable to premature death. Even if it meant risking his pride, he would make up for this lesson today. What's the point of just being brave and aggressive? Mecha repair and maintenance are also compulsory for pilots. Without logistics and maintenance personnel on the battlefield, wouldn't we just sit there and wait for death? So, the next round is a mecha repair competition? Su Li looked at the unyielding old man before him, and felt that he was truly too kind to him. Why else would he always choose subjects he was good at? Chapter 74. Establishing a commander's authority isn't something that happens overnight. But there was one old man who, with all his might, elevated his authority to an extremely high level in a short period of time. Su Li lowered the wrench in his hand, smiling and nodding at Zhang Qiaoyang as he stared in amazement. Within 10 minutes, one leg of Song Ling's mecha had regained mobility. Repairing such damage would have taken Zhang Qiaoyang at least half an hour. Although Su Li had only performed simple emergency measures and couldn't withstand high-intensity combat on the battlefield, such repairs were sufficient to restore the mecha's mobility. Yu. Zhang Qiang was both shocked and relieved. He had never imagined that today's students could be as formidable as Su Li. Was he gifted? Or were the students of the academy now held to such high standards? Was there still a need for an old man like him on the battlefield? He cast a deep glance at Su Li, cursed, and abandoned his plan to personally take action. If Su Li could continue his studies at the academy, he couldn't imagine the advancements such a genius would achieve. Damn council! He cursed angrily, seemingly feeling sorry for Su Li. But what could a veteran like him, a veteran whose identity was no longer in existence, do for him? He thought he could teach him everything he knew, but now it seemed he wasn't quite up to the task. He wondered again, was the academy's teachings truly that comprehensive? So what else could he teach him? Looking at Su Li, his eyes were filled with regret. The frontline base wasn't a good place. While remote enough to avoid most trouble, it also meant there weren't enough military merits to earn promotions. Killing low-level Zergs would earn him enough merit to earn an upgrade module for an S-class mech. It would take at least 15 years. But how many 15 years can a person have in their lifetime? He glanced at Lightning with a sour look, feeling a bit jealous. People's starting points were indeed different. He had been ecstatic to have a B-class mech back then. But when Su Li got his hands on her, she started at A-class. He even had 2 extra S-class mechs. He didn't know where Su Li had gotten the module to upgrade Lightning directly to S-class. But he knew it must have come at a heavy price. What are your plans next? I'm planning to raise my profile. Zhang Qiang scratched his ear, his eyes widening. Are you crazy? You're trying to avoid the spotlight, right? Raise your profile? How? Su Li shook the terminal in his hand and said, start a live stream. Zhang Qiang reached out and touched Su Li's forehead, then slapped him on the back of the head. Bullshit! You're really not afraid of death. You said you were kicked out by the Human Council. Your spaceship exploded on your way here. A bunch of people are eager to kill you. And you're still going to jump? He hunched over and tapped Su Li's forehead, his eagerness evident. What can I say to you? How about this? Stay here quietly for 2 years. I'll talk to the Mecha girls here, and see if I can give you some military merit. As long as I can get you out of the outpost, at the very least, you'll become a colonel in the mobile unit. That way you'll have more opportunities to earn military merit. And then die quietly on the battlefield? Su Li looked at Zhang Chaoyang silently. It wasn't that he hadn't considered accumulating military merit quickly. It was just that such a method was forbidden. Not even the Human Council, and not even the Mechanical Island. He had come to Lingsue Star with one, frankly speaking, purpose, to ensure the successful completion of Heiyu's experiment, no matter what. Perhaps Heiyu's experiment was the most important to Mechanical Island. Therefore, until the experiment could produce satisfactory results, he could and could only remain on Lingsue Star. Until then, his personal safety would inevitably be the subject of constant scrutiny by Mechanical Island. Zhang Chaoyang fell silent. He was no novice recruit. He had no way of refuting Su Li's words. Moreover, he himself was in the same situation. Su Li, simply listening to Zhang Chaoyang's experience, could easily surmise that he must have been like himself in his previous life, a stumbling block to others' greed for merit and advancement. One cannot accumulate too many military merits. Most pilots, after accumulating a certain amount of military merit, choose to use it to upgrade their pilots, or convert it into a variety of supplies through various channels to help their families live better lives. The path most people take may not be correct, but it's definitely not wrong. But can't we just live in peace? They already killed you once. As long as you don't make a name for yourself, they won't notice you again. I can't stay away from making a name for myself forever, right? I can't gamble my youth on the fact that by the time I do, all my enemies will be dead. Uncle, why should they kill me just because they want to? I don't have a strong background, and I've been exiled to Lingsue Star. I'm broke, what do I have to fear? I don't believe they can dispatch ships and blow up Lingsue Star. Su Li smiled. Not only will I jump, I'll jump like a rocket. I'll show them that the person they want to kill is still alive and well. I'm too far away to bite them, but I can stay online and discuss them. But how can you be so sure they won't resort to desperate measures? I'm certain they're desperate enough to do something desperate. But I'm also equally certain they won't be able to find my exact location. Why? Isn't it written in your transfer order? Transfer order? My uncle. I'm just a student expelled from the military academy. Where would I get a transfer order? He winked at Zhang Chaoyang, who froze, even more confused. It's just that you got a preconceived notion that I should be the commander of this outpost. But haven't any of you noticed? I'm not actually the direct commander of the outpost. My true role is simply a logistics officer for the Royal Guard. Then, who is the real commander? Su Li pointed at 032, who had arrived with a drink. She looked clearly surprised, unsure why Su Li had suddenly pointed at her. But she still placed the drink in front of the two of them, and stood upright behind Su Li. Only then did Zhang Chaoyang understand what his nephew was relying on. He took a deep breath. Perhaps he should have guessed it from the beginning. After all, even a general officer wouldn't have the same security arrangements as Su Li. He vaguely remembered the reorganized squad led by 2 S-class pilots. It seemed like this was a privilege reserved for super S-class pilots. Lil Lizzy, tell me the truth. What's your current pilot rank? Su Li's eyes lit up. He pulled his pilot certificate from his pocket, unfolded it, and respectfully placed it in front of Zhang Chaoyang. Zhang Chaoyang had just taken a sip of tea when he saw the big C on the certificate. He spat out a mouthful of tea and started coughing violently, nearly choking himself to death. Chapter 75. Inspection Team Headquarters Office Building. Yihua, with dark circles under her eyes, slumped over her desk, a look of despair. Beside her, documents, more than a meter tall, filled half the table. They're not going to survive. They really can't survive at all. Why can't they all be taken out and shot? We're screening them all day and night. What are we screening for? At another table, Han Hai narrowed her eyes, too sleepy to open them. Even so, her hands continued to pound away at the keyboard, typing in any seemingly useful information. Of course we have to screen. If we kill innocent people indiscriminately, what's the difference between us and the Human Council? If you ask me, just retreat and quit playing with these idiots. Han Hai sighed, not even bothering to open her eyes, and glare at Yihua. It's not as simple as you say. There are so many sisters on the front lines. How can we just retreat? There aren't just mechs out there. There are countless human pilots too. Aren't their lives at stake? With one order from the Mech Island, all the mechs abandon their lines. What about the sisters contracted by the human core? What about the pilots fighting alongside us on the front lines? Then kill the entire council. Han Hai rolled his eyes, not even bothering to explain this time. Leave it there. After I input this, I'll find time to review some for you. Yihua perked up instantly. She pounced on the sleepy Han Hai and kissed her face furiously. Sister, since you support me so much, we'll be sisters from now on. As long as I have something to eat, you'll eat the dry ones, and you'll eat the thin ones. We'll each take one side of the telephone pole. A vein shone on Han Hai's forehead. Get lost. Who's on opposite sides of the electric pole with you? Yehua muttered a few words, looking aggrieved, and awkwardly released his grip on Han Hai. Strange, you can't even listen to nice words. Is the exhaust blocked? She muttered as she walked away, not noticing the murderous look in Han Hai's eyes. She rubbed her forehead with her slender fingers, fighting back the sleepiness. She shook her head, checked the information, and clicked save. Then she pulled her computer from a side drawer and began checking the memos one by one. Her bespectacled eyes were hazy, ready to close at any moment, never to open again. But the thought of the materials on Yehua's desk forced her eyes open again. Is she her sister? She's practically her mother. They say raising a son provides for your old age, but her son, now so old, keeps throwing his work to his mother. Even if her exhaust isn't blocked, it's because of her anger. Han Hai banged his head hard on the table twice before moving his steps toward Yehua's desk. A pair of military boots caught her eye, and she instinctively raised her head. The long, pale blue hair instantly sobered her up. She instinctively saluted. Don't be so reserved. Eve found a stool and sat down, her long, thin riding whip in hand as usual. Have they been sent over? They already departed. They'll first travel to various battlefields, then board a ship in an area under our absolute control. They're already bound for their designated destination. That's fine. I hope our children enjoy this gift. By the way, have you investigated the explosion of dozens of armed transport ships? We're still compiling the data and screening. Once we identify the perpetrators, we'll arrest them immediately and execute them on the spot. Be careful, we're different from them, after all. By the way, leave the leaders behind. We got to save some for our little friend. I'm telling you, he's planning a big show in that godforsaken place. This kid has truly given me quite a surprise. Is he a worm in my stomach? Why does he always seem to anticipate my every thought? He's even already preparing for it. Han Hai remained silent. As expected, Eve uncrossed her legs and slowly said, Do you think the rule that armed mecha girls can't be contracted needs to be changed? Her words startled Han Hai. If mecha girls carrying armed contracts could be contracted by humans, the world would be in utter chaos. At that point, who would the mecha girls under the core contract be expected to obey? Governor, this move. Really? Then can I go to the battlefield? I want to test that kid's skills. Yihua appeared out of nowhere, her eyes sparkling. She didn't want to stay on the capital planet for another day. What's going on? She's so busy every day. She might as well be chopping bugs at the outpost. Eve tilted her head, glanced at the excited Yihua, and pinned her to the ground. You? Forget it. You're clueless. Even if he needs a contract, he'll probably need a mecha girl with a bit of brains. I mean, the ones around him, except Heiyu, don't seem very bright. Yihua instinctively glanced at Han Hai beside her. With just one glance, she flung herself at her, hugged her legs, and cried out, No! Absolutely not. Han Hai can't do that, Governor. Without her? How can I live without her? Eve glanced down at the utterly disrespectful Yihua, a vein throbbing in her forehead. She wondered what had gone wrong in her to allow such a jerk to be appointed chief of the inspection team. Ultimately, it was all Han Hai's fault for spoiling her all those years. Han Hai, what do you think? Han Hai gave a wry laugh and said, If it was the governor's arrangement, I naturally have no objection. But he's surrounded by too many mecha girls affiliated with the mechanical island. Aside from Lightning, I'm afraid he doesn't even fully trust Black Feather. I'm afraid too much is as bad as too little. Eve rested her chin on one hand, pondered for a moment, then nodded slowly. Indeed. That's all, just get on with your current tasks. We expect our little friend to bring us many more surprises in the coming days. Then you'll probably be busy again. Yihua frowned at this. His face furrowed, completely forgetting his earlier thought of looking for Suli. Him again? Why him again? What's he planning? He's just a kid, how can he be so irritating? The Zerg invasion, Aka's downfall, everything seems to be linked to him. Hundreds of lives are being risked to kill him, Yet why is he still jumping around? Eve looked at the fool before her and, for the first time, offered an explanation. Because he wants to live. If he wants to live, wouldn't it be better for him to stay safely at the outpost? Why is he fussing around? As soon as Yihua finished speaking, Han Hai slapped his forehead hard. There's no cure. She truly is beyond help. The vein on Eve's forehead throbbed again. Not even bothering to explain, she turned and left. Han Hai escorted the governor all the way to the rooftop and watched her board the armed transport aircraft, which flew towards the mechanical island. She narrowed her eyes, feeling that the governor had been appearing a bit too often lately. Su Li, a mere pilot, wasn't qualified, even if he possessed the potential to become a super S-class pilot, because the entire alliance was overflowing with such people. Forget someone with super S-class potential, even an existing super S-class pilot wouldn't be worthy of the governor's attention. What intelligence was there that she hadn't noticed? Yihua leaned over, watching the transport plane drift away, and whispered, "Why is he always jumping around?" Han Hai said unhappily, because the goodwill of the mechanical island wasn't given for nothing. Chapter 76. The outpost was completely bustling with activity. Construction of the second line of defense had begun in earnest. A large number of obsolete military supplies were pulled from the warehouses, and a large number of small-caliber automatic cannons were installed 15 kilometers outside the base. 10 kilometers away, a batch of obsolete flamethrowers were added to counter the Zerg swarm. Su Li couldn't understand why the most useful weapons were the fastest to become obsolete. Flamethrowers like these, capable of spitting flames 300 meters across, were the perfect weapon against swarms of wood lice. In the event of a true Zerg swarm, only 2 teams of mechs would be needed to operate 32 flamethrowers. After depleting their highly concentrated liquid fuel, they would still have time to retreat to the base. They seemed accustomed to leading the enemy to the pass to be dealt with. But Su Li didn't see it that way. A sufficient strategic buffer must be provided in front of the pass. Gradually reducing the Zerg population would ensure the safety of the base behind the pass. He even raced north, climbing to the highest point of the mountain. Only after confirming that the Zerg couldn't launch a surprise attack across the mountains did he abandon the idea of establishing a strategic buffer zone to the north. The base was surrounded by mountains, with only one exit, directly south. If an effective strategic buffer zone wasn't established, the outpost would be annihilated in an instant if the Zerg breached the pass's defenses. Once the Zerg established a foothold on a planet, their infestation would be endless. On the main battlefield planets, daily battles unfolded like a meat grinder. The Zerg encountered by the pilots and mechs were far from as easy to deal with as Su Li had encountered. The Zerg are constantly evolving, and the more intense the battle, the faster they evolve. However, in Zerg-infested places, like cold extraction, their evolution stagnates. Perhaps due to a lack of fresh genetic resources, their evolution is incredibly slow, with many Zerg even showing signs of genetic decline after successive generations. Some biological experts say that if humans cease their war against the Zerg, they might completely lose their ability to attack humans within 400 years. Su Li agrees, but only if they give humans 400 years first. If they can't genetically surpass or even completely suppress the Zerg, they won't last even 10 years, let alone 400. An armed transport ship from an unknown planet slowly broke through the atmosphere, heading towards the designated coordinates. Su Li, accompanied by 2 teams of mechs, watched the transport ship from afar. After completing the command handover, it didn't even land, but instead dropped a rectangular cargo box. It was equipped with a massive parachute, and beneath it were several sets of thrusters. Amidst a burst of blue flames, the massive cargo box landed, raising a cloud of dust. The drop site wasn't far from the base. The blue and white mecha girl stepped forward, cut off the parachute, folded it up, and grabbed the handles of the cargo box. 16 people worked together to lift it, and under the cover of the guards, they sped towards the base. In the outpost, He was already waiting in front of the communications tower. As the cargo box was placed in front of the main gate, she immediately took out her terminal and began to verify the hibernation pod codes. More than 30 hibernation pods were neatly arranged in the cargo box. If nothing unexpected happened, this group of researchers would never have the chance to reach the surface again before producing substantial research results. One after another, the hibernation pods were carried into the elevator and, under Heiyu's guidance, placed in designated rooms. After verifying all the codes, Su Li was surprised to find that there were still 5 hibernation pods at the main entrance. He leaned forward to take a look, and a strange look suddenly crossed his face. He had thought something had gone wrong, but now it seemed that was not the case. He checked the people lying in the hibernation pods one by one, and the strange look on his face became even more intense. What's wrong? Has there been an accident? 038 had obviously noticed the anomaly as well. She leaned forward to take a look, and her expression became more subtle. Su Li's mobile device beeped at the right moment. It was a message from Governor Eve. Little boy, do you like my gift? He glanced at the 5 hibernation pods and felt that this governor, whom he had never met before, was extremely considerate. At his signal, 038 pressed the wake-up button on the hibernation pod. After 3 minutes of silent waiting, several hatches opened one after another. Cao Cao panted heavily, taking a deep breath the moment he pushed open the hatch. The designers of the hibernation pod seemed to have overlooked the possibility that its user might grow sideways, so it was a bit cramped, making it difficult for this broad-shouldered man with a large hip to breathe. His slightly chubby face was covered in sweat, and his eyes darted around, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. The infamous commentator on the field, his eyes lit up the moment he saw Su Li. He squeezed out of the hibernation pod and shouted at Su Li frantically, "Hey! Brother, I'm coming to join you." Su Li walked over and gave him a warm hug. The governor was like a pillow just when he was sleepy. He just had the idea for a live stream when she sent Fatty over. Calculating the time the transport ship would arrive, she must have started preparing at least a week in advance. It was a coincidence. At this moment, the other 4 people in the hibernation pods also opened their doors. Master, Li Tianlang smiled weakly. He bought tons of supplements to take aboard, but none were left for him. Yu Rong stood behind him, no longer wearing her cheongsam, but a plain white dress. She looked just as vibrant and charming. She bowed slightly to Su Li and smiled beautifully. The final person and the robot girl were Su Li's biggest surprise, yet also his least. Zhang Chongping sat in his hibernation pod, his expression dull, as if he hadn't woken up yet. His robot girl Jian Dun had the same expression as him, looking rather dull. Off to the side, Zhang Chaoyan's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure in the hibernation capsule, his eyes suddenly welling up. The old man nervously rubbed his dirty hands against himself, but his clothes, already stained with grease, proved impossible to clean no matter how hard he scrubbed. For the first time in 10 years, he felt slovenly, something he deeply hated. "Shali, I'll go wash up first." Su Li grabbed his hand and pulled him in front of Zhang Chongping. Zhang Chongping's wandering gaze cleared, then instantly focused. "Skinny monkey, let me introduce you. This is your late father." 10 years had passed, and both men were stunned. One didn't know what to say, the other didn't know how to say it. They stared at each other in silence, until Zhang Chongping tentatively extended his hand to confirm the old man before him was alive. Su Li looked at the 2 awkward faces, speechless. Some things are harder to understand between blood relatives. Reconciliation between them would likely require far more than just time and space. Fortunately, those were probably what they lacked most. He turned around, hugged Li Tianlang and Cao Cao, and pushed them toward the interior of the communications tower, leaving the space outside for the father and son, who hadn't seen each other for 10 years. As he entered the elevator, he turned back and faintly heard sobbing outside. Li Tianlang and Cao Cao followed Su Li into the commander's office. Through the window, they looked out at the boundless wilderness beyond the pass. It was a boundless expanse that stirred a sense of longing. Yu Rong stood beside Li Tianlang, also looking out. But what she saw was the dense swarm of stink bugs clinging to the mountain wall. 2 teams of mech girls were climbing up and down, manually turning the dried stink bugs over so they could fully enjoy the sunlight. Master, do you have the final say over this base?" Su Li nodded. "I guess so." Li Tianlang gave him a thumbs up. "Then you're incredibly impressive. Apart from anything else, you have to protect me from now on." Su Li was both angry and amused at this. He was always so unruly, looking like a fool. But if you really thought he was a fool, then you were the real fool. Chapter 77. The outpost was once again in an uproar with the arrival of everyone. The long tables once again filled the hall. With the exception of the mech girls on duty, all the mech girls had crowded into the hall, filling the long tables. Everyone's eyes roamed over the faces of the newcomers. Even the usually shameless Li Tianlang blushed. Being stared at by a few mech girls was a completely different feeling than being stared at by nearly 200, especially in this cramped space. He sat at his seat, a little nervous. He could only distract himself by focusing on the plates of food in front of him. The palm-sized, dark lumps of meat didn't quite appeal to him, but the upright notes on them held his interest. After a brief introduction, Su Li reconvened and invited everyone to begin eating. Cao Cao sat to Su Li's left. Watching him begin eating, he imitated him as he handled the food on the table. He could tell at a glance that the objects before him were all bugs. After years of traveling, he had some experience. It was just that none of the bugs he'd eaten before were this big. Brother Tao, I'm sorry for getting you into trouble this time. And for sending you all the way to this godforsaken place. Don't worry, I can't promise anything else, but I'll definitely let you do what you love in peace. Between us, these are just polite remarks. My situation has nothing to do with you. I just spoke up for justice, and I got targeted. That's all I can do. If I'm not allowed to commentate, then I'll just quit. But since I'm here, you can't kick me out. I came here with the intention of making things difficult for those guys. Just tell me what to do. Even if we can't bite them, we'll definitely make them piss themselves off. Brother Tao, have you settled down at home? Tao took a sip of the wood-lice broth, smacked his lips, and said nonchalantly, Home? My parents are long gone. I don't have a home anymore. My wife ran off with someone else after seeing my career falter. The son I raised for years isn't mine. Untimely death of parents, a broken home, and a bitch wife had hurt him. Suli glanced at the bald man in front of him. He didn't seem to care, still concentrating on the food on his plate. But his hands were shaking uncontrollably, suggesting he wasn't as carefree as he claimed. No one would be so carefree in this situation. Then let's do something big. Start with a live stream. As long as we're well known enough, even if they want to take action, they'll have to resort to covert tactics. Does Brother Tao have any suggestions for live stream content? Tao's entire spirit shifted when he mentioned work. He set down his food and began to talk non-stop. Here's what I think. The public doesn't understand battlefields. So, our live stream should focus more on that aspect. Also, considering some circumstances, we can also incorporate some daily life. Don't we need to create some show effects? No, your mecha piloting skills are the biggest show effect. If that doesn't work out, let Li Tianlang join us. No comparison, no harm. Ugh! A sudden vomiting sound interrupted their conversation. The hall fell silent, and all the mecha girls looked in the direction of the sound. God knows how long they've been waiting for this. When the commander arrived, they didn't see any excitement. Now that they had gotten what they wanted, they were all filled with a sense of satisfaction. Li Tianlang endured it for a long time, but couldn't hold it back any longer. Master's wife, this thing, ugh! Lightning raised the wood lice in her hand towards Yuerong, giving Li Tianlang a look of disdain. This disciple of Su Li was truly a weakling. No wonder his mecha piloting was so rubbish. If he couldn't even eat insects, what else could he possibly do? Yuerong, try it. This is a good thing. Master said that long-term consumption of these ingredients can enhance a mecha's attributes. Look at me, how should I do it first? She personally demonstrated to the two of them, biting down on the wood lice's head and ripping out its spine. Yuerong's face paled, somewhat unconvinced by Lightning's enthusiasm. However, under the gaze of all the mechas present, she was forced to open her teeth and, imitating Lightning's example, bit down on the wood lice's head. Pop! A soft sound. Yuerong swore she would never forget that sound. The moment the head and spine were pulled out, it was like she had pulled a plug from a sink with her mouth. A slightly sweet scent lingered at the tip of her nose, warming her face slightly. Imitating Lightning, she brought her mouth to the opening and gently squeezed with both hands, sending a warm current rushing into her mouth. It was slightly fishy, but tolerable. Delicious, isn't it? Master feeds me this every day, and I can eat over 20 of them by myself. Try the others, too. Everything here can enhance your attributes. Do you see those stink bugs hanging on the cliff outside? They're all over the cliff now. Master says that while there's nothing edible about them, drying them and grinding them into powder can increase your attack speed. Her face was filled with mystery, and Yuerong's ears twitched involuntarily. Li Tianlang wiped his mouth and, with some difficulty, looked up at Lightning. Master's wife, are you telling the truth? Lightning said matter-of-factly, of course. How could your master be wrong? I remember when I asked, he mentioned something about warming the middle and replenishing the young. Yes. That's what he said. Li Tianlang silently returned to his seat. He was wrong. How could he have misunderstood his master? This vast table of dishes wasn't just a show of strength. It was the purest expression of a master's love for his disciple. Eat, you must eat. Even the gods themselves wouldn't let him eat less. Li Tianlang ate, tears streaming down his face. All the nausea he felt was washed away by the casual remark, warming the middle and replenishing the young. Su Li glanced in Zhang Chumping's direction. He and Zhang Chaoyang were huddled together, facing Zhang Chaoyang's somewhat restrained enthusiasm. He felt he couldn't eat or not. On the other hand, it was the pink-haired Jiandun who surprised him. She devoured one bug after another, gnashing her teeth with a vengeance, as if she weren't biting the bugs themselves, but Suli. He adjusted his sitting position with some trepidation, and took a bite of the wood-lice flesh. I'll finish debugging the equipment tonight. You know that Mecha girl from Mechanical Island, on high. She's provided a lot of professional equipment, and we can officially begin tomorrow. We'll use Mechanical Island's dedicated line, so there's no need to worry about leaking coordinates. Do I need to prepare anything else? Cao Cao frowned, pondering for a moment, then said, it's best to switch mechas early on, since you use different mechas in each of the 2 matches. So let's focus on Lightning and Black Feather's fan base first. With Mechanical Island promoting us, we'll definitely get a lot of exposure in a very short time. Suli nodded and raised his glass to Cao Cao again. The two smiled at each other, clinking their glasses together. Chapter 78. The next morning, the team heading out on the clearing mission rushed out of the pass. The familiar suspended platform was gone. Cao Cao, standing on the frame attached to the exterior of the 032, couldn't help but tremble. No matter how good the suspension was, it couldn't compare to a platform floating in the air. But the problem was, he had to survive to get to the platform. If he encountered a flying Zerg, he might not survive to get down. More than a dozen drones hovered in the air, recording the clearing team's every move. Cao Cao's years of commentary and operations had earned him a massive fan base. Even in the morning, as soon as he started his live stream, a huge crowd flooded into the room. Barrages of comments flashed across the screen, filling the screen with huge question marks. What's going on? Is the anchor back on the air? Look at this scene. Where are we? Oh my god, what is that? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Is there such a place on our home planet? A vast expanse of open space, filled with a yearning that evoked a sense of longing. The sight of over a dozen mechas hurtling across the sky instantly captured everyone's attention. The uniformly blue and white mechas, following a bright red mecha in a single column, charged into the seemingly endless wilderness. That red one looked so familiar. And the blue and white mecha girl, is she from the inspection team guarding the home planet? Nonsense. That's Lightning. Did you see the 537 code on the blue and white mecha? I remember her appearing during Lightning's previous competitions. Damn, Cao Cao didn't stop airing, so he went looking for Lightning? Where does he even come from? And why didn't Lightning's pilots bring Lightning to the competition? Where are they? Endless wilderness, devoid of vegetation. Severe desertification. It doesn't look like they're on the home planet. It seems the person upstairs knows something. Cao Cao looked at the slightly heated livestream room and cleared his throat. Hello, dear viewers. I'm your old friend Cao Cao. Enough small talk. Today, I'll show you what it's like to truly be there. Honestly, my legs are shaking right now. Regarding some viewers' pointed questions, for some reason, we can't reveal our exact location. But one thing is certain, we're truly on a real battlefield right now. Galloping ahead is our old friend Lightning. She's leading our team on their daily clearing mission. What's a clearing mission? Killing bugs? Oh my god, really? Is that what you're talking about? You old bald donkey, you dare go to the battlefield? Quick, cut! I don't want to see that bald guy. A flicker of indignation crossed Cao Cao's face. He seemed to have never expected that he wouldn't be as captivating as bugs. He immediately split the screen, focusing the main camera on the battlefield. On the screen, he stood in the frame, his legs trembling. Even with all the restraints strapped to his body, he couldn't stop the trembling. Su Li's command came from the dedicated channel. 032, move up to a safe distance and maintain vigilance. In case of emergency, ensure Brother Tao's safety. The enemy was about to meet him. 032 suddenly climbed rapidly, carrying Cao Cao high into the sky. Amidst a piercing scream, Cao Cao wished he could curl up completely in the frame. He had lived for 40 years, and he had never dared even ride a roller coaster. How could he have experienced this? His face turned pale, and he covered his mouth. Now, it wasn't just his legs that were shaking, his entire body was trembling. Holy crap! Are you really this real anchor? Where the hell are you right now? What the hell was that rapid ascent just now? A hovering platform can't go that fast. The drone zoomed out, revealing the black and red body of the Type 032. The livestream room was instantly filled with hiss. This is going too far. This is going too far. It seems the streamer is truly being authentic. Sitting on a mech? I'm reporting Cao Cao for illegal modifications. Does anyone up there have brains? Is that illegal modification? That's called detachable external armor. Excuse me, is that Cao Cao? I don't believe this is a real battlefield. As we all know, battlefields are filled with Zerg, not like this. If he were really on the battlefield, my wife would be live streaming eating shit with her real name. Get away. You reached a certain level of sophistication by bringing your family along for free food and drinks. Cao Cao suppressed his fear and piloted 2 drones past the mech swarm, flying off into the distance. The livestream room instantly fell silent. On the screen, scattered Zerg swarmed the surface. As the roar of the mechs approached, they all raised their tentacles and waved them in the direction of the sound. Oh my god, so many! Run! Cao Cao, run! This is fucked. We really encountered the Zerg. From the drone's perspective, the bugs are incredibly large. 17 mechas, including the aerial footage, that's only 18. Are they crazy? There were only a dozen or so bugs, but they had already set the livestream room ablaze. Cao Cao was pleased with the result. Living in a stable world, how could they possibly understand the brutality of the battlefield? Perhaps the dozen or so bugs before them were the limit of their understanding. Consider the commotion caused by a few bugs during Su Li's first match. The people in the livestream room were already doing well. With the appearance of the bugs and the explosion of the livestream room, wave after wave of viewers poured into the room. If it weren't for his high-end terminal, he'd probably be completely stuck and unable to read the comments. 30,000 people were online simultaneously in the livestream room, a number Cao Cao had never seen in all his years. And this was just the beginning. He had underestimated the loyalty of Lightning fans, and even more so, their curiosity about the battlefield. We approached a 10-kilometer range from the insect nest. 18 enemies. 10 small species, 8 medium-sized species, and no flying species. 032 quickly report enemy information. Upon receiving the news, Su Li whipped out the grenade launcher strapped to his back, adjusted the sight, and pulled the trigger 3 kilometers ahead. The grenade traced a curve and exploded in the open field. The shockwaves spread, instantly attracting the Zerg's attention. Across the once boundless wilderness, dense swarms of Zerg emerged from their lair. Their black armor reflected golden light in the sunlight, their long tendrils dancing as they instantly locked onto the mecha's direction and swiftly maneuvered toward them. He's crazy. He's truly mad. What a jerk. Doesn't he understand that war is about silence? There's no need to use grenades to kill those dozen Zergs. The key is, if you're going to use them, try to aim more accurately. If you're not good enough, why would I attack you? It's over. This pilot is out of his mind. Fuck, this is the legendary idiot teammate. Cao Cao didn't even have time to read the comments. He huddled inside the frame, daring only to peer through the cracks. In just a minute or two, countless bugs swarmed from the ground. Large and small, so densely packed that it was impossible to see clearly, let alone count. In the drone's transmitted footage, each bug's sharp mouthparts emitted bursts of hissing sounds, their faces terrifying. The drone, equipped with automatic obstacle avoidance, weaved through the swarm. Just one round trip made everyone in the livestream feel their hearts in their throats. They were furious. They cursed and blamed Su Li for attracting the Zerg's attention. In their minds, this team was doomed to perish in the Zerg's belly. Many people instinctively covered their eyes as they saw the Zerg charging. They had only seen it in movies before. Now, this immersive live stream filled everyone with fear. Lightning tossed a grenade to 038, then drew her spear from her back. She took a step back and charged at the Zerg before her. On the ground, a black wave crashed down upon them. A bright red figure, like a sharp blade, plunged into the wave, crushing all the oncoming Zerg to pieces. Chapter 79. The live stream continued to rage. Those who only knew how to command and complain online erupted again as they watched Lightning charge into the Zerg alone. They berated him for disregarding formation, abandoning his teammates, and disrupting the cohesion of his defense. They even scoffed at his choice of cold weapons. If the front lines were full of idiots like this war wouldn't even be worth fighting. They insist on using cold weapons instead of firearms. What? Is the Alliance so broke they don't even have military funds? No one's saying anything. I'm just smoking 2 more packs of cigarettes. Fucking hell. They're afraid they'll die too late and miss their next life. Cao Cao watched the flashing comments, and even with his reserved demeanor and controlled expression, he felt a little overwhelmed. Thankfully, there were still some sober people in the live stream. Many of them were even serving on the front lines. They immediately issued a statement clarifying the situation, and Cao Cao caught them dead. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Although his actions were rather reckless, cold weapons are indeed the dominant force on the battlefield. Troops on long journeys must cultivate the habit of conserving ammunition. They can only carry a limited amount, and once they run out, without resupply, it will be very troublesome. That's right. Movies are movies, and reality is reality. For soldiers, completing the mission is the most important thing. After fully calculating your ammunition reserves, you must not only complete the mission, but also leave enough ammunition to lead the team back. However, their words were quickly drowned out by the general theme. All the comments were surprisingly unified, all denouncing Su Li as a waste and asking him to be buried with the team. Cao Cao didn't offer any commentary, simply piloting the drone, recreating every moment of the battlefield as best he could. Today was just the first test broadcast, and he couldn't be sure how it would perform. But from what he could tell, Su Li, having incurred public outrage, had become a complete sensation. He could even imagine countless people editing his video in real time, hoping to earn instant traffic. The title was, On Battlefield Endurance, the unspoken story of a pilot and 18 mecha girls. He could easily come up with 17 or 18 headlines like this. Hold on. Brother, you must hold on. Cao Cao poked his head out of the frame and saw a bright red figure moving like a ghost. Wherever it passed, Zerg were either crushed to death or pierced by spears and lifted high. The blue and white mechas spread out in all directions, each attracting a wave of Zerg, forming teams of 2 to engage. They had no intention of pursuing Su Li into the Zerg horde. He could only keep a few drones, and he pressed the rest against Su Li. The scarlet figure went on a killing spree once again. Lightning was in the cockpit, her face flushed with excitement. White smoke billowed from her head as usual, but having been upgraded to S rank, her endurance was clearly much stronger. She, previously overwhelmed by her own efforts, even began to make demands. Hurry, master, faster. We're almost there. Su Li's hands were constantly moving, opening the channel and calling Cao Cao. Brother Cao, can the drone capture my current movements? Cao Cao glanced at the screen and replied affirmatively, no problem. All the equipment is top-notch, and all the movements are almost flawless. Leave it to me. Just take care of yourself and Lightning. Be careful. Lightning tilted her head slightly, dodging the insect's attack. With a backhanded stab, she stabbed it in the stomach. With a flick of the rifle, she flung it towards its teammate, instantly clearing a gap of 7 or 8 meters. Alright, then, I'll officially begin. Su Li flexed his fingers and floored the accelerator. The bright red mech instantly roared, its thrusters surging, instantly sending all the nearby small woodlice flying. Lightning let out an excited scream, letting out even more abandon. The red mech practically became a flash of lightning. She roamed the Zerg-strewn battlefield, as if the path ahead was a smooth one. Cao Cao stared unblinkingly at the vibrant red amidst the black tide. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, he roared at the live stream. She's coming! She's coming again! Our red lightning! She never lets us down! She's ripped through us once again! What a ridiculous formation! Our lightning doesn't need it! I finally understand. She launched the grenades to lure the Zerg out. 18 Zergs aren't enough. She wants 180. 1,800. It can't be 18. 18? That's an insult to our red lightning. The livestream echoed with Cao Cao's hoarse cries. Every time he broadcast a lightning match, his voice would crack. And now, it did so again. But it was that familiar crack that brought everyone in the livestream back to their senses. Shocked, they all returned to their keyboards. 666. The screen filled with 666 made Cao Cao shudder with pleasure. A moment of pride. For things like this, Su Li is the one to handle them. No matter how much he questions or insults, with just a little effort, he can easily handle them. In the cockpit, Lightning's breathing gradually became heavy and rapid. She supported herself on the joystick with her arms, her legs tightly clamped together, trembling slightly. Su Li's commands continued, hammering at her brain again and again. The bold words she had just spoken were forced back into her mouth, like a lump in her throat, unable to be released. Master, master, slow down, slow down. Lightning knew it was useless, and might even lead to even more violent attacks, but she still spoke tentatively. She had to try to say something to distract herself, otherwise she would break down in a moment. Shut up, save computing power. Su Li grabbed the joystick, forced a sharp U-turn, and charged back at the bugs in front of him. Hold on, there aren't many bugs today, just 3 more rounds will do. Lightning's body began to tremble slightly at this. She thought her master might have been eating too much bug meat lately. His body had become noticeably stronger. His grip on the joystick was much stronger than before. On the contrary, the force she exerted by assisting him was steadily decreasing. Even so, The impact of the command still made her dizzy. A strong hand slammed her on the back, and Suli said, somewhat angrily, "Focus and increase your computing power to the maximum." Lightning bit his lower lip lightly, shook his head, and tried to clear his head. In the live stream, the barrage of comments went from 666 to inhuman. The screen-filling barrage of comments made him realize just how outrageous Su Li's actions were. The voices of doubt had vanished. Whether they were scamming food or drinks, they all vanished in an instant. Perhaps they were full and planning to go out to digest their food, it was unclear. Cao Cao watched with delight as the number of people watching the live stream soared to 100,000 in a remarkably short period of time, continuing to grow at an incredible rate. 150,000, 200,000. One gift after another. In just 3 minutes, the gifts he received exceeded his previous monthly income. The people on Mechanical Island hadn't lied to him. He truly was just one opportunity away from the pinnacle of his life. One person. Cao Cao's eyes flushed slightly as he watched the still expanding number of people in the live stream, tightly gripping the terminal in his hand. If it weren't for Mechanical Island's dedicated line, with the live stream platform's current technology, the live stream would have crashed long ago. He gazed at the red figure below, knowing his gamble had paid off. The adult world was never easy. But if one seized the opportunity, everything would become possible again. The gap behind the red lightning hadn't been filled by the Zerg before she charged towards them again. Her bright red figure broke through the black waves, the roar of her thrusters telling all the Zerg that the path she had traversed was forbidden to them. Chapter 80. The seemingly terrifying Zerg swarm was so vulnerable before the red figure. Mech pilots and non-mech pilots alike were silent. Lightning, as always, maintained her style. No, she was even more reckless on the field. The audience's blood boiled, wishing they could jump into the screen right now and fight alongside her on the battlefield. Her mech alone had already wiped out a third of the Zerg swarm. Even after dispatching her own enemies, she charged into the blue and white mech girls' ranks, slaying those pursuing them one by one. That nimble figure made everyone realize that Lightning wasn't born for the competition, she was destined to roam the battlefield. The barrage in the live stream kept replaying, making Cao Cao feel numb. The bright red mech hadn't activated resonance. But even so, she still achieved the feat of a complete kill. The people in the live stream went wild. If facing the Zerg swarm firsthand terrified them, then that bright red figure was the only shot in the arm, piercing their chests and saving their lives. The atmosphere in the live stream room was completely heated, and Cao Cao, the commentator, didn't even need to stir it up. It's over. It's really over. I was just watching a live stream, and I yelled too loudly, and my mom came in. Can someone tell her I was really just watching the Battlefield live stream? Hurry up. I want to see how you take a beating. On the screen, Lightning, having unfurled, trembled all over. 038 reached out and grasped him, as if he had no bones, and shoved him into his cockpit. The live stream suddenly stopped, and everyone still in the room instantly began scrolling through their screens. Many who had just entered after hearing the news were only concerned with the barrage of comments. That's it? It's so short, and you still have the nerve to live stream? Can you even call this a live stream? I've taken off my pants. Hurry up, and put on your clothes upstairs. The guy upstairs isn't far away yet. Exciting, truly exciting. Enough talk. I'm going to buy some quick-acting heart pills. Let's go! That's scary. Mom, I might have a nightmare tonight. Where's your house? I can go and cuddle with you. A straight man, 24 centimeters tall and handsome. Is 24 the size? Lightning had broken down. Hong Ying, who had arrived with the main group, stood beside Su Li with a blushing face. She opened her mouth several times, but couldn't utter the word master. For some reason, she suddenly felt very close to this group. If Su Li just opened her mouth and sat in her cockpit, everything would fall into place. But Su Li walked straight past her and waved toward the sky. 032's figure slowly descended, revealing Cao Cao, who was on his back. His face was pale, but he was still dancing with joy. It was clear that his first live stream had brought him a huge surprise. Brother, you're famous. You're really famous this time. The peak number of online viewers exceeded 300,000. And this is still. Ugh. The pungent fishy smell and the corrosive taste made him vomit subconsciously. Su Li handed him a handkerchief and pulled him upwind, which slowly helped him recover. Open 2 more livestream accounts. Let's all open one. Open one for Lightning, one for Heyu, and one for yourself. We can all work together to broadcast live, and the effect will be even better. Brother Tao, take it easy. Catch your breath first before you talk. Su Li could see he was excited, But hey, you didn't care. She couldn't livestream a lab experiment. The follow-up troops slowly caught up. 2 mechs from the Royal Guard saluted Su Li, then, using the mech's cover, approached the Zerg and began collecting experimental data. Hong Ying looked at Cao Cao with resentment. She had never imagined that her chance to integrate into the group would be snatched away by a bald man. The livestream has been shut down now. We can use a drone to record the return trip, and I'll edit it when we get back. Then, later, during dinner, we can do another livestream. We can string together the day's timeline and release it as a video. It'll definitely attract a lot of traffic again. Cao Cao danced with excitement. After a short rest, a blush began to rise on his face. The thought of his edited video going viral online made him shudder again. By the way, brother, how often do we conduct clearing missions like this? Every day, if necessary. But the battle lines will get longer and longer, and your safety factor will drop significantly. Also, if every mission is a clearing mission, won't it reduce user stickiness? Cao Cao patted his chest. Don't worry about it. Even if it's the same process every day, there are still some tricks involved in editing the video, and using the drone's perspective. Leave it to me. Don't worry about safety. Since I'm brave enough to go into battle, I already made the necessary preparations. After a few more pleasantries, 032 placed Cao Cao back in the carrier and took off again. The large force swept through the battlefield at breakneck speed. Adhering to the principle of avoiding waste, the mechs packed up everything they could, even the Zerg nests. They poked their heads out and dug deep into the ground, exploring any large creature. Hong Ying, deploy. Scattered Zergs roamed the area, but were dispatched by the alert mechs. The pungent smell of Zerg blood and acid filled the air. The spectacle of scattered limbs was far from pleasing to the eye. Hong Ying lowered her head, her face flushing slightly. She felt strange now. Before, she had never considered the possibility of needing a pilot. Hong Ying? Hong Ying? Su Li called out twice, but no one answered. Turning, he saw the woman, over 5 feet tall, trailing closely behind him, less than half a meter away. He instinctively took a step back, puzzled by the silence of her steps. Hong Ying had gone mad today, wearing a long, ankle-length maid outfit. She lowered her head, seemingly mumbling something to herself. Hong Ying? She raised her head somewhat panically. I'm here. Su Li's face was filled with confusion. Unfold. Oh! She stepped forward and pulled him into a hug. The masculine scent that washed over her made her face flush even redder. The same black and gold mech appeared on the battlefield, drawing many mech girls' gazes. Most of them were seeing Hong Ying unfolded for the first time. All the mech girls sighed inwardly. Another S-class mech. It seemed like the mechs around their commander were at least A-class. In the cockpit, Su Li pushed Hong Ying aside, struggling to breathe. He truly couldn't understand why Hong Ying, who seemed so serious, had learned to suffocate him. Is the fate of an ace pilot so despicable these days? Hong Ying blushed as she turned and slumped over in her cockpit, her long skirt constricting her. Horribly round. Su Li glanced at her briefly before shifting his gaze and donning his helmet. Their vision synchronized, splitting the screen. The mech's roar instantly rang out. Without waiting for the main force to assemble, he immediately began a massive maneuver. Hong Ying's control felt profoundly different. If Lightning is the fearless general and Heiyu the queen with a comprehensive overview, then Hong Ying is the supremely agile warrior. Their stats don't fully reflect their suitability. Perhaps due to the mecha girl's personality, Su Li understood Hong Ying's role completely from the first try. When piloting Lightning, all commands must be kept as concise as possible. Her processor seemed unable to handle overly complex commands, resulting in Lightning's constant rapid and repetitive movements on the battlefield. Even the moves she employed were simple and varied. But Hong Ying was different. She seemed born to operate. No matter how complex the command, she could execute it instinctively the moment it was generated. Su Li's eyes flashed with enlightenment, and after trying a few simple commands, her hand speed suddenly increased dramatically.